Hi, this is an AI narrating a fanfic, so you might hear a random number every 15 minutes. Just don't worry about it. I am so sorry for that. This is one of my favorite fanfics I have read. BTW, I read fanfics before uploading them. I only upload fanfics that I read and like. Get this video to 5 likes and 3 comments and I will release the next part. Zabuza was resting on a cot with a blanket over him. He did not like the fact that he had lost to Kakashi. That damn Sharingan, he hated its abilities. Copying off the hard work and dedication he had put into learning his jutsu in a simple blink. His fists clenched in anger. He could not wait to tear that eyeball out and stomp on it. Moments later, a short man dressed in a business suit and 2 samurais as bodyguards entered the room and went over to where Zabuza was. So the terrifying demon of the mist is crippled after facing a few kids and a ninja. I don't think I'm getting my money's worth when it comes to paying you, Zabuza. Perhaps I should just kill you and spare myself the pain of losing any more money, the short man sneered at the bed. Resting Nin. Gato walked over to Zabuza and reached out to strangle him when a figure appeared out of nowhere and grabbed his wrist before ruthlessly twisting it. You will not harm Zabuza-sama. I won't allow it, came the hard voice of Haku. He twisted Gato's wrist further to just before the point of breaking it to drive his point home. Gato shrieked in pain and fell to his knees. Hands off our boss. One of the samurai took a step forward when Haku grabbed a kunai and threw it at them. The samurai dodged it as it got buried in the wall behind them. Seeing them distracted, she pulled out 2 of her senbon and threw it precisely at a point in both of their arms that it was rendered immobile. The temperature in the room dropped a few degrees as Haku whispered with deadly intent, I missed your vital points on purpose, so don't test me. Gato snarled as he got up to his feet after Haku released him. Insolent brat, you and Zabuza had better finish the job I gave you or there will be consequences. With that he exited the house followed by his bodyguards whose arms were still immobile. You know, you didn't have to do that for me. I could have taken care of it myself if it came to that, Zabuza commented as he fingered the kunai in his hands under the bedsheet. I was aware of that, Zabuza-sama. But as your tool I will always protect my master in any circumstance, Haku said with a smile. Zabuza sighed. In any case I will be back to full strength in 3 more days, and when I am, his voice turned murderous, Kakashi will die. XXXXXXX. After getting outside he walked to the spot he was training in since morning. There's something I don't get. His father was killed, and while that is obviously the cause of grief, why hasn't Inari moved on? Naruto asked Kurama as he neared the training spot. Kurama bluntly pointed it out. Not everyone moves as fast as you do, Naruto. While you quickly moved on from a weakling to making yourself stronger, you are one of the few who can do it that way. Majority of the people are afraid to let go of the grief, afraid that they will lose the connection that binds them to the person who they held close. Naruto took his time understanding what Kurama told him. He knew that whenever a person lost one of their close ones, they tended to hold on to that feeling for a long time, but it never worked in Naruto's favor, holding on to despair. Instead, he made a choice on what to do about it. Every time when he fell down and had difficulty in finding a reason to get up, he would forcefully shake himself out of that state and willed himself to get up simply because he had no reason to stay down either. The purpose of life is to keep moving, and staying down in one spot defied that very purpose. Reaching the spot, he took a deep breath. With Kurama's help and dinner, Naruto had replenished a little less than 2/3 of his reserves. He was thankful for the fact that every time he spent chakra and replenished it, his reserves would grow just by a little. At one instance it won't even be noticeable, but in the long run it would be beneficial. He made a half ram and 40 clones appeared smokeless and soundless. The Clones divided themselves into 2 groups of 20 as before and awaited their orders. Naruto thought for a minute and spoke up, 20 of you will work on the Fuuten jutsu we learned today. However, I don't consider it mastered until I've managed to perform it perfectly with just one hand. Seal, considering how strong my affinity is. Th group on the right nodded and Flash stepped away to a new location. Naruto turned to the remaining group. I will be working with you all. We will work on perfecting the Suiten jutsu this night. After perfecting it, we will work on mastering it like the Fuuten jutsu with one hand. Seal, hi, came the chorus of the group, and so they began their training until all the clones dissipated and Naruto fell unconscious. Haku wore a pink kimono with red cherry blossoms and wooden sandals. He was carrying a basket and slightly humming to himself. While boys of his age would cringe at his choice of clothes, Haku had no such problem. In fact, he wore them just so he could witness the absolute shock on people's face when they figured out he was a boy and not a girl. It was amusing, no scratch, that it was always downright hilarious. After an hour of walking, he came upon what he was searching for. Kneeling down, he began to pick herbs. His basket was almost half full when he felt something off. Getting up and turning around, he watched the scene with mild amusement and curiosity. 20 feet away, he saw the boy his master had fought 3 days ago. Naruto, his mind supplied helpfully from what he had seen in the fight. He was very skilled both in body and mind. He knew how to perform elemental jutsu, which his master had told him that no genin is capable of. His use of them, incorporating them into his tactics, such as when he beat Zabuza's clone. Granted, that clone only held 1/10 of the original's power. The feat was nothing short of impressive, and he had come up with a strategy to free his sensei on the fly and had to land 2 hits on Zabuza. This boy was extremely dangerous. The boy was laying down limbs spread away from the body. He was not even aware of the birds that had taken perch on him. Haku had an internal debate. He could either quietly collect his herbs now and leave, or he could kill him and save some trouble later on. He stretched his arm towards Naruto's throat, silently deciding to kill him now and swiftly to spear him. The pain. I would advise against that. Haku jumped back in surprise and watched as Naruto instantly opened his eyes as if he was not asleep at all, but his slightly puffy eyelids gave it away that the boy had been asleep but woke up due to feeling his presence. Naruto took a few moments to shake off the drowsiness from his eyes before turning to address the girl. Jolting me awake hasn't been pleasant for anyone who has done that. Haku watched as he kipped up to his feet before working out all kinks in his joints, all the while completely ignoring his presence. Naruto worked out the stiffness in his body while simultaneously going over the results of last night's training. The group of clones practicing the Fuuten jutsu were able to reduce the number of hand seals to 1 and execute it perfectly. Well, that's one good thing, he thought. He and the group of clones practicing the water jutsu had also perfected it. Naruto could now use Suiten Suidana water-style water severing wave perfectly with all 5 hand seals. In addition to that, he also had the Nidame's notes on that jutsu to help him shorten it to just 1 hand seal. He finally turned to face the girl who he found was quite pretty. So what are you doing here? His question snapped Haku out of his trance, and he bent down to make it appear he was picking herbs. I'm picking herbs for a friend, he's quite ill. You see, Haku sincerely hoped. His voice did not waver. Naruto, to his credit, only rose an eyebrow. Then you might want to avoid that herb. I've read it's quite poisonous, he said, nodding towards the ground. Haku looked down and an embarrassed blush came over his face. He was going to pick a herb that was more suited to make poison than antidote. To cover up his embarrassment, Haku decided to introduce himself. By the way, I'm Haku. Naruto extended his hand. Uzumaki Naruto. Nice to meet you, Haku-chan. Haku inwardly laughed as he imagined Naruto's face when he revealed he was a boy for now though. Nice to meet you too. Naruto gestured to her basket. Can I help you in collecting those herbs? Naruto and Haku collected herbs to fill Haku's basket. Why are you collecting the herbs so early in the morning, Ne-chan? Haku replied with a question of his own. What are you doing here so early in the morning? Naruto internally narrowed his eyes at the attempt to avoid the answer but answered. Nonetheless, I was training in the night. Guess I fell unconscious due to exhaustion. Haku asked, so you are a ninja? Naruto nodded with a smile. Haku gave a small worried frown, but isn't that dangerous? What if you get killed? Naruto shrugged. I may. It comes with the territory. If I die, that means I was meant to. So running away from my death would be futile. If I was meant to die so soon, I would have been killed many times over already. Haku gave a small sound of understanding. I see. And why are you training? Aren't you strong enough? Naruto shook his head. I may be strong, but there's always room for improvement. Besides, becoming stronger means I will be closer to becoming Hokage. He ended with a grin. Haku stared at him for a few moments then spoke. You train because you want to be strong enough to protect your precious people, don't you? Naruto gazed at Haku with something akin to respect in his eyes. His azures stared into her light brown as he whispered, go on. Haku knew from the moment he gazed into Naruto's eyes that Naruto fully knew what he was talking about. Nonetheless, he spoke, I believe that you have precious people and you are working hard to grow stronger to protect them. If you have something to protect, only then you can be truly strong. Naruto kept his intense gaze on Haku, who returned it without flinching. After a long moment, Naruto smiled and said, never have I met anyone before except my Gigi who shares my understanding of fighting to protect. You have the most accurate idea of where strength comes from. Haku-chan, you have my respect for that. Haku smiled and stood up from where he was sitting and picked up his basket. You will become strong, he stated to Naruto before walking away. Time to reveal his secret. Oh, and by the way, I'm a boy, he said, turning to flash a smile in Naruto. He almost lost it when Naruto's eyes bulged to the point Haku feared they would fall out of his eye sockets. Naruto couldn't believe it. He thought he was talking to a girl, a very pretty one at that. Hell, even prettier than Hinata. Finally regaining his composure, he narrowed his eyes at Haku, who was barely restraining his laughter. I bet you do that to everyone just to see their reactions, don't you? Haku shook his head. No comment. That was an answer in itself, Naruto thought as he watched Haku walk away. As he walked away, Naruto allowed his thought process to take over. Haku was obviously not a normal civilian. When Naruto opened his eyes, it was quick, but Naruto had managed to note that Haku had almost taken a fighting stance. The reaction was performed on instinct, which left no doubt that Haku was a fighter and an experienced one at that. Second thing, Haku's chakra felt strange to him while he was still refining his sensing abilities to the point where he could sense people's affinities. He sensed the bare minimum. Haku's chakra definitely had water and something which was rough and sharp at the same time. The closest thing to that description is the wind, he deduced, but what did those two add up to? Multiple affinities usually point towards the presence of a bloodline limit. Before he could continue his thought processes, he sensed Sasuke coming to him. Putting on a smile, he greeted his teammate. Good morning, Sasuke. Sasuke grunted in response before saying, you missed breakfast, Naruto. Naruto blinked in response, then shook his head. He would go back to see if any breakfast was left. He always went crazy on an empty stomach. He walked past Sasuke, who was warming up with some stretches. Naruto had no doubt the boy was going to put his tips to test while climbing the tree. Reaching the house. He went inside and found Tsunami washing the plates from breakfast. Hesitating a bit, he called out, "Tsunami-san." The woman turned and smiled upon seeing Naruto. "Naruto-kun, you're back." Her smile turned into a concerned frown. "Are you alright? You were training all night. What if you had caught a cold?" Naruto shook his head, amused at the notion he had never been ill in his life. Courtesy of having the Kyuubi residing in him, "I don't catch a cold, Tsunami-san. I was wondering if you had any leftovers from breakfast." Tsunami's face instantly brightened. "Oh right, I do have some leftovers I saved in case you came for breakfast." It explains why it seemed Sasuke-kun ate only a little. The last part was said in a mutter, but Naruto's sensitive ears easily heard it. "What was that about Sasuke, Tsunami-san?" he inquired ever so politely. Tsunami explained, "Sasuke-kun seemed to eat only a little of the breakfast. When I asked him, he said that you would probably be late for it, so he was saving it for you." Naruto blinked twice at that. That was probably the kindest thing Sasuke had ever done for him. Then again, I gave him the tips to master tree walking. He must have saved breakfast just to get even, Naruto thought, knowing extremely well that Sasuke hated to be indebted to anyone. Now usually saving breakfast for someone was not that big of a deal, but since it was coming from Sasuke, Naruto would call it even. Sitting down at the table, he swiftly ate everything that Tsunami laid out for him. While not nearly enough to get him full, it was more than enough for him to call it a satisfactory meal. He finished his meal and washed his plate easily, ignoring Tsunami's protests. Stretching his senses, he found that Kakashi and Sakura were upstairs. He had already seen Tazuna in the room next to the dining room, so he thought that Kakashi was probably going to have Sakura guard him today. Well, that won't do. He scowled as he headed upstairs. He opened the room where he sensed Kakashi's chakra and saw that they were both ready to head out. They both blinked when they saw him. "Naruto, you're back?" Sakura dumbly asked. Naruto scowled deeper. "Very astute observation, Sakura," he commented sarcastically. Of course, Sakura blushed a little at being embarrassed by him. Naruto turned towards Kakashi, who was looking vaguely amused. "Kakashi-sensei, can I guard Tazuna-san today?" Kakashi rose an eyebrow at the new suffix but did not say anything. Thinking over, he thought that having Naruto guard Tazuna was an excellent choice. Naruto was the strongest of his genin and was easily able to hold himself against Zabuza long enough to escape. He didn't need to worry about him for another 3 days, unaware that the man would recover in just one more day. Also, Naruto had an excellent way of retreating should the situation gets worse. He answered, "I don't see why not. Have you completed the training that you were doing last night?" Naruto nodded. Kakashi nodded in approval before turning to Sakura. "Sakura, you are with me and Sasuke today. Naruto, you will guard Tazuna today." However, he paused and frowned as an uneasy feeling settled in his stomach. He didn't know why, but he trusted his gut feelings. "You will return 2 hours early today. I have a feeling we will be facing Zabuza much sooner than 3 days later." Naruto frowned but nodded. He would keep lookout for any trouble while Tazuna worked. His danger sense would come in extremely handy in that field. "Don't forget about your training," Kurama reminded him sternly. Naruto nodded absently as he changed his clothes into an identical set and restocked his hip pouches from his ceiling scroll. After double-checking that he was ready, he quickly exited through the window and briskly walked to the front, where he found Tazuna waiting. Tazuna looked surprised at his presence. "You will guard me today, Naruto?" When Naruto smiled and nodded, Tazuna chuckled, "Well, it looks like I have nothing to be afraid of now. Let's go already, I'm late." Naruto held up a hand. "Wait a minute. Tazuna-san, I'll back in a moment." With that, he flash stepped away at his highest speed to Last night's training spot, wasting no time, he created 90 shadow clones. The whole clearing was full of them in mere moments. 30 of you will work on mastering the sweetened jutsu we perfected last night. The rest of you divide yourself into groups of 30 each and practice on learning and perfecting the 2 sweetened jutsu I copied from Kakashi in the fight against Zabuza. He commanded his clones. All of them nodded as one and divided themselves, but Naruto was already gone, appearing beside Tazuna so fast that the man yelped in surprise. Naruto spoke as if he had not noticed. I have a solution for your late problem, Asan. Not waiting to hear any protests, Naruto picked Tazuna up in a fireman's carry and flash stepped away, the man's cries echoing into the distance. Appearing on the bridge in just 10 minutes, Naruto set Tazuna down, who looked a little green. Next time give me a warning before you do that. Naruto blinked innocently at that, causing Tazuna's eyebrow to violently twitch, but he sighed and walked away to start today's work, grumbling about brats who are way too fast. Naruto only smiled and sat down, intent on working on his sensing abilities. This way he could train and keep a lookout for danger as well while he stretched his senses as far he could. He reflected on what he saw on the way to the bridge. The town was barely alive, with all its people caught in the jaws of poverty. It was not a sight he wanted to see again. Children begging on the streets, even fighting among themselves for food. Naruto kept his senses active the whole time, trying and partially succeeding to make it second nature to him, something that would keep running in the background by itself while he focused on the more important tasks overall. It was an uneventful day for which Naruto was thankful, for his clones had disappeared sometime in the afternoon. With good news, Suidana was now considered mastered, as Naruto's clones were able to reduce the number of hand seals to 1 sweetened Daibakufu no Jutsu water-style giant vortex. Jutsu was surprisingly easy to learn and perfect, considering it was a higher-ranked jutsu. It helped that it had only 18 hand seals. He would work on mastering it when he returned to Konoha, when there was no threat. Sweetened Suiryuden no Jutsu water-style water dragon jutsu was something he'll work on later. That jutsu was incredibly complex, consisting of 44 hand seals and requiring an extreme amount of chakra. While chakra amount was not a problem for him, he wanted to be cautious while using it, so he did not waste a single drop of chakra while executing it. He took Tazuna home via flash step. They were just 5 minutes early of the assigned time Kakashi had given them. Going inside, he found Tsunami preparing dinner. Hello, Tsunami-san. The said woman turned surprise in her eyes. To-san, Naruto-kun, you are quite early today. Naruto shrugged. Kakashi-sensei's orders anyway. Can you please tell me how long before dinner is ready? Tsunami smiled. It will be ready in 20 minutes, Naruto-kun. Naruto nodded and walked outside, deciding to have a little fun walking over to where Sasuke was. He was not surprised to note the boy was easily sticking to the bark of a tree. Time for some torture. An unholy glint entered his eyes. Sasuke, he called out, seeing the boy look at him. He motioned him to come to him, which he did. How about some training? Moments later, Sasuke was standing on the side of a tree, a scowl on his face. What kind of training is this, Dobi? Naruto made a half-ram sign, causing 5 shadow clones to appear, as well as causing Sasuke's scowl to become deeper. He greatly envied Naruto's ability to make shadow clones, and that too in no small quantity. He hated to admit it, but Naruto could spam more clones than he could make regular ones. The ones that are an illusion. He had demanded Naruto once to tell him the secret to shadow clones. Naruto had scoffed at him and bluntly told him that he had no intention of doing that. Besides, shadow clones require a lot of chakra, something Sasuke didn't have to spare. He may not have his Sharingan, but once He had every intention to copy Naruto's jutsus, but the problem was for a Sharingan to successfully copy a jutsu all the hand seals must be performed. Sasuke had noticed that almost all of the jutsus he had seen Naruto executing, they were done with only one or two hand seals. The shadow clone jutsu was done only with a half ram, which meant Sasuke could not copy any of them. He was not an idiot. Sasuke knew that jutsus have multiple hand signs, which indicated Naruto was highly proficient in performing them with only one or two. Quelling his frustration, he focused on what Naruto was saying. He had a very innocent look on his face, something that did not bode well. The rules of this training are very simple. You have to remain stuck to the tree and not fall on the ground, Naruto said, choosing his words carefully. There was a loophole in what he said, but he was curious if Sasuke could read in between the lines. Sasuke scoffed, "Is that all? Then this will be easy." However, he was suddenly forced to dodge the shuriken that almost cut him. He was given no time to recover as a hail of shuriken came towards him, forcing him to dodge like his life depended on it. Naruto grinned savagely as his shadow clones gave Sasuke no time to rest. He saw Sasuke almost fall onto the ground, but he barely recovered in time. Deciding to give the guy some inspiration, he called out, "I don't see how this is easy for you, Sasuke. You are barely clinging onto the tree and you've got 3 cuts, which means you are dead 3 times over, absently creating 5 more to replace those whose shuriken were finished." He added salt to the injury. "When I mastered tree walking, I could dodge them with my eyes closed." That did it for Sasuke. He was already sour about the fact that he was the last one to master tree walking, but he had to admit this training was good, excellent even. Naruto was forcing his body to make the tree walking almost second nature so he could concentrate on the more important tasks, but he did not need to taunt him like that. He growled and concentrated on sticking to the tree first, then worrying about the shuriken, but Naruto gave him no time, forcing him to act on instinct. Naruto continued this for 15 more minutes, and by the end of that, Sasuke was a sweaty mess lying flat on the back on the ground. He didn't even have the energy to glare at Naruto, who was looking entirely amused with him. "You, son of a," he wheezed out. Naruto shook his finger at him as if reprimanding a child. Now watch your language. There are children around here. That bastard." He was having too much fun at his expense. Abruptly turning around, he said, "Dinner's ready. Let's go." He started walking, not waiting for Sasuke. Dinner was uneventful. The only thing amusing was watching Sasuke eat. The boy had attacked the food with the speed of a snail. He didn't have energy to even eat after the dinner. Naruto was sitting at the table as Tazuna happily reported his progress. "The bridge will soon be complete, though I have to ask, why did you guys stick around even after I lied about the mission?" Kakashi folded his hands as he thought about the answer. "Not doing right when you know it is right is the coward's way. Those are the teachings of our previous Hokage. That is the way of the shinobi. We don't work just for money." Inari, who was looking down at his plate, looked at Naruto and immediately wished he hadn't. Naruto had his arms folded across his chest, eyes facing the ceiling, and a small smile on his face. He looked completely carefree, as if he had no worries. Flashbacks of his father triggered inside his mind. Kaiser saving him, protecting him, making him happy. However, those thoughts only brought pain. Now something snapped inside him at that moment. Slamming his hands on the table, he stood up on his chair. It was enough to bring all the attention in the room towards him, but didn't care. He had had enough of Naruto's carefree, indifferent and bored attitude. "Why are you trying so hard when you will only fail? You can't beat Gato's men even if you keep training. No matter how hard you try, weak people always lose to the strong ones." Though it addressed all the ninjas in the room, somehow everyone felt that Inari was only shouting at Naruto. Naruto leaned on the table, chin on his hands and expression vaguely confused. It seems you are confusing us with the weak people kid. He said, his confusion from earlier gone. However, Inari was on a roll. Shut up, it pisses me off when I watch you. You're always fooling around and having fun. You don't know a thing about suffering or how hard life is for people like us. You'll only end up getting killed. Tears were streaming by the end of his shouting. Kakashi had tensed up during Inari's shouting to say Naruto doesn't know suffering. It wasn't possible to be more wrong. He expected Naruto to lash out and prepared to defend Inari, but nothing happened. Naruto was sitting there as if nothing had happened. There wasn't a silver of rage on his face. However, inside his mind a storm was raging. His emotions were going wild, but he had to control them, push them towards a temporary goal. This kid needs a reality check. Keeping his voice even, he spoke. You know, you're exactly right. Kakashi looked at Naruto with surprise. That was the last thing he expected Naruto to say. The strong will always defend the weak. Gato, and by extension his organization, are weak. Nothing but a bunch of cowards who pick on people who can't out up a fight. They can only win against those who don't have the will to fight back against us trained shinobis. They are nothing. A dangerous look crossed his face, a look that even Sasuke and Kakashi got terrified of a bit. We aren't weak. Don't lump us in the same category as you. He scoffed disgustedly and turned his head away. We're nothing alike. Inari cried harder as he glared even more heatedly at Naruto. I'm glad we're not alike. I'd hate to be like you. You don't even have a care in the world. You don't know how hard life can be. The tension in the room was thick as everyone stared at Naruto, who for the first time in his ninja career felt truly angry. His azure blues were as cold as the coldest ice, anger swimming inside them, though he held back from channeling killing intent. His eyes were just as effective. The rage in his eyes was enough to put fear inside Inari, whose legs lost strength and was forced to sit down. Look at yourself bitching and moaning about life, thinking you have it hard. His voice was a whisper, yet it was so thick of rage that terrified his team, while Kakashi felt his rage was justified. Tizuna and Tsunami were wide-eyed. They had no idea such a sweet boy as Naruto held so much rage inside him. Naruto straightened up in his seat. His mind went back to the children he had seen on the way to the bridge, the ones who he had no doubt were orphans. You sit here with a loving family, with a mother that cooks for you, worries for you, and loves you, a grandfather that is building a bridge so this country can be free of Gato's reign. Naruto looked upon Inari with clear disgust. Some hard life you have. Sakura finally had enough of Naruto berating Inari. She felt that Naruto was being unnecessarily harsh on the boy. Naruto, that's too far. That was all she had gotten out before Naruto pinned a fierce glare on her. Enforced with killing intent. Shut up. Sakura was not so terrified of the killing intent as much as she was of the smoldering rage in his voice. She fell back like a bag of potatoes. Naruto turned his gaze back on Inari. I'm willing to bet that you've never stepped a foot outside this house, never seen the town where children younger than you have lost their parents, both of them. He finally raised his voice and felt a dark satisfaction in seeing everyone flinch, even Sasuke. I'm glad I'm nothing like you. I actually decided to do something with my life instead of becoming a crybaby, sitting in a place and whining how hard life is. Newsflash, there are people out there who have it far worse than you do. You are nothing but a coward who refuses to do something right, even though his words were fueled with rage. His actions were anything but rough. He gently pushed his chair away and headed to the door. Kakashi asked him, Naruto, where are you going? Naruto did not look back as he replied, to burn off some of this anger. The door closed gently behind him. Everyone wondered What caused Naruto to have such a strong reaction to Inari's words? Inari sniffled before he too ran out of the door. That was a disaster, though not entirely unexpected, Kakashi thought, putting his book aside for the moment. He followed Inari out to the back where the boy was watching the ocean. Do you mind if I join you? Asked Kakashi, startling Inari. XXXXXXX. Kakashi sat beside Inari, both looking out at the ocean. Naruto didn't say any of that out of spite, he's just a bit stubborn is all, Kakashi gently said, while what Naruto had said was the cold bitter truth. The weight of those words was not something an 8-year-old can handle. Naruto was different, he had been handling such weight ever since he learned to walk on his feet. Naruto is just like you in the regard that he has no father. That was a lie. Kakashi knew that Naruto knew who his father was, but Naruto had no memories of him. In fact, Naruto has no memories of his parents at all. They were taken away from him at his birth, so he doesn't understand what parents are. He also had no friends, he explained. Inari's head lifted up to face Kakashi, confusion in his eyes. Kakashi continued, however, there wasn't a single moment when I saw him cry or get sulky. That was true. Naruto until now had faced the difficulties of life head on and one, becoming stronger after defeating each challenge. He is desperate to make people recognize him, Kakashi said. Even now, when Naruto had a bored, indifferent expression on almost all the time, Kakashi could see it in his eyes. The hope that someone will recognize him for who he is was naked for all the world to see. Unfortunately for Naruto, the world acted ignorant. Kakashi chuckled softly. He got bored of crying at the world a long time ago. Inari looked down, beginning to understand what Kakashi was trying to say. Naruto was not born strong, he chose to get strong so he could live his life in a better way. Naruto knows where true strength comes from, just like your father. In fact, Naruto might be someone who understands you the most, Kakashi said. Inari was slowly understanding that Naruto might be the only one who was most similar to Inari. Kakashi, I smiled. The words that he said to you earlier. He's probably told himself that over and over again. Naruto flashed to his training spot, fists tightly clenched. He felt a little bit of guilt creep over him for shouting at such a young kid, but that feeling was easily overshadowed by the rage he was feeling. The nerve of that brat. I don't know any suffering. He won't last a day living my life, he raged. Inside his mind, Kurama kept quiet but was concerned for his host. He decided to let Naruto burn his anger off by himself instead of talking it out of him, making a half-ram sign, causing 100 shadow clones to appear. He was about to charge in headfirst and eliminate them in the most brutal ways he could think of, but visibly forced himself to think logically. This could be an opportunity for training. It slipped his mind completely that he would be too exhausted to go the bridge tomorrow. He dispelled half of the clones, causing the other half to look at him in confusion. We will try to reduce the number of hand seals in Suiten Daibakufu no Jutsu from 18 to 10 for now. He could reduce them further when he was back in Konoha. The clones nodded as one and Flash stepped to the nearest water body, eager on getting it done by tonight. As he Flash stepped after them, he frowned in thought. I really should learn the body flicker technique. Flash step is good and all, but it is for short distance purposes, not to mention I can quickly travel long distances much faster than Shunpo. Also, the body flicker is good for traveling quickly where I haven't marked. As he saw the clones working, he considered another idea. I wonder if the Nidaime has a scroll written on how to draw water from nothing. It would be incredibly useful in Suiten jutsus and survival as well. The whole night Naruto worked on reducing the hand seals of the Suiten jutsu. He was able to bring it down to 10, but it left him incredibly exhausted. He was barely able to drag himself back to Tezuna's house. And as soon as he was in front of his futon he fell face first asleep before even hitting the mattress. That is how Kakashi found him. When he woke up, he woke Sasuke up, who looked at Kakashi, who was motioning him to be quiet, pointing at Naruto. Sasuke understood and they both quietly got ready. Heading downstairs, they found Sakura eating breakfast on the table. Her eyes held confusion when she saw a member missing. Sensei Sasuke-kun, where is Naruto? Sasuke spoke up before Kakashi could. That idiot trained so hard that he's knocked out. He won't be coming with us today. Kakashi nodded in agreement. They quickly had their breakfast and stood up ready to leave. As they went outside, Kakashi turned to Tsunami. Please take care of Naruto. He's exhausted himself after training and won't be coming with us today. Tsunami frowned in concern. Are you feeling well enough, Kakashi-san? Kakashi rubbed the back of his head and chuckled. Yeah, I'm good. Tazuna nodded. Well then, let's be off. They walked away. After that, Zabuza and Haku gazed at the workers on the bridge from their boat. Now is the time to attack, he murmured as he drew his blade. Naruto's eyes snapped open and immediately closed due to the brightness in the room. Groaning, he got up and slowly opened his eyes, letting them adjust. Damn, I trained too much last night, he thought. He checked his chakra reserves and winced slightly. They were a little less than half. Guess I did push myself too much last night, he thought. Oh, you think? Kurama's voice oozed sarcasm. Naruto winced again. Sorry, Kurama, but I was a bit angry last night, he defended himself. Kurama snorted. A bit, brat. You scared the hell out of everyone. A bit is an understatement. I'm proud of you. Naruto shrugged and got up, noticing for the first time that the bed around him were empty. Eyes narrowing, he deduced that Kakashi must have decided to let him recover today rather than come with them. He quickly completed his morning rituals and dressed up, tying his hair into a neat ponytail. He ran downstairs to the dining room where Tsunami was washing the dishes. She turned to him and smiled. Ah, Naruto-kun, if you are wondering where everyone is, your sensei said to let you rest today. Naruto nodded. He figured as much. However, he could feel somehow that today would be different, and as such he needed to get to the bridge. Reaching into his left hip pouch, he pulled out a small black pill. I've got no choice but to eat this, he thought as he put the food pill in his mouth. It would allow me to fight 3 days straight without rest, but I would be left totally exhausted at the end of that. He grimaced at the taste. It tastes like shit though. Not even 10 seconds after he had swallowed it, he felt his chakra getting replenished to the maximum. Hell, he even felt it expand a bit. His hunger disappeared, making him smirk. Time to go, he thought, his smirk getting replaced with his neutral scowl. Itekamasu, he called out as he departed. He had managed to master another level of his resistance seal in 1 week of training, increasing his raw speed even more. He tree hopped, normally choosing to conserve his energy for the battle he somehow knew will happen. As he crossed a clearing, his eyes landed on something, making him stop. That's interesting. Tsunami was cleaning up the kitchen when she heard the sound of the door breaking. 2 men with swords came inside and one of them grinned. Daughter of bridge builder Tazuna, you are coming with us. Inari heard the noise and saw his mother going with the men. He felt afraid, however he forced himself to remain strong. I will save my Ka-san. Flashes of how Naruto called him weak fueled his courage. Naruto arrived back at the house just in time to see 2 wannabe samurai rushing at Inari, swords drawn, wasting no time. He immediately released his seals and flash-stepped to Inari, quickly grabbing the mother-son duo and flash-stepping back just in time too. The sword sliced at the space where he was a moment ago. The thugs were dumbfounded. What just happened? Only then they noticed that Tsunami was gone. They turned around and saw a blonde kid in dark blue clothes holding Tsunami and Inari a safe distance away. The presence of a Hite-8 beneath his left shoulder confirmed the fact he was a ninja. Naruto settled Tsunami down, cut her ropes. Tsunami-san, please stay behind me. Inari, good job on keeping them here. He smiled. Inari brightened up at the compliment. Turning to face the thugs, he adopted the expression. When he was dealing with thugs who had no brains, an indifferent expression to convey that he didn't feel threatened at all. It served as an excellent way to piss them off every time, so Gato sent Dumb and Dumber to kidnap a woman. I'm not surprised at all. He kept his tone light enough so they would lose their cool. The one wearing the hat scowled and said, "You are just an incompetent ninja that Tizuna hired, aren't you?" Naruto pretended to inspect his nails. "Incompetent? I don't know about that. I literally snatched Tsunami-san from you and you didn't even notice." The one with the eye patch scoffed angrily and said, "Let's see how you stop us." With that, both of them prepared to rush at Naruto, intent on slicing him into pieces. Naruto decided some mind games were in order. Snorting, he pointed his finger towards them. "If anything, you are the ones incompetent. You failed to notice the two clones standing behind you." As he predicted, the two stupidly turned their backs towards him to inspect behind them. Finding no one, their eyes widened. "He tricked us." But it was already too late. Naruto Flash stepped in between them and delivered a flawlessly executed split kick to their heads, easily knocking them unconscious and sending them on the opposite sides of the aisle and down the river. He doubted they would survive. He suddenly realized that he just performed his first kill. He had just ended another being's life. However, instead of puking his guts out like he thought, he only felt empty. He waited for some terrible feeling that one got after their first kill. But nothing came, and somehow it made him feel even worse. Tsunami and Inari watched with growing horror as both men went flowing down the river. They turned to watch Naruto, who only had a blank expression on his face. Concern grew in Tsunami, and she reached up to touch his shoulder. "Naruto-kun." Naruto snapped out of his trance and looked at her. Regaining his senses, he gave a serious look to Tsunami. "Tsunami-san, I must get going now." Putting two fingers onto the ground, he easily sensed his team's chakra and two other signatures, one of them very familiar and the other distinctly familiar. "Zabuza has already arrived on the bridge," he declared, ignoring Tsunami gasp. He had to get there quickly. Turning to Tsunami, he said, "Go inside the house and lock every door and window. Make sure no one can get inside," he warned her. The mother nodded and immediately went back inside the house. Naruto turned his gaze in the direction of the bridge. It was good that he had put his Hiraishin formula at one end of the bridge. He was gone in a blue flash. XXXXXXX. Things had escalated on the bridge as soon as the team and Tizuna got there. They had got there to see all the workers bleeding. "What's this?" Tizuna exclaimed, rushing up to one of them, the only one who seemed to be awake. "What happened? A monster," the worker muttered, gritting his teeth in pain just as a thick mist rolled in. "Here they come," Kakashi said as Tizuna backed up and the ninja took up a defensive formation around him. "Long time no see, Kakashi," came Zabuza's voice through the mist. "I see you're still with those brats." He's shaking again. "Poor kid. Where's the blonde one though? He was at least decent than the wimps you have with you now," he taunted. Sasuke grit his teeth at that. Even when Naruto wasn't here, the enemy still acknowledged him. Kakashi felt a surge of pride at Zabuza's taunt. Naruto was already making waves. If a missing nin was acknowledging him, he replied back, "Sorry, but he's on a separate assignment. You get to deal with us today." There was no need to mention that the assignment was to sleep. A group of Zabuza's clones surrounded them. Sasuke gave a small grin and put up a brave face. "I'm just excited to see you again," Kakashi ordered. "Do it." Sasuke disappeared in a sudden burst of speed, and mere moments later all the Zabuza clones splashed into water. He saw through the water clones, came Zabuza's voice as the mist cleared slightly to show Zabuza and that fake hunter nin standing on the bridge. It looks like a rival has appeared. Haku, indeed it does, the hunter nin Haku said with a nod, but I still stand by my point. The blonde one was way faster than what I just saw, Zabuza said. Haku then started spinning incredibly fast, moving towards them. Sasuke tensed up and met him in between his kunai clashing against Haku's senbon. I don't want to have to kill you, but you won't stand down, will you? Haku asked, which made Sasuke scoff. Don't be foolish. I see, but you won't be able to keep up with my speed the next time, plus I've already gained two advantages. Sasuke repeated. The first is the water on the ground, and the second is that I have occupied one of your arms. You will now only be able to run from my attacks. Sasuke's eyes widened along with Kakashi's when Haku started forming seals with only one hand ending in a half-ram seal. Again the water around them suddenly rose into the air and formed needles which all flew straight toward Sasuke. Haku leapt away just in time, but it seemed Sasuke got caught in the barrage. Haku got his answer when he saw Sasuke had jumped up and was throwing shuriken at him. Haku neatly backflipped to avoid them, but when he looked up again, Sasuke was gone. You're pretty slow, came his voice from behind him. Now you can only receive and block my attacks. Sasuke slashed at Haku, who blocked with his hand. He almost missed the kunai in Sasuke's other hand and ducked low right in path of Sasuke's kick, which connected to his mask. Zabuza couldn't believe it. Haku lost in speed. Sasuke couldn't help himself. Looks like my speed is better than yours. However, Zabuza quickly recovered and said, at this rate you will be defeated. Haku, you know that, right? Haku got up and formed a strange hand seal. Yes, we can't have that now, can we? All of a sudden the air seemed to get cold. Hajutsu Makyu Hyosho secret technique. Demonic ice mirrors the water on the ground around Sasuke suddenly rose up to form plates of water which froze and took on an appearance akin to that of a mirror. The mirrors rose up and formed a dome around Sasuke, who looked nervous for the first time in the fight. Haku moved towards one of them and seemingly stepped into it. He appeared in one mirror, but as Sasuke moved to smash it, Haku appeared in every single one of the mirrors surrounding him. Well then, shall we begin? Haku asked. I'll show you my real speed. One senbon attack came, then another and another, all of them too fast for Sasuke to avoid. Screams of pain tore from his throat. Sasuke, Kakashi moved forward to help his student, but Zabuza blocked his way. I'm your opponent, remember, your student's a goner now that Haku has him trapped inside. Sasuke attempted a great fireball, but it was utterly useless. There wasn't even a scratch on the mirror. His screams continued. Sakura couldn't take the screams anymore, and with a shout of Sasuke-kun, moved to help him, completely abandoning Tazuna and leaving him unprotected. She threw a kunai to him, but Haku came halfway out of a mirror and caught it with ease. I don't think so, he said. Sakura paled. He caught it. Well, that's what happens when you fail to put the enemy in your equation. Everyone turned towards the voice coming from the side of the mirrors. However, Haku was too slow to react. A knee caught him in the chin, easily sending him out of the mirrors. Naruto landed in a crouch, all ready for battle. Sasuke opened an eye and saw Naruto just outside the dome. Show off was all he could get out before trying to get some air in his lungs from all the screaming. Standing up, he assessed the situation. Kakashi was about to engage Zabuza. The fake hunter nin was out of his dome, and Sakura had just suffered one of her stupidity bouts. And Sasuke was trapped. I can work with this, Zabuza was paying attention to how Naruto was assessing them. It's that blonde again. He was fast enough to catch Haku off guard, and it looked like he wasn't even trying. Eyes narrowing, he turned his attention back to Kakashi. Haku recognized the boy. It's him from the forest. Apparently the wait got boring for Zabuza, who threw 4 shuriken at Naruto. Naruto's danger sense activated, and he saw them coming in slow motion, preparing to flip out of the way. He was shocked when 4 senbon collided with the shuriken. Everyone had the same thought on their mind. Why did he save Naruto? Zabuza-sama, please let me deal with this, Haku requested. Kakashi found himself in a tight spot. Sakura couldn't move from her spot, and if Kakashi moved to help Sasuke, he would leave Tazuna open to Zabuza. Naruto critically assessed Haku. I assume you are the one who put this dome up. You have an ice bloodline limit, don't you? Haku stiffened, as did Zabuza and Kakashi. Your brat's smart, Kakashi, Zabuza said to Kakashi, who only narrowed his eye. Haku spoke. You are quite perceptive, Naruto-kun, however you can't help your friend in any way. Sasuke chose this moment to throw a kunai at Haku, who simply tilted his head out of the way. I didn't forget about you. Sasuke grit his teeth. This was getting bad very fast. Haku turned to Sasuke. I would have liked for you to just lie there quietly, but I guess I can't expect that very well. I will finish. That was all he got out before his face met with Naruto's shoe again. He was thrown back almost 7 feet by Naruto, who was looking at him like he was an idiot, who turns their face away from an opponent to talk, you idiot. However, Haku was not the only one shocked. Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi and Zabuza were thinking along a similar wavelength. He was fast enough to catch me off guard. The same way a second time. Since when was Naruto so fast that dobi? I didn't even see him move. Well done, Naruto, keep him busy. Things are getting interesting now that Sasuke brat might actually have a chance of making out alive. Haku wasted no more time merging back into the mirror. Sasuke had to hold back a groan at what he was about to go through. He was unprepared, however, for Naruto to suddenly appear before him. Naruto already had a vague idea of what was about to happen, and so he summoned 4 shadow clones, taking up a pentagonal position around Sasuke. All 5 Narutos mentally called out while making the tiger seal, sweetened Tsujaneki, water-style water wall. A wall of water rose before each of the clones from the water beneath their feet, who manipulated it to cover their heads as well. Sasuke, Naruto called out in a low voice. Sasuke turned to look at him and saw him keep the tiger hand seal up. This is only a temporary solution. Whatever he's gonna throw at us, Senbon. Naruto rose his eyebrows. Okay, Senbon, it is. They will pass through anyway. Then I want you to be on guard in case he comes out of the mirrors. As Naruto predicted, Senbon came at them from all the directions. Naruto and his clones made their wall as thick as possible. Senbon still passed through, but it was clear that they were not doing as much damage as before. They weren't even dispelling the clones. Haku didn't know that Naruto had enforced them with chakra. I have to destroy those clones. He thought it was only for a fleeting moment, but Naruto and his clones caught it. It all happened in slow motion. Haku splashed through the wall and swung around a Senbon, but Naruto's clones were busy maintaining the wall, so they weren't able to react in time and got dispelled. Naruto himself dodged the Senbon with a hair's breadth. As soon as the wall was down, Haku flashed back into the mirror. Your defense is meager. You cannot hope to win against me. However, Naruto had come up with a way to distract Haku. Interesting technique. This is moves partially into spacetime. If I'm not wrong, you can move from mirror to mirror with enhanced speed. Since time is relative to speed, everything must move in slow motion for you. He smirked, hoping to throw Haku off. Sasuke gaped at the blonde. How The hell did he figure that out? Naruto had his own thoughts going. He has been maintaining these mirrors for quite a while now. His chakra reserves have to have depleted by now. Time to check. Making a snake seal, he took a deep breath. Fuuten K's Gyorai no Jutsu, wind style wind torpedo technique. A ball of wind shot towards the mirrors and exploded with great force upon contact. Naruto was pleased to see the results. There was a crack, a big one. Sasuke's jaw dropped even further. How did it crack? My fireball couldn't even scratch it. Naruto decided to ignore him for the moment. However, Haku reformed the mirror and continued with his assault, this time aiming at Naruto's vital spots. Naruto smirked and prepared to blow the Senbon away. He summoned 2 clones to guard his back. However, one immediately got dispelled, leaving him open to attack, and since Naruto was in the middle of performing a jutsu, he couldn't make any more clones. Senbon raced towards his unguarded side and he prepared to duck in response to his danger sense. Sasuke saw how confident Naruto was in this situation, how he never showed any fear, instead opting to instill fear into his opponent's mind, hoping to instill doubt. Seeing Naruto smirk, Sasuke had no doubt the blonde had a plan and it would work. However, seeing Senbon racing towards Naruto's unguarded side, something moved in him. He was able to see them in slow motion. He could see everything with crystal clarity and he knew what to do. He jumped between the Senbon and Naruto, taking the full force of them. Naruto turned around and his eyes widened on seeing Sasuke take the attack. Not dropping his guard, he spoke with clenched teeth. What the hell was that, Sasuke? Why did you do that? Sasuke was losing consciousness fast, so he spoke, I don't know, my body just moved on its own. My brother is still out there somewhere. Don't die, Naruto. With that, he fell unconscious. Naruto couldn't check if Sasuke was really dead without dropping his guard, so he was forced to assume the worst-case scenario. Sasuke was likely close to death or was already dead. Unimaginable anger washed over him, making him tremble slightly. Unknown to him, a layer of extremely dense orange chakra began to cover him. Kurama's voice rang out in his head. Naruto, you are drawing on my chakra in your anger. Calm down or you'll be nothing more than a berserker. Naruto argued back. He killed Sasuke. How do you not expect me to get angry? Kurama snarled. This is not the time to lose your mind, Naruto. I did not train you to be so weak against your emotions. Control them, flow with them in such a way that they become your weapon against your enemy. The anger in Kurama's voice snapped him out of his anger. Only then he noticed that Haku was still throwing Senbon at him, but an orange cloak prevented them from making contact with his skin. Kurama's chakra. He realized XXXXXXX Zabuza and Kakashi both halted at the feeling of the strange chakra. What is that chakra? It's too strong to be Kakashi, Zabuza thought, perplexed at the new presence. However, Kakashi perfectly recognized the chakra. This is bad. I need to end this fast in case the seal has loosened. Turning to Zabuza, he spoke. We're both busy men, Zabuza. How about we use one last move? Winner take all, you know. Zabuza grinned under his bandages. Sounds interesting. The faster I kill you, the faster I get paid. XXXXXXX. Naruto shook his head and refocused on Haku, who was still throwing his Senbon. Immediately a new plan began to form in his mind. Kurama's slowly drawing his chakra back into the seal, which means I won't be protected for long. That Hunter Nin is insanely fast, but not that fast that it can't be tracked by me if my danger sense remains activated. Or Sasuke's Sharingan, which if I'm not mistaken allowed him to see the path of the Senbon and jumped to protect me. There's no time for exploding tags as well. I have to time it perfectly. If I'm late for even a single moment, he will see through my plan. Naruto finished planning and put it in motion. He took out a kunai, put his Hiraishin formula on it and threw it on the ground at the base of one of the mirrors. He repeated this until the kunai were in a hexagonal pattern, then he flashed. Haku was honestly perplexed at what Naruto was trying to do. Those kunai, even if they were wrapped with an explosive tag, would not damage his mirrors, but he would have to finish this quickly. His chakra was starting to get dangerously low. He doubled his attacks on Naruto, who seemed to be waiting for the attacks to hit him at the last moment. He seemingly disappeared. Haku's eyes widened as he saw that Naruto was now at a position opposite to his previous position. The scary part was Haku didn't even see him move. A blue flash was all he saw. Recovering, he attacked Naruto at his new position, who flashed away again. This continued for a few more times before Haku decided to end it. His chakra was almost exhausted, so he would have to step out and attack Naruto's back as fast as he could. Naruto was flashing and dodging the senbon with ease due to the slow perception given to him by his danger sense coupled with the speed of Hiraishin. He was playing the waiting game. He knew Haku was close to getting exhausted and he would attack Naruto's back because he no longer had the chakra for a direct confrontation with Naruto, who had yet to feel a drain on his reserves. Sure enough, his danger sense alerted him that the hunter nin was exiting a mirror from behind him, attacking his back. This was what he was waiting for. He immediately flashed away to another kunai to his side, watching with satisfaction how the hunter nin missed him, toppling forward. That was the moment he struck. Naruto's chakra was incredibly dense, so it augmented his physical traits greatly. He was faster, stronger, agile than majority people of his age, so when Naruto directed his chakra and condensed it into his fist, the force was something that would have sent someone of his size flying a dozen meters away. His fist made perfect contact with the hunter nin's cheek, coupled with the momentum of his flash step. Naruto slammed Haku into the mirror, breaking it like it was nothing more than a hard sheet of paper. Haku was sent flying back from the force of the fist, all his mirrors shattered. He could not believe Naruto was this strong to have a way to avoid his senbon within the dome chakra dense enough to crack his mirrors. He was pretty sure his jaw was cracked, although it would have been broken if not for his mask, which was now shattered. It was a miracle he wasn't knocked out. Naruto looked with shock at the hunter nin, who was now revealed to be Haku. He couldn't help but feel hurt at how a person who he thought understood what Naruto stood for so perfectly would hurt his comrade. Haku gazed at Naruto with a blank expression. "Why won't you kill me when I've killed your friend?" Naruto turned to look at Sasuke, who resembled more a pincushion than a human. A brief surge of anger hit him, causing him to punch Haku straight in the gut. The force behind the hit knocked Haku down to his knees, but he knew Naruto had held back, fighting the pain. He spoke. "Was he not an important person to you?" Naruto thought back to his meeting with Haku in the forest, where Haku had told him how had an important person and how he would protect him. "Zabuza's your important person, isn't he?" he asked softly. Though he already knew the answer, Haku nodded in agreement. He then proceeded to tell him how he had important people other than Zabuza a long time ago, how his father tried to kill his mother, how he tried to kill Haku because of his bloodline. Haku had killed his own father in defense. He had suffered through the most terrible feeling. There was the feeling that no one wanted you. Then Zabuza found him, raised him. Haku felt like he was Zabuza's most trusted tool. "Please kill me, xxxxxxxx." Zabuza had Kakashi where he wanted him. Kakashi had no way of knowing where Zabuza was, but Zabuza was aware of everything that Kakashi was doing, or so he thought. Kakashi apparently had another trick up his sleeve. He summoned his Ninken, had tracked Zabuza through the mist. The dogs had trapped Zabuza in his place, allowing Kakashi the time to execute his one original move, the lightning cutter Reikiri. He held electricity in his hands, causing Zabuza's eyes to widen at the sheer amount of chakra Kakashi was exuding. That thing can cut through anything. Kakashi ran at Zabuza, intent on finishing this once and for all. Naruto found this so wrong, he just wanted to leave Haku alone, but it was evident the pain that Haku carried. Zabuza was most like dead now, which meant Haku had no one left in the world again. Just kill him, Naruto, if only to spare him the pain. Kurama's voice came through. Naruto gripped his kunai so tightly that his knuckles had turned white. Nevertheless, he prepared himself. He channeled pure wind chakra through his kunai, causing it to resemble a blue dagger. May you find peace in your death, Haku, he thought as he flash-stepped to Haku, his kunai going for his heart. However, there is a saying that you always know when the people important to you are in danger. Perhaps that was the reason that Haku was able to grab Naruto's arm in mid-swing. Naruto was more than shocked. He was stupefied. How the hell did Haku grab his arm? It was then he paid attention to his senses. Kakashi's chakra had taken the form of pure electricity. Wait, if Kakashi-sensei is still using jutsu, then that means Zabuza is still alive. As is to confirm his thoughts, Haku spoke, sorry, Naruto-kun, but I can't die just yet. Making some one-handed seals, he disappeared in a shunshin. Damn it, Naruto cursed before he too flash-stepped to Kakashi's location just in time to see Haku getting impaled by Kakashi, whose handed was coated in electricity. Zabuza took this opportunity to swing his blade at Kakashi, who jumped back, closing Haku's eyes. He proceeded to brutally disable Zabuza's arms by piercing them with kunai. Well, it seems the demon of the mist is nothing more than a failure. All of them turned to face the owner of the voice, who was revealed to be a rather short man. Sorry, Zabuza, but you die here. You see, hiring official ninjas costs a lot of money, so I hired a missing ninja like you. If you ninja had killed each other, it would have saved me the trouble and the money. A nasty smirk crossed Gato's face. If you ask me, you're nothing more than a cute devil. Sorry for the skip, but everything after this is the same until Zabuza collapses. One of the thugs called them out. Hey, don't think you bastards are off the hook. You just killed our only source of revenue. Now we will have to attack the town and steal all the valuables. The other thugs roared their agreement. Naruto turned to Kakashi. Sensei, do you have any way to take care of them all? Kakashi shook his head, an angry sigh escaping his lips. No, I used up too much of my chakra. Naruto grit his teeth. I could end this in mere moments, but I risk exposing the flying thunder god. Damn it. He took a glance toward Sakura, and Tazuna. Sakura had her head buried in Sasuke's chest and was sobbing her heart out. Just seeing Sasuke's body lying there unmoving caused his anger to resurface. Gritting his teeth, he turned to Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, I want you to go back. Kakashi stared at Naruto, trying to figure what his student was up to. Tazuna-san is going to see it anyway. But please tell him not to mention it in front of our team and prevent Sakura from gazing ahead. Block her view if you have to, he said with utmost seriousness. Kakashi's eyes widened. Naruto, don't tell me you are going to use. Yes, Naruto cut him off sharply. Now back off, he almost commanded him. Kakashi, though, only nodded and backed away, intent on following Naruto's instructions. If Naruto didn't want his team to know of his ace in the hole just yet, he would respect that, but Tazuna needed to be warned to keep quiet. After Kakashi backed away, Naruto faced the thugs, a serious look on his face. One of the thugs laughed. Oh, you think you can stop us alone, brat? Another one spoke up. Hell, at this point even just one of us would be able to take you out. The thugs laughed. At that heart-pounding, he tried to not let his nervousness show. He was about to end the lives of almost 100 people. Just go with it, please. Stealing himself, he took out a kunai and put his formula onto it. The thugs noticed it and laughed even harder. Brat, you can't even take one of us down with that. However, Naruto ignored that and threw the kunai, Ninpo kunai Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The one kunai became hundreds and were scattered on the ground between Naruto and the thugs. The one standing on the front snorted. Looks like you missed, kid. They charged with a roar after that. Each one having some weapon with them. Naruto took two of his kunai in his hand and channeled wind chakra, making them look like a blue dagger. He took a stance and a deep breath and waited for all the thugs to enter the area of the marked kunai. When they did, he unknowingly said the phrase his father was feared for. I'll end this in a flash. What followed was a total massacre. Kakashi's eyes were blown wide after hearing Naruto speak. He only saw blue flashes too fast for his Sharingan to keep track of. Naruto went into a trance as he flashed again and again through the thugs like a hot knife through butter. He wasn't even thinking, his body was moving by instinct alone as all the thugs were taken down in less than 5 seconds. He was going so fast that not even the droplets of blood were fast enough to land on him. Kakashi didn't know what to think or feel as he saw his student accomplish a feat that no one but his sensei could do. On one hand, he felt like his chest was going to burst with how much proud the man was of his student. On the other hand, he felt somber that Naruto already had so many deaths on his hands, so he settled for middle ground. He just relaxed as much as he could. Knowing it was all over, he then turned to Tazuna to relay Naruto's words. Naruto stood in the middle of it all, not even covered by blood. He was in a haze. So many people died by his hand in just one day alone. Even though his chakra reserves were only depleted by a quarter, he felt more exhausted than ever. His legs lost the strength to remain standing and he sank to his feet, a blank expression on his face. He didn't know what to feel except so much guilt. Tazuna saw Naruto standing in front of all the thugs, no sign of fear on his face, but fear had gripped his heart. He almost expected Naruto to get killed and almost shouted at the boy to come back, but before he could do that, Naruto disappeared in a blue flash. Tazuna witnessed with growing horror how Naruto annihilate all the thugs with seemingly no effort. In just 5 seconds, all of Gato's thugs were dead, blood spilling from various places on their bodies. He almost didn't hear Kakashi call his name, Tazuna-san. Kakashi called out to the shell-shocked man. Tazuna turned his head to face Kakashi, who spoke in a low whisper. Please listen to me. You must keep quiet about what you saw. No one, I mean no one, is to know that Naruto killed them all. Kakashi struggled for the right word. He looked down to see Sakura still sobbing over Sasuke. For once, Kakashi was glad for Sakura's obsession with Sasuke. He continued speaking. Not even Sakura is to know. He saw Tazuna about to protest, so he glared at him hard. He kept glaring at the man until he agreed. He then turned around and slowly walked, weaving his feet between the bodies until he reached Naruto. He knelt down beside the boy, who now had silent tears streaming down his face. Finally realizing the weight of what he just did, Kakashi put his hand on Naruto's shoulder and spoke in a soft voice. It's okay, Naruto, it's okay to feel like what you are feeling right now after what you just did. I am surprised though that you didn't puke your guts out. But I would be more shocked to see no remorse on your face. Want to talk about it? Naruto turned his teary eyes to Kakashi. I feel so guilty. I am trying to convince myself that I did it to keep Tazuna and his family safe, that they would have killed us in an instant and won't think twice about it. I feel like a monster. Naruto was full on sobbing by now, sinking until he was sitting between his legs. Kakashi nodded. The first time is never easy. Everyone thinks the same thing after their first kill, that they are too cruel to have taken another's life, but as long as you're capable of feeling remorse for your actions, you haven't lost your humanity. We are shinobi, and on missions we have to Kill to protect those who can't protect themselves. Kakashi put his fingers on Naruto's chin and gently made him face him, but taking the life of a criminal who would kill innocent people without a second thought is not murder. Think of it like this: if we don't do our job right now, the next ones dying won't be the criminals but their victims. Naruto's guilt had somewhat subsided after Kakashi's consoling Kurama too had whispered some words of comfort, but coming from a demon they were more along the likes of "you did good, they deserved it" and whatnot. He wiped his tears off and stood up with the help of Kakashi. A gasp from Sakura caught their attention. Both of them turned around and both of them choked on seeing Sasuke sitting up. He was in pain judging from his face, but nonetheless alive. Naruto gave a small smile at that. A majority of his guilt lessened at the fact that Sasuke's death wasn't on his hands. Kakashi gave a big sigh of relief. Thank God he's alive. Sasuke opened his eyes with much difficulty and saw a mop of pink hair on his chest. He groaned, "Get off, Sakura, it hurts." Sakura gasped and sat up, relieved, tears flowing. "Sasuke-kun, you're alive." Sasuke sat up with Tazuna and Sakura's help, and his eyes widened when he saw the amount of bodies on the bridge. With Naruto and Kakashi standing in the middle of it, his eyes widened. What happened? Naruto and Kakashi were holding their breath, nervous because they didn't know how much Sasuke had seen or heard. However, when Sasuke asked what happened, Naruto practically melted in relief. Naruto smoothly told a lie. Well, Zabuza really lived up to his title of the Demon of the Mist. It was a slaughter man. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, suspecting Naruto was lying. However, when Kakashi supported his claim, Sasuke let the suspicion leave. The sound of rapid footsteps caught their attention. Turning around, Kakashi and Naruto saw the citizens of Wave. Inari quickly ran up to Naruto. "Ni-san, what happened here? Is everyone alright? Are you alright?" Chuckling tiredly, Naruto fondly riffled Inari's hair. "Everyone is alright, Inari, though I do need to lie down a bit." Inari then saw the scene of slaughter for the first time. His eyes widened and he turned to Naruto. "What happened to all of them?" Thankfully, Kakashi saved Naruto from answering. "They were all killed by Zabuza. You should be thankful to him." Inari got confused. "But isn't that the guy who was trying to kill Gigi?" Naruto took a deep breath and let it out. "A story for another time, Inari. Right now we need to rest, all of us do." The people of the town had rejoiced on knowing that Gato was finally dead and Tazuna could continue building his bridge in peace. The team returned to Tazuna's house to rest. Everyone had been running on adrenaline the whole fight, so after the high was over, everyone was notable exhausted. Naruto had much to Sasuke's extreme embarrassment carried Sasuke back to Tazuna's house in bridal style, easily ignoring easy feeble attempts to let him go. When Sasuke had demanded Naruto to put him down, Naruto had smirked and in an all too innocent voice said that Sasuke was too injured and as his teammate it was Naruto's duty to help him. When Sasuke asked him why he didn't carry him like he did with Kakashi, Naruto smirked and replied, "I just felt like embarrassing you." What Sasuke didn't know was that after the carnage that Naruto performed, he needed some form of relief. Unfortunately for Sasuke, comic relief always worked well for Naruto. Naruto had kept his amusement to himself lest Sasuke reverted to sticking senbon in his body from just cursing like a sailor. After that, things in the town were slowly getting back to normal. Naruto and Kakashi performed a raid at Gato's headquarters the night after the battle on the bridge, which they found out after asking for directions from the residents. They were surprised that many of them knew of the place but avoided it due to fear. They had ransacked the entire place looking for the money they knew that Gato kept. It was actually a good distraction for Naruto and a very beneficial one at that. Flashback: Kakashi and Naruto entered the area of Gato on full alert for any traps that lay ahead. They were here to find and confiscate all the money and valuables that Gato had earned over the years. Kakashi turned to Naruto. Alright Naruto. Here is where we split. We probably don't have to worry about his thugs anymore because he brought them all to the bridge, but just in case there are be on guard, you will be searching the main building where the money is most likely kept. I will be scouring the warehouses since this country was not that rich to begin with. Gato would not be that interested in what it had to offer, instead letting his thugs have it and concentrating on his business. I will find the valuables and any evidence that can ensure that Gato's shipping company is shut down for good. All clear. Naruto gave a silent nod, and as one they dashed to complete their respective objectives. Naruto extended his senses and couldn't sense anyone, so he pushed on without hesitating. He blew the front door open with glee that he rarely felt. Perhaps I should blow things up more often, he mused. He climbed the stairs, carefully checking for traps in places he suspected they would be, but found nothing on the first 2 of 3 floors. He was almost disappointed. Almost he missed it. It was only after he lifted his foot that he heard the subtle click. The door was locked, and his danger sense rang, slowing down his perception. He turned around just in time to see almost 50 knives rushing towards him, leaving no space for him to escape. He was insulted. Fuut and Toppa, wind-style breakthrough, and all the knives were blown back. Scoffing, he shook his head and Simple jumped on the ceiling. Who would think to lay traps on the ceiling? He easily walked upside down and jumped down in front of the first door he saw. He opened it and looked around, noting that it was Gato's study eyes sweeping around. There was nothing worth noting except for a small safe. There has to be something important in there, he thought as he tried to figure out a way to open it. As much as he would like to, blowing it open was not an option, as he risked blowing up its contents as well. Eyes roaming around looking for a clue, he spotted a piece of paper that was sticking out of the lamp. Curiosity growing, he plucked that piece of paper and had to keep himself from cackling like the devil. The safe combinations laid bare just like that. Hurriedly he put in the combinations and watched the safe open. To his mild disappointment, there was only a sealed envelope inside. Just what is he playing at? He muttered, turning it around. His eyes narrowed as his fingers brushed across something, dried glue. He inspected as he tore it. With little difficulty he took out another piece of paper and read it, seeing a whole new set of numbers written in similar format in comparison to another piece of paper. He chuckled. This guy is just asking to get robbed. Looking around for one last time, noting there wasn't any other safe, he got out of the study and walked down to the last room on the floor. He opened it, and after seeing what was in there, he shook his head in disappointment. Leaving so many doors open, what the hell was he thinking? He asked himself as he walked close to the enormous vault door to put in the combinations. He felt almost bored as he put the combinations. The dwarf's memory must be terrible if he needs clues to remember his clues. He opened the door and barely kept his jaw from touching the ground. Piles of money taller than him stood in front of him. If Naruto had ever dreamed of drowning in piles of money, this would be defined as dreams turning into reality. Let's get to work then. All of this should be pretty useful in helping this country get back on its feet, and then some, he decided as he prepared to make some shadow clones. But suddenly a thought struck him. A thought that made his mind start wheeling from the way he was thinking. All the parties could benefit from this, including him, but first he needed to know how much money this was. Within a moment, 20 shadow clones popped into existence. Start counting, he commanded. The clones divided themselves into groups of 5 and started counting by dividing the pile into smaller groups. It felt like an eternity, and Naruto feared that Kakashi would suddenly bust through the door, but a call from One of the clones caught his attention as he was looking out on the grounds. "Boss, we're done," he called out. Naruto turned back to see that the one large pile had been divided into 5 smaller groups. He mentally dispelled them and his eyes widened at how much the big pile amounted to. 100 million ryo. He thought, dumbfounded. What the hell was he planning to do with all this money? He asked himself. He pondered over that for a while, in the meantime sending a shadow clone to give Kakashi a report of what he found. Altered, of course. Finally he came to a decision, considering that this was a higher class mission. 1 million ryo could be taken from this and ease the burden off to Zuna. From the 99 million that remains, he would leave 90 million for the wave country, while the rest of it he could take it for himself. Now that would normally make him feel disgusted with himself taking the money that should go to the people of the wave country, unless he hadn't taken a look at Gato's records. Wave wasn't a rich country to begin with, so Gato didn't have much to siphon off, but what he did was no small figure. 30 million collected over a number of years was a very large amount. Naruto believed that tremendously eased the burden of feeling guilty from his mind. He was giving back 3 times the original amount of money. With a firm nod to himself, took out 3 sealing scrolls. With the help of some clones, he divided the money into 3 parts. 1 for Konoha, 1 for Wave, and 1 for himself. He sealed his part first and put it in his right hip pouch just in time as Kakashi entered the room. "What ridiculous amount of money," he breathed. Naruto slipped into his normal and innocent mode, the mode he usually used to take the blame off himself after pranks. Keeping his voice level, he nodded and said, "Yeah, makes you want to think what you would do if you had this kind of money." They both looked at the pile of money. Naruto added in, "I already divided the pile up. 1 million for the cost of this mission, 90 million for this country to get back on its feet." He was counting on Kakashi, assuming that there was 91 million ryo. Thankfully for him, Kakashi did just that. Kakashi nodded, not suspecting Naruto in the least. "Good, you got some sealing scrolls." After seeing him nod, he motioned, "Seal them separately. And let's get back. I've found what I needed." Hurriedly sealing the other 2 parts, they exited the headquarters. Flashback end. After they came back, it all went downhill. People who had abandoned Tazuna had come back to build the bridge. Naruto and Kakashi had informed Tazuna about the money they had taken from Gato's headquarters. Kakashi told him that he didn't need to pay Konoha for the increased difficulty of the mission, since they had already taken it from Gato, which Tazuna thanked Kakashi massively for. A massive celebration was held after the bridge was completed. The celebration lifted Naruto's spirits greatly, especially the part where Inari looked like he wasn't the host of a pity party anymore. Naruto was subjected to hero worship, a concept he is grossly unfamiliar with. Nevertheless, he took it in stride and indulged him as best as he could. Finally, the day came when the team finally returned to Konoha. They were standing at the end of the bridge facing a massive crowd. The Konoha shinobi graciously accepted the thanks given by all the people they faced. The family who had hosted them at last. Naruto could say without doubt that he had never seen the small family of 3 so happy before. Inari, it seemed, had finally stopped clinging onto Kaisa's memory and moved on. "I can't thank you guys enough for doing all of this for us. You have done such a great favor to us that I don't think we can ever repay you." Waving off the protests that came from Naruto, he brightened up even more and said, "Whenever Konoha needs some serious repairs, just call for me and I'll be there." He shook hands with Kakashi and bowed to Sasuke and Sakura, who bowed back out of respect. Turning to Naruto, he offered his hand out to shake. Naruto looked surprised for a moment, but recovered and gave a strong handshake to Tazuna with a genuine smile. "We really are going to miss you, Naruto," he said. Much to his amusement, Naruto blushed a little before acknowledging the Man's comment. Naruto looked down to see Inari struggling to hold back his tears. It was a clear failure though, as tears flew like a bursting dam. You told me not to cry, he said as he furiously wiped his tears. Naruto smiled softly as he knelt down. It doesn't apply when you are happy, alright? Don't hesitate to cry if you are happy, promise me. He offered a hand. Inari gave a watery smile but shook Naruto's hand with as much force as he could. Hi Naruto Nichan. With that he stood up and with a final goodbye Kakashi steered his team back to Konoha. A man in the crowd shouted, "What are we going to name this bridge?" Everyone murmured similar things. Eyes turning to Tazuna, Inari tugged Tazuna's pants. Gigi, let's name it after Naruto Nichan, a childlike suggestion from a small child who wanted something that reminded him of the person he looked up to near him, but it clicked perfectly in Tazuna's mind. A full smile blossomed on Tazuna's face at his grandson's suggestion. You're right, let's name it the Great Naruto Bridge. He felt it was a great name considering how Naruto played a big part in giving the town its hope back, and not to mention he brightened up their family considerably. The ride back home was not what Naruto's teammates called pleasant. It was a very unfortunate way for them to discover what a speed freak Naruto was. Sasuke's jealousy reared its head when he saw his blonde teammate telling to Kakashi that they are going too slow and he was speeding up and he will meet them at the Konoha gates. That did not sit well with Sasuke. With that, Naruto had ran ahead of Kakashi, who knew exactly what Naruto was up to. He was trying to rile Sasuke up, and judging from the impressive scowl on Sasuke's face, it was working spectacularly. Kakashi was more than glad to sit back and watch the show. Sasuke increased his speed to catch up to Naruto, who would, unknown to Sasuke, smirk playfully and increased his speed so that he was just ahead of Sasuke. This continued until Sasuke was panting to just maintain his speed instead of outright falling behind his whole team. When they reached Konoha, no one was gladder than Sasuke, who was barely standing from all the exertion. Naruto, on the other hand, was barely panting. In fact, he seemed to be in deep thought. Sasuke mustered a glare as best as he could while panting heavily. You are a freak, he said. Naruto, for his credit, blinked once and turned to him with a confused look. Huh, did you say something? It proved too much for Sasuke, who collapsed. Sakura ran to him, worry written all over his face. Naruto scoffed and turned to Kakashi, who giving him a strange look. It almost felt like reverence and pride. They grow so fast, he heard the man mutter while wiping a fake tear from his eye. Naruto rolled his eyes and spoke, are we going to the Hokage's office or not? XXXXXXX. The visit to the old man was interesting. When Kakashi first told him what had actually happened on the supposedly C-rank mission, he took a deep breath and calmly asked the genin to wait outside his office while he had a word with Kakashi. Naruto had figured out instantly what was going to happen and walked out, but not before giving a shit-eating grin to Kakashi, whose eye visibly twitched. He knew that the blonde knew he was going to get chewed out, and he was enjoying it. 15 minutes of chewing out later, they were called back into the office again, where the Hokage congratulated them on surviving the mission and then congratulated them individually on their performance, though things got a little awkward because he had nothing to praise Sakura for. After telling them to collect their pay from the mission desk, he told them to leave except for Naruto. Kakashi told Naruto to be at their training spot at 8. Before walking out, Naruto, I want you to tell me the truth. Are you alright? His eyes were full of concern. Naruto smiled softly. Gigi, I'm fine. I've made my peace with what I did back on the bridge. If I hadn't did what I did, those thugs would have continued to terrorize the town. Also, giving the country a wave to rebuild itself was enough to lessen the burden on my mind, he explained. Hiraishin searched his face for any sign of lie and exhaled in relief when he found none when he had heard it. The first time from Kakashi he was so stupefied that the pipe had dropped from his mouth. Naruto had done exactly what his father had done in the Third Great Shinobi War. He could not stop himself from looking at the portrait of his now dead successor. Seeing Minato's cold expression, he was reminded of how Minato's mere presence sent enemies running from him. He shuddered as he once again compared the similarities between Minato and Naruto, imagining Naruto instead of Minato. Oh Minato, if Naruto is even remotely similar to you, he will change the whole world. Of that I have no doubt. Looking back at Naruto, he could swear he had seen Minato standing behind his Naruto, having the same expression on his face, waving his thoughts away. He said, "All right Naruto, but if you have to talk about anything, you are welcome anytime," he added a smile. Naruto smiled and walked out of the office to the mission desk to collect his money. First, the Chunin sitting there glared at him as he handed the money to Naruto. Naruto only gave a cool smile, further infuriating the man. After taking the scroll, he immediately used the shunshin to get to his apartment. He had a lot of things to do today. After getting refreshed, he sat down at his table and made a list of what he had to do today. First, put in order out for his Hiraishin kunai. They would be a bit different than those of his father. Second, secure the money he had taken from Gato. That was the easiest, as it won't be going into the bank. Third, work out a deal to get his special kunai for free. He would have to work on that a bit. Nodding to himself, he set to work. The first and the last task he would be doing himself, while the middle one can be handled by his clone. He took out a paper and a brush and started sketching ideas for a new seal. The seal would be similar to the Nidame's Gojo Kabaku Fuda. If he wanted his third idea to work, he would have to offer the Higurashi weapons shop owner something interesting enough in return. As his order was quite tall, ideas swam in his head as he worked out the original seal. Gojo Kabaku Fuda was a simple explosive tag with a small addition, a replication seal that would create an identical tag. The second Hokage had designed the chakra circuit such that it would first replicate the original tag before exploding, then the other tag would create another tag before exploding as well, and so on. This would result in a chain of reactions that had the potential to be as powerful as a nuclear bomb. The best thing was only the first tag would be real, the rest would only be copies. He frowned a bit. Obviously he could not give this exploding tags to Higurashi. The Nidame must have labeled this as a kinjutsu for a reason. He chewed on his bottom lip in thought as he tried to think of an alternative. He could modify a normal explosive tag to increase the power, but that was it. What else could he do? His eyes suddenly brightened up as he remembered his battle on the bridge, how he had used the kunai cage bunshin. It was similar to the tandem exploding tags, only it required a bit more chakra. I could simply replace the idea of exploding tags with kunai, he thought in satisfaction as he set to altering the seal to suit the kunai. Half an hour he looked at the tag he had managed to create. It could be mistaken for an exploding tag from a distance, but a mistake was all it was. He created a clone who took a kunai and wrapped the tag Naruto gave him. Going up to the roof, he faced the direction where the training fields were pushing half of his chakra. He threw the kunai. Normally a hail of kunai suddenly appearing would be a cause of concern, but since it was the clone's kunai and as such only a construct of chakra, it would dispel along with the clone. The clone watched with a self-satisfied smile as the kunai multiplied greatly. Seeing that the tag worked, he dispelled himself, which caused all the kunai to dispel. Gojo kunai Renden was a success. Naruto gave a grin of satisfaction as he went through the memories. The tag worked, which means he could now go to the weapons shop. Gathering the tags, he stood up and created a shadow clone's instructions already Given he then used the body flicker to get to the Higurashi weapons shop, opening the door of the store. He blinked at the girl who was standing behind the counter. She wore a pink Chinese top with a green lower and had her hair tied in 2 buns. She smiled at him. "Hello, what do you need, Naruto?" Rose an eyebrow at her. It was obvious that she was a ninja from the headband, and a one that specialized in weapons, judging from her heavily calloused hands. "I'm Uzumaki Naruto. You are?" he asked politely. "Of course," Tenten replied. "Higurashi Tenten, nice to meet you." "Ah, so she was the daughter of the owner," he mused. "Tenten, I need 40 kunai, 30 shuriken and 7 explosive tags," he said. Tenten wrote down the order and said, "Okay, I'll be back soon." As she walked away, he called out, "Tenten." She turned around, blinking at him. "Yes." Naruto smiled and asked, "Could you also call your father? I have a special order I need to run by him." Tenten narrowed her eyes at him a bit, which he responded by giving a cool smile. Nonetheless, she went to fetch his order and her father. He looked around the shop a bit, blinking. When the memories of his shadow clones came to him, he nodded. When he saw where the money was hidden, a place that no one except him knew, that would only be used in case of emergency, he snapped back to awareness as he saw a large man coming from the back of the shop. He was heavily built, as expected of a weaponsmith, even though his large stature added to the intimidation factor. He had a gentle smile on his face. Tenchi smiled as he saw who had requested his presence. No matter how many times he saw him, Naruto only looked more like his old friend Minato. "Naruto, how can I help you today?" Naruto smiled and nodded his greeting. "Tenchi-san, I have a special order that only you can see." He gave an apologetic look to Tenten, who gave a playful pout, but smiled and went inside the shop, taking out a piece of paper from the counter and a brush. He started sketching. Tenchi's eyes widened as he started to recognize the shape that was being formed. It was the famed kunai of the Yondaime, only a bit different. While Minato's kunai's side prongs were slightly curved in a semicircular shape, Naruto's kunai's side prongs were straight, if not a bit shorter than the original design. The middle prong was also a bit longer, unusual like his father's, but not impractical at all. Seeing where Naruto was going with this, he said, "I can see that you want your design a bit different, but it can be done." Naruto then decided to put his proposal forward. "I was also hoping to arrange a deal between us for a future discount on these kunai, a trade if you will." Tenchi rose an eyebrow in interest. "Oh." Naruto grinned and pulled out the additional tags that he created. "I think you will be very interested in these." In 10 minutes he explained how the Gojo kunai Renden worked. At the end of his explanation, he put his offer on the table. "I keep supplying you these tags for free. In return, you supply me the special kunai for free. A fair trade." Considering their battle potential, Tenchi rubbed his chin in thought. He could see that the tags had a very high chance of selling. Hell, he might even say that the value of the tags were higher than the tri-pronged kunai, as it was only an oddly shaped kunai and nothing more. Still, he needed to see how much thought Naruto had put into making these tags. "I don't know, Naruto, don't you ninjas have a jutsu that multiplies the number of kunai as well? Why would they use this tag and not that jutsu?" Naruto had half expected this question, so he answered, "The kunai cage bunshin as a variant of cage bunshin, so it uses up a large amount of the user's chakra, leaving them very little chakra and a high risk of getting chakra exhaustion quickly. In my tags, you only have to push a little chakra to multiply the number of kunai by large." Tenchi grinned. "You have a deal, Naruto. As long as you keep supplying these to me, you can get your order for free." Naruto grinned and held out his hand for Tenchi to shake. "Then we have a deal. You can keep these tags. So how long before I can get 30 of my kunai?" Tenchi shrugged. "You can collect them from me tomorrow." Naruto smiled and nodded, walking Out of the store after collecting and paying for the order he gave to Tenten, he blinked when he saw. It was already early evening. Might as well get some training done, master those jutsus back from the wave, he decided as he made his way to the Senju library. He proceeded to spend the entire night training with his shadow clones, which were in an absurd amount of 200 Suiten Daibakufu no jutsu. To his pleasant surprise, required him to reduce only 2 more hand seals, bringing the number to 8. The Suiryuden, on the other hand, would require much more training, reducing the hand seals to 30 was good and all, but the Nidame was able to do it with just 4 hand seals. Finishing his training for the day, he turned in exhausted more than he would like to admit. Naruto had a very uneventful start of the day. After he got up at 5, did his regular running routine with increased resistance, came back and showered. He ate omelets for breakfast, played around with seals until it was 10 minutes to 11, and then went to meet his teammates, who were irritated and angry at Kakashi again. He thought that maybe Kakashi might give them something interesting to do, like another C rank mission or some training, but no, they did some lame D rank mission of taking the weeds out of someone's garden before Kakashi dismissed them, saying something about keep training. After that, he was aimlessly roaming around thinking about what happened after their mission. It was the only highlight of his day until now. Flashback. Alright, you are dismissed, Kakashi said in his ever lazy tone, eyes not moving from his book. Naruto groaned. Come on, Kakashi-sensei, it is only noon right now. We have half the day to do some training. While Sasuke and Sakura didn't say anything, Naruto knew even they wanted something interesting to happen. Kakashi calmly flipped a page. Naruto, I dismissed you already. You can do your own training now. He looked up from the pages. Trust me, it's better that you all train by yourself right now. Perfect whatever you have learned until now. I Smiling, he was gone in a puff of smoke. Sakura turned to Sasuke, blushing lightly. Sasuke-kun, would you go out with me today now that we're free? As usual, Sasuke scoffed and walked away, saying, You heard Kakashi-sensei, I'm going to train myself. He looked at her from the corner of his eye. It's better that you do too right now. You are the weakest member of this team. Naruto winced at his teammates' blunt words, but what he said was true. A simple punch was enough to take Sakura out, which was not a good thing. Shaking his head, he formed a half ram and vanished in a wind, Shunshin, leaving Sakura to her thoughts. He was walking towards a dango shop when he saw Team 10 coming out, chewing on some dango. Smiling, he walked towards them to catch up with Shikamaru and Choji. Oi, Shikamaru, Choji. The mentioned genin looked up in surprise and smiled when they saw Naruto waving towards them. Yo, Naruto. Shikamaru gave a lazy wave while Choji was more enthusiastic. Ino, on the other hand, scowled a bit. She never liked Naruto. He was too loud and annoying, according to her. Naruto stopped in front of them. What's up? Where's Asuma-sensei? Choji replied. Asuma-sensei dismissed us for the day. What about you, Naruto? Naruto shrugged in response. Kakashi-sensei dismissed us early too. Very unusual of him, if you ask me. Ino couldn't hold back her sneer. Well, no one's asking you. Naruto glanced at Ino and rose an eyebrow. Nice to see you too, Ino. That was all he said before he turned to Shikamaru, asking if he and Choji could spar with him. Shikamaru sighed, muttering troublesome under his breath, but agreed along with Choji. It would allow them to see how far they have come, though he knew that they wouldn't be defeating Naruto anytime soon. Ino scoffed, smirking at Naruto. You really shouldn't be asking to spar with Shikamaru and Choji. They would wipe the floor with you dead last. Choji did not like what Ino implied, and he prepared to defend Naruto when Naruto spoke before him, amusement written all over his face. Oh really? Ino nodded. Even I could kick your ass, I bet that. On the C rank turned a rank. Your team went on. Sasuke-kun saved your ass and defeated Zabuza. Naruto looked confused and asked Shikamaru, "How do you guys know about that?" Shikamaru replied, "Asuma-sensei apparently heard it from your sensei and told us." Naruto nodded and turned back to Ino. This was the perfect opportunity for him to teach Ino a lesson about how to not act like a bitch. He asked her, "How about a spar, Ino? If you said you can beat me, then I wouldn't mind a workout right now before losing to you." Ino smirked, thinking she could easily beat him. "Then let's go." Training ground 10. After they reached there, Naruto and Ino stood in front of each other with Shikamaru acting as the referee. "This is only a spar. You only knock the other unconscious, not kill them. Are you ready?" Even speaking in his lazy tone, he sounded serious. Must be a Nara thing, he mused. Naruto and Ino nodded, falling into their stances. Shikamaru chopped the air. "Hajime," he fell back. After that, Naruto, keeping his guard up and deciding to bait Ino, relaxed and put his hands in his pockets. Ino scowled and asked, "What the hell are you doing?" Naruto cleaned his ear. "It's just that you don't threaten me, Ino." Ino snarled and dashed forward, throwing a punch intending on breaking his nose. Her anger turned into shock when Naruto simply stopped her punch with one hand. He didn't even look like he tried. Shikamaru and Choji were surprised as well, but not as much as Ino. They knew Naruto was not the dead last, even in academy. If anything, he was perhaps the strongest of the rookies. "Ino's going to get beat up, isn't she, Shikamaru?" Shikamaru simply hummed in response. Ino was getting very frustrated. Naruto was dodging her attacks like he had all the time in the world, and he was blocking them like they had no power behind them. She decided to goad him. "HMPH, are you too afraid of countering, or you don't know how to counter at all?" Naruto was quickly getting bored of Ino's pathetic attacks and pathetic ways of goading him. "Better to end this, otherwise I'm gonna fall asleep," he thought. Catching a punch that was coming towards his face, he gave a devastating punch to her gut, knocking the air out. He didn't even give her time to fall to her knees, following with an uppercut to her chin that was strong enough to straighten her up, and finishing off with a spinning back kick that knocked her a few feet back. Ino was barely keeping from crying in pain. Her stomach felt like someone had been jumping on it for an hour, and she was pretty sure a few of her teeth were knocked loose. She barely registered Naruto's mocking voice. "You sure showed me, Ino. You're just as pathetic as Sakura. What were you saying about kicking my ass again?" Gritting her teeth, she fought the pain and began to form hand seals, only to get knocked out. Naruto shook his head. "Some people are nothing but full of air." He then glanced at the other two, who were barely surprised. "Well, patch her up and tell her that the next time blows hot air, it better be fire for her own sake." With that, he walked away. Flashback, and Naruto was snapped out of his musings when he heard something behind him. Glancing back, he barely registered the urge to smack his forehead when he saw a brown box with two holes facing him. It was an eventful day, meeting the old man's grandson. He had managed to somehow become a rival of Konohamaru. In becoming the Hokage, he had knocked some sense into that boy's head, showing him that not everybody bowed to him just because he was the Hokage's grandson. Ever since that day, he became an object of hero worship. Turning to the box, he said with some exasperation, "Konohamaru, square boxes with holes don't exist, you know." A squeaky, muffled voice came from the box. "Wow, discovering my presence this early as I expected from my rival and my hero." There was a bright explosion of colored smoke from which three figures emerged, coughing. "Hey, you used too much powder." It was then they noticed Naruto looking at them with something akin to amusement. Naruto was looking at Konohamaru and two other kids he had never seen. One was a boy with black hair, glasses, and a runny nose. The other was a girl with orange hair, a slight blush on both of her cheeks. Konohamaru grinned. Up to Naruto. Boss, you have some time, right? Naruto looked confused at what he was trying to say at first, but he quickly pieced it together. Hyper 8-year-old kid with friends asking if he was free or not. Yep, they wanted him to play ninja with them. How about you humor them? Kurama asked with a grin. Naruto rolled his eyes. If I humor them, Kurama, I would be stuck with them all day. That is something I don't want to do, he said with resignation, turning his attention back to Konohamaru. He said, while I do have some time, I won't be playing ninja with you. You guys get too carried away. He tried to gently let him down, then something struck him. Hey, you haven't introduced your friends. Who are they? I'm Udon and I like numbers, the black-haired boy greeted in what was the deadliest voice possible. And I'm Moegi, the most beautiful kunoichi in Konoha, the orange-haired girl said in a bubbly voice. Naruto smiled. God, how innocent these kids are. What's the point of a ninja playing ninja? A voice that sounded detached came. All of them turned to look at Sakura, who looked like someone had just told her Sasuke was gay. Naruto's expression became his usual bored, indifferent look. Sakura, what are you doing here? Before Sakura could reply, Konohamaru nudged Naruto with a sly look. Hey boss, she's your, right? He asked, holding up a pinky with a smirk. Naruto chuckled. No, Konohamaru, she's just my teammate. That seemed to fire up Konohamaru even more. Just what I expected from my rival. Her forehead is huge and her chest as flat as a board. Naruto's head snapped to Sakura to see her reaction. Konohamaru might as well have signed his death. Sakura's mood did a full 180 after hearing the kid wearing the blue scarf. She got a menacing look on her face and cracked her knuckles, clearly saying, "You are dead." Naruto pushed Konohamaru. Run kid, I'll meet you later. Konohamaru needed to more pushing as he ran in the opposite direction with his friends. Screaming in horror, Naruto shook his head and made to follow him, ignoring Kurama's chuckles. That kid has a lot to learn, he thought as he made a shadow clone who took after Konohamaru while he took a different path. If he was fast enough, his little rival wouldn't have bumps in his head. He kept his sensing active to track Sakura's signature and made his turn such that he would meet them in the opposite direction. What he did not expect was face the back of two shinobi his age, one boy and a girl. The boy holding up Konohamaru, who was terrified. That's not good, he thought as he perfectly switched with his clone, and that was when he got a good look at the foreigners. The one that held Konohamaru honestly looked like a cat with how his headwear looked. He was wearing face paint of all things, black sandals, black shirt and black pants. The other one was the one who caught his attention in a way that no girl had caught before. He somehow couldn't stop staring at her. She was by far the most beautiful kunoichi he had ever laid his eyes on. She wore a single light purple colored off the shoulders garment that extended to halfway down her thighs with a red sash tied around her waist. She wore a fishnet over her exposed shoulders, along with on her left thigh and right calf. She was also carrying a large fan on her back. She had her hair towed up in 4 ponytails with a rather developed chest for her age, which he guessed was a year higher, that them curves in all the right places. Slightly tanned skin, sandy blonde hair and alluring teal eyes. Temari noticed the blonde boy staring at her and couldn't help the slight blush that came onto her age. He was pretty tall, easily a bit above 5 feet and obviously well built, if how his clothes fit him were anything to go by. His hair, to her pleasant surprise, was a very golden shade of blonde bordering on yellow. She looked at his eyes and her blush darkened a bit. His eyes were the most beautiful azures she had ever seen, staring at her with curiosity and something else she couldn't identify, but it gave her a warm feeling. She shook her head and focused on her brother, who was glaring at the kid with annoyance. That hurt you? Damn brat. He was clearly pissed off. Naruto decided that now was the time to intervene and with a hidden signal to his clone spoke up. You might want to put him down, Kabuki boy. That only seemed to piss him off even more. Yeah, what if I don't? He then froze, getting the unmistakable feeling of a kunai on his neck. I don't need to say it, right? Temari looked with wide eyes as the blonde who was standing before them had somehow made a clone who was holding a kunai to her brother's neck, and they hadn't even seen him move. He's good, she thought as she saw Kankuro grudgingly release the boy who ran and hid behind the blonde's legs. A second later a pebble hit his hand, which he clutched in pain and cried out, "Who did that?" Naruto couldn't help the sigh that came out. Didn't he say he was going to train? He had already sensed Sasuke, who was standing on the branch of the tree behind him, bouncing a pebble in his hands with a superior look on his face. Interestingly, he also sensed another guy who was giving off a very malicious feeling and oozing off killing intent like nobody's business. Deciding to address it later, he turned his attention back to in front of him. Sasuke-kun, Sakura! Shrieked. Naruto rubbed his ringing ears at the terrible soprano. Temari looked at Sasuke. He's cute, but he's nowhere as handsome as the blonde. She smirked, eyes turning back to check Naruto out. Kankuro snarled and made to grab the package on his back, which Naruto deduced to be a puppet, judging from their sand headbands and the fact that Suna is known for puppets. When he decided to intervene, Temari asked, "You're going to use Karasu?" Kankuro, wait, his sudden exclamation momentarily stopped the sand shinobi. Momentarily he pointed to the tree behind him. I just wanted to know if the guy standing behind my teammate is with you or not. Both of their eyes widened along with Sasuke's, who whipped around to see a redhead standing upside down on a branch behind him. He had a kanji for love on his forehead, teal eyes with black rings around his eyes, giving him an appearance like a tanuki, and he was carrying a gourd on his back. He disappeared in a whirl of sand and reappeared by the side of the puppet kid. Kankuro, stop it, we're not here to cause trouble, stop embarrassing our village. He spoke in a voice so cold that even Naruto shivered. However, the reactions of the sand shinobi were even more scared. Kankuro stammered out an apology. Gee, Gaara, they started it. They shut up or I'll kill you, Gaara said in his deadly voice. Kankuro shut up immediately. Gaara turned to the Konoha shinobi. Apologies to you guys. They made to walk off when Sasuke jumped in front of Naruto and demanded in an arrogant voice, "You there, what's your name?" Pointing to Gaara, all three of them turned with Gaara speaking. Sabaku no Gaara, what's yours? Sasuke gave off a challenging smirk. Uchiha Sasuke. I wasn't talking to you, Gaara said monotonously, eyes turning to Naruto, who straightened up. Uzumaki Naruto, he said in a strong voice. Eyes shifting to Temari, he smiled and asked, "What's yours?" Temari smiled in return. Sabaku no Temari, nice to meet you. They looked into each other's eyes and kept staring, neither wanting to look away. Unfortunately, Sakura chose this moment to speak up. Listen, although Konoha and Suna are allies, our treaty prevents shinobi from entering each other's villages without permission. State your purpose. Naruto simply looked on, his face not betraying anything. Temari spoke up, holding up her passport. As you can see, we're genin of Sanagakure no Sato K's no Kuni. We've come to this village to take part in the Chunin exams. She gave a mocking smile to her. Don't you know, being the genin of the host village? Naruto gave a shake of head from behind Sakura, clearly mouthing, our sensei hasn't informed us yet. Temari had thankfully seen him and received his message, giving him a nod. The three Sand siblings then turned and walked away, leaving Team 7 with Konohamaru and his friends. XXXXXXX. You all should already know why people from other villages are here. The Hokage addressed the assembly of Jonin. And Chunin Kakashi spoke up, is it that time of the year already, Hokage-sama? Asuma replied to him. I believe so. I have already seen a few shinobi the age of our genin in our village. Kurenai spoke up. When is it, Hokage-sama? 7 days from now. Kurenai-chan. Now will all the jonin step forward? Who were in charge of the newest batch of genin? Asuma, Kakashi and Kurenai stepped forward. Hiraishin gave them a contemplative stare and asked, do you wish to enter any of your genin in the exams? Kakashi spoke up, from the squad that I lead, Team 7, I recommend Uzumaki Naruto Uchiha Sasuke and Haruna Sakura to the Chunin selection exams under the name Hitaki Kakashi. Asuma spoke next, from the squad that I lead, Team 10, I recommend Nara Shikamaru Akamichi Choji and Yamanaka Ino to the Chunin selection exams under the name Sarutobi. Asuma. Kurenai was the last, from the squad that I lead, Team 8, I recommend Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba and Aburame Shino to the Chunin selection exams under the name Yuhi Kurenai. The crowd behind them erupted into murmurs. All three of them nominated their teams, all the genin being entered are fresh rookies. It's been so long since rookies have been entered in the Chunin exams. Iruka, who had been standing in the back and watching his former students who were not even 1 year into their career get nominated for the Chunin exams, could hold it any more. Please wait, Hokage-sama. Permission to speak? Hiraishin gave him a silent nod. To continue, Iruka then spoke frantically, excuse me for saying this, but your 9 students were once my students in the academy. They need more experience before they enter the Chunin exams. Kakashi knew that Iruka was worried about Naruto, but he was now Kakashi's student, not Iruka's, so he spoke up in a serious tone that betrayed his lazy posture. I became a Chunin when I was 6 years younger than Naruto. Iruka's comeback was spot on. Don't compare Naruto to yourself, Kakashi. He is different. Kakashi knew that Naruto could easily ace the exams, but he addressed the issue that was common among all genin. The genin are starting to believe that a shinobi's life is easy, putting them in dangerous situations might set them straight. Iruka began speaking. But they are not your students anymore, Iruka-sensei. They are my subordinates now, and as such I am the one who will make such decisions for them. He sternly reminded the gentle Chunin sensei. Hiraishin spoke to the defeated Iruka. Iruka, I see where you are coming from. Iruka lightened up a bit, which is why the rookies will be put through a special preliminary round. Dismissed. As soon as the siblings left, Naruto bowed a hasty goodbye to Konohamaru and shunshined out of their straight to training ground 6. That team he noted doesn't train much, so they wouldn't mind him using their training ground, as he created a few shadow clones for sparring. Kurama briefly brought him into his mindscape. Naruto, do you know why that boy felt so familiar to you? He asked, tail swaying behind him as he looked at Naruto. Naruto folded his arms. Good to know that it wasn't just me. Then I believe that he is another Jinchuriki. Kurama nodded. Exactly, but be on guard. His Biju is dangerous, and because of who is inside him, it's possible that the boy is completely mad. Naruto tilted his head curiously. It's not every day that the 9-tailed fox says someone is powerful. Just who is inside him? Kurama, the one-tailed raccoon Shukaku. He is the weakest of the tailed beasts and batshit insane. He said it with a serious face at which Naruto would have laughed if not for the fact that he realized that another Jinchuriki is roaming unchecked in Konoha. Jinchuriki, according to the stuff he has read up until now, are usually sent into other villages so they can burn or crush it into the ground, and he didn't see any person with Gaara who was in charge of him. Konkuro and Temari certainly couldn't control him. Evidenced by how much afraid they are of him. Kurama continued, you notice the black rings around his eyes. It means that he hasn't slept in years probably. Naruto went wide-eyed at that. What the hell? Kurama nodded in complete seriousness. Suna doesn't have any great seal master, so the seal on that Jinchuriki is quite loose compared to yours. If the host falls asleep, Shukaku will take control and come out. Best be on guard because he already got you in his sights, no doubt from sensing my presence within you. Naruto agreed. Thanks for the warning, Kurama. I'll keep it in mind. With that he exited his mindscape and focused on the defending exercise as he blocked and dodged every strike from his clones. He hoped that Kakashi would enter them in the Chunin exams. Then another thought came to his mind, more specifically a person. He smiled wistfully as he punched a clone in the ribs, dispelling it. He had never seen such a beautiful girl ever before. Then again, there weren't many girls of his age in Konoha, and Ino and Sakura didn't count. He knew from the day he saw them that he wouldn't be liking them anytime soon. Temari was different, however, and in a good way. Her looks were quite exotic, especially her eyes. He had never seen eyes of that color, and he had to admit it was quite easy getting lost in them for him. He knew from his own observations that his own eye color was one of a kind in all of Konoha. Her being a blonde like him was only a plus point in his eyes. From what he had observed and could tell, she and the two other shinobi were siblings, with Temari being the oldest. It was pretty easy to reach that conclusion. Temari and Gaara shared the same eyes and facial shape, but Temari shared the shape of her eyes with Kankuro, not to mention the way she acted with him, very much like an older sister who was used to bashing her brother's head but didn't because they were in public. And that smirk, oh Kami, he could say with full certainty that it was the sexiest smirk he had seen among the girls of his age, which was quite ironic seeing he created the sexy jutsu. Her smile was not far behind, though it could easily beat her smirk when coupled with the very pretty blush that came over her face while she was looking at him. He could not wait to see her again. XXXXXXX Team 7 was standing on the bridge and as usual waiting for their tardy mess of a sensei. It had been almost 3 hours when Sakura finally cracked with a scream of frustration that no doubt scared the birds resting a mile away. She ranted, "Arg, why does Kakashi-sensei always make us wait when he's the one who always calls us?" She began ranting about she had woken up late and hadn't had the chance to blow dry her hair. Naruto and Sasuke glanced at each other, sharing a look of shared suffering. While Naruto had just turned up 20 minutes ago, he still couldn't bear Sakura's incessant nonsense. Why the hell does she have to be so damn loud every time, was the thought that went through the boys' heads. Naruto finally sensed Kakashi's presence heading their way and straightened up. Sasuke, who had learned to read Naruto's body language after a while, straightened up as well, knowing that his teammate had sensed someone coming their way. True enough, there was a puff of smoke which turned out to be Kakashi waving a hand at them. He had the never to cheerfully excuse himself. "Hello there, I got lost on the road of life today." "Only someone like you could get lost on a one-way road," Naruto grumbled, hands in his pockets and giving Kakashi a deadpan look. "I'll pretend you didn't say that and get to the point." He held up 3 application tickets. "I nominated you 3 for the Chunin selection exams. You are not forced to take it, however you have a choice whether to take part in it or not." How he managed to say in his ever-lazy tone of voice and still sound serious was beyond Naruto's understanding. Must be innate talent, he mused. Though if you do decide to take them, go to the academy in 6 days at 3 in the afternoon, room 301, he added. They were dismissed after that. Naruto suggested that they get lunch together, after which they can go their separate ways to train. While they were walking to Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto noticed that Sakura looked quite uncertain, which matched the feeling of her chakra. Something bothering you, Sakura? Sakura blinked and looked at Naruto, a nervous smile appearing in her face. No, Naruto. Everything's fine. Sasuke too noticed her behavior but kept quiet as long as she was ready for the Chunin exams. It was fine. Naruto, on the other hand, had doubts. He knew that Chunin exams were no joke. Ninja from all the villages participated, and at times death happened. He would be scared too if he didn't train his ass off every day. Hope this exam teaches you a lesson, Sakura. The world of shinobi is not a place for fangirls, he grimly thought to himself. They went into the bar and were greeted by Tucci with a warm grin. Oh, Naruto and his team, come and have a seat. Naruto grinned. Old man Tucci never failed to bring a smile on his face. His amusement grew when he heard Sasuke mutter, "Stop saying it like he is the leader of this team." As they sat down on the stools, Tucci asked for orders. Naruto was the first to speak. "I'll have 2 miso ramen please." Sakura spoke next. 1 Tariniki ramen please. Sasuke was the last. "I'll have a tonkatsu ramen thank you." Naruto envied the way Sasuke ordered his food. The arrogance came so natural to him. Naruto wished that he could do it as well. He turned to Sakura, who looked worried about something. Come to think of it, she has been acting strange ever since the topic of Chunin exams came up. He thought, it's not that strange for weaklings to feel this way when they are faced with the unknown. Kurama offered his view. Naruto rolled his eyes and ignored the comment, though he didn't deny it either, so he decided to talk to her. Speaking in a low tone, he asked her, "Sakura, how do you feel about the Chunin exams?" Sakura was startled when he suddenly spoke to her, calming down herself. She was about to tell him to mind his own business when she met his eyes so full of sincerity, and he seemed to genuinely want to listen to her. She hesitated, not sure of how she should say it. It's kind of scary, you know. Right now I know that I'm not ready, but when will I know that I am?" Her thoughts were very much jumbled up right now to be phrased properly. Naruto said nothing until their order arrived. He separated his sticks in. As he waited for it to cool a bit, he spoke. "I won't sugarcoat my words, Sakura, but you haven't trained seriously since the academy, and even then you probably did the bare minimum of what the instructors told to do, didn't you?" Her silence and shameful expression told him that his deduction was spot on. A side glance also told him that Sasuke was eating his food quietly, not paying any attention to them, but that did not fool Naruto, who smirked when he observed Sasuke's body was tilted towards their side. He continued, "Ever since the academy and even after when our team was formed, you kept neglecting your training in favor of pining after Sasuke, even going on a diet in the process." He didn't stop eating his food at all, looking as if talking about the weather. Sakura felt like she wanted to find a hole and climb into it and never come out. She wanted so badly to tell Naruto to shut up, but bitter truth in his words stopped her from doing it. She would be lying to herself that she did not know what Naruto was talking about. Naruto kept a careful eye on the pink-haired girl now that she had seen her situation laid bare in front of her instead of being buried deep inside her mind. It was time to let her know of the consequences. Now look at yourself. You don't have the physique required for a strong kunoichi. Your neglect of training means you have no grasp of the basic skills to improve further upon them. Your weapon throwing is mediocre at best. All you have is excellent chakra control, but let's face it, you aren't the only one who does. Kakashi-sensei said that you are a genjutsu type, but you don't know any genjutsu, nor can you dispel one as proven in the bell test. In short, one hit is all what anyone needs to take you out. He finished his meal and was now looking straight at her. He won't stop now. Sakura needed to hear this. It was time she faced the facts. Sakura was barely keeping from bursting out in tears. Everything Naruto said was true, and while she hated to admit it. The facts made her sound pathetic. Ever since the academy she had only increased her efforts in impressing Sasuke instead of bettering herself. She had repeatedly told herself that Sasuke would save her whenever she would be in danger. Her being with Sasuke on the same team only reinforced that belief, but in the C rank turned A rank she felt for the first time that she was the one who was utterly useless on their team. What was worse was that she did not do anything to change it after returning, still hoping to get together with Sasuke. Oh, one hit. Am I really that pathetic and useless? She knew the answer to that question. While she did have some natural strength, it was useless to her if she did not know how to use it. Naruto and Sasuke were strong too, but what made them strong? That they had the strength to take a hit and get back up only to dish it back with even greater ferocity. Sakura could dish it out, and even that was questionable, but couldn't take the punishment. She couldn't take a punch to her gut and have the strength to get up. Naruto had been quietly watching Sakura, and he had to say the girl looked just one more truth away from bursting into tears. He had, while Sakura was wallowing in guilt, quietly motioned Sasuke to leave. The dark-haired boy had looked outraged that Naruto was waving him away like a servant, and had almost tore into him when he saw the serious and somber look in his eyes. Naruto had mouthed to him that Sakura would be heartbroken if she were to learn that Sasuke saw her in her moment of weakness. So he quietly finished his food and went outside, leaning against the wall and waiting for them. Now that the tough part of learning about the consequences was over, it was time for some motivation. He changed the topic of the conversation, idly spinning the chopsticks between his fingers. He said, "I saw Team 10 the other day." He quietly cheered when he saw the tiny spark of interest in her eyes. On Team 10 was Sakura's rival Ino. Oh, yeah, and Ino challenged me to a spar. Can you believe that? He gave an amused shake of his head. Sakura too gave a small chuckle at that. Ino had no chance of defeating Naruto when Sasuke had trouble just trying to match him. She was a bit less pathetic than you, but pathetic all the same. Isn't she your rival? Sakura, by now she found it easier to concentrate on the conversation than her guilt. Yes, she is. Naruto adopted a look of confusion. Then why are you not trying to beat her? You don't want to lose Sasuke to her, right? That did catch her attention because her eyes now held a little panic. What do you mean by losing Sasuke? Naruto debated whether to tell her or not. This was the true key to motivating a person with a rival. Bring a common goal in between them. Ino and Sakura were still competing for Sasuke's attention, which was the perfect way for him to take advantage and motivate her. He fully turned to face her. You might not know this, but Sasuke's the last Uchiha alive who is still loyal to Konoha, and as such he has to repopulate his clan. You know what that means, right? He gave her a pointed look. A dark blush came over her face, but she nodded. She couldn't believe how Naruto could talk about it without feeling the least bit awkward. She didn't know that he did, but he just hid his awkwardness better than others. Naruto continued, to do it he will need strong women in the future. It all comes down to this. If you don't get strong enough, he will pick Ino over you and you will be left behind. The desired effect was achieved when he saw a fire light up in her eyes. Yep, she definitely couldn't stand losing to Ino. Oh, he almost forgot one more thing. The answer to your question, you won't. There is no one to tell you that you are ready. It's a leap of faith. He got up and put some money on the counter. That's all it is, Sakura. A leap of faith. He softly finished. Just before he left, he saw something he had definitely not seen in her eyes ever before: fierce determination unknown to the team. Ayame and Tucci were quietly listening in on their conversation. By the end of it, Ayame looked amazed at the way Naruto had successfully managed to motivate her. He was born to be a leader. I know it, she thought with a smile. Tucci was smiling like he was the proudest man in the world. He had been attending to Naruto for years and he always knew that Naruto was destined for great things. After witnessing firsthand Naruto's motivational speech, it only reinforced what he already knew. Naruto, you will become a great, no, the greatest Hokage this village has ever seen. Walking out, he immediately silenced Sasuke, who opened his mouth no doubt to rant at him for bringing him into this, and motioned him to follow him. They jumped onto the opposite rooftop and crouched. What are we waiting for? Sasuke whispered. Just watch, Naruto said, pointing to the ramen bar a few moments later. Sakura walked out and Sasuke could definitely see that she was different. Her fangirl was still visible in her eyes but was now overshadowed by a fierce look of determination. He watched amazed that she did not even seem to look for him, instead turning around and heading towards the training grounds. He turned to his blonde comrade who was watching Sakura go away with a smile and no small amount of self-satisfaction. What did you do? Hell, even his voice was filled with stupefaction. Naruto gave an innocent shrug, the smile still on his face. Nothing, just pointed her in the direction of success. He left after that, leaving a speechless Sasuke behind. XXXXXXX. Naruto was just roaming around the training grounds. Having finished his training 15 minutes ago, he felt really good. After motivating Sakura to become stronger today, just as he was turning to leave, he sensed it. 3 chakra signatures 200 meters away. One was average, other a bit above average, and the last, which was faintly familiar, only a bit above a civilian's. He had already sent a few clones home to prepare dinner, and since there was still time, why not train his stealth skills a bit? He jogged on, his toes cautious not to make any sound. When he was just 50 meters away, he stopped and made a half-ram seal, a puff of smoke later. A small light brown fox was standing in his place, lowering his chakra signature by a significant margin. He moved forward. This should allow me to get close, he thought as he hid 2 trees away from the chakra signatures. You heard the upcoming Chunin exams will have rookies for the first time in 5 years. The fox's eyes narrowed. I know that voice. It's Rock Lee, the kid I met during one of my morning rounds. No way, the Jonins must be trying to look good. Another voice joined in. This one held confidence bordering on overconfidence. Lee spoke again. 3 of them are from Kakashi's unit as well, you know. The last voice finally spoke, but unlike the previous 2, this held a sort of arrogance not unlike Sasuke's. That's interesting. Either way, the girl spoke, who Naruto finally identified as Tenten from the Higurashi weapons shop. That's quite pitiful for them. The arrogant voice spoke as if he already knew who was going to win. Naruto decided that was enough and turned to go back, but he cursed when he stepped on a twig he could not even sense, since he would be molding chakra, and alerting them was the last thing he wanted to do. Don't worry, the arrogant one spoke. It's just a fox. Naruto inwardly sighed in relief and ran away, and did not turn back into himself until he was out of the training grounds. The thought didn't cross his mind that how did he know that it was only a fox? One thing is for sure, these Chunin exams will definitely be interesting. XXXXXXX. 6 days passed and it was the day of the Chunin exams. Sasuke and Naruto had arrived at the academy, and Naruto could tell Sasuke was fired up like anything. The only one left to arrive was Sakura. They were simply waiting outside the gates when Sakura arrived, and there was something visibly different about her. She looked like usual, but her posture had a confidence that both of them hadn't seen before. Naruto looked into her eyes and smiled at what he saw. Resolved to see this through, and she didn't look the least bit uncertain. Good morning, Naruto. Sasuke-kun. She greeted. Sasuke, for his part, hid his surprise just barely. Whenever she greeted him, she did like a fangirl. Now she looked just like a determined Kunoichi. Good morning, Sakura. Naruto greeted with a nod. Sasuke just gave his customary grunt. "Let's stop wasting time in greetings and go," he ordered curtly, striding inside without even waiting for them. Sakura gave an amused look to Naruto, who just shrugged in a way that said, "What can you do?" They caught up to him and ascended the stairs silently and focused. The sound of a crowd caught their attention and they went to investigate. Upon arriving at the scene, they stared in surprise at the large crowd. What the hell was going on? Then Naruto sensed the genjutsu over the whole corridor and narrowed his eyes. In front of them were two guards who looked suspiciously familiar. Naruto narrowed his eyes at them and it suddenly came to him, causing him to resist a facepalm. Who were Azumo and Kotetsu trying to fool with that obvious henge? Sasuke nudged Sakura. "This is only the second floor, isn't it?" Sakura looked at him in surprise. Sasuke never ever talked to her so actively. She looked at Naruto, who gave her a thumbs up. She turned to Sasuke and spoke confidently, "Hi, since we've only climbed 2 floors, this is obviously a genjutsu." Sasuke then nodded to himself and started walking to the crowd, mostly to show off by proclaiming that a genjutsu of this caliber does not fool him. But a hand to his shoulder caused him to turn around and glare at Naruto, who was shaking his head. "The people over there still haven't noticed that they are still just on the 2nd floor," he said softly. "This is probably a test designed to weed out the weaklings, so let's just slip by nice and quiet," he suggested. Sasuke found that this was becoming quite frequent, him going off to do something, Naruto stopping him and giving a suggestion, Sasuke agreeing, albeit grudgingly, that the suggestion was better and following Naruto. Even now Naruto's suggestion was strategically better. Reducing the competition meant their chance of winning was higher. To be completely honest, Sasuke was jealous of Naruto. He was jealous of his strength, his skills, his natural charisma, the way that leadership seemed to fit with him like a glove, how it came to him so naturally. Obviously his own desire to be at the top and be leader clashed with Naruto's. He could not stand to remain second best, especially to Naruto of all people. Clenching his fists in his pockets, he nodded, and as one quietly slipped through the crowd and took the stairs to the 3rd floor. As they were heading to 301, a voice came from above them. "Hey, you, the one with the dark eyes. Please wait." They all turned and looked above to see a kid wearing a tight green jumpsuit and orange leg warmers. His black hair had a bowl cut style and he had amazingly thick eyebrows. He was looking at Sasuke. Naruto rose an eyebrow at him. "What is Lee playing at?" Lee jumped down to their level and it was only then he recognized Naruto. He gave off a blinding grin. "Naruto-kun, what a youthful surprise to see you here." Sakura and Sasuke gave Naruto mildly horrified looks. They didn't know that Naruto knew this weirdo. As for Naruto, he just took a page from Kakashi's book and gave a lazy wave in a lazy voice. "Yo." It turned out be the wrong thing to say as Lee cried out while shaking a fist. "What hip and cool attitude. Your flames of youth seem to have diminished since the last time we met." Naruto shrugged and decided to intervene in case Lee takes off on a tangent. "So, Lee, why did you stop us?" Lee suddenly sobered and turned to Sasuke. "Sorry, I got distracted. My name is Rock Lee and I wish to challenge this year's prodigy Uchiha Sasuke to a fight," Sasuke replied back coldly. "And why should I give you the time?" He gave a once-over and found him lacking any sort of strength whatsoever. He however didn't like the way Lee called him a prodigy. A prodigy should stand out of a crowd and the title felt cheap because Naruto was stronger than him. Lee smiled. "I am the strongest Konoha Genin right now, a test for myself and to see if you're as good as everyone says you are." Sasuke smirked, causing Naruto to sigh in resignation. Just a mention of a fight was enough. To get Sasuke's blood pumping 10 minutes later, he found himself looking at a beat-up Sasuke and wondered if it was a mistake or did Sasuke deliberately underestimate Lee judging from appearance. Lee was nothing special, but apparently Sasuke had never heard the phrase, "appearances can be deceiving." Lee had absolutely dominated the fight even when Sasuke had activated his Sharingan all. Throughout the fight, Sasuke had been trying to just find Lee because he was unbelievably fast. Of course, Naruto had easily followed Lee's movements because he himself had surpassed that speed with his resistance seals activated at level 11 long ago. He closely observed that even when Sasuke had just begun to react fast enough, he was smashed by Lee's superior taijutsu skills and pure speed. Just when Lee was about to end the fight, it was ended by a talking turtle of all people. "Lee, that technique is forbidden," he yelled at him. Lee bowed his head in apology. "I'm sorry, I got carried away." The turtle glared at Lee, causing him to flinch. But I wasn't planning to use the R reverse version. "Baka," the turtle exclaimed, causing Lee to flinch again. "You think that excuse will work? You should know what it means for a shinobi to expose his move." While the turtle was busy reprimanding Lee, Naruto glanced over to see if Sasuke was alright, but he wished he hadn't. Sasuke had a look of absolute loathing on his face as he glared at Lee and the turtle. I lost to that weirdo." He looked over to Sakura and saw that she was still shocked at the pure speed that Lee displayed. Looking over to Naruto, he resisted the urge to roar in rage. Naruto was looking bored just as he was before the fight. There was not a single trace of alarm or fear that Sasuke could see, which meant only one thing: Naruto was certain, no, absolutely confident that he could take on Lee and win. Just how strong is he? He doesn't look alarmed in the least. That means he knows he is stronger and faster than the weirdo. He knows he could counter Lee's every move, whereas I couldn't even follow that guy. Is Naruto even in the same league as the rest of the genin? How can I, with the Sharingan, still not match up to him? Were the thoughts rushing through his head. He hated being weaker than anyone. He turned his attention back to the turtle, who said, "Guy-sensei will take care of your punishment." An explosion of smoke erupted on the turtle's back, and when it cleared, an adult version of Rock Lee was seen standing in a ridiculous pose. "Geez, you guys are the epitome of the springtime of youth." To say Team 7 was freaked out was an understatement. They were shell-shocked at his appearance. Even Naruto was looking a bit alarmed, with Kurama screaming in his mind to make it stop. If Lee were just a few years older, no one would be able to tell the difference between him and Guy. "Lee, you fool!" Guy shouted at him, punching him in the jaw so hard that Lee flew back. Lee quickly recovered though. Guy then proclaimed, "For breaking the rule and fighting before the exam, you must complete 500 laps around Konoha before sundown." The whole of Team 7 gaped at the absurdity of the challenge, believing it to be nothing more than a joke. However, they were further shocked into disbelief at Lee's reply. "Hi, Guy-sensei." Lee's eyes were burning at the challenge, probably at how much youthful it was. Naruto mused. Naruto decided to intervene before even more weirdness took place. "Excuse me, but don't you think that you should focus on the Chunin exams right now?" Guy-sensei turned to them for the first time, looking a bit sheepish. "Oh, my bad." Turning to Lee, he coughed in his hand and said, "Lee, you will fulfill your punishment after the Chunin exams. Got it?" Lee stood at attention. "Hi, Guy-sensei." Guy then turned to the other team. "Ah, so you guys are from Kakashi's team?" Sasuke rose an eyebrow condescendingly. "You know Kakashi?" Guy chuckled as he rubbed his chin. "Kakashi and I are eternal rivals. I am leading currently with my 50 wins to Kakashi's 49. The whole Team 7 sweat dropped at that. Lee jumped in. Isn't Guy-sensei the greatest? Sasuke was studying Guy intensely, looking at the empty space. Wait, what? He and Sakura suddenly turned around to face Guy, who had gotten behind them so fast that not even a blur was visible, but Naruto showed no signs of surprise, having followed him with his eyes. Guy had only used low Jonin level speed right now. He knew that Guy had barely put effort in getting that fast to get behind them, while he could do it as well if he took his seals off. For now, he would be destroyed in a contest of speed. If Guy went full speed, there was only so much speed his 12-year body could go at before reaching a limit. Sasuke was looking at Guy with wide eyes along with Sakura. This guy, he's definitely faster than Kakashi, he thought. With a grimace, rage filled him once more. Damn it, how many people are there that I have to surpass to become capable of defeating him? Anyways, you guys should head to the room. Your exam is to begin soon. Good luck. Turning to Lee, he flashed a grin and a thumbs up. Do your best, Lee. Bask in the springtime of youth. He disappeared. After that, Lee began to wrap his bandages up, but just before he left, he turned to Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, I apologize for lying before. I am not the strongest Konoha genin. It is my teammate. I entered this exam to defeat him, and you are one of my targets as well. Please prepare yourself, and I wish you all the best. After Lee finally walked away, Naruto carefully observed Sasuke. His fists were clenched tight, along with gritted teeth and a look of frustration and rage on his face. Naruto clenched his own fists and raged in his mind. Who does he think he is? Why does he keep thinking that he is the only one who is strong and the rest are weak? He kept his face carefully neutral as he faced Sasuke. What's wrong, Sasuke? He was careful to keep his voice level. He didn't even flinch when Sasuke faced him, a look of barely contained rage on his face. Shut up. I'll slaughter him next time, he promised. Naruto only rose an eyebrow. We're in the middle of an exam, which means there is little time. Sorry, no time for you to get better than him. Maybe after the exams, but not now. And why were you so angry and frustrated before? Is it so hard to accept that there are people of our age who are stronger and faster than you? Sasuke opened his mouth to tell Naruto to mind his own business, but nothing came out. He realized with a growl that what Naruto had said was true. He was brought up with the teachings from his father that the Uchiha are the greatest, and he learned it all with pride, so it was hard for his pride to accept that there is someone who is stronger, faster than him. Ever since the massacre, he had trained his hardest every day, trying to bridge the power gap between him and him just so he could have his revenge. He thought that he had at least become stronger than his peers, only to find out how thoroughly outclassed he was among those of his own age. Naruto shook his head. One day Sasuke's superiority complex is gonna blow up in his face. Sasuke was too proud of himself, believing his power was better than others and no one could match him, but pride always had its downfall, and it didn't look like Sasuke's gonna learn that lesson anytime soon. Anyway, we should get going. We don't want to be late for the exam, Naruto said as he took the lead, with Sakura following him after giving a concerned glance to Sasuke, who followed the last. They reached the room only to see Kakashi leaning against the wall with his head buried in his porn. Kakashi looked at them and closed his book, putting his hands in his pockets. He gave them a critical look. Sakura decided to come as well. I see. Naruto frowned at his statement. What do you mean by that? His voice held a hard edge now, warning Kakashi that he better not play with the answers right now. Kakashi, for his part, didn't take offense at Naruto's tone at all. Instead, he mentally approved of how Naruto spoke. It was clear that he was in the zone, ready to tackle a challenge. He had taken on a mindset of a serious shinobi, now mentally prepared for the challenges to come. He was also surprised at the lack of uncertainty in Sakura, which he had seen on the day he had given out the Chunin form. Something had happened in between, but whatever it was he was glad for it. A mild feeling of disappointment went through him when he saw Sasuke's state. There were light bruises on his face and he looked like someone had just trampled on his ego. He mentally shook his head. Sasuke was too impulsive when it came to his pride and ego. He could never take any defeat in stride. For all his skills, Sasuke's mix of having both a superiority and an inferiority complex made him, in Kakashi's words, a sore loser. He shook these thoughts off and focused on answering Naruto. You are now officially registered to take the exams. To tell you the truth, Chunin exams can only be taken in teams of 3, so you lied that it is up to us whether we want to take part in it or not. Naruto stated, eyes narrowing. Kakashi nodded seriously. I did. I feared that if I hadn't, you two would have forced Sakura to take the exams with you, and if only they both had come here and not you, Sakura, I would have turned them away. He smiled. But I'm glad that you 3 came of your own free will. And as a team. Sakura, unnoticed by Kakashi, gave a small glance to Naruto and smiled. It's all thanks to you, Naruto. You washed away my uncertainty. Kakashi moved out of their way. Go on and then do your best. They opened the door and were surprised to see the number of genin taking the Chunin exams, and all of them were looking at them. Naruto put on his game face, which was a neutral scowl. He was internally scoffing at the pathetic amount of killing intent coming their way. He looked back to see that Sasuke was unaffected as well. Sakura too, if not for the slight bead of sweat on the side of her face. He turned back absently, wondering if he would see any of his peers. Sasuke-kun, Naruto flinched and then sighed. Kami, he hated that voice. He turned around just in time to see a blonde Missile Ino hug Sasuke tightly from behind. It's been so long since I have seen you, Sasuke-kun. I miss your dark looks, you know. Sakura spoke in a surprisingly normal tone but serious nonetheless. Let Sasuke-kun go, Ino pig. Ino glanced at Sakura, mocking her. I am surprised they let you compete. Forehead. Sakura gained a tick mark, her voice getting a bit higher. You leave my forehead out of this. Ino just stuck her tongue out at Sakura. Naruto just rolled his eyes at the immature display. Oh, you guys are competing in this stupid test too? Shikamaru's voice came as he approached with Choji. Naruto smirked and lightly commented, I didn't think you had the energy to take this exam. Shika, the said boy, sighed. It's troublesome, but Ino threatened us with our lives, so we had to. Finally found you guys. Naruto saw that it was Kiba's voice who was coming with Team 8 in tow. Hinata blushed at the sight of Naruto. Well, it looks like all the rookies are assembled. Shikamaru sighed. Geez, you guys too. Kiba hummed. I wonder how far we will get now that all of us are assembled. Sasuke. Sasuke smirked in return. You seem quite confident, Kiba. Kiba boasted, we trained a lot. We won't be losing to you. You guys should be quieter, you know, came a new voice. From behind them they all turned to see a bespectacled teenager with gray hair in a ponytail. He looked almost 17 and was wearing a Konoha Hite 8. You guys are rookies just out of the academy, right? You shouldn't be fooling around like that, he said. Ino took offense to that. Who the hell are you to tell us that? I'm Yakushi Kabuto, and just take a look around you, he gently said. Not seeming to mind her tone at all the rookies except for Naruto and Sasuke tensed up. After looking around, they were the focal point of all the attention, and it wasn't the good kind. The team behind you is from a Megakure no Sato. They have short tempers, he explained. Naruto decided that he had enough of people trying to intimidate him and his team, so he turned the tables. He didn't exude any killing intent but simply glared with his eyes. He was very much satisfied to see many of them flinch, and why shouldn't they? He had his father's eyes, and his father sent his enemies running in The opposite direction with just a look. These genin stood no chance. Kabuto-san, was it? Sakura's voice caused him to turn. Yes. Is this your second time taking these exams? No, actually it is my seventh, Kabuto admitted sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. Wow, you must really suck then. Kiba's brashness surprised no one. Kabuto shrugged, conceding the point. Or maybe the exams are just that hard to help out. I thought I'd share some info on the other participants with my fellow Konoha nin. He withdrew a thick deck of cards from his weapons pouch. Who do you want to know about? Give me information on Sabaku no Gaara, Rock Lee and Uzumaki Naruto, Sasuke commanded, desperate for some information on his teammate and the others. The rookies gave him weird looks, but Naruto glared at Sasuke, who glared back. Finally, I get to see just how powerful you really are, Naruto. Kabuto smirked. You already know their names, which makes it less fun. Looking at his cards, he began reading. Sabaku no Gaara, his team has completed 8 C rank and WoW AB rank. It says he's come back from each of them without a scratch. A genin doing AB rank is highly unusual, but coming back from one without any injury is just unheard of. This caused all of them to tense up, even Naruto. Next is Rock Lee, Konoha genin with a tremendous skill in taijutsu. His skills in ninjutsu and genjutsu are nil. He is a member of Team 9 led by Maeda Guy as his sensei. His teammates are Hyuga Neji and Higurashi Tenten. He has completed 42 D ranks and 37 C ranks. He has been a genin for a year more than you guys. Next is Uzumaki Naruto, he said, pulling another card, though he blinked in surprise when it suddenly disappeared from his hands. Looking up, he saw Naruto holding the card between 2 fingers. Sasuke growled and went to snatch the card from him, but Naruto playfully put it out of reach, though there was a dangerous glint in his eyes. Sorry Sasuke, Kabuto-san, but I don't like my cards to be displayed until the end of the game. He clapped the card between his hands, and when he separated them, only small pieces of the card fell out. His eyes then narrowed as he looked at Kabuto. You really shouldn't give out information like that, Kabuto-san. It may come to bite you back one day. On the inside, he was trying to figure Kabuto out. Just who is this guy getting information on Lee? Wouldn't be so hard, but how did he acquire the mission stats of a foreign nin who is also a Jinchuriki when they can only be accessed by the Kazekage and his council? It's obvious that he knows way too much to be a genin, and why am I getting the feeling of snakes from this guy? The first have to inform Gigi of this somehow. That type of information opens up the possibility that he is a spy. Kabuto held his hands up in surrender. I meant no harm, Naruto-kun. I just like to gather information is all. Naruto didn't look convinced, but gave it a rest. Kabuto thought, guess I won't be making his job any harder. His master would be so disappointed. Naruto's senses spiked, and he caught a movement in the corner of his eyes. He saw a ninja with a headband having a musical note flying through the air, throwing 2 kunai into the floor in front of Kabuto, who jumped back just in time for another one with the same headband, but had his head covered in bandages, to appear in front of him and taking a swing at Kabuto. Kabuto dodged, smirking, but his glasses suddenly shattered and he collapsed onto his knees, throwing up. 3 nin, 2 boys and 1 girl stood in front of Kabuto, radiating killing intent. Pathetic. The bandaged one scoffed. Aren't you supposed to be a 4-year-old veteran? Meanwhile, Naruto was trying to figure out what just happened. If nothing hit Kabuto, why did his glasses shatter, and why the hell did he throw up? Was it pressurized air? Kurama scowled and spoke from within. Think, Naruto. What is the symbol on his Hite 8? Naruto frowned. It's a musical note. Kurama prompted him further. Music is a form of sound, and how does sound travel? Naruto replied. Through the medium of air. Oh. He smirked. he manipulated the sound waves to target the ear and throw off his balance. He shook his head. Foolish guy, he just gave away his main attack. Naruto turned to see the spiky-haired ninja talking. Write this down on your cards. 3 Otogakure ninjas. Definite future Chunin. An explosion of smoke went down in front of the class and a voice was heard. When the smoke cleared, there was a large man wearing a black trench coat, black fingerless gloves and a bandana was standing. His intimidating stature and harsh tone that followed ensured that his words will heeded quickly. That is Morino Ibiki, if I'm not wrong. Konoha's top interrogator alongside Yamanaka Inoichi and Anko Sensei's superior. Naruto speculated, "All right, you maggots, shut the hell up and sit down in your assigned seats. The first part of the exam will begin now. Any fighting will lead straight to disqualification." Pointing to the Otogakure ninjas, he said, "You better stop doing that if you don't want to fail before even the exam starts." He watched as everyone went to their assigned seats. Once everyone was settled, he began explaining the exam. This is an exam in which you start off with 10 points. There are 2 rules to this exam. The first rule: this is a team test. Whether you pass or not will be determined by the combined score of your teammates. Second rule: anyone caught doing any sneaky activities, namely cheating. He smiled in a sinister way that sent shivers down many people's spines, will have 2 points taken off for every offense you have. 45 minutes begin. The sound of papers turning sounded for a brief moment. Naruto first inspected where his teammates were seated. To his disappointment, they were seated quite far. Turning his eyes on the test, he raised an eyebrow in disbelief. What type of questions are these? They are no genin level, that's for sure, which means they want the genin to cheat. This exam is testing our information gathering. He gave an impressed smirk at that, but then frowned. I may have photographic memory, but it defeats the whole purpose of this test if I write what I know what to do now. He scanned the room looking for someone who was confidently filling out the answers at a high speed. He smirked when he saw one sitting in the column to his left, 2 rows above him. Got him now. I just have to figure out how to learn his answers. Or maybe I can just switch our tests. He pondered for over 2 minutes on what to do. Watching his peers cheat, Sasuke was copying answers with his Sharingan. Sakura was writing on her own since she knew the answers. Tenten had cleverly altered the ceiling flap to reflect someone's answers. Hinata was using her Byakugan. Shino was using his bugs to cheat. Kiba had Akamaru on top of his head barking his answers to him. Shikamaru did not need to cheat, as he was already smart enough. Got it. First he would have to scope out the field. He spent the next 5 minutes watching the invigilators walk, trying to find a pattern. Finally he found a loophole. There were 4 columns of students with all the columns separated. The first invigilator between the first 2 columns walked with the invigilator between the last 2. Ibiki walked in the center of the second and third columns, but he always moved opposite to the other 2 invigilators, so there was a point where all 3 of them were in a row and then they went in the opposite direction of each other. There was a 3-second interval during which none of them were facing him. After that interval, the 3 of them would face the class from the respective ends, which means he had 3 seconds to make his plan work. Second, know the number of the desk from which he was going to cheat. The test paper didn't have a space to write their names, but a space where they had to write their desk number, so he deduced that teams will be identified from the number of the desk they were sitting on. Every team had been given specific seats according to the seating plan next to the board. So when Ibiki comes across the papers from the desk numbers 8, 21 and 27, he would know he was looking at the papers of Team 7 according to the seating plan. Now that he knew what he needed to know, it was time to act. Counting from now, he discreetly pulled out 2 smoke bombs. During the first interval under the pretense of scratching his back, maybe it was a bit overkill, but he needed to remain unseen. He waited till the guy was finished writing. Fifth interval was when shit hit the fan. As soon as the back of the invigilators were turned to him, he wasted no time and threw the smoke bombs onto the floor, one on the right and one on the left. Roars of anger and panic could be heard throughout the classroom as no one could see. Their tests windows were opened to let the smoke out, and once it was cleared, several of them looked confused as nothing had happened to their tests. Naruto, however, was calmly pretending to keep writing on the sheet on which answers were already filled out. The guy whose sheet he stole had a panicked look on his face when he saw that the sheet in front of him had all the wrong answers written down. There was even a mocking note that said, "Better luck next time." The worst thing was that the sheet in front of him had his desk number written on it. There wasn't enough time to erase and write the correct answers all over again. Naruto was not above such petty things. From time to time, Naruto calmly erased the desk number on the sheet he stole and wrote his own down. What had happened was, when the smoke spread, Naruto had quickly created a shadow clone that had instantly transformed into a finger-sized version of himself. The clone had taken a hold of his sheet and substituted with the sheet of the guy Naruto had decided to cheat from. By the time smoke cleared, Naruto had already finished his job. Ibiki was slightly irritated at the ruckus caused. He held his hand up for silence. Anyone who has lost their sheet might as well get out with your team. Surprisingly, none of them moved to get up. Ibiki deduced that whoever had done that was only looking out for himself. Though I'm interested in learning just who exactly did that, he thought as his eyes swept around the room. His eyes looked at Naruto, who was simply leaned back in his chair, eyes up at the ceiling, and an uncaring look on his face. His eyes narrowed the tiniest bit. In suspicion, Naruto was well known for his successful pranks all around the village. Uzumaki Naruto. He doesn't look bothered in the least. He could be the one. His face etched back into his neutral expression. Then again, he hasn't looked the least bit bothered since the beginning of this test. And just like that, he lifted his suspicion off Naruto, continuing to watch the class closely. Uzumaki. Pranking Code of Conduct Rule 2. In the aftermath of a prank, throw suspicion off yourself in any way possible. At the end of 45 minutes, Ibiki looked at the clock on the wall and nodded to himself. He turned his head to the opened door through which Kakuro, who had gone through the bathroom, entered. "Was your doll playing any beneficial?" he asked, smirking. The puppet user flinched, surprised. He had been caught. "Go sit down," he ordered Kankuro. After he was seated, Ibiki started emitting a sadistic aura. "Time up. You now have a choice presented to you to either take the 10th question or not to take it," he stated, much to the confusion of the genin. "Choose," a familiar voice shouted. From the back, Naruto turned to see Temari, whose eyes displayed confused anger. "What happens if we choose not to?" At that point, Naruto simply stopped caring what Ibiki said. He just kept watching Temari, a small dreamy smile on his face. Temari caught his gaze and blushed, averting her face and trying to quell the growing blush. "Why is he staring at me like that?" Ibiki chuckled darkly. "If you choose not to, your points will be reduced to 0. You'll be failed along with your teammate." Everyone started to shout in protest, but a sudden bout of killing intent from Ibiki silenced them. "Also, if you choose to take it and answer incorrectly, you will lose the right to ever participate in the future Chunin exams." Kiba hollered in anger. What kind of a rule is that? Genin from before were still able to retake the Chunin exams, so why is this exam any different? Ibiki released another dark chuckle. The one gave out when he was being extremely sadistic. "The other genin didn't have me as the proctor. My test, my rules. Choose. I haven't got all day." Naruto observed that Ibiki had all The genin quivering now, he waited until several teams had quit to make his move. Lesser the competition, the better their chances. After all, giving a wink to Temari, whose blush darkened to cover her entire face, he turned around and stood up, all the playfulness from earlier when he was flirting with Temari vanishing from his face. Ibiki stared at the blonde along with all the others whose face was set in dead seriousness. His eyelids were half drooped, but he still looked entirely serious. I don't care what happens at all. I have a dream of becoming the Hokage that no one can stop me from achieving. I'll do it even if I have to stay a genin to do so. Do your worst, but know this. He pointed a finger at Ibiki without any fear. Rank means nothing to me at all. Everyone was watching Naruto with disbelief, who never once broke eye contact with Ibiki. Ibiki himself was thrown off by the sheer conviction displayed in the voice and eyes of a 12-year-old. Sakura was in awe of Naruto's declaration. Sasuke gave a sigh of relief, for he thought Naruto was going to quit. Each of the rookies except for one or two held a newfound respect for Naruto. The whole room was silent, and everyone that remained had caught every word, and the results were staggering. Ibiki smirked. Hey, he's interesting. He wiped out everyone's uncertainty. Looking around the room, he counted how many were remaining. 57. Hug, there are more left than I expected. There's no point in waiting anymore. Congratulations, you all pass, Ibiki declared, and hid to fight the smile that threatened to appear on his face at the bafflement of as well as the disbelief of the genin. But what about the 10th question? A genin from AIM demanded to know. That was the 10th question. It was a question to test your will and fortitude. As a chunin, you'll be forced to take tough decisions, and no one needs weak-willed chunin leading their forces to their deaths by asking this question. You've shown me your determination and willingness to do the best for your villages even with handicaps, he explained. Temari spoke once again. So the other questions were for nothing. And once again she blushed when Naruto turned to stare at her with a smile. No, the test was for info gathering, and to see how much balls you all had, he answered, looking in the direction of Naruto, who turned back and gave a graceful shrug. This marks the end of the first phase of the Chunin selection exams. I wish you luck. For the next phase, Ibiki smiled, which was surprisingly pleasant and not all that disturbing. Before he could say anything else, he caught something from the corner of his eyes and stepped back just in time for a ball of cloth to come crashing through the window. Two kunai flew out of the cloth and stuck to the ceiling, unfurling the cloth, revealing a very familiar purple-haired woman wearing a brown trench coat. On the cloth it was written, Second Exam Proctor Mitarashi Anko. You guys, this is no time to be happy, she exclaimed. I am the proctor for the second test, Mitarashi Anko. The real exam starts now. Are you ready? She shouted and pumped her fist into the air. Ibiki came from behind the cloth. Grasp the atmosphere, will you? Anko blushed at his deadpan. Naruto simply sat down and crossed his arms, fondly smiling at her. It had been a while since he saw his sensei, and to be honest, he missed her eccentricities. Anko counted the number of genin left and raised an eyebrow. 57. Ibiki, you let 19 team pass. You let them off too easy, she scoffed. Ibiki shrugged. This time we have quite an interesting bunch, Anko scoffed and was about to snark back when a familiar mop of blonde hair caught her eye. She smiled proudly when she saw Naruto sitting in the room, fondly smiling at her. As soon as she made eye contact, that smile turned into a smirk and he winked at her. Anko grinned savagely now that she knew that her best and only student was in the exams. You may be right, Ibiki, she said, however I'll cut those numbers in half in the second test. That, coupled with her savage grin, was enough to make everyone sweat a little. Naruto just shook his head. His sensei was as intimidating as ever. I will explain the details tomorrow. We will go to Another place, so ask your Jonin sensei about where to go and the time. That is all. Dismissed. Everyone stood up to leave while Anko just smirked and walked in the direction of her former student. Naruto stood up as well, standing just 4 inches short of Anko's height. He waved his teammates away, who were looking curiously, telling them he will catch up later. What's up, brat? I didn't know that you were going to be in this exam. Naruto shrugged, putting his hands in his pockets. Even we didn't know until only a week ago. Anko-sensei. Ibiki raised an eyebrow, coming to stand with them. Sensei. So this is the brat Hokage-sama assigned to you? Naruto smiled, his whites showing. Uzumaki Naruto. Pleased to meet you. Anko-sensei talked about you occasionally. Ibiki-san, you really did frighten all the genin to death. Ibiki smirked while Anko scoffed. If he really had, there wouldn't be 19 teams left. Ibiki jerked a thumb towards Naruto. You should thank him for that. Brat gave a speech that wiped all the fear I put into them. Anko puffed up proudly, never minding Ibiki's failure. Of course he did. He is my student after all. He was born to be a leader. Naruto smiled but turned serious. Though I do have a concern to raise. His serious tone was enough to catch their attention. What is it, Naruto? Anko asked with a frown. Naruto said, it about a genin named Yakushi Kabuto. He seemed to have some sort of information cards that had info, mainly the mission stats and their strengths and weaknesses on all the genin present. I can believe it if he only had info on the genin of Konoha, but he also had it on the Suna Ningara, something that should only be known by the Kazekage and his council. He explained all his observations and conclusions to them. Ibiki and Anko paid serious attention to this, and by the end of his explanation both were frowning heavily. This is not good, Anko commented. Ibiki nodded, a hard look on his face. If what you say is true, we might have a spy in our midst, and having information like that means he has likely been a spy for years. Who knows what kind of information he has now? Naruto frowned. Even I'm not that sure. As I said, my own observations led me to this conclusion. Regardless of whether he is a spy or not, such matters have to be investigated for that sort of possibility, don't they? Anko nodded. That is true. This matter will be taken to the Hokage immediately, by Ibiki. Ibiki turned on Anko an incredulous look on his face. You can't order your superior, you know that, right? Anko shrugged, putting an arm around Naruto's shoulders, not caring in the least that his face was right next to her. Assets, I know, but in the light that my student is in the Chunin exams, it is his duty to treat me to dango. Let's go. Brat. She started walking, not letting go of Naruto, who was struggling to get out of her embrace. Ibiki smiled and shook his head, muttering, just this time I'll let this go. As Naruto stared at the number of dango sticks in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia back when he was still being trained by Anko-sensei. He had noticed her obsession more like an addiction to dango. She was never seen by him without dango or a dango stick dangling between her teeth. Whenever she was in a good mood, she would always treat him to dango. It was always a very touching gesture for him, so he didn't have the heart to tell her that he preferred Ichiraku ramen. They had been on the dango stand for over 2 hours now, and Naruto had told her everything that had happened to him ever since he became a student of Kakashi. He was careful to leave sensitive parts out, such as the massacre on the bridge, or that he knew the famous jutsu of the Yondaime. Anko whistled when he was finished. Wow. You sure haven't been bored after you became a team member, have you? Naruto shrugged. Not if you count doing D-rank missions as exciting. I'll pick a C rank or training over them any day. He ruthlessly pushed away the memories of repeatedly catching Tora. He would try his utmost to become a Chunin, if only to escape from doing that mission again. Anko hummed, not saying anything else. She avoided any topic that was related to Orochimaru. Naruto took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Getting up, well, it was nice catching up with you, sensei, but I gotta rest for tomorrow. I would want to be fully rested for the exam of which you are the proctor of, he said, tweaking between his teeth. With the dango stick, Anko also got up, grinning savagely. Damn straight, I better not see you losing. In this phase you got that, Naruto? Naruto smiled wide and gave a thumbs up, loud and clear. Anko turned to leave but seemed to remember something and turned around. Oh, almost forgot to tell you. Come to the training ground 44 tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Naruto tilted his head. Wouldn't this be considered cheating on my part to receive information from the proctor, sensei? Anko smiled and shook her head. This is the information your team sensei would be telling you. I'm just saving you the trouble of finding your team or Kakashi. All the best, kid. She vanished in a swirl of leaves. Naruto nodded to himself and turned around, heading towards Ichiraku. He felt quite good today in the exam, so celebration was required. Dango was good and all, but it wasn't dinner. Inside his mind, Kurama scoffed, muttering about pathetic excuses to eat unhealthy food. As Naruto neared the ramen stand, he saw something that caused his heart to skip a beat. Temari was roaming on the street, apparently taking in the sights. The best fact was that she was on her own. None of her brothers were with her. Not even Gaara. He didn't know why, but suddenly his palms started to feel sweaty and his heartbeat seemed to increase. This was his perfect chance of spending some time with her. Go for it, brat, came Kurama's encouraging voice. Wow, he and him were on the same page. His steps automatically began to take him in her direction. Every step felt like he was going too slow, but at the same time he was going too fast. He had no idea on how to approach her or what to say, but at the same time he wanted her to spend time with him, to enjoy spending time with him. Oi Naruto, you will not stutter in front of a mere girl. You are my Jinchuriki and you won't embarrass me. Naruto wanted to tell him that she didn't even know that he was a Jinchuriki, and how the hell did that fact relate to what he was about to do. He barely kept himself from voicing his thoughts to the fox inside him, forgetting that Kurama could easily read his thoughts. Kurama scoffed and refrained from speaking. He will see how Naruto handles this without making himself look like a fool. It happened too quickly, but he was standing behind her. She seemed to be unaware that he was standing directly behind her. Stealing up and swallowing up his nervousness, he tapped her shoulder. Temari finally relaxed after exiting the hotel where she and her brothers were staying. She had known that after their training she was going to get bored because she had nothing to do. After almost half an hour of arguing, she was able to convince Kankuro to let her leave the hotel. Gaara really didn't care much about what she did, and that was one thing she was grateful for. Baki didn't protest much when she told him that she would be able to scout the important locations in this village, so here she was wandering the streets and taking in the sights. She had to admit Konoha was beautiful. All the greenery in the village made it seem like the village actually pulsed with life. The weather here was very pleasant as well, though that could be attributed to the greenery. As she aimlessly wandered, her thoughts turned to the attractive blonde from before, Uzumaki Naruto. She tested the word on her lips, her mouth unconsciously turning into a smile. He was certainly attractive, more so than any boy she had seen of her age. He was also quite fearless and charismatic as well, if what he did when the 10th question was asked as anything to go by. That certainly earned him points in her book. She didn't know if he realized it or not, but he had erased all traces of doubts the intimidating examiner had put into them, including her. Something inside her told her that he knew. Her hormones seemed to make their presence known as she began to imagine what he looked like without his shirt and jacket on. Her cheeks burned as she realized what she was thinking and rapidly shook her head to clear it of any more thoughts like those. Why am I thinking such things? I don't even know him. Then her thoughts did a complete 180. Once more, although I wouldn't mind to get to know him through a date or two, she flushed again. Though this time she had a smile and didn't try to shake it off, so lost in her thoughts she was that. She startled a bit when her shoulder was tapped, mentally cursing herself for getting caught off guard. She turned to see who had tapped her and got frozen in place when she saw the subject of her thoughts right in front of her. Naruto became a bit confused when Temari turned around and suddenly froze. Guess she wasn't expecting to meet me, he thought before waving a hand in front of her eyes. Temari-san, are you all right? His voice snapped her back into the present. She saw him looking at her, a curious expression on his face. Regaining control of herself, she smiled and greeted back, I'm alright Uzumaki-san, I just wasn't expecting to see you here. She giggled a bit at the sour look that he made. Please don't call me that, Naruto will do just fine. She returned an easy smile. Then, you must call me Temari. Being called like that by someone of my age make me feel old. Naruto didn't know how he was speaking without thinking. That just won't do now, will it? I wouldn't want to make a pretty lady such as yourself feel old. He returned her easy smile. Temari felt her face go warm at his response. Not wanting to be looking embarrassed, she folded her arms and turned her face away, a smile tugging at her lips. Flatterer. She scoffed softly. Naruto internally grinned. This wasn't hard at all. He didn't have to pretend to be someone he wasn't. He would be thinking up on what to say if he was. The lines and responses just instinctively came to him. Temari changed the topic. So what are you doing here, Naruto? Naruto put his hands in his jacket pockets. I am actually on my way to have dinner after talking with my sensei. He then asked a bit hesitantly, would you like to join me? Temari barely kept from choking on air but couldn't prevent her eyes from going wide. What? Naruto then discovered that repeating his question was exponentially harder, but he managed it without stuttering. I said, would you like to join me for dinner? The smile on his face would have seemed natural to anyone if it wasn't for a drop of sweat rolling down the side of his face. Temari forced her stopped mind to kickstart. She could not believe it. Just a short while ago she was thinking about going on a date with Naruto, and not even 10 minutes later he was asking her out. She regained her wits and asked, stuttering, are you asking me out on a date? Oh, and her beat red face wasn't helping her at all. She was hoping though that the answer would be yes. She might get to know him a bit better. Naruto himself felt his face go warm a bit, but he just rolled with it. Shrugging in what he dearly hoped was a natural manner, he said with a smooth smile, if you want it to be sure, let's go with that. Temari saying. Naruto relaxed, forced herself to relax as well. Crossing her arms, she smirked. So where are you taking me, Naruto? Naruto smirked in return. You haven't been to the Ichiraku ramen, have you? 5 minutes later they were walking in the direction. Naruto was quickly discovering the awkwardness of the silence between them. To make it go away, he picked a topic that both of them could safely converse about without giving away their secrets. So, what's the Shinobi Academy in Suna like? And so the silence was broken and conversation picked off. From there, Temari was glad to find out how easy it was to converse with Naruto. His seemingly bored, indifferent attitude in her eyes was perfectly suited to him. His tone was very friendly, and to her pleasant surprise she found herself enjoying just talking to him. And we have arrived, Naruto announced. Temari looked up to see a small unassuming ramen shop. It was more of a bar than a shop. Quite simplistic this place is, she commented. Naruto smirked and turned to her, don't knock it until you've tried it. Yotuchi-asan, a middle-aged man, turned around smiling when he saw his favorite customer, Naruto. Temari guessed that Naruto had to be very familiar with him to call him that the man named Tucci then spotted Temari standing beside Naruto and his smile widened. Oh, and who is this lady friend of yours? A girlfriend on a date? Tucci suppressed his chuckles as both the children turned red. The girl more than Naruto. Naruto opened his mouth to speak when Ayame came out of the back wiping her hands. Naruto-kun, who are you and who is this girl beside you? She asked, a bit bewildered. Naruto smiled, his blush slowly disappearing. This is Sabaku no Temari. She is a genin from Suna, here to take part in the Chunin exams. As to answer your question, Asan, she's not my girlfriend, but we are definitely on a date. He said the last part while turning to Temari and winking, making the sandy blonde redder than she already was, and curse Naruto in her head for being so charming. Tucci finally let out his chuckles while Ayame happily sighed. Tucci asked Naruto, and you brought your first date to my stand? I'm really honored. Naruto shook his head as he motioned for Temari to take a seat. He sat beside her and grinned. Why wouldn't I? Your ramen's awesome. Turning to Temari, he smiled. What will you have, Temari? Temari frowned a bit in thought and answered after a moment, I'll have a shio ramen please. Naruto turned and simply said, I will have my usual asan. While the ramen was being prepared, he discreetly checked Temari out of the corner of his eye. Her posture was full of confidence, and from what he could see there wasn't a single speck of a fangirl in her. She was indeed a serious kunoichi. Glancing at her legs, he noted with appreciation the toned smooth calf muscles underneath the fishnet. His gaze then snapped upwards to a place that occupies the minds of all teenage boys. Her chest was actually quite developed for her age, if only her top were a bit lower. Temari was steadily turning redder and redder as she spotted Naruto checking her out. She did not miss the appreciation in his eyes as he checked out her legs and chest. Her embarrassment finally toppled off the edge, and she turned to him with a red face and furious eyes. What are you doing? She expected him to blush and splutter and fruitlessly try to excuse himself. To her surprise, he did not even blush a little bit. Instead, he smirked and returned a question of his own. What do you think I'm doing? Their orders arrived, and as Naruto broke his chopsticks, he answered his own question. I'm checking you out in both the ways. Temari's embarrassment turned to confusion at his blunt answer. Taking a bite of her own ramen, she barely refrained from gasping in pleasure. It was delicious, as if the food was from heaven itself. Suna had nothing as tasty as this. She heard a chuckle, and she opened her eyes to find Naruto staring at her with amusement. Turning a bit red, she scowled and asked, "What's so funny?" His reply was quick. The reaction of everyone who tries the ramen of this stall for the very first time. He chuckled as she swiped at his arm for embarrassing her. She then addressed his previous statement, "What did you mean when you were checking me out in both the ways?" Naruto sneaked a glance in front of him and sighed exasperatedly at seeing Ayame and Tucci trying to eavesdrop. Not so subtly, he loudly cleared his throat, causing the two to turn away and return to their work, whistling innocently. He then turned to Temari, who had a faint look of amusement on her face. "Well, the first point of view is that of a shinobi. You are my competitor, which makes it my duty as a shinobi to gather as much information I can about you," he explained, getting a smirk from her. "Oh, and what have you learned?" Naruto gulped down the last of his ramen and said, "Well, the only thing that I have come up with is that you have wind release indicated by the large fan on your back, which you likely use to augment your jutsus. The size of your fan is also an indicator of your preferred type of jutsus. You like to use food and on a large scale to overwhelm your opponents." He then thought for a bit and added, "The size of your fan is an indicator of another thing. That thing is not easy to carry by any means, so your body has to be Physically very strong, especially your upper body, considering the strength required to swing it at a force to generate torrents of wind. Temari was getting bowled over at how spot on his observation was. She didn't even know it was possible for a complete stranger to learn the full set of anyone's abilities with just one glance. One thing was for sure, Naruto was extremely intelligent and observational. She didn't know anyone of her age who had analytical skills of this caliber. Naruto was turning out to be a very dangerous opponent now that she thought about it. Finishing his soup, he smacked his lips and turned to face her, the smile never leaving his face. Of course, to everyone it's blatantly obvious that you prefer using your fan than Tai or Genjutsu, but you must have a good grasp of taijutsu if not genjutsu, considering the fact that children of cages have a certain standard to live up to. I'm totally guessing this, but you really don't seem the type to use genjutsu. Temari was at a loss of words. No genin should have analytical skills like the ones Naruto was displaying. Everything he had stated until now was fully true. Something in the last statement caused her to ask a question, but her voice held. Wait, you mean everything you've just said was based on pure observation except for the last statement? Naruto rested his elbow on the counter and smirked, nodding. Observation, and the conclusion that I can derive from those observations. Of course, to derive those conclusions I have to know my facts so I can suit my theories to them. Temari looked at her empty bowl, muttering so low that Naruto almost didn't catch it. You're really good at that. Naruto grinned. I better be. I have been practicing that for a while now. And what's the second view? Naruto's tone turned purely innocent. Oh, you know how boys check out hot girls. That earned him a swipe to his shoulder, but there was no heat behind it, and the twitching corners of her mouth gave her away. Paying for both of them despite Temari's protests, he bid the father and daughter good night and they both left. I have to say this date wasn't half bad, she smirked while walking alongside him. He was escorting her back to her hotel. She had to admit it was incredibly cute of him. Naruto nodded, putting his hands in his pockets. I have to agree on that. For a date in the middle of Chunin exams, it wasn't bad at all. They talked a bit more, and when they finally reached her hotel, Temari turned to Naruto and smiled genuinely. Thank you for the date, Naruto. It was really fun, not to mention the great food. Much to her surprise, Naruto actually looked embarrassed at the praise. He rubbed the back of his head with a sheepish look. You're embarrassing me. Then he smiled back at her. Seriously though, I too had fun going on a date with you. An awkward silence descended upon them again, as neither knew how to properly say goodbye. Chuck it, Naruto decided, and move that. Surprised Temari, he leant forwards and pressed a light peck to her cheek just near the corner of her mouth. Good night, he muttered before vanishing. He did it so fast that it did not even register to Temari when he left, and how he had left. She just kept staring off into space, a blank look on her face. When she did recover, a massive blush appeared on her face as she smiled and rubbed the corner of her mouth where he had kissed. She wanted to be angry that he had kissed her without her consent, but it was a very sweet gesture, and not to mention the perfect end to their date. He is bold, that's for sure, she thought before going up to her room, a happy and dreamy smile on her face. She wouldn't mind another date with him. XXXXXXX. Naruto had for the first time in a long time a sleep filled with dreams that were actually pleasant. He and Temari were on a beach, with Temari wearing some really skimpy bikini. He was this close to kissing her when his body alarm rang and woke him up. He rarely ever groaned while waking up, because that dream was close to reaching the best part. Then again, you rarely ever get to see the best part in those type of dreams, he thought wistfully. Getting out of the bed, he proceeded to do his morning rituals and head onto the roof. He needed his mind to be in a state of hyperfocus. He could not afford any distractions today, creating a shadow clone to restock his equipment and make breakfast. He flipped onto the roof and sat down in a meditative state for an hour. He proceeded to calm down and focus his mind on a single objective to succeed. He mentally went through every piece of information he had read and come up with over the years, every tactic, strategy, everything. When he opened his eyes, all the grogginess was gone, replaced by intense focus and determination. He proceeded to review the memories that suddenly came from his dispelled clone. He nodded satisfactorily how the both of his hip pouches and thigh holster were stocked. Both pouches were stocked with ample kunai shuriken explosive tags, both the normal and tandem explosive tags, flash tags, ninja wire soldier pills and sealing scrolls, both storage and blank. Tying his spiky hair back neatly, he finished dressing up and sat down for breakfast his clone had prepared for him. He swiftly finished his breakfast and washed his plate. Looking up at the clock, he saw that he had half an hour to the exam. Time to leave, he decided. After closing the door to his apartment, he activated the security seals and left. He walked at a comfortable pace to the training ground 44. Upon arriving, he saw that the genin were still assembling. Naruto. The call made him turn, spotting his two teammates coming. Sasuke and Sakura looked determined more than ever. He waved back. 10 minutes after they had all assembled, a burst of smoke in front of the crowd revealed Anko in all her glory. Look sharp, greenies, welcome to training ground 44, otherwise known as the Forest of Death, she introduced with a sinister flair mixed with dramatics. She had her trademark bloodthirsty showing, making some of them sweat and the rest feel anxious. For the second part of the exam, the objective is to retrieve and protect, but first you all are going to sign these papers if you want to take part in this portion of the exam, she said, waving a bunch of papers in her hand as they were handed the papers. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the large letters "Form of Consent" printed on top. He quickly read it and signed it just in time to heed a genin across the group call out, "What do we need to sign these for? We obviously have to take the exams." Anko easily dismissed the statement and explained with a breezy smile, "Oh, that's your agreement to accept all the risks in the forest so your respective villages don't blame me and by extension Konoha for all your deaths, get it?" Next to him, Sakura shivered at the words, but when he looked up she had signed the form and looked forward with a steady gaze. "All right, listen up, or you're going to die before even reaching the halfway mark. One member of each team will take the forms to the row of tents over there where the forms will be exchanged for a scroll. Some will get a heaven, some will get an earth scroll. You need both and you need to get both of them to the tower in the middle of the forest in order to pass," she explained. Somehow her tone turned even more serious after that. "Of course you also need all your teammates to pass. Upon arrival you must also not open the scrolls until you get there." She glared at everyone gathered, daring them to disagree with her. Ino raised her hand. "What happens if we open them in the forest?" Anko smirked. "Something unpleasant for you and your team." Naruto gave his form to Sasuke, who also took Sakura's form and went over to get a scroll for them. As he walked away, Naruto decided to scope out the competition, and nearly choked upon sensing the massive chakra signature some distance away. It was easily as big as his own, perhaps even bigger, not to mention unusually potent. And he almost retched at how much malice it contained. Zabuza did not come even remotely close to what he was sensing now. Gaara, but only perhaps discreetly, he gazed in its direction from his peripherals and found out who it was. It was a kunoichi from Kusa, and she was gazing in their direction with a strange look on her face. Naruto immediately averted his eyes and analyzed what he knew. Okay, that was no ordinary chakra signature. No genin can have a chakra pool that large, not to mention it is simply impossible for an average genin to let out such a malicious feeling from their her chakra though. We will have to be extremely careful of how we proceed, he thought as Sasuke came back with a heaven scroll. Sakura jolted with realization. This test is designed to cut our numbers in half. Only half of us can go to the next round. You're right, Pinky, we can't have weaklings being Chunin, so we gotta weed out. Now that everyone has a scroll, you also have a time limit 5 days only. If you run out of time, try again next year. Choji looked very upset. What will we do for food? The forest is full of food, giant juicy bugs and large predators that will eat you first if you don't eat them. Anko absently waved her hand. Poor Choji looked ready to cry. Can we quit? Shikamaru asked, wincing as Ino hit the back of his head. Anko scowled. Hell no, you think you can just quit in the middle of a mission? You want to quit? Hurry up and die. Line up at the gates and be ready, she shouted, pointing towards the gates surrounding the forest as Team 7 walked up to the gates. Naruto put his hands around his teammates' necks and pulled them close. Sasuke grunted at the sudden action. Sakura almost shrieked. Naruto, look, stay quiet, his harsh whisper. Shut her up. Even Sasuke perked up. Naruto was being unusually serious. Listen, don't look openly but see the Kusa Kunoichi. He didn't wait for them to look. First things first, if you see her run or fly, I don't care what you do, but do whatever you can to get the fuck away from her. There's no way she is a genin. Same goes for the team of Suna. You see that redhead, you run away, he emphasized, looking directly at Sasuke, a storm blowing in his eyes. Sasuke would have normally disregarded Naruto's words, but the urgency and unusual harshness with which he said caused to have second thoughts. He trusted Naruto's abilities as a censor, so if he was saying something like this so seriously, he would not question it. Naruto saw Sasuke silently nod and turned to Sakura for the same. She looked shaken but gave a nod as well. As they faced the gates, Naruto turned to look around one last time. He caught Shikamaru's serious look, who turned away and concentrated on his own entrance. He caught Temari's eye, who to his surprise did not blush but give him a nod for best of luck. He returned it with one of his own. He saw Anko looking at him with a grin, holding up a thumbs up. She mouthed, all the best, before she prepared to give the signal. Contestants ready, set, go, she shouted in a giddy voice as all the gates opened simultaneously. All the genin shot in with the intent to win. Team 7 took up a 3-point formation with Naruto in the front and Sasuke and Sakura in the behind. The two of them acknowledged Naruto's sensing abilities, so this way Naruto would be the first to sense something. We should really come up with a working plan for the duration of this test, Naruto said as he flipped over a branch. Fine, down there in the clearing, Sasuke ordered, and they descended to the clearing. He spoke of hidden behind a log. Let's make this quick, because the air is quickly becoming saturated with our opponent's smells, Naruto commented, sniffing around with his nose. Sasuke spoke up. My plan is simple, find and ambush a weaker team for their Earth Scroll and hightail it to the tower. We take breaks sparingly even at night. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the last point. Even at night? Sasuke tilted his head. I was counting on your superior night vision. Naruto acknowledged his point. While that is good and all, we would have to stick to the ground for you two to avoid face planting into a branch. I can also see a weakness to this plan. Though while being on the ground gives us room to run, we would be more vulnerable to attacks from those who can use earth jutsu, not to mention other teams who might possibly follow a similar plan. He speculated. Sasuke blinked at how quick Naruto was able to point out the faults in his plan. He was about to suggest something else when Naruto spoke again, but we will follow it since I can't think of anything better right now. But you are forgetting something, Sasuke. What is it? Naruto smirked. We have a great opportunity to use my shadow clones to their full advantage. I can look for Earth scrolls with them, but we would have to find a safe place to wait. Once we get both the scrolls, one can make up the decoys and divide them between me and Sakura while you take the decoys. Sasuke thought about it for a moment, black eyes flickering to the ground before looking up directly into the blonde's eyes. Sounds good, Uzumaki, but where can we hide? Sakura spoke up for the first time. Sasuke-kun, we can hide high up in the topmost part of the trees. Sasuke rose an eyebrow. How is that a good hiding spot? He was surprised that she did not blush once when he spoke to her. Konoha will be expected to be hidden in the trees, but since we know that as well, our enemies will count on us to be on the ground. They would never guess that we will be hidden right above them. Naruto nodded. It was a good plan for a temporary hideout. Fine, we will do that. I'll make my clones and send them away first. He held a half ram, and without a wisp of smoke 40 shadow clones appeared and disappeared to perform their tasks just as quickly. They settled down at the highest level of a tall tree. Naruto spread his senses out, not wanting to be off guard for even a moment. He took out his spare scrolls and sealing supplies and began preparing the decoys. Remember, as they look for the scroll, they will also be gathering info on the teams to see whether they are weak or strong. As soon as their memories come back to me, I'll go through them to single out the best path for us to go through. You're pulling a lot of weight, Sakura said with some concern. Naruto smirked but stayed silent as he finished the decoys. A sudden influx of memories caused his eyes to widen in alarm. His teammates looked at him urgently with apprehension on their faces. Something had spooked him, and they didn't know many things that could spook the strongest member of their team. He whipped around to glare at them, and they almost flinched at the coldness in his eyes. I'll repeat this, Sakura. Sasuke, if you see the Suna team run away, you see the Kunoichi from Suna sprint, fly, disappear. I don't care what you do, but avoid confrontation with her at any cost. Is that understood? He glared at them even more coldly in order to get his seriousness of the statement across. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Why is she so? Naruto cut him off with a wave of his hand. Face serious, he said. It's just better if you trust me on this one. Sasuke now, his expression became neutral once more. I found a team for us to ambush. Remember the team from AIM? They are a mile away from us northeast. If we hurry, we can catch them before their argument of who gets the fake and real scrolls ends. Sasuke looked at him sharply for switching topics but didn't push for any more info. He took the lead this time to their target. Just as they stopped behind a large tree, Naruto informed him, the real scroll is with the middle one. Sasuke said, all right Naruto, do you have a plan? He had accepted the point that it was better if Naruto made the plans between them. Naruto's plans followed utmost discretion in these type of situations, which is what they needed right now. Naruto nodded soundlessly, forming 3 shadow clones. Sasuke, you remember how Kakashi-sensei buried you in the bell test? That is what these 3 will do. In case one of them escapes, you and Sakura will take care of them. Sasuke as well as Sakura gaped at him. That is the best you have. He barely refrained from lashing out because the plan was all kinds of stupid. Naruto smirked in a way that did nothing to comfort the black-haired Avenger. No, but I'm expecting all of them to escape. Hold the decoys I gave you. They are a bit dangerous, so keep a safe distance. After giving them away, we will be eliminating the competition entirely. You see, I'm falling back in case they see you, he said, preparing to jump the tree. Why? Naruto glanced at the pink-haired girl. Every plan should have a backup plan. With that, he jumped away. The clones formed 3 hand seals and sunk into the ground. Sasuke and Sakura watched with anticipation on what would happened, they were half surprised when all the three evaded capture, but only because Naruto had expected them to. The one on the left called out, "You wouldn't know subtlety if it hit you in the face, Blondie." He dispelled the clone with his teammates doing the same. The clones had actually allowed themselves to be dispelled to appear weak. The truth was they had allowed themselves to be detected. He called out, "You really thought we'd fall so easily to such pathetic plans? Come on out, and we might let you live. You cannot escape." With an angry scowl, Sasuke jumped down with Sakura by his side, eyes wide and wary. It was all up to Naruto now. "Where's the Blondie, the aim nin who Sasuke suspected was the leader?" asked roughly. Sasuke answered in a tight tone, "He went to find us a hiding spot after leaving us with the clones." He was absolutely sure that the leader was smirking at them behind his breathing apparatus and said in a mocking tone, "All right kids, hand over your scroll." Sasuke took out the heaven scroll from his pouch and threw it to the leader, who caught it easily. He sounded pleased. "A heaven scroll? Perfect. It will go perfectly with our earth scroll. You two kill them." The two behind him took out their kunai and advanced. Sakura stuttered fearfully as she took a step back. But you said, I said I might let you live, and I decided that I won't now." "Hurry up and kill them," he said impatiently. "Tally ho!" came the sound of Naruto's all too joyous roar. Sasuke and Sakura immediately jumped back, but the three aim nin made the dire mistake of turning in the direction of the voice. The heaven scroll in the leader's hand revealed itself to be a very effective and explosive tag. Sasuke and Sakura, even while being on the ground, were almost blown back a few more feet from the sheer blast. It was a testament to how dangerous the tags Naruto used were. "That went quite well." His voice came through the smoke. Sasuke and Sakura looked up to see Naruto grinning, earth scroll in hand. Sasuke just grunted as he stood up. "I agree." He was a little disoriented from the blast along with Sakura, but they would be all right in a few seconds. "Naruto, are they?" Sakura asked, really not wanting to know. Naruto nodded. "Of course they are dead. Anyone would be who was standing as close as those three to the tag." He tossed the earth scroll to Sasuke. "Keep it with yourself, I'll make the decoys." As Sasuke and Sakura covered him, Naruto dropped to his knees and took out his sealing supplies. He steadily inked out the seals for the next 2 minutes, adding a seal to make the scrolls look exactly like the real one, along with a few other additions. "All right," Naruto sighed as he packed up his sealing supplies, handing over the new fakes to Sasuke, who looked confused. Naruto explained, "Change of plans, you are sticking with the fake scrolls. Me and Sakura will keep the earth and heaven. Remember, there is an addition to the fake scrolls. The new ones that I gave you now are smokescreens, so be careful not to mix them up." Sasuke nodded and pocketed the scrolls, giving his blonde teammate a nod of thanks. "Okay, same formation as before. This time we won't be stopping until we reach the tower." They went through the trees again, with Naruto setting a comfortable pace so as to allow the other two to keep up. He could have used Shunshin to get them to the tower faster, but this was a good opportunity to check out any team they come across for the next phase of the exam. It wasn't too long before problems rose. Naruto tensed as he sensed the very familiar evil chakra heading their way, and fast. And it wasn't alone. "Move, people. We have a tail," he ordered as he picked up the pace. Sakura and Sasuke tensed and picked up their pace as well. Naruto motioned for Sasuke to switch positions as if they were caught up with Naruto would be able to distract them. Naruto took a glance behind when he flipped over one of the branches. No one was behind them, but Naruto knew that whoever was following them would be catching up with them anytime now. Gritting his teeth, he summoned a 99 shadow clones, all of which transformed into the replicas of the original Team 7. "Move, damn it, move," he hissed sharply. The Clones took off in different directions, each fake team splitting up. Though I suspect it won't be enough, he grimly thought. He ordered his team, "Alright, just for a short while move like your ass is on fire, let's go." They kicked into high gear and as far away as possible. He was somewhat relieved. When the large signatures got off their backs, keeping his senses open, he sensed that the signature was far enough that they could take a short break. He signaled his team to stop on a branch. "I know who was following us now," he revealed as he gulped down some much-needed water along with the others. When the other two looked at him, he said, "One of them was a giant snake that only seemed interested in making me its meal. The other is the bitch from Kusa that I warned you about. She has wiped out 10 of the 33 team and she is mad. Bottom line, we need to reach the tower fast, so hold on." When the two gave him questioning looks, he sighed impatiently and said, "I'll use the body flicker to move us now. Come on," he almost yelled. They grabbed each of his shoulders tightly so they wouldn't be left behind. Naruto was just about to form the ram seal when his danger sense exploded. He hadn't even molded the chakra for a shunshin, so he instinctively flash-stepped to avoid the attack that obliterated the branch they were on. Reaching the ground, the other two released their hold and got into stances. Sakura was shaking at how close she was from getting blown to pieces. It was only thanks to Naruto's speed that they were able to avoid that. Sasuke gripped the kunai in his hands tighter as he stared into the dust cloud in front of him. He squashed the tiny twinge of fear that went through him. Naruto was very serious about the Kusa Kunoichi being dangerous. Based on Naruto's tone, they were fighting an opponent who was possibly stronger than all three of them combined. Kunai had immediately snapped into his hands with wind chakra coursing through them. He stared impassively at the dust cloud, knowing that whatever was behind it would be possibly threatening their lives in a way much worse than what Zabuza did. Their first priority was to run away, not fight, because they had a worse chances of surviving than a snowball in hell. Plans flashed in his mind, each being discarded instantly as he tried to come up with a one that actually gives them a chance. He wasn't allowed to think further. When his eyes widened in alarm, he executed a scissors kick to push his teammates away, just in time for himself to avoid the mouth of the huge snake that tried to swallow him. "I cannot fight this snake here. I need more space, damn it," he cursed mentally. He turned in the opposite direction and purposefully set the pace so that he could bait the snake away from his comrades. Sasuke cursed as he tensed up even more, moving himself in front of Sakura. "Sasuke-kun, we have to help Naruto," she screamed, already tensing up to jump when a slick voice dripping with malicious amusement even while being female spoke up behind them. "No need to worry about your friend, he will be dead very shortly. You worry about me." Both of them turned around and the tension inside them almost doubled when they saw who it was. It was the Kunoichi from Kusa XXXXXXX. Naruto had already formulated a plan on what to do when he spotted a clearing. The shadow clones from earlier had all dispelled themselves, so that chakra had come back to Naruto. He landed in the clearing and turned around. The snake was huge, easily reaching up to 70 feet in length. As soon as he stopped, the snake lunged with its mouth wide open. He immediately jumped back easily, avoiding the mouth, forming a shadow clone behind the snake. He instantly switched places with it, so now the clone was in the field of vision of the snake, giving Naruto full access to its unguarded back as the clone jumped around the clearing. Naruto hid on a branch and waited for the perfect moment to strike. As soon as he saw the snake getting into position so it was facing the exact opposite direction of the real Naruto, Naruto acted. He had practiced this until he could do it with just one hand seal, and he was so grateful for it. Clapping his hands together, he did it, sweet and sweetana, water style water severing. wave. The stream of water that was expelled from his mouth was razor-sharp, so sharp that it could cut through thick boulders like a hot knife through butter. It cleanly split the head of the snake from its body. The clone whistled as he walked across to the real Naruto. The now dead snake laid across the full clearing. They both gazed at it for a moment, after which the clone said, "That was downright savage of you, thanks." He dispelled the clone and tried to piece his thoughts together. He knew that snakes this big were not there in the forest, so this was a summon. But there are only 2 snake summoners. Anko-sensei is not allowed to interfere as the proctor of this exam, so that leaves. His face paled rapidly as he came to a horrifying conclusion about just who his team was facing. He spread out his senses and cursed when he sensed absolute fear from Sasuke and Sakura's numbness. He disappeared in the fastest shunpo he had performed until today. XXXXXXX. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the immensely potent killing intent that was permeating the air. He landed on a high branch and studied the scene below. The Kusa bitch was staring at Sasuke with a look of amusement, as if she knew she could end him any instant, but was allowing it to play out for her amusement. Naruto's jaw muscles clenched because she was absolutely right. Hell, she could kill himself any instant. Sasuke stood no chance at all against her. Who the hell is this intruder? He silently released all his resistance. Seals, come now Sasuke-kun, you know you can't win. What will you do? She chuckled. Sasuke shivered at the tone but spoke. It's a scroll you want, right? Take it and leave us. He threw the fake scroll to the Kusa nin, who probably thought it was just a regular heaven scroll. He barely refrained from cursing when she just threw it behind her, and the scroll went off in an explosion like the one that killed the team from AIM. Ku, you don't think I didn't know about the little trick your team pulled off? She mused in a dark tone. Damn. Sasuke forced out through gritted teeth. He was gritting them ever since he felt the unnatural killing intent from the kunoichi to stop from chattering in a show of fear. He was uncontrollably shaking when he felt her killing intent and had barely stabbed himself in time to avoid being pierced in the head by her kunai. The kunoichi moved, scaring Sasuke, who hurled shuriken at her. Stay away from me. She dodged it with ease and was almost upon him when a fist came out of nowhere, smashing into her cheek with such force that she was flown backwards. The woman, however, simply spun midair and landed gracefully. She absently rubbed her cheek as she stared, impressed with his ability to catch her off guard and the power behind the strike. She looked into the impassive face of one Uzumaki Naruto, amused by the resolve in his eyes. Sasuke, for once in his life, was infinitely glad to see his comrade Sakura almost sunk in relief at his appearance. You escaped, my friend Naruto-kun. Naruto's face gave nothing away as he answered, your friend is dead. The kunoichi looked even more impressed as she looked at him, noting the lack of any scratches or damage on him. Very impressive, Naruto-kun. Not many can dispatch my friend without sustaining damage. She complimented. Naruto glared at her, and she was faintly reminded of another blonde who glared identically. Why don't you drop that disguise? You're not fooling me. The woman regarded him for a moment and then laughed hard. You are amusing. What makes you think I'm wearing a disguise? Naruto simply stared impassively. That giant snake of yours was a dead giveaway. Only 2 people are known to possess the snake summoning contract. I already know the first, which only leaves one option. Orochimaru of the Sannin. The way you lunged at Sasuke is the snake style of taijutsu, which is another giveaway of your identity. There was no outward reaction from the woman, but inwardly she was more impressed. What analysis to be able to observe and deduce things so quickly and with just one look. That's easily Jonin level thinking. The power behind his strike was easily Jonin level as well, and it was well timed and placed. He must be incredibly talented and skilled. Shame that he is the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, otherwise that body could be mine. He silently complained. Sasuke was barely keeping from shaking. Orochimaru of the Sannin, the S rank. Missing nin from Konoha and former student of the Sandaime, we stand no chance against him. Very cleverly deduced, Naruto-kun. The woman said, anything else you can tell me? Naruto was on an even higher alert, ready to move at the slightest sign of movement from the Sannin. Well, it's quite clear that you were after Sasuke and by extension his Sharingan. You sent a summon to dispose of me and didn't even pay attention to Sakura, instead choosing to pick on Sasuke. Am I wrong? Orochimaru chuckled, which turned into a full-blown laugh. He stopped laughing and shed the skin of the kunoichi. Was pulled off to reveal an extremely pale man with long black hair and golden slitted eyes. Surrounded in purple markings almost like an eye marking. He wore a tan shirt with a long-sleeved black undershirt and a large purple rope around his waist tied in a large knot. Sasuke and Sakura stared in horror at the most infamous missing nin of Konoha, while Naruto didn't waver from his gaze. You are most interesting, Naruto-kun. Unfortunately it is not you who I came for, he said, looking at Sasuke and licking his mouth with an unnaturally long tongue. Even Naruto was unable to avoid the shudder at the show of creepiness. He eventually said, sorry, but I can't allow you to have your way with him. I need him intact if we want to pass this phase. With that being said, he made the first move with lightning speed. He slapped his hand on the ground, a large ceiling array erupting from his hand and onto the ground. The clearing was bathed in so much light that Orochimaru grunted and was forced to shield his eyes lest he became blind. When the light died down, the three genin had vanished. Orochimaru simply chuckled before following them. He's certainly fast. Naruto was flash-stepping like crazy. His teammates held in fireman's carry. Sasuke shouted, put me down, Uzumaki. Naruto didn't miss a beat. Only if you're as fast as me or faster. Sasuke shut his mouth and just held on, knowing Naruto was way faster than him. Sakura simply held on for dear life. This was the first time she was moving this fast or had seen Naruto move this fast. Naruto was going full throttle, knowing Orochimaru would eventually catch up to them. He was hoping to find some help. He sidestepped just in time to avoid being blown away. Orochimaru had caught up to them and was looking highly amused, face going impassive. He set Sasuke and Sakura down. Sasuke, hang back, it's you he wants. Sasuke scowled but heeded the other boy's words and moved back to guard Sakura. Naruto had leapt forward to meet Orochimaru fist to fist. They engaged in a furious bout of taijutsu, both of them becoming blurs. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. This fighting style seemed somewhat familiar, and the boy was doing far too well. Punches and kicks were being blocked quite easily, but finger jabs were coming too close to vital areas. He needed to stop playing around. Naruto was giving it all and his frustration was mounting because Orochimaru seemed totally unfazed by his attacks. He was landing hits, but they were barely inflicting any damage. He charged 2 kunai with wind chakra, increasing his reach. He was forced to duck when snakes erupted from the Sannin's sleeves. He flash-stepped away, hands lit up by red lightning chakra, causing Orochimaru's eyes to widen. Raiten Rakurai, lightning-style lightning strike. The red lightning was barely avoided by the Sannin, who jumped sideways. Naruto immediately flash-stepped to Orochimaru, who was mid-air, and stabbed him in the heart with the wind-infused kunai. His eyes widened when Orochimaru just turned brown and crumbled into mud. His senses told him the real one was fighting Sasuke. He immediately turned and looked above, cursing mentally when he saw Sasuke being pushed back and taunted by Orochimaru. The Uchiha was blocking every blow, but it was hurting every time a hit was blocked. If his contorted face was anything to go by, how weak you are. Compared to Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun. He chuckled watching the boy try to land a hit on his person. Though he jumped back just in time to avoid another punch in the face Naruto landed by Sasuke, who was lightly panting. Sasuke began to back up, remembering Naruto's words, but a hand kept him in place. He looked at Naruto's impassive expression. I can't take him on alone, Sasuke, I need your help. It won't beat or kill him, but it might create a chance for us to run away, he said, carefully watching Sasuke breathed deeply, calming himself down. This was the first time Naruto had asked him for help, and it was perfectly justified. Orochimaru was not someone who could be taken out by even Jonin, much less fresh genin. If fighting together gave them a chance to retreat, he was willing to do it. Let's do it, Naruto smirked for the first time since the fight with Orochimaru started, and both the boys turned to Orochimaru, who chuckled seeing the looks in their eyes. Fighting together, even that, he was forced to block Naruto, who had flash stepped in front of him and used the momentum to increase the hit of his kick. Sasuke converged in from above and both the boys started fighting him. Sasuke was giving it all he had, and Naruto was more than glad to have a partner. He and Sasuke were perfectly managing to fight together, their blows not landing on each other, weaving between each other's attacks without even grazing the other. The two managed to put a surprised Orochimaru on the defense. Naruto was faster than Sasuke, which meant that Orochimaru had to defend himself from two fighters of irregular speed. His body had to react fast and slow at different times, not that difficult for him, but the time it took for him to get used to it, he had already taken too many blows. Jumping back, he formed the snake seal, futon daitapa, wind style great breakthrough. A huge blast of air roared towards the two boys, who split up to avoid the blast of air. Sasuke sped through hand seals, Kaiten Gokaku no Jutsu, fire style great fireball. A huge fireball made its way to Orochimaru, who simply jumped sideways. He was surprised when suddenly chains of water wrapped around him and smashed him to the ground. He looked up to see Naruto's fist heading towards his face. Instantly switching places with a log, he avoided the glowing fist of dense blue chakra that would have likely cracked his jaw. He vanished in a burst of speed and dispelled the shadow clone who was maintaining the water chains. He ran around the boys in a blur, trying to disorient them, but mostly to see if they could follow him. Naruto and Sasuke stood back to back. Naruto was able to follow Orochimaru with his eyes and slower perception, though he doubted his body could move at that speed. Sasuke's two-tomo Sharingan was slowly getting used to Orochimaru's speed when Orochimaru dashed towards Sasuke. Sasuke acted on instinct, grabbing Naruto's left arm and spinning him once. Naruto let momentum take over, having no time for surprise at Sasuke's choice of attack, and let himself be thrown forward. Feet first, his shoes met an arm which he used to jump back to Sasuke. Che, Naruto said in irritation and jumped up. Orochimaru made to follow him when a cry distracted him. You focus on me, Sasuke shouted as he dashed to Orochimaru, engaging the man. The Sannin was greatly surprised that all trace of fear was gone from Sasuke. He easily blocked all strikes coming from the boy, but noticed it at the last moment. A blonde blur with fist outstretched to meet his stomach. He managed to block it but was sent skidding to the edge of the branch they were fighting on. He was about to chop the boy unconscious when a puff of smoke revealed it to be a shadow clone. Sasuke knew how to take advantage of an opening, so when he saw the puff of smoke from Naruto's shadow clone, he wasted no time dashing forward. He kicked Orochimaru. He was unsurprised when the man blocked it in a cross position, but the momentum at which he came created enough force to throw Orochimaru off the branch. The pale man only had a moment to show his shock before he was grabbed from the waist and sped headfirst into the lower branch. Naruto had jumped up to a higher branch and shot downwards with great speed, catching the missing nin from the waist and smashing him headfirst into a lower branch. He honestly did not know how him and Sasuke were working in a tag team so perfectly, reading each other's intentions so clearly, but was glad for it. Sasuke landed next to Naruto and both watched in disbelief as what Naruto had smashed into the ground was revealed to be a mud clone. They both turned to look the other in his eyes, nodding to each other. Neither of them knew how they communicated like this, but both of them knew what had to be done. Naruto's senses kicked in first, showing Orochimaru heading towards them. He forced himself to react slowly and allowed himself as well as Sasuke to be hit. Both flew back from the force of the hit and pretended to be knocked out as Orochimaru walked closer. What teamwork, you two! I've never seen such fine teamwork before in my life, even my own team surprising me with every move is not a feat anyone can perform, but you two managed it very impressively, he praised with a crazy glint in his eyes. Naruto chose to activate the explosive tags he had stuck to the back of Orochimaru's clothing. Orochimaru flew forward and landed face first, caught unawares. Now Sasuke trap him, yeah. Both of them took out shuriken and held them between the fingers of both their hands, giving the Sannin no time to recover. They each split up. Orochimaru slowly got up, the burns on his back slowly healing. He had barely recovered when he was wrapped up in ninja wire. Glancing towards his right, he saw Sasuke lodging the shuriken wrapped in ninja wire into a tree on his right. On the left, Naruto had done the same. The wrap around him was so tight Orochimaru mentally winced as his back hit the bark and the wire dug into his skin, drawing blood. Where is all this teamwork coming from? Kabuto said they did not work together at all. He enforced his skin with chakra when he saw it. Naruto and Sasuke landed on the tree in front of him. Let's go, Naruto. Yeah. Sasuke sped through 4 hand seals while Naruto formed the snake seal, Kaiten, Futon, Ryuka, Daitapa no Jutsu. They both shouted together. The large dragon-shaped flame that came out of Sasuke's mouth was enhanced by the wind jutsu used by Naruto. Orochimaru watched with wide eyes as the utterly humongous dragon made of fire sped towards him. The flames barreled into him, burning his skin off. Naruto and Sasuke watched, with the latter panting heavily and the former critically gazing. As the jutsu hit Orochimaru, hell, the combination jutsu was so strong that it literally tore apart the area where it impacted. Orochimaru fell downwards, consumed in flames, and the upper half of the tree falling as well. Sasuke fell to his knees trying to catch some breath. He had never spent so much chakra at once. Ever looking up, he saw Naruto intently staring at the place where the jutsu had hit. Did we get him? He asked between deep breaths. Right now he could care less if Naruto was exhausted or not. It certainly looks like it, Naruto murmured, trying to see with his senses if they indeed got him. Turning to Sasuke, it doesn't matter if we got him or not, we have a chance to run. That was all he could say when something pink, wet and slimy wrapped around him. He looked down and disgustedly noted that it was a tongue. It pulled him away from Sasuke, who had a similar expression of disgust. He came face to face with Orochimaru, who had not a single scratch on him, only his clothes were a bit burnt. He had a smirk on his face as he brought up a hand, 5 purple kanji lighting up on his fingertips. That's enough out of you, Naruto-kun. It was good for him that Naruto was channeling chakra to try and escape, making his seal visible. Naruto's eyes went wide as he recognized the kanji. He had extensively studied this particular seal. The Gogyofuin 5 Elements seal was a seal that his mother had highlighted in her notes. It was a seal that was mostly used to throw off the chakra. control of a Jinchuriki. He had extensively researched it in relation to his own seal, the 8 trigrams seal. From the notes that his father made while studying it, he hadn't mastered the 8 trigrams sealing style completely, but he knew enough to know what would happen if Orochimaru applied it on him. His seal consisted of 2 4-symbol seals, creating the 8 trigrams seal. The 5 elements seal was an odd-numbered seal if it was applied over his even-numbered seal. His contact with Kurama would be cut off. Speaking of whom, Naruto, move you idiot, you know what would. That was all he could hear from Kurama before Orochimaru hissed, Gogyo Fuin, his arm shot to make contact with Naruto's seal. Pain, it exploded onto Naruto, overwhelming his senses and setting his nerve endings on fire. It was such unmatched agony that his vision blackened moments before he couldn't even scream in pain when he was suddenly unconscious. The last thing he saw before falling asleep was Orochimaru throwing him off. XXXXXXX. Sakura was in complete awe as she witnessed the tag teaming between Naruto and Sasuke. She had never even imagined that Naruto and Sasuke, who seemed complete opposites of each other, could work so perfectly. It was only the seriousness of their situation that stopped her from cheering her on. She pumped a fist up in victory when she saw the Sannin getting swallowed by the huge fire jutsu that Naruto and Sasuke cast together. Her feeling of joy turned to downright horror when she saw that Orochimaru had survived without a scratch. It was only pure reflex that she managed to pin Naruto to a tree before he fell to his death. She watched, utterly terrified, but she got in front of Sasuke with a kunai held in reverse grip. She wouldn't let anything happen to Sasuke. She thought Orochimaru suddenly sprung forward to her disgust and horror. With his neck elongated and extended fangs barred, Sasuke pushed her aside, allowing the snake nin to sink his fangs into the boy's neck, causing some sort of seal to appear. His scream, though, it was terrible and she was sick of hearing it. Sasuke fell to his knees, still screaming, and then he abruptly stopped and slumped forward unconscious but still in pain. Orochimaru chuckled and looked down at Sasuke with satisfaction in his eyes. Now show me more of your power, Sasuke-kun. You were good but can be far greater than Naruto-kun. He then glanced at the pink-haired girl, who flinched at his gaze. He chuckled, don't worry, Sakura-san, you are not my target. If you quietly hand me your Earth Scroll, I won't kill you. He watched as the pink-haired girl pulled out the Earth Scroll from her pouch and held it out with trembling hands. He took it from her hands and promptly vanished in a swirl of leaves. Sakura fell to her knees in relief and exhaustion. She shivered at the way he addressed her. It felt completely wrong. She looked at Naruto hanging from the kunai on the tree and Sasuke on the ground, and for the first time in a long time she felt completely and utterly hopeless. Skip here only until Naruto wakes up. XXXXXXX. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, groaning in pain as he got that Orochimaru is on tough bastard. He grimaced. Kurama, you there? The only thing that greeted him was the great demon's silence. Yep, as I suspected, he's been completely cut off, and I can't undo this seal because the counter requires chakra control of a Jonin at the least, not to mention that it will require a foreign chakra other than mine. He made a half-ram seal and tried to create a shadow clone, but it looked worse than death, pale skin tone, as sturdy as a blade of grass. Not to mention he could barely get up from lying on the ground before getting dispelled. Naruto tried it again, this time with the cross seal. He nodded in relief when a healthy shadow clone appeared. Dispelling it, he tried to sense chakra signatures but had much difficulty in molding the chakra in the required way. He sighed and got up, stumbling from the head rush that he got. He steadied himself for a few seconds, then nodded. Other than terrible chakra control, he was physically fine, mostly as He stepped out from the underside of the tree. His eyes widened when he saw what was going on. Sakura was on the ground looking like she was attacked by all the terror in the world. Team 10 was behind the bushes looking terrified. Their bodies were filled with tension as they gazed at the scene before them. He even saw Tenten and an unknown boy standing on a branch trying to decide what to do. Seeing their gazes fixed on an unconscious Lee, he deduced that this was Team 9. Sasuke was standing, but he looked so much different from the last time Naruto had seen him. He was covered in black marks, almost like waves in a pattern upon his skin, and he was standing behind a member of the Auto team, Zaku, if he remembered correctly, with a leg on his back and pulling on his arms. Zaku was screaming his throat raw, though Naruto couldn't blame him after seeing the way Sasuke was tearing his arms off. Wasting no time, he acted. Sasuke was out of his mind right now, no doubt being influenced by the evil tainted chakra that was pouring off of him in waves. In a single flash step, he appeared in front of Sasuke. He was grateful that the flash step was simple enough that he only needed to push off. After building up chakra in his feet, he delivered a chakra-enhanced open palm thrust right into Sasuke's stomach, knocking the air out of his shocked teammate. Sasuke was thrilled at the power that was coursing through him. It addled his mind, but he couldn't care less. It was like an adrenaline shot to his system, which made him feel more powerful than ever before. He needed to test this power out. The feeling of this power, his goal of killing his brother, seemed a lot closer. Suddenly he made short work of the Auto team and was about to permanently rip the arms off the last one. He was enjoying this, the effortlessness with which he was dispatching them. He absently wondered if this was how Naruto felt, being stronger than anyone else, standing before yourself. He was so into the task of ripping arms off that he was caught off guard when Naruto suddenly appeared in front of him, thrusting a palm in his stomach. All the breath left him in an instant as his hold on the Auto nin's arms loosened. Naruto turned towards Zaku, who was close to losing consciousness. He looked at the nin, whose face was covered with bandages. "Take him away before my teammate tries that again," he ordered. The nin gulped as he gazed into the icy blues of the blonde, his stance, his way of speaking, the sheer power and resolve in those eyes. He had no doubt that this guy was somewhere at the top in power rankings of Genin. He doubted even Sasuke could match him with the curse mark's power. He also knew that he was no match for him. "Naruto, is it?" he asked, making Naruto narrow his eyes and nod. He slowly held out their team's Earth Scroll. "You are no doubt too strong for us to take on, so I'll make an exchange. Let us leave and we will give you our Earth Scroll." He dropped the scroll at Naruto's feet. Naruto's thoughts raced as he calmly picked up the Earth Scroll. Had they lost theirs, the Gogyo Fuin had knocked him out for a day. That much he knew. He put the Earth Scroll in his left hip pouch and mentally sighed in relief when he felt the Heaven Scroll exactly where he had put it. He kept his posture straight, no need to indicate that he was at the moment weak as hell. He nodded and watched as the nin picked up his teammate and took to the trees. He was about to sit down to take a breather. He had still not fully recovered when his danger sense exploded. Shikamaru's voice rang out an instant later. "Naruto, watch out." Naruto instinctively responded, his upper body bent down, left leg lifting high behind to catch Sasuke right in his chin. The counterattack knocked Sasuke back. Naruto watched in complete surprise. "Sasuke, what the hell are you doing?" His heart dropped seeing the smirk on Sasuke's face. Sasuke spoke, "Testing this power, Uzumaki. I've never felt so powerful before. It feels like I can take on anyone, even Itachi, but first I will see how you fare against this power. I will finally beat you today." He was sounding more like a power-hungry maniac at the end than the emo bastard Naruto was used to dealing with. He jumped back, yelling out, "Everyone stay back," though this was bad for him. He was far from his peak condition, whereas Sasuke was fighting him with a power-up. He would have to knock the guy out. That was his only option right now. Sasuke rushed at him with speed. Naruto clearly remembered Sasuke not having the day before he blocked the punch to his face but was forced to remain on the defense as Sasuke did not let up his assault. He grunted as he felt the force behind Sasuke's strikes. Sasuke, stop it, we are teammates not enemies. Sasuke only laughed, ha, that doesn't matter to me, you will go down today. He then ducked as Naruto pulled out a kunai and made rapid slashes at him. Sasuke grit his teeth when he was forced to dodge every slash with a hair's breadth, but he also observed that he was easily reading Naruto's movements, having gotten used to Orochimaru's speed. Naruto's was quite slower. He took advantage of an opening and caught his hand, giving the blonde's wrist a thrust that launched the kunai a few feet above their heads. Naruto wasted no time and jumped up, performing a flawless front flip that allowed his right heel to kick the kunai directly at Sasuke's face. Predictably, Sasuke easily dodged it, allowing the kunai to stick into the ground behind him, following with what was an effortless block to Naruto's left leg that was coming down on him. Naruto used the hand to flip off 20 feet back. Sasuke scoffed, "Do you think such weak and pitiful maneuvers can defeat me? Get real." He then sped through hand signs, Katon, Ryuka no Jutsu, Fire-style Dragon Flame Jutsu. Naruto watched wide-eyed as a huge flame shaped like a dragon headed towards him. He barely completed the hand signs in time when he was swallowed by flames. Sasuke smirked as he watched Naruto getting hit by his jutsu head-on. When the flames dispersed, instead of seeing the expected form of his teammate covered in burns, his eyes widened when all he saw was a kunai lying in the middle of the flames. He had no time to react when he was grabbed in a tight choke hold from behind. Naruto grunted as he struggled to keep the choke on Sasuke. Sasuke's jutsu was powerful, extraordinarily so, but the drawback was equally big as well. The huge wall of fire had cut off Sasuke's vision of him, which allowed Naruto to substitute with the kunai lodged behind Sasuke. The Konoha teams got out from their spots and in front of them, looking tensed. Shikamaru lived up to his reputation as a genius when he correctly deduced the reason behind Sasuke's momentary madness. That evil tainted chakra that was clearly not Sasuke's must have caused this. He realized he was ready for the moment when Naruto would call for help. He had also noticed, despite Naruto hiding it very well, that Naruto was banged up as well. He was not in peak condition and stood very low chance against an enhanced Sasuke, though he was surprised yet again when his blonde friend managed to put Sasuke in a position where he held the advantage. Naruto had tightened his choke, but Sasuke was still putting up a vicious struggle. He tentatively called out, "Naruto, do you?" Naruto just grunted a reply. "Don't worry, Shikamaru," he grunted as he leant his head back to avoid a headbutt and a broken nose. "He just needs to calm do oof," he grunted when Sasuke slammed an elbow into his ribs. Naruto finally let his anger show, in a show of savageness that surprised all. Naruto, who still had the choke on Sasuke, slammed his captive's head to the tree nest. To him hard. Sasuke went down like a sack of potatoes, the black marks receding from his skin. Hell, Naruto had smashed Sasuke's head into the bark so hard that even the bark had cracked a bit. Naruto panted hard as he stared at the unconscious form of his teammate. This fight had taken a lot more out of him than he expected. The five elements seal is proving to be troublesome, he thought tiredly. Shikamaru watched as his friend almost tipped forward to face plant and immediately caught him, gently sitting him on the ground. "Are you all right, Naruto?" he asked in concern he had never seen Naruto look even winded, but now all he could see was exhaustion and hurt. There wasn't a single trace Of the usual energy that Naruto always kept contained in him, Naruto chuckled. No, I'm really not. Shika. He wanted nothing more than to just sleep, but a part of his mind was telling him that they still needed to reach the tower. Choji walked up to him. Can you keep going though? Naruto slowly stood up and both the boys tensed when they saw him sway a little before righting himself. Putting a hand in his hip pouch, he took out a soldier pill and was about to swallow it when he stopped. He really didn't need any more exhaustion. When the effects of the pill ran out, he put it back. Yeah, I'm good. He almost fell back down when he was hugged by a sobbing Sakura. He took a moment to realize how terrified she was. He just wrapped his arms around her, slowly stroking her hair, which was cut now that he realized it. Thank Kami, you are all right. She sniffled into his chest. She was so relieved when Sasuke had come to her rescue, but that relief had turned to terror when she saw how ruthlessly Sasuke dealt with the other team. She almost couldn't take it anymore when Naruto appeared. She watched in anticipation as Naruto narrowly scraped a victory against Sasuke and managed to knock him out. Naruto looked to be in worse condition, but she sobbed in relief when he managed to win. He released Sakura, who looked up at him with tearful and fearful eyes. He kept his hands on her shoulders and said in a serious voice, Sakura, we need to reach the tower. We can no longer delay. Shikamaru, the said boy, straightened up at the call. We're moving. We will meet you at the tower. He nodded, even though a part of him was concerned for his friend. What about Lee? Sakura asked, worriedly looking over to the unconscious boy. Naruto looked at him with thoughtfulness when a voice cut through his musings. We'll be taking him. I suppose he got into another fight he couldn't handle. A boy, Hyuga, upon seeing the eyes with long brown hair pulled back in a low ponytail and hit on his forehead, said, and with him was Tenten, who looked at him in concern. Don't worry, Tenten, I'm good for now, he assured her. The said girl sighed. I can totally see that. I better see you at the tower. Blondie. Neji picked up Lee, slinging him over their shoulder, and with a nod to Tenten they were gone. That was quite abrupt, Ino mumbled, frowning. Naruto said, that's how they do. Well, we better get going as well. He reminded them. With a goodbye to Team 10, they departed in different directions. Naruto made a shadow clone who picked up Sasuke bridal style, and with a signal they started running. He deliberately kept to the ground because right now his body was hurting. With every step he doubted he could tree hop in his current condition. That damn snake had really messed up with his chakra control, he lamented. Naruto, what about Sasuke-kun? Sakura's timid voice broke through his thoughts. Naruto glanced back at her and then at Sasuke, who was still knocked out. He would have applied a seal on him to keep him knocked out, but applying seals with just your hands and chakra required high Chunin level chakra control, which Naruto really didn't have right now. He will wake up in a while, Sakura, he vaguely replied. Even he wasn't sure how long would it take for Sasuke to wake up with how hard he had slammed him against the tree. He was also worried on how Sasuke would react once he woke up. Sasuke was already sour on being weaker than him, but now that he got beaten by a weaker Naruto while himself being powered up more than ever, Naruto really didn't want to think about it. He and Sakura kept running in silence, and by the time it was late evening, the tower finally came into view. He turned to Sakura, fishing out his storage scroll and taking out 2 water cans. One small break, then we rest directly at the tower, he said, taking a sip of water. Sakura nodded at his words before looking at Sasuke in concern. The said boy was on the ground, the shadow clone carrying him dispelled for the moment they finished drinking, and Naruto was about to summon another clone when Sasuke stirred. He stopped, and both of them looked to Sasuke in anticipation, who sat up, groaning. Sasuke slowly opened his eyes, thankful for the dark sky. Groaning, he sat up, his body unusually stiff. He turned his head, saw his two teammates looking at him in concern. He tried to remember what happened. He remembered waking up at least. What the hell happened? I woke up. Sakura was being attacked by the Auto team. After that I was suddenly powerful. His memory drew a blank after that, but he winced as the mark on his shoulder burned a little. What happened? He asked Naruto in a low groan. He did not notice Naruto blink in confusion nor the slight relaxing of his shoulders. Naruto couldn't believe it. He wanted to, but it was better to confirm. You don't remember? An annoyed face looked at him. I wouldn't have asked if I did, idiot. Sakura opened her mouth to tell that Naruto had knocked him out of his temporary insanity, but a look from Naruto silenced her. She gave him a confused look, silently asking why, but Naruto shook his head. Naruto turned to Sasuke. An unlucky circumstance is what happened. The Auto team ambushed us in the branches. A hail of kunai came towards us, forcing us apart. You just happened to land on a branch that had wet moss on it. Your foot slipped, but luckily, since it was a lower branch, you only smacked your head instead of breaking your neck. He smoothly lied. He was really glad for what actually happened. He wondered if it was just his luck that Sasuke suffered short-term memory loss. It was better if Sasuke's defeat was kept secret. He handed a water can to the boy, who nodded gratefully while he was drinking. Naruto took Sakura aside and explained, listen Sakura, Sasuke cannot know that I knocked him out, he whispered. Sakura asked in confusion and a little bit of fear. But why? Naruto looked at her in seriousness. You saw how he acted when he tapped into that power, right? At Sakura's nod he continued, he's already insecure as it is about being strong enough or not. The truth might send him over the edge again. You really don't want him attacking us, do you? He was glad that Sakura finally saw the truth in his words. He turned back to Sasuke, who had finished drinking the entire water can. You ready to move, Sasuke? The tower is only 2 miles out now. Sasuke chucked the water can into a nearby bush. Let's move, we'll stop at the tower. He was about to take the lead when Sakura stopped him. Anyo, Sasuke-kun, Naruto still hasn't recovered from Orochimaru's attack. We have to move slowly. So it's better if Naruto took the lead. Sasuke was surprised at Sakura's suggestion and looked at Naruto. Now that his head was clear, he was surprised how tired and exhausted Naruto looked. What did Orochimaru do to you? Fucked up my chakra control, was the blunt reply he received. He nodded in understanding, though he was still sour about not taking the lead. The team started running again in. Sasuke was surprised that they did not take to the branches. Closely looking at Naruto, he narrowed his eyes when he saw Naruto's slightly winced face. It was hurting the blonde to even run. They finally reached the tower and Naruto almost fell from exhaustion when Sasuke caught him. I didn't know a simple chakra suppression seal could do this to you of all people, he said with narrowed eyes. Naruto weakly shrugged. Sasuke then seemed to think for a moment and asked again, can't you use Fuinjutsu to fix it? Naruto glanced at him tiredly. The chakra control I require to perform the seal is beyond me right now. I'll need someone else to fix it. With that they walked into the tower, with Naruto's arm supported around Sasuke's shoulder and Sasuke's arm supporting his waist. When they entered, they encountered a riddle. If you do not possess heaven, gain knowledge and be prepared. If you do not possess earth, run through the fields and see strength. If you open both heaven and earth, dangerous paths will turn safe. This is the secret of something. It shall lead you on your way. Naruto did not even need to think. It's telling us to open the scrolls. Sasuke and Sakura nodded. Sakura pulled out her earth scroll while Naruto handed the heaven scroll to Sasuke. Both of them slowly opened it, unsure whether it's a trap or not. Naruto instantly recognized the seals in the scrolls and exclaimed, "It's a summoning seal, throw it away." Both Sasuke and Sakura did as Naruto said, tensing up in preparation of any threat they were not prepared for Iruka popping out of them at first with a smile and a wave, then horror took over his features when he saw how badly they were beaten up, especially Naruto. "Kami, what happened to you three?" he stuttered. Naruto took the lead. Stepping forward, "Iruka-sensei, is it possible for me to meet Hokage Gigi sometime tomorrow? I've got some very grave news." Iruka shook his head. "The next phase of this exam is in 3 days, Naruto, and in that period none of the genin are allowed to interact with their senseis, much less the Hokage." Naruto sighed and motioned Iruka to come closer. Once he whispered in the man's ear, "I'm pretty sure the news of Orochimaru being in the exams and ambushing us is quite important." Iruka's eyes, if possible, widened further in horror. "Orochimaru!" he exclaimed in horror. He then regained his composure and said, "I'll be sure to report this to the Hokage, but you can't meet him right now." Naruto narrowed his eyes. "I've got more to tell." "Then tell me, I'll relay it to the Hokage." Naruto waved his finger. Iruka-sensei, Orochimaru is an S-rank missing nin, and so any information relating to him is S-rank. Only the Hokage can know. If he tells it, you no problem, but I'm only telling the Hokage." He even crossed his arms, showing that he was not changing his opinion. Iruka grit his teeth. Of all the times for Naruto to be as stubborn as a mule, it had to be now, but he also knew that he would only be wasting his efforts trying to convince him otherwise. He sighed in resignation. "All right, I'll tell the Hokage that you've got news about Orochimaru." He hastily continued upon seeing the satisfaction on Naruto's face. "But it's up to him if he wants to visit you. In the 3-day period, even the Hokage has to follow the rules, you know." Naruto shrugged. His work completed, there was no way Gigi wouldn't come to see him. Orochimaru was his former student and a very infamous missing nin. Of course he would want to know why his student was lurking around Konoha during the Chunin exams. Besides, he was also counting on Gigi to remove the Gogyo Fuin from him. He wanted to be in top form for the next phase. "All right, I'll take you three to your room now." Iruka beckoned them to follow and started walking. Naruto took a step and almost cried out in frustration when he almost faceplanted again. If not for Sasuke catching him in time, his nose would be surely broken. The three followed in the same way they had entered the tower, with Sasuke supporting Naruto. They went up a set of stairs, past a canteen, and into a hallway where he opened a room for them. They entered gratefully. "Naruto, get some rest and come out only when you feel rested, okay?" He received a tired nod in return. He turned to Naruto's teammates. "You two take care as well." He closed the door. After that, Sasuke helped Naruto to a bed and seated him. Naruto nodded his thanks to him and, not bothering to say anything else, he flopped face first onto his bed and was out like a light. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, thankful for the dimness of the room. He lay off on the bed, staring into nothing and thinking of nothing, and cleared all the sleep from his eyes. Sitting up, he was happy to find that he no longer felt exhausted and tired like yesterday evening. In fact, he could say with certainty that aside from having chakra control problems, he was in top physical condition. Looking around the room, he saw his two teammates sprawled out on their beds like him. They hadn't bothered to change or freshen up. They had probably fallen out a little after him. He took the opportunity to hit the shower first and moved to the bathroom. 20 minutes later, he was clean and fresh in a new pair of clothes, and Sasuke and Sakura were just beginning to stir when he walked out of the bathroom. He grinned at their half-sleepy forms. "Hey guys," he exclaimed a bit too loudly. He grinned a bit more when they just grumbled angrily. No one liked loud noises in the morning. He chuckled. "Anyways, I'm Heading off to breakfast in the canteen. The bathroom's free if you want it. He walked to the door. And just when he was about to open it, when he turned and smirked, I don't know if the hot water is limited or not. Sasuke and Sakura froze for a moment, and for a moment they just sat like that. Sasuke was the first to snap out of it and was about to rush into the bathroom when the door was knocked, causing the two genin to pause momentarily. If Naruto had not been a censor, he would have probably slapped an explosive tag on the door and backed away. However, he sensed two familiar chakra signatures outside. Kakashi-sensei and Gigi didn't know they would come this early. Then again, this is Orochimaru we are talking about, he mused as he opened the door. Hiruzen and Kakashi's serious faces greeted him on the outside. Behind him, Sakura and Sasuke also tensed up for a second before relaxing. Naruto wordlessly stepped aside to let them through and closed the door behind them. Hiruzen turned to Naruto and said in a tone that unconsciously caused Naruto to straighten his back, Iruka said that you encountered Orochimaru in the forest. Naruto nodded just as seriously. Hi, Hokage-sama. He then recounted everything beginning from the time when they first encountered him. How he was forcefully separated from his team, how he and Sasuke teamed up to take him down and failed spectacularly. I don't know what happened after I was knocked out, but I can take a guess, he said, glancing at Sasuke, who tensed up. Hiruzen and Kakashi both knew very well that when Naruto said that he could guess something, it was something worth witnessing. Naruto never guessed anything. He always observed, and when he had gathered his facts, he connected them in such a way that it was hard to argue with him when he had presented his deduction. Seeing Gigi's and Kakashi's anticipating looks, he continued, I woke up a day after I was knocked out. I was mostly fine, but when I emerged from our hiding spot, I observed that we had been ambushed and unconscious Lee was in the clearing. When I observed Team 10's faces, they positively did not know when Lee had come, which meant Lee had arrived before Team 10 came to our aid. He was knocked out when I saw him, but, he said, glancing at Sasuke, who was staring at him with a neutral face. Something was wrong with Sasuke. He didn't mince his facts. The whole room turned to face Sasuke, who had adopted a scowl. Naruto continued his explanation. I felt a strange chakra emanating from him. It felt very evil, for the lack of a word. It also caused him to become extremely ruthless while under its effects. What's more dangerous is that the feeling of that chakra was quite similar to what I felt from Orochimaru. Both Hiruzen and Kakashi had wide eyes at what had happened. Naruto seemed not to notice their shock as he still continued speaking. He was covered in strange black marks that were spread over the left side of his body. Judging from his euphoric and ruthless behavior, I'd say he was under the effects that are quite similar to when shinobi receive a major boost in power. However, an accidental slip caused him to get knocked out, and while it was only for a fleeting moment, I saw the marks receding to underneath his left collar. That confirmed Hiruzen's and Kakashi's worst suspicions. Hiruzen turned to Sasuke and asked, but it was more like an order. Sasuke-kun, can you please remove your shirt for a moment? Hi Hokage-sama, came the quiet response from the boy. Sasuke deftly pulled his shirt off, and all the occupants in the room were wide-eyed, including Naruto, when they saw a strange mark on the left-hand side of his neck, its appearance not unlike the 3 tomos of Sharingan. Oh Kami, Hiruzen breathed out. This was not good at all. Orochimaru had come into the Chunin exams and had put his curse mark on Uchiha Sasuke of all people, who was a major flight risk. Orochimaru knew that Sasuke carried a deep revenge fueled desire within him to avenge his clan by killing his brother. He had offered a source of power and gave a glimpse of its effects to Sasuke. Hiruzen became even more worried that Sasuke will go to Orochimaru, in hopes of controlling that power, Naruto curiously asked in disgusted fascination, "What the hell is that?" He had a feeling that this was quite familiar. Hiraishin turned to Naruto. "That is the curse mark of Orochimaru. I'm sure you know of this, Naruto." He gave a knowing look that confused the others in the room. Naruto furrowed his brow in thought, and it immediately came to him. Anko-sensei had showed him the same thing once on her neck. Oh damn. He breathed out. Sasuke was starting to get irritated that the others were talking about him as if he was not even in the room. "What are you talking about?" he near snarled at the three. Naruto turned and walked towards Sasuke, pressing two fingers to the seal while his sensory abilities were still blocked being in contact with the seal negated the handicap. For a moment he just felt it out, brushing against it with a tiny amount of his chakra. He ignored Sasuke's flinch at the burn of the seal and thought for a moment on how to explain it to someone who did not even know the f of Fuinjutsu. "This seal. It might sound extremely bad on my part, but it's quite a beauty. It's so complicated, so intricate that it will take years of study to try and find a counter to it. It's like a storage seal that can only be activated by you. If I had to make a guess, judging from when I previously observed you using this seal, it has Orochimaru's chakra in it. Not exactly the same, but just enough to tell that it's similar." He laid out his analysis. Hiraishin nodded. "Very good analysis, Naruto-kun. That's exactly what it is. However, there is a risk in using it, a grave one." Sasuke raised an eyebrow. "What is the risk?" Naruto narrowed his eyes at not just Sasuke's question but also the way he asked it. He could not say with certainty, but he almost felt like Sasuke was considering using that chakra Naruto cut in before Gigi could speak. "In the short time that you used it, it probably must have felt euphoric to you, a rush of power so potent and heightened, unparalleled by anything you've felt ever before. Am I wrong?" He pinned Sasuke with a stare that advised him not to lie. "Not that he could anyway, with Kakashi and Hiraishin keeping a close eye on him." "Yeah," Sasuke answered hesitantly. Hiraishin and Kakashi were in awe of Naruto's deducing skills. If not for both of them knowing who his parents were, they would have thought he belonged to the Nara clan. Naruto picked up from his answer, almost mumbling more to himself rather than his superiors in the room. "And whatever feels to us that way, we are bound to resort using it again and again. Orochimaru must have kept this in mind when he designed the seal. Anyone who used its power would be tempted to use it repeatedly until they become dependent on its power." Turning to Sasuke, he said in a pleading tone, "Sasuke, no matter what, you have to absolutely avoid using that seal. I was told that it was nothing but a slave collar, a way for Orochimaru to make you kneel to him." Naruto carefully studied Sasuke's expression. By the end of his explanation, Sasuke looked angry that someone tried to make him dance to their tune, but underneath the anger, Naruto could see it. Sasuke was leaning towards using it when the situation gets worse, judging by the looks on Gigi's and Kakashi's face. They had seen it too. Hiraishin spoke in a commanding tone. "We have no choice but to seal it immediately for the good of others and your own." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "How will you seal it? There is only one such seal in existence, and that too relies on the will of the recipient." Kakashi nodded. "I will seal it with the Fuja Hoin evil containment seal, but as Naruto said, there's a catch," he said, glancing towards Sasuke. "What is it?" Naruto took up from where Kakashi left off. "The evil containment seal is only as powerful as you want it to be. The stronger your will to resist using that chakra, better will be the effects of the seal, and better will it be contained." Kakashi stepped forward. "Come Sasuke, you can relax after the sealing is over. We must do it now." Naruto smiled slyly. "I didn't know you were versed in the delicate art of sealing, sensei." Kakashi turned with a bored eye. I picked up a thing or two from my sensei, taking a hold of Sasuke, who had put on his shirt. He vanished in a swirl of leaves. Hiraishin proceeded to leave as Sakura closed the door to the bathroom. Gigi, he called out. This was his chance to get his seal taken off. He lifted his shirt and jacket and molded some chakra to make his seal visible. Can you remove this seal? Orochimaru placed it on me, and I don't think I want my teammates to know about my status just yet. Hiraishin studied the seal and saw what it was. I can do it, but you better brace yourself, he warned before 5 kanji lit up on his fingers. On the count of 3, 1, he slammed the fingers onto the seal, exclaiming, "Gogyo Kane." He watched with satisfaction as the seal came off Naruto, who was unprepared and as such fell on his butt. The 5 elements seal disappeared from on top of his seal. Naruto glared at the old man. Where was the 2 and 3 old man? Sarutobi shrugged innocently. 2-3, all the best for the next phase. He shunshined away just in time to avoid a barrage of shuriken. Naruto grumbled in irritation but brightened up when he felt his consciousness being prodded by a familiar presence. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them he was in the valley again. Underneath the tree that Kurama enjoyed so much, the said demon was lazily lying underneath it, his tail swaying behind him lazily but magnificently. He stared at Naruto intensely. Who grinned back. Naruto walked up to Kurama's head and sat down in front of him. Are you all right? Kurama scoffed, sending hot air from his nostrils. Such a seal can't affect me, but it did affect the seal your father placed on you. We aren't mutually inclusive. Naruto nodded in understanding. Kurama spoke again. By the way, nice job on trying to fight Orochimaru. You were quite efficient in your attacks, if only to compensate for your weakness. Naruto simply waved that comment away. He had gotten used to Kurama's way of complimenting a long time ago. Also, the tag team that you formed with the Uchiha was quite impressive considering how repulsive he acts towards you. Naruto turned serious. Sasuke will do what's necessary to survive to face Itachi someday, even if it means admitting his weakness right now and teaming up. Kurama gave a grunt to acknowledge him, but Naruto knew that Kurama could care less about Sasuke or any Uchiha in general. Alright, I'll see you later. Kurama nodded and settled down for a nap. Naruto then exited his mindscape and opened his eyes in the real world. Only 5 seconds had passed. Naruto smirked at the time difference, opened the door and proceeded to breakfast. The next 2 days were pretty much uneventful. Naruto did not waste the time given to them. The day the seal was removed, his chakra control came back. He was better than before. Hell, even his chakra pools had expanded quite a bit. Nothing interesting had happened in the 2 days other than Naruto meeting Temari once again during breakfast. Nothing major had happened, except the two had made eye contact once and looked away quickly, both of them blushing heavily. It seemed that now that the tension of the second phase had passed, the awkwardness from the end of the first date had returned in full. They didn't meet each other again until the last day, when all the genin had assembled in an arena of sorts. They were pleased to find that all of the Konoha teams had made it, along with the Auto team as well. He already knew about the Suna team. All of the genin stood in a formation before the Sandaime, who looked serious and imposing, every bit the shinobi he was known to be. He observed all the genin from under his hat, and Naruto could see none of the kindness that he was usually known for by the people of his village. Congratulations on successfully completing the first half of the Chunin exams. You all have proven you at least have the will to become Chunin. But will is not enough by itself, however strong it may be. It's time I revealed to you the real reason why Chunin exams are held, one of the many truths you will no doubt learn later in your life, he addressed them. In reality, the Chunin exams are games of war, a representation of the conflicts between all the nations. It is a chance for hidden villages to showcase the best of their shinobi who strive to bring glory to their homes. Other nations, all potential clients of our profession, will watch the battles. Naruto tuned the rest of the speech out as he frowned in thought. Basically what Gigi was saying is that the Chunin exams are a show of strength from the hidden villages and they were merely pieces of the whole game. It made perfect sense to him, though the village received more missions and commerce and in turn put more money in his pockets. He had no complaints to make as long as he was getting his due. He returned his attention to the front when Hiraishin cleared his throat. Now I will. He trailed off when a jonin from the lineup of all senseis behind him jumped up and appeared in front of him in a kneeling position of respect. With all due respect, Hokage-sama, please allow me, the proctor of this exam, to explain, Naruto observed. The ninja carefully. The man was decently tall, bandana with metal plate attached covering the most of his brown hair save for the few in the front. The bags underneath his eyes indicated an exhausted and, if the repeated coughs were anything to go by, a chronically sick nature. The Hokage nodded and moved back to stand in front of the lineup, his eyes sharp and present. The man cleared his throat and began speaking. My name is Gecko Hayate and I am the proctor for the third exam. We usually don't do this, but it is being done this time. He said all that before being attacked by another coughing fit. The genin muttered among themselves as they tried to figure out the reason for the preliminary round. Shikamaru called out in irritation. Why do we have to go through a troublesome round like this? Like Hokage-sama explained, there will be people coming to watch this, important people such as the royalty businessman. We want them to have a good time watching the fights. We didn't anticipate on this many people remaining after the second round, so for the best fights the best fighters would be chosen. That being said, the rounds will start immediately, so if you don't feel your best you can drop out right now. Your teammates won't be disqualified if you drop out, he explained. A hand rose up from the crowd which Naruto identified belonging to one Yakushi Kabuto, the genin they had met back in the exam room. I forfeit, I have almost no chakra left, Kabuto said. Hayate nodded. Always good to know your limits. You can leave. Kabuto nodded and walked away. Naruto's eyes narrowed in suspicion. He could easily sense chakra levels and Kabuto's was almost full. In fact, he had more chakra than any genin assembled barring Naruto himself. Naruto saw Ibiki speaking to the Hokage, who nodded nothing more. He turned his gaze back front. Speaking of sensing, Naruto's gaze shifted and landed on one of the jonin from Otto. His chakra was as normal as any of the jonin, but the very familiar maliciousness in his chakra gave him away. He was the only jonin who had such a feeling to his chakra. Not to mention he failed to disguise his eyes. Naruto heard Kurama snigger as he thought, is Orochimaru an idiot or what? I'm surprised those snake-like eyes haven't been caught by Gigi yet. He turned his gaze away just before Orochimaru faced his direction. Naruto kept his cool, knowing that he wasn't the target of Orochimaru's stare. Hayate explained that now that the number of genin was even, they will now have 10 one-on-one matches. The victors will proceed to the final stage of the Chunin exams. He explained all the regular rules of an authorized shinobi fight and started the matches. All the teams and senseis went up to the balconies. Foreigners on the right and Konoha on the left. They all turned to the screen to see names flashing by before they stopped on the first two: Akadu Yoroi vs Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto rose an eyebrow. Looks like your first, Sasuke. All the best. He wished the boy luck. But it wasn't said genuinely. Honestly, it was getting harder and harder to trust Sasuke now. Anko had once told him that the cursed mark brought out the truest part of you. Naruto had taken a glimpse at the real Sasuke back in the forest, a maniac who would do anything for power, even kill his own. He had no love for his own people. Naruto watched as Sasuke went down. Sasuke was his comrade, and as such he would protect his comrades with his life, as was his duty, but to Naruto that's all what Sasuke was to him right now, a comrade, nothing more. There was no friendship, no trust between them. As of now, Sasuke officially lost them when he chose to use the tainted power and attack him with the intent to at least fatally injure him. Naruto would be wary of Sasuke now back in the arena. Hayate raised his hand before shouting, "Hajime!" Yoroi placed his hands in a seal. "Let's do this." Naruto closely paid attention to the match. After Yoroi had placed his hands in a seal, his left hand had begun to emit a blue aura of chakra as he took off in a sprint towards Sasuke. Sasuke, for his part, simply stood still with his Sharingan active. I thought he wouldn't be able to use the Sharingan without being affected by the cursed seal, but no matter, I will win anyway. Yoroi panicked at first, then relaxed, continuing his assault. As soon as Yoroi threw his hand forward, Sasuke blocked it. However, he was shocked when he could feel his chakra leaving him. I have the ability to absorb another person's chakra through my jutsu. You don't have a chance, Yoroi said smugly. Sasuke grit his teeth and immediately lashed out, forcing Yoroi to disentangle from him. Sasuke stood at a distance, breathing heavily. He had deactivated his Sharingan. Damn it, I was too careless. I can't afford to lose any more chakra. I have to finish this fast or I risk exhaustion from his jutsu, he thought. Furiously, Yoroi gazed at Sasuke, feeling smug about his apparently easy victory. However, that feeling soon disappeared when Sasuke seemed to disappear as well right in front of his eyes. However, the Jonin and Naruto saw that Sasuke had just moved incredibly fast, crouching in front of Yoroi and delivering a kick to the boy's jaw. Naruto narrowed his eyes. That cannot be his speed. He was that fast only with the power of the curse mark, but that kick Sasuke copied Lee, didn't he? Not bad at all. Yoroi was sent flying with the force of the kick. When Sasuke appeared below him, Yoroi instantly recognized the maneuver as the shadow dance. He had no time to be shocked at all. Shishi Renden. Sasuke executed a devastating 3-hit combo, with the last hit involving smashing Yoroi into the ground with such force that the boy was knocked out instantly. Sasuke stood back, breathing heavily and a scowl on his face. I can't believe I was pushed so far by this guy. The first should have been able to defeat him. No time at all. Hayate checked if Yoroi was knocked out when he stood up and announced Sasuke's victory. Ino and Sakura cheered loudly at the victory, and even Kakashi cracked a smile, but Naruto was standing with a neutral expression, just looking at Sasuke and replaying the fight in his head. He copied Lee's techniques back when they were fighting that Sharingan. Quite a useful way to learn techniques, he speculated. Then he looked at Lee, who looked a bit downcast. I guess that's how everyone feels when they have all their hard work copied by the Sharingan in just a blink. I'll have to be careful from now on. Sasuke might just be looking for opportunities to use the Sharingan on me, he thought. The rest of the fights that followed were quite interesting. The next fight was Shino vs Zaku. According to Naruto, Shino won in a true shinobi fashion. Zaku could only use one arm, but he almost got Shino with his attack Zankua, but despite being hurt, Shino was able to trap Zaku with his Kakaichu in a checkmate. The bugs had actually stuck inside the holes of Zaku's arms, rendering them completely useless and making it a victory for the Aburame. The next match was Kankuro vs Tsurugi, the genin from Kabuto's team. The match was very short. Tsurugi could contort his body, his arms and limbs getting longer and trapping Kankuro in his grasp. At first it seemed that Kankuro's neck was snapped, but it just turned out to be the puppet, while the real Kankuro was the one in the bandages. He turned the tables on Tsurugi and trapped his in the grasp of his puppet. Breaking several of his bones, Tsurugi lost the match and Kankuro was declared victorious. The next match was Sakura versus Ino. Honestly speaking, the fight was quite pathetic. It was nothing more than two fangirls fighting, though this time Sakura was more focused on her fight rather than just impressing Sasuke. She managed to land many hits on Ino before Ino allowed her anger to take over. In an impulsive action, she cut her own hair trying to show her resolve. Naruto just shook his head, feeling secondhand embarrassment on behalf of them. This is what ninjas of Konoha are supposed to be. The previous Hokages must be rolling in their graves. Both of them just knocked each other out. Kakashi went down to pick Sakura up while Asuma picked Ino up. Naruto was honestly torn in his feelings about the next match. He didn't know whether to ogle Temari and admire her or to feel bad about his fellow Konoha genin Tenten. The matchup for Tenten couldn't have been worse. All the weapons that Tenten threw at Temari were effortlessly blown away by the other girl. Naruto shook his head. Tenten overly relied on her weapons, and that was a glaring weakness. Without her weapons, Naruto doubted she knew any elemental jutsu. Tenten's final move, which was throwing all her weapons at Temari, was as useless as Naruto predicted. All her weapons were thrown back at her. Tenten flew up in the air and was about to land on the ground when another swipe of Temari's fan sent the girl rolling on the ground. Unconscious, surrounded by her weapons, Lee seemed to take Tenten's defeat quite personally and felt that Temari was a bit too harsh. He moved to attack Temari, who just blocked the attack with her fan. The world of the shinobi is harsh. Lee, what Temari-san did was actually quite mild, Guy-sensei said in a solemn tone as he guided Lee back upstairs. Temari scoffed at Lee and turned to go back upstairs. When she stole a glance at Naruto, he was looking at her with a warm smile, silently mouthing his congratulations. With a wink, she blushed and looked away from him, walking back to her brothers. The next match was Shikamaru versus Kina genin of the Sound Team. Naruto actually enjoyed watching his friends match. Shikamaru's intellect never failed to surprise him. She used needles tied with bells towards Shikamaru, who figured she would throw one with the bell and one without the bell to confuse him. She threw more bells, all dodged by Shikamaru, but he was shocked to hear a bell behind him turned out. She used a type of genjutsu based on sound, disorienting him. After a little struggle on his part, Shikamaru managed to trap her in her shadow imitation technique. He threw a shuriken at her, causing her to do the same, and dodged, but the wall was in her way and she was easily knocked out. All in all, it was a great match. Shika can go far if he focuses a bit more on the versatility of his techniques. Instead of just relying on the clan techniques, he thought. With a smirk, he nodded to the guy, congratulating him on the match, but the boy just muttered troublesome and walked away. It was finally his turn, and his match was against Kiba. Naruto just sighed at the matchup, whereas Sakura and Kakashi seemed to wince. Even Sasuke felt his eye twitching. Kiba was in for a rough time. Ha, we got lucky. Akamaru, Kiba gloated, jumping down into the arena. Akamaru gave an enthusiastic bark of agreement. Naruto also jumped down into the arena. Now was the time to show a little of what he was capable of. Kiba didn't know of his true strength like his own team and Team 10, so he was likely to be underestimated. On the other hand, Kiba was likely to stick to clan techniques. This was a great opportunity to learn Kiba's ways of fighting. He wouldn't be revealing anything significant of his own. Naruto stood across from Kiba as Hayate stood between them. Kiba smacked his right fist into his other palm. Hey, I feel bad for you, Naruto. I'll end this in just one punch. Naruto showed no reaction at that. In fact, the Konoha Jonin except Kakashi were quite unnerved at the lack of reaction from the resident prankster of Konoha. His face was devoid of expression, eyes giving nothing away. It reminded them too much of a certain missing Uchiha, Hajime. Naruto did not bother falling into a stance. First he would let Kiba do all the work, showing him all his techniques. He was not disappointed when Kiba underestimated him and dashed forward in low Chunin speed after getting on all fours, an elbow on the way to get buried in his gut. Kiba grinned savagely when he neared Naruto. He doesn't stand a chance against me. However, that thought was thrown out of the window when Naruto sidestepped at the last second. Kiba was going too fast to stop, so he just went past him. Naruto grabbed Kiba's jacket from behind and threw him back towards Akamaru. Kiba grunted as he landed on his back, managing to flip up after the landing. Naruto just stood there, arms at his sides. He called out, "Don't give less than your best, Kiba, or you won't even stand a chance of winning." Up in the stands, Kurenai frowned and turned towards Kakashi. "Kakashi, your genin is being quite cocky." Despite being the dead last of his batch, Kakashi nodded. "He has every right to be." Kurenai scoffed and turned back to the fight. "Kiba will thrash him." Kakashi, "Naruto is no match for his speed." She missed the entirety of Team 7, wincing. "If only you knew." They collectively thought she was about to be proven wrong. Down in the arena, Kiba was scoffing. "I don't need my best attacks to beat you, Naruto." However, Naruto was no longer in front of him. His eyes, along with all the Jonin present, widened. He turned around in almost a whiplash, and panic gripped him when he saw Naruto holding Akamaru by his front legs, the puppy whimpering in fear. Naruto's voice was as cold as his eyes. "Is this enough of an incentive?" Kiba grit his teeth. "I didn't even see him move. How is he this fast? And he's got Akamaru." Kiba didn't waste any more time. "Akamaru." He tossed a pill into the open mouth of the dog. Naruto immediately dropped the puppy and retreated to a safe distance. "Now I might get a warm-up at least." He was wrong. Immediately after Akamaru had swallowed the pill, he grew larger until he was a regular-sized dog with red fur. Akamaru dashed in a speed he did not possess earlier to Kiba's side. Kiba and Akamaru then dashed together towards Naruto, with Kiba throwing smoke bombs around Naruto. He expected Naruto to get disoriented and confused, allowing him to hit the boy easily. However, Naruto surprised everyone again when he flash-stepped out of the smoke field in an instant and looked at the smoke screen intently. All the Jonin suddenly realized what Naruto was doing. He was scouting, analyzing Kiba's techniques and strategies to develop a counter-strategy. So far, Naruto had gathered quite some info on his opponent. The Inuzuka clan employs Ninken to aid in their battle. From what I have seen until now, Kiba's style, if purely offensive, relying on speed and ferocity, and augmented by Akamaru, his fighting style utilizes his claws. Kiba is hot-headed, plunging headfirst into this situation without any strategies, believing he can overpower me with brute force and speed. However, he employs distraction tactics when brute force does not work. The smoke bombs were to confuse me, and taking advantage of that, it would allow Kiba would land his attacks. The whole train of thought took less than a second. Naruto knew Kiba had much more to reveal. "Oi Kiba, there is no one in there, you smelly dog." Of course, Naruto meant no offense. It was purely to provoke Kiba into attacking him with his strongest attack, revealing his trump card to all. As expected, Kiba took the bait and rushed out of the smoke screen, with Akamaru both snarling furiously, "You'll pay for that, Naruto." Finally he revealed it. He crouched on all fours again, with Akamaru climbing on his back. Gijo Ninpo, ninja art of beast mimicry. A puff of smoke revealed that Akamaru had transformed into Kiba with both the Kiba crouched on the ground. Kurenai smirked on the railing. Seems that your student is done for Kakashi. He may be fast but not fast enough to avoid both of them at the same time. Kakashi just smiled at her. We'll see, won't we? In the arena, both the Kibas took off towards Naruto. Their speed greatly increased, however Naruto surprised everyone present when he nimbly dodged all of their efforts to land on him. What confused the Team 7, however, that they didn't know Naruto incorporated his fighting style to be so flexible. They didn't know that Naruto had indeed incorporated the snake-style taijutsu in his own style of fighting. This continued for about 10 seconds, after which Naruto decided that Kiba was still hiding his ultimate technique. He absently dodged a Kiba by leaping into the air, thinking on how to make him reveal it. Kiba grinned when he saw Naruto leap into the air to dodge Akamaru. It was pissing him off on how easily he was dodging them. He never knew Naruto was capable of being this fast, but now he had their chance. Gatsuga! The cry snapped Naruto out of his thoughts, noticing too late the twin swirling tornadoes heading towards him. In midair he cursed for letting his concentration slip and immediately threw a kunai behind the duo before he got hit with them. Kurenai smiled in satisfaction as she saw Kiba using his strongest attack to smash Naruto into the ceiling of the arena. Your student lost. Kakashi might as well go and collect him, because that was Kiba's strongest attack. Naruto won't be getting up anytime soon. Kakashi smirked beneath the mask. Well, it's not over yet. Kurenai narrowed her eyes and looked down, eyes widening along with Asuma and Guy when they figured out what happened. Kiba stood triumphantly over the downed form of Naruto. Hey, you might be tough but not tough enough. Gatsuga is a crippling attack and you just The Naruto on the floor puffed into smoke, revealing just a kunai. Kiba spun around just in time to receive a blow to his stomach that sent him barreling into Akamaru. Naruto carefully kept his eyes on the real Kiba as they rolled the next part of his plan. Required it. He taunted Kiba. I am getting bored, Kiba. I am finishing this now if you don't mind. Without a seal, a shadow clone popped up beside him. I'll give you only 30 seconds. Try to knock me out, will you? With that, both of them separated, the clone going after Akamaru and Naruto facing Kiba. In the next 30 seconds, Naruto dodged 3 Gatsuga, all the while looking relaxed. He was waiting for the perfect opportunity, which arrived finally when Akamaru had to take a breath. Kiba barreled towards him with another Gatsuga, finally hitting him. The attack sent Naruto barreling into the wall on the other side, causing it to crack a little. Kiba was lightly panting as he stared at the down form of Naruto. That'll teach you not to get me angry. However, panic gripped him for a second time in the whole fight when another puff of smoke revealed just who he had hit. Akamaru lying on the ground unconscious and heavily injured. If the blood was anything to go by, he turned around with wide eyes to see Naruto and his shadow clone smirking, both sharing a fist bump, after which the clone dispelled. The Jonin above were dumbstruck. None had expected Naruto to substitute with Akamaru at the last second. Naruto had used a simple but a very clever tactic to take Akamaru out of the fight. Now that Kiba was alone, the Konoha Jonin were rethinking the fact whether Kiba would be able to beat Naruto or not. Naruto said while smirking, now that your partner's out of the fight, it's your turn. Kiba's eyes were wide with disbelief at how Naruto had completely turned the tables on him. Naruto, except for the punch that sent him into Akamaru, had not attacked once. Instead, he just let the fight progress, letting Kiba do the work for him and taking Akamaru out instead of himself. Naruto created 4 shadow clones that popped into existence with a half-ram seal. They all surrounded Kiba, who cursed at his situation. What happened next would be remembered by everyone. The Naruto in front of Kiba punched him fast and hard, sending him into the Naruto behind him, who roundhouse kicked him into the Naruto on his left. That Naruto spun anti-clockwise and his left leg caught Kiba in the chest, sending him backwards into the fourth Naruto, who kicked Kiba so hard in the chin that Kiba swore he felt his teeth crack as he was sent flying across the arena in an arc. Naruto then jumped across the arena himself, having timed the jump such that he was above Kiba in midair. Ha! The cry was to denote the victory in his voice rather than the application of force. Spinning to gather momentum, he sent a punishing kick to Kiba's gut that sent him crashing into the ground, creating a mini crater. He landed in a crouch a few meters away, facing away from Kiba. He already knew that Kiba had passed out from the pain. He looked over to Hayate, who was confirming Kiba's condition, finding him to be unconscious. Hayate rose and declared, "Winner Uzumaki Naruto." The entire crowd, including Naruto's team, was speechless. The teams outside of Konoha were gaping at the blonde, who was not even out of breath. What kind of training did Konoha give to this guy? The team from Suna had varied reactions. Kankuro was slightly sweating, not because of the punishment Kiba went through, but at how effortlessly Naruto delivered it. Temari had a hand over her mouth to prevent anyone from seeing that. She was gaping in amazement. She had figured Naruto was strong, but not this strong. He had finished the fight with just a shadow clone and taijutsu, not to mention he didn't use any weapons except for the kunai, which he just used for replacement. He had not given away any of his trump cards and could dish it out hard without resorting to any of them. He wasn't even out of breath, but the reaction from Gaara was the one that worried them the most. "Uzumaki Naruto," he whispered, a crazed expression coming on to his face. "You'll prove my existence." Naruto walked up the stairs confidently but stopped when Kurenai stepped in front of him, an incensed look on her face. "Was it really necessary for you to be so brutal?" Naruto folded his arms and replied, "I fail to see why you're so incensed." Kurenai put her hands on her hips and glared hard. "I believe from your performance that you were skilled enough to simply knock him out. Why didn't you?" Naruto checked in his peripheral vision that all the Konoha nin on the railing were watching in interest. Turning his attention back to Kurenai, he said, "You won't understand. Besides, there are people my age who are way stronger than me. If this were a real battle, Kiba would have been dead 100 times over in 1 minute." He wanted to say more, but held it in. He just walked away, letting Kurenai take in his words. The Konoha nin had to admit that it was true. From the looks of it, Naruto had gone extremely easy on Kiba, not even putting much effort. If he had put effort, they didn't want to think about it. And sorry for the skip, guys, but I won't be writing any more of the fights. My main focus is on Naruto, so read it like the rest of the fights went exactly like that of in canon. After the fights were finished, Hayate called out, "Will all the winners please come down to the arena floor? We have a few announcements." Sasuke, Shino, Temari, Kankuro, Naruto, Shikamaru, Neji and Gaara arrived at the arena floor as Hayate addressed them again. "Congratulations to you all. You 8 genin are the finalists that will compete in the finals of the Chunin exams in 1 month's time. It will be just how it happened today, except your opponent will be decided right now." He pulled out a small pouch filled with chits. "You will pull a number from the pouch and announce the number you have received along with your name. By those numbers you will be paired." He started with Naruto first and then went down the line. Uzumaki Naruto -1 inch, Aburame Shino -6 inches, Gaara 3, Kankuro -5 inches, Hyuga Neji -2 inches, Sabaku no Temari -7 inches, Uchiha Sasuke -4 inches, Nara Shikamaru -8 inches. Hayate nodded and read from the clipboard he was carrying, "The final matches will be the following Uzumaki Naruto vs Hyuga Neji Gaara vs Uchiha Sasuke Kankuro vs Aburame Shino Sabaku no Temari vs Nara Shikamaru. He looked up from the board and addressed the genin. There will be 7 matches in total. The 5th match will be between the winner of the 1st and the 2nd. The 6th match will be between winner of the 3rd and the 4th. 7th between the winner of the 5th and the 6th. Sandame stepped forward at this point. Now that you know who your opponents are going to be used the following month to prepare for the finals, your village will be represented, so while preparing keep that in mind. XXXXXXX. The next day Naruto was walking at a comfortable pace to Training Ground 7, where he had sensed Kakashi. As he walked, he thought about what happened yesterday. Hinata had been pit against Neji, and it wasn't just cousin rivalry that was going on. Naruto had learned for the first time listening to Neji talk that the Hyuga were divided even among themselves. Hinata was the heiress of Hyuga, which meant that she was a member of the main house. Neji was a member of the branch house and held a serious grudge against the main house if his behavior towards Hinata was anything to go by. Naruto hadn't taken well to Neji verbally assaulting the already timid girl so much Neji had to be stopped from landing a fatal blow to Hinata by the Jonin senseis. Naruto himself had sworn a blood oath to make Neji pay for what he did to Hinata. Maybe it was fate that they ended up being opponents. Who knows? Naruto didn't know the full story yet, but he won't be looking into it just yet. Right now he needed to find Kakashi for his training. He leisurely walked into the training grounds and spotted Kakashi and Sasuke both standing by the stumps. Kakashi, as usual, had his head buried in his porn, while Sasuke just looked plain annoyed. He then spotted Naruto walking towards them in no hurry at all. "What are you doing here?" The annoyance was crystal clear in his voice. Naruto easily shrugged it off and replied, "I'm sure our sensei was expecting me. After all, we both need training for the Chunin finals." He easily smiled back, further annoying the Uchiha. "I was indeed expecting you, Naruto," Kakashi said, snapping his book shut. He regretted for what he was about to do, but it couldn't be helped. Naruto stared intently at Kakashi, straight in his visible eye. There was something going on that he did not know. Casting a bored glance at Sasuke, he couldn't find anything. Boy just looked annoyed and impatient for what Kakashi found it hard to stare his student in his eyes, those eyes that were full of intelligence but always looked bored. But now that Naruto was staring at him, trying to figure out what was going on, he didn't see Naruto. Instead, he saw his sensei, who only looked disappointed at him, as if already knowing what he was about to do. Naruto stared at Kakashi, waiting for him to speak, but for some reason the usually cool Jonin looked a tad bit uncomfortable. Naruto mentally sighed, thinking that Kakashi would need some prompting to speak. Bluntly pointing a finger towards Sasuke, he asked, "Why is he impatient?" The question caused Sasuke's neck to snap towards him. It also caused Kakashi to finally regain his wits. Before he could speak, Naruto beat him to it. "Anyways, I came to ask you to train us for the finals." Kakashi-sensei. He was careful to say, "us, and not me. You see, Naruto, the thing is I won't be training you for the finals," he said, guilt bubbling up on the inside. The level of guilt grew exponentially when he learned what his student had come to ask for, but because of who Sasuke's opponent was, he needed to train him. Naruto, for his part, simply stared at Kakashi like he was stupid. Inside, though he was a bit hurt, he knew Kakashi was the only man with a Sharingan still affiliated to the village, and therefore was the best person to train the last loyal Uchiha. But that excuse became invalid the moment he chose to become a sensei. As a sensei, he had to treat all his students fairly without playing favorites. He could understand that Sasuke needed training because of who his opponent was, but that was no excuse to ditch his other students. What about him and Sakura? Naruto's posture straightened up and he folded his arms across his chest. Other than the fact that Sasuke is facing Gaara and only you can train him with his Sharingan, what excuse do you have this time for ditching me and Sakura? He didn't mince his words. He had laid his cards onto the table, opting to see Kakashi's hand. Kakashi flinched heavily this time. The accusation was clear. Naruto's voice and his question had hit a bullseye. What excuse did he have? He could not form an answer. Naruto watched Kakashi struggle for words and fought to keep his eyes from narrowing. He felt anger for the first time since Wave Mission, and it was smoldering. He knew that he himself had received special training before, but it was justified considering his position as the lone Jinchuriki of the village. Why was Sasuke entitled to special training? Naruto simply put his arms in his pockets and turned around. He really wasn't in the mood to hear another half-assed excuse that Kakashi would likely give to him. Don't bother answering, I can see you have no excuse, Naruto said, walking away. Kakashi decided to change the topic to at least salvage what little he could. But I did find you another sensei. Naruto stopped but did not turn around. If you mean the closet pervert hiding in the woods behind us, thanks, but I'll pass. He was in no way training with Ebisu of all people for something as important as the Chunin exams. He had met the man when he was training Konohamaru how to use the Oiroke no Jutsu. Needless to say, he was not impressed at all. The man's chakra was barely mid-jonin, and his attitude towards him pissed him off. Before using Shunshin to go away, he said without turning around, I don't know if you know or not, but Gaara's like me, maybe even stronger, he revealed, causing Kakashi to widen his eye in shock. Naruto continued, even people like you would be hard pressed to beat him. He flickered away, not waiting to watch the man's reaction or Sasuke's confusion. He appeared in front of the Hokage tower. Deep in his thoughts, he was sure everyone would remember what Gaara had done to Rock Lee yesterday. The guy with his sand had crushed Lee's hands and legs so brutally without any hint of remorse or emotion that even Naruto had sweat a little. Gaara was dangerous and he himself didn't know how he would beat the guy. Kurama had told him that since the Ichibi was the weakest of all tailed beasts, he gave his host full access to his power very early, which is why Gaara was so deranged. Shukaku had been influencing Gaara ever since Gaara could talk, so it was bound to affect him some way. Naruto did not care to go through all the doors. He simply jumped up to the window, slid it open and announced, Yo Gigi, XXXXXXX. Sarutobi was glaring at the paperwork before him with all the hate he could muster. He was about to start on it when he felt an exceptionally large amount of dense chakra heading towards him. He was about to stand up when he heard the familiar voice, Yo Gigi. Sarutobi blinked at the blonde perched on his window waving casually at him. However, he detected a small amount of sadness emanating from the boy. Naruto-kun, come in. He let the boy come inside and sit in front of him. He patiently waited for Naruto to speak. Naruto deliberated how to say it but decided that laying it out seemed the best option. I need someone to train me for the finals. He had expected the confusion on Gigi's face. Why, what happened to your sensei? Naruto managed to keep the bitterness out of his voice. He is training Sasuke for the finals. Sarutobi had been a shinobi for almost 70 years and therefore was adept at reading the emotions of people, especially the hidden ones, so it immediately became clear to him what had happened and his eyes hardened. Kakashi promised me he would treat his students without favoritism. How dare he break that promise? I knew he would be conflicted between Obito's and Minato's legacy. He should have at least found some middle ground instead of just tossing aside Minato's legacy. He raged mentally for a few more moments before calming down. Fortunately, he did have someone excellent who could train Naruto for the finals. Very well, Naruto, I will speak to Kakashi later, but for now I do have someone who could train you. Naruto's eyes lit up with hope. You do? Sarutobi smiled and nodded. Why yes, he is in the village right now. Naruto looked confused for a second but immediately grasped the meaning of that statement. A smirk spread across his lips. Is he now? Without waiting for him to respond, Naruto was gone in a swirl of leaves. Sarutobi chuckled, returning to his paperwork. He looked forward to seeing what Naruto did in the finals. Naruto immediately spread his senses. Sensing every chakra signature he could, a particularly large chakra signature showed up on the outermost point of his range. Naruto smirked and ducked into an alley after checking that no one was watching. He flashed to the location he had put his formula around the hot springs as well, appearing silently in a blue flash beneath the large man perched on the branch of a tree, shamelessly peeping into the women's side of the hot springs and giggling. Naruto reacted the instant he appeared, jumping up and kicking the man into the women's side of the bath. He then sat down to enjoy the show. There were definitely screams of women, and the pained screams of Jiraiya filled the air. Naruto laughed heartily at the beating his godfather was going through. He had settled things with him a while ago and had no problem making fun of the guy. He didn't stop laughing even when Jiraiya managed to leap over the fence and out of the war zone, looking no worse for wear. He glared at the blonde brat on the branch who was wheezing so hard that he fell down the branch, not even registering the fall. Jiraiya growled and was about to kick the brat when Naruto finally stopped wheezing and stood up. His face was flushed with all the laughing. That's what you get for peeping, Arrow Sennin. Naruto smirked. Folding his arms, Jiraiya crossed his arms in a huff. You know better than to interrupt my peeping time, Naruto, he muttered, though there was no heat in his voice. He then really looked at Naruto for the first time. He had grown well, standing over at 5 feet 2 and a well-built physique for his age. His hair was tied in his usual ponytail and he still looked as bored and indifferent as over. Anyways, what do you want? Naruto's expression turned serious and asked with a hint of pleading in his voice. Will you please train me for the Chunin finals? Jiraiya smirked, having already known what Naruto was going to ask. He had no problem training his godson for the finals, but he wanted to test his resolve first. What are you offering me in return of the training? Naruto gave a deadpan stare. What happened to being a respectable shinobi? The people would be mighty disappointed to learn that the mountain toad sage is a stingy old man. Jiraiya shook his head, not at all offended. I'm not talking about money. A lecherous grin spread across his face. I'm talking about your Oroku no Jutsu. It sounds very interesting from what sensei told me. Naruto raised an eyebrow in interest. You really are just a pervert, aren't you? Wrong. Jiraiya shouted, waving a finger. I'm not just a pervert, I'm a super pervert. Naruto let a smirk across his face. Let's see you hold up against this. With a ram seal, Naruto was replaced with a naked buxom young woman with smoke covering her most sensitive areas and her pigtails waving gently in the breeze. Is this what you were referring to, Jiraiya-sama? Naruto asked cutely with a finger on her lower lip. For a moment he thought Jiraiya would fall over in a nosebleed. His eyes were bugged out to the max and the man almost looked like he'd have a heart attack on the spot, but suddenly he surprised Naruto with a two-way thumbs up. Hearts replacing his eyes. That's very good. He almost crowed in praise. All right kid, I'll train you. Great, Naruto cheered and almost released the jutsu when Jiraiya stopped him. One condition though. Jiraiya stopped him. What? You have to keep that henge on the entire time we're training. Naruto dispelled the jutsu, looking plain annoyed. You are way over the top sometimes, Arrow Sennin. Don't call me that brat, he barked, bonking Naruto on the head. Fine, I'll train you, meet me here tomorrow morning 7 o'clock, don't be late. Giving a two-fingered salute, he was gone. Naruto chuckled. It was good to see his godfather after such a long time, and he was as perverted as ever. He was gone in a blue flash. A moment later, the next morning he met Jiraiya at the bathhouse. Again, good morning, Aro Sennin, Jiraiya grumbled. You're really stuck on that name, huh? Naruto said mildly. You have to admit, though, it's oddly befitting of you. As they walked, Jiraiya explained. Alright, first I need to have a measure of your current skills, so we'll go an empty ground I know a few ways away, then after that I'll help you set up for the things you need to work on while I do my own work. Naruto interrupted with a dry tone. You mean peeping, don't you? Jiraiya didn't even acknowledge the question, leading them into a field with a large lake on the other side of the bushes. Jiraiya stopped in the middle of the field and turned to face Naruto. Show me what you got, Naruto asked in return. Should I take off the resistance seals? Jiraiya considered it and said, start of with them then, when I say so take them off. Naruto grinned savagely. He could strike without holding back this time. The thought spiked his heart rate, adrenaline filling his veins. He shot forward in a dash, his right foot towards Jiraiya's face. It was blocked by the man, but Naruto only needed to get close. He engaged Jiraiya in an exchange of punches, kicks, palm strikes and jabs, never hitting the Sannin but not getting hit either. He realized that Jiraiya was just getting serious, so he decided to up the game. Disengaging, he formed the snake seal, Futon K's Gyorai no Jutsu, wind style wind torpedo. A spinning ball of wind sped towards Jiraiya, who looked shocked. He knows Futon. He jumped out of the way, seeing the spot he was standing on explode in wind. I would have been cut in pieces if I had gotten hit with that. He sped through his own hand seals, ninja art, toad oil bullet. Naruto's mind worked instinctively, knowing what set oil on flame. Kaiten Ryuka no Jutsu. As soon as the fire impacted the sticky oil, it raced back towards a stupefied Jiraiya. He knows Kaiten. He immediately disconnected the oil. He turned around on instinct to block the punch from the shadow clone, kicking it and causing it to dispel. However, chains of water rose up and wrapped around him in a flash. He knows Suiten as well. However, he was not allowed to dwell on it for long. A cry distracted him. Suiten Dai Suigaiden no Jutsu, water style great water fang projectile. Jiraiya stared dumbstruck at the 20 feet tall spinning water drill coming from above, with Naruto holding the dog seal. The drill crashed onto where Jiraiya was being held, creating a large explosion of water. Naruto stared at the spot where Jiraiya was, a wooden log in its place. His danger sense rang true, warning him from behind. He shunpoed just in time to avoid the heel that would have sent him through trees. Jiraiya blinked when he missed. What was that? Naruto then appeared in front of him, his face not giving away anything. Jiraiya rose an eyebrow, curious as to what the blonde was up to. You're fast, Aro Sennin, but are you faster than lightning? He added a smirk. In the end, Jiraiya only had a microsecond to get confused before Naruto was covered in red lightning, of all things, since the whole area was covered in water from Naruto's earlier jutsu. It acted as the medium for the lightning to race towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya was obviously not faster than lightning, so he grunted when he was electrocuted. It only lasted for a moment, after which Naruto landed a direct kick in Jiraiya's gut, sending him flying backwards on his behind. Honestly speaking, the fight should have been over by now. Naruto didn't need to let up the lightning, otherwise Jiraiya would have been finished by now, but Naruto watched dispassionately as Jiraiya crumbled. He flipped back to avoid his face from meeting the ground. Jiraiya grinned as he watched Naruto settle into a strange fighting stance. He's fast and His taijutsu style is something I've never seen, but it had elements of the snake style. He hits hard and fast even with the weights. His instincts are excellent and he doesn't let his guard down even for a moment. He knows 4 nature transformations and he is pretty well versed in them considering he used 3 of them with only 1 or 2 seals, and the lightning without a seal. He almost had me there. If I hadn't substituted at the last second, a Jonin would be hard-pressed to beat him right now. Alright, brat, seals off. He felt a little nervous at the grin that appeared on his godson's face, but shook it off this time. He took the initiative, dashing forward towards Naruto. However, he was once again surprised just how fast Naruto was. His speed was easily high Jonin with the reflexes to match. Jiraiya was hard-pressed to find an opening the fight. He was forced onto the defensive when Naruto took out 2 kunai, held them in a reverse grip and channeled wind chakra, causing the kunai to look like blue daggers. He was on the defense for a while before he managed to disengage with the help of an earth spike, sending Naruto back. Naruto threw the kunai mid-air with deadly accuracy, which Jiraiya avoided by the skin of his teeth. Naruto landed and looked at him, and Jiraiya had to admit he was more than a bit unnerved at the grin Naruto was showing. Naruto then took out 2 exploding tags between fingers of both hands, held them in a cross and threw them such that they were on either side of Jiraiya, who scoffed, "If you think 2 explosive tags can take me out, think again." But then he cursed and jumped back because somehow the tags were multiplying. "Gojo Kabaku Fuda!" Naruto exclaimed. A series of successive explosions shook the area when the smoke cleared as expected. Jiraiya wasn't there. He spread out his senses, but it seemed Jiraiya had a way to block himself from sensor-type ninjas. He sniffed the air looking for the distinctive smell of oil, but other than in the clearing it was nowhere. But he wasn't out of his options just yet. He still had yet to reveal his trump card. Hiraishin. Jiraiya may have been able to block himself from his senses, but Naruto could always sense where he had placed his jutsu shiki along the course of the fight. Naruto had placed his formula on the ground in multiple spaces. All of them were in his vision, all except one. Jiraiya in a tree 50 feet behind Naruto. Naruto wasted no time in flashing. Jiraiya closely observed Naruto. While under a jutsu that prevents anyone from sensing him, he is good, better than what Minato was at his age. He's faster than most of the Jonin that I know. What is that technique though? It seemed like a short-ranged shunshin, but not the shunshin. Those explosions though? How did he create those? The tag multiplied into copies, but the explosive power didn't diminish one bit. It was a truly ingenious seal. He is easily mid to high Jonin level, but now that the enemy is hidden, what will you do next, Naruto? He was flabbergasted. However, when Naruto disappeared in a blue flash, Naruto grinned as he connected a solid kick to the real Jiraiya's cheek for the first time in the fight, sending him flying through 2 trees and straight back into the clearing. Jiraiya flipped onto his feet, ignoring the pain completely and staring open-mouthed at Naruto, who used his shunshin-like technique to appear in front of him. That was. He didn't get a chance to finish as Naruto disappeared in a blue flash, again appearing right in front of Jiraiya and punching him in the cheek. Jiraiya staggered back, clutching his tender jaw. Naruto disappeared again, reappearing behind Jiraiya in less than a second. A double palm thrust sent Jiraiya flying straight into the path of a tree. However, he already knew what he wanted to know. Jiraiya easily landed sideways onto the tree, then jumping down he stared at Naruto in shock, who was smirking. His voice was barely above a whisper. "You mastered the flying thunder god." Naruto nodded, still smirking. He kept smirking when Jiraiya chuckled, which progressed into deep bellowing laughs. He hadn't had this much fun in a fight since Minato. He calmed down and stared at Naruto with a grin. Kid, you could beat most jonin with what you have right there, he remarked, and his opinion of Naruto only rose higher when he replied, true, but there is always room for improvement. Naruto conceded he still wanted to improve. He was still only 13 years old, so he had a lot of room for improvement left. Jiraiya asked with some hope in his voice, Naruto, how would you like to become my apprentice? Naruto's eyes lit up. Really? Jiraiya nodded with a smile. He would make a damn good shinobi out of this kid, even stronger than Minato. Naruto jumped up in joy. Yatta. Naruto looked at Jiraiya with his blue eyes shining. Does that mean he didn't even finish his question when a scroll appeared in Jiraiya's hands, offering it to Naruto? Naruto opened the scroll and his eyes softened when he saw the name of the latest Toad summoner. Dad. His eyes moistened as he rubbed them. He took out a kunai and cut his right thumb just as he was about to sign on it. Kurama stopped him. Wait, Naruto. Naruto's thumb stopped short of the scroll, brow furrowing in confusion with Jiraiya. He looked over to Jiraiya, pointing towards his stomach and then to his mind. Jiraiya's eyebrows rose disbelievingly. The Kyuubi is speaking to you. Naruto nodded absently as he put his thumb in his mouth. What is it, Kurama? Don't sign the contract. The fox rumbled. Naruto rose an eyebrow in challenge. Why not? They are powerful. What he heard next caught him off guard. The fox contract is even more powerful. Naruto couldn't help but blurt it out. You want me to sign the fox contract? Jiraiya's eyes widened. There is a fox contract? He couldn't believe that the Kyuubi of all beings was trying to persuade Naruto to sign a contract that was the same as its species. He watched as Naruto's face cycled through different expressions: first shock, confusion, challenging, speculation, agreement, and finally resignation. Naruto sighed. Kurama wants me to sign the fox contract. Arrow Sennin. Kurama. Naruto gave him a look. The Kyuubi has a name, you know, and he won't accept me signing any other contract than that of the fox. He looked up to Jiraiya with worried eyes. Does that mean I won't be able to become your apprentice? Jiraiya was frowning, and that only fueled Naruto's worry. Are you friends with Q? Kurama? Naruto looked confused as to why Jiraiya was asking this question, but nodded. Jiraiya then surprised Naruto by chuckling. No worries, Naruto, he declared. You might not become a Toad summoner or apprentice, but you will still be my apprentice. Who knows, you might even become a better summoner than me one day. Jiraiya was deeply hurt and sad that Naruto won't be able to become a Toad summoner like him or Minato, but he really didn't want to antagonize the demon fox residing inside Naruto, not to mention the prophecy that the Toads gave him. The key to Naruto's seal was with the Toad clan, so Jiraiya was the only one who can give it to him now. He hates Toads. Jiraiya blinked, snapping out of his thoughts. What? Naruto ignored Kurama's enraged yells. He doesn't want to be associated with Toads. The reason, he explained for a long time, how foxes are superior to Toads in every way is because he can't be upfront about his feelings. Jiraiya was finding it hard not to chuckle lest the Kyuubi forcefully send some chakra into Naruto in an attempt to kill him. The aspect of Kurama he just learned, it was surprisingly human. He figured it was fair reason for Naruto not signing the Toad contract, but that left a problem. Where will you find the fox contract though? Naruto answered. Kurama told me that for shinobi to use summoning jutsu successfully, they have to have a contract with an animal, but if a shinobi performs the summoning jutsu without a contract, they will be transported to the realm of the animal they are most suited to have a contract with. Jiraiya remembered with a grimace when he had tried to do the same and ended up on Mount Myoboku. That's true. Naruto shrugged. Then I will do the Same, but my case is a bit special due to having Kurama, a fox demon, inside me. I automatically qualify to become a fox summoner, so performing the jutsu will take me straight to the fox realm. Jiraiya thought over it a bit. It was a sound theory, but if it didn't work, Naruto would have no way to come back. What if doesn't work? Naruto blinked, then winced. Kurama doesn't like other people questioning his intelligence. Jiraiya paled but nodded and told Naruto the hand signs. You perform the hand signs: boar, dog, bird, monkey and ram, and slam your hand onto a surface. That's the gist of it. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram. Naruto made each hand seal slowly, his anticipation clear for Jiraiya to see. As soon as he completed the sequence, Naruto slammed his hand on the ground. A sealing array, which Naruto guessed was a contract seal, erupted and he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Jiraiya exhaled a sigh and sat down, waiting for his godson to return. Naruto appeared in the realm of the foxes, shaking his head at the sight. Dizziness, the sensation of traveling, was not unlike Hiraishin. He heard Kurama's voice in his head, which was filled with the emotion one goes through when they come back home. Welcome to Kitsune no Kuni Hiwa no Oka, the hills of peace. Naruto gazed awestruck at the realm of the foxes. It was the most beautiful place Naruto had ever seen, so exotic that it felt like the true symbolization of nature. It looked very much like a hill station, but instead of houses, a number of caves were on each hill. There were 5 hills in total, leading up to a huge mountain, the top of which was among the clouds. The place was so full of ambience that Naruto had unknowingly sat down just to admire the beauty of the place. He had never felt this close to nature ever before. Naruto had never seen so many foxes in one place before. Beautiful, isn't it? Kurama spoke in a soft tone, well as soft his rumbling voice could become. Naruto agreed in an equally soft voice, afraid that if he spoke above a whisper it would shatter the peace of the place. Yeah. He just kept gazing at the valley, a soft smile on his face, not even noticing that a brown fox had spotted him and alerted the others. A snarl interrupted his thoughts and he found himself gazing at around 15 snarling foxes of different colors who looked not the least bit friendly. Naruto unconsciously straightened up while sitting Indian style, making eye contact with the lead silver fox. He didn't mask himself, instead he revealed who he truly was through his eyes. The fox stopped snarling and adopted what looked like curiosity on his face. He looked into Naruto's eyes for several moments, Naruto not flinching away for even a moment. Who are you, human? The smooth tenor surprised Naruto only for a second, but he recovered. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. May I know yours? Best to be polite rather than hostile. Osamu, came the reply. What are you doing here, Uzumaki Naruto? Naruto didn't know whether his answer would infuriate Osamu or not, but it would be unwise to lie. Foxes are extremely clever creatures. I was told to come here by Kurama to sign the contract of the foxes. He gulped when he saw Osamu's face twisting, revealing his sharp teeth. It did not help that Osamu was almost as tall when Naruto was standing. You have some nerve, addressing the Lord of Foxes by his name without an honorific, no less. Naruto spoke before he would be forced to defend himself. Because he lives inside me. Osamu blinked, not understanding Naruto's statement at first, but when he realized what it meant, his face twisted into a snarl once again and he got into an attack position. Why you stop? A simple command from a soft voice caused all the foxes to turn around. Naruto found himself gazing at a regal-looking red fox. The voice was obviously female, filled with power and superiority, but at the same time a warm and comforting tone. She looked beautiful. The red fox strode towards Naruto, assessing him with her gaze. The foxes parted for her and soon she was looking down at Naruto. Stand up, Naruto-kun. Naruto blinked at the soft tone but did as she said. Soon his eyes were level with the red female fox. She gazed into his eyes for a moment then spoke, "We have been waiting for you, Naruto-kun." Naruto rose a puzzled eyebrow. "Waiting for me?" The red fox smiled and said, "Come, we have much to talk about." She turned around and from the way everyone bowed to her, she must be a pretty important fox around here. He walked after her as she led the way. "I understand Kyuubi-sama told you to come here." "Why yes, he did," the red fox chuckled. "No need to be afraid, Naruto-kun. You are one of us now, or you will be after you sign the contract." Naruto then spoke, his confidence returning but still being cautious. "I never did get your name, Kitsune-sama." The female fox chuckled. "That's because I never told you my name is Naomi." Naruto smiled. "Nice to meet you, Naomi-sama." Naomi laughed softly. "You are very well-mannered, Naruto-kun. It is nice to meet you too." Naruto then said, "Not to be rude or anything, but having an animal contract is pretty serious, so shouldn't I be tested if I am worthy of the contract or not?" Naomi easily replied, "The word of Kyuubi-sama is proof enough. Believe me, if Kyuubi-sama didn't think you were worthy, he wouldn't have even told you that we exist." Naruto listened as Naomi told him the history of how the Kitsune contract came to be many years ago, way before the era of the cage. Kyuubi was still a free demon. It was a misconception that Kyuubi randomly attacked human settlements. In truth, Kyuubi only attacked those human settlements where the greatest concentration of negative feelings was. People were right to fear the Kyuubi, but they started taking out their anger on the normal foxes, attacking and killing a fox whenever it came into their sights. Kyuubi listened to the plight of the foxes and created this realm in a remote corner of the world so that foxes can live without having to look over their shoulders every few moments. The foxes settled down in these hills, and over time they became beings that were strong and intelligent enough to create a summoning contract of their own. However, there was only one person worthy enough to become their summoner. Then a prophecy was told that a boy judged worthy by their lord would become the next summoner of the foxes and would change the world. Naruto was frowning at the end of the explanation. "I get the history of the foxes, Naomi-sama, but I was mentioned in a prophecy." Naomi saw that Naruto was likely to prod at that, so she changed the subject. "A story for another time. For now you need to meet the boss of the Kitsune." They arrived at a large gate which stood well over 120 meters, but what caused Naruto's mouth to drop were the guards that stood on either side of the doors. They were easily 70 to 80 meters. Humanoid foxes like Kurama with the opposable thumbs and all. They were wearing black full sleeves Haori and had swords strapped to their waists. The most notable features though were the 5 tails that lay at rest behind them. At Naruto's dumbfounded look, Naomi chuckled and explained, "They are boss-level fighters, Naruto-kun. The number of tails they have denote their level of strength, and as such rank is given out, but you don't need to know that right now." She nodded to the guards who bowed deeply to her and proceeded to open the gates. "Naomi-sama, you seem to be an important figure around here," Naruto commented as they proceeded inside. Naomi winked at him. "If you must know, I am a member of the High Council of the Kitsune." She laughed at Naruto's pale face and walked inside. Naruto snapped out of his shock and ran after her. The sight on the inside was just as shocking as it was on the outside. Large foxes with tails that varied from 2 to 6 were inside, sparring with each other with various weapons. Naruto found it curious that none of the noise was heard when they were standing outside the gates, a silencing barrier perhaps. He marveled at the sheer amount of chakra he was sensing from each of them. It was easily S-rank, surpassing the cage level Naruto himself had. Cage-level chakra reserves due to having Kurama inside him and Uzumaki lineage. He looked around in keeping up with Naomi until he spotted a fox. The fox was easily the tallest of all, standing a bit taller than everyone, and he had 7 tails, making him the strongest fox here, which meant he was the boss of the kitsune. He had a deep blue fur and wore a red haori which had the kanji for boss on the back. On his waist was strapped a chikuto. Naomi walked up to the boss, and as she did, Naruto noticed that everyone had stopped fighting and was bowing to her after she acknowledged their now. They turned their attention to Naruto. As Naruto expected, they looked at him strangely, probably wondering what a human was doing in their realm. Naomi walked up to the boss of the kitsune, who bowed deeply to her as well. Naomi-sama. His voice was deep like Kurama, but unlike the demon's rumbling, his voice was a deep, smooth baritone. Takeshi. She acknowledged the now dubbed Takeshi straightened up and asked, Naomi-sama, what can I do for you today? Naomi's voice was full of authority. I want you to meet and judge the newest summoner of the kitsune, the one who is mentioned in the prophecy. Takeshi frowned and asked, has he already arrived then? He then turned his eyes onto Naruto, who had to crane up his neck to see him. Takeshi bent down to take a greater look at Naruto. After a long moment he dryly commented, you're tiny. Naruto almost face planted at that. Even the other foxes were sniggering with mirth. Only Naomi was the one watching the conversation with a serious eye. Naruto snarked at him, well, I can't be as tall as you now, can I? Naruto got the impression that he had just insulted the boss if the sucking of breath and straightening of backs from the other foxes was any indication. Takeshi's eyes narrowed, but Naruto didn't show a hint of fear. He had come too far to get afraid now. I see you are quite witty yourself, but I have to ask, Naomi-sama. He turned his attention to Naomi, who judged him worthy. Kyuubi-sama. The single answer was enough for Takeshi to widen his eyes along with all the other foxes. I see, he said slowly, straightening up. He gazed at Naruto. What is your name? Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. He rolled the name over his tongue, testing it out. He held an arm out. Climb on Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto wasn't startled this time. Jumping onto the arm, Takeshi looked at him with a critical eye. If Kyuubi-sama has judged you worthy to be our summoner, then I have no doubt that you are strong, but physical strength isn't everything. As the kitsune, we value wisdom and cleverness as much as we value our physical strength, so answer me. This Uzumaki Naruto, when you stop and look, you can always see it. If you try to touch, you cannot feel it. It cannot move, but as you near it, it moves away from you. What is it? Naruto thought for a moment and replied, it's the horizon. If Takeshi was surprised, he did an excellent job of hiding it. He chuckled. What a sharp wit you have, Uzumaki Naruto. You are strong in the mind as well as expected from someone who is to be our summoner. He surprised Naruto by gently setting his hand on the ground, saving Naruto from jumping from such a height. He smiled. The kitsune will be glad to serve as your summons, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto grinned widely and put a thumbs up, declaring loudly, I look forward to working with you guys as well. Takeshi chuckled loudly and said, Naomi-sama, now that I have judged our summoner, perhaps you should give him the contract. Naomi nodded and slapped her right front foot on the ground. A ceiling array spread out, and in a puff of smoke a large red scroll was revealed. Naomi spread it open and gestured Naruto to sign it. Naruto nodded, took a kunai, cutting his thumb and letting some blood flow out. Naruto deftly put his name onto one of the columns, absently noting the name of the previous summoner, Yamamoto Arashi. Naruto couldn't make anything of that name, so he put it at the back of his mind, placing the top of all his fingers beneath his name. He released a breath. He was finally a fox summoner. Now he watched as Naomi rolled the scroll up and it disappeared into a puff of smoke, presumably returning to where it came from. Naomi smiled at Naruto and said, "Congratulations Naruto-kun, we welcome you as the summoner of foxes." Naruto smiled and nodded. Naomi then addressed him. "Now that is over, I presume you know how to return." Naruto rose an eyebrow. "It's the same way, isn't it, Kuchiyose, without the blood?" When Naomi nodded, Naruto smiled and immediately performed the seals, saying, "I'll summon you as soon as I can, Takeshi-san." With that, Naruto disappeared in a puff of smoke. One of the foxes scoffed, "As if he could summon you, Takeshi-sama." He was not expecting a blade to his throat, with Takeshi holding it with narrowed eyes. He gulped as his boss growled, "I will not tolerate anyone insulting our new summoner, is that clear?" He asked the question to everyone. "Hi." Naomi muttered to herself, "Things are starting to look interesting on the horizon, Naruto-kun." XXXXXXX. Only 5 seemed to pass, but even then Jiraiya was close to chewing his nails. He was about to go into panic mode when a puff of smoke revealed Naruto standing triumphantly with arms crossed. Jiraiya almost melted in relief, then asked the relevant question, "Did you get it?" Naruto grinned and spread his arms. "You are now looking at the newest summoner of the Kitsune clan." Naruto and Jiraiya established a schedule for Naruto's training. Jiraiya would create 2 shadow clones along with Naruto. He would remain with the original while the other 2 would practice in Fuinjutsu and Ninjutsu. Naruto was already master of Fuinjutsu, so there was not much teach him that he didn't already know. Instead, they were working on new seals that he could use in the future, not just in the Chunin exams but against other opponents as well. Naruto's grasp on ninjutsu was pretty solid, not to mention his vast repertoire of them. He knew more C2 B rank jutsus rather than the A ranks, and he used them very efficiently. He usually preferred using Suiton and Futon, but his Katon and Raton were equally good. Jiraiya was training him in a B rank Fire Jutsu Katon Ano Suda Fire Style Blazing Hands, since Naruto knew that his opponent was primarily a taijutsu type fighter. He would have to fight hand to hand at some point, but Naruto knew that the Hyuga preferred to stick with their gentle fist. He already had a good repertoire of mid to long-range jutsus to fight. Also, he knew the gentle fist targeted the tenketsu, the points in chakra network that control the flow of chakra, but just like Tenten, Neji couldn't have found a worse opponent since Naruto didn't have a chakra network, so Neji's fighting style was already null and void. Add to the fact that the Hyuga see learning elemental jutsu beneath someone of their stature, and Neji is totally crushed. The original Naruto was concentrating on increasing the speed of his reflexes in taijutsu against Jiraiya. Naruto found out on the first day of their training that Jiraiya was holding back a lot. The routing was something like this. First, the Sannin would check whether Naruto's resistance seals were actually affecting him or not. Based on that, he would let it remain or change them to a higher level. Then he would tell him to just defend. Naruto would have impressive bruises by the end of the defensive sessions after half an hour of relaxation in which his bruises would get healed. Naruto would be told to try and hit Jiraiya, and every single day for the first week he was only able to hit the man 5 times at the most. Granted, his fighting style, the elemental fist, was as aggressive as it was defensive, not to mention had a minority of made-up moves that he usually employed to finish a fight. He was still far from landing critical hits on the Sannin. Guess he isn't a Sannin in just name after all, Naruto thought as he relaxed in the onsen. Today was the first Saturday of the month, and he and Jiraiya did nothing but a small time-limited spar to evaluate Naruto's skills. Naruto had mastered the blazing hands in a total of just 4 hours and spent rest of the week trying to incorporate it into his fighting style. Jiraiya had released him early because Naruto was to do his own training in the weekends, and Naruto planned to hit along overdue task. His father's simulation room. He had 5 more levels to go and Naruto planned to hit 4 of them in the following 4 weekends. He was confident that he would be able to complete with some if not full ease, but he would worry about that later. Right now Naruto felt nothing but exasperation along with resignation as he watched his godfather giggle perversely as he peeked onto the women's side of the bath after their spar. Jiraiya had suggested they go to the onsen to relax. Naruto, the naive idiot that he was, readily agreed, saying he could use a hot bath. However, Naruto had planned on discussing a few things with Jiraiya about what he learned during the first week of the training month while relaxing. This was the first time he learned that when Jiraiya suggested they relax in a hot bath, he really just wanted to peek on the women, even though there were only 2 of them on the men's side. Naruto sunk lower in order to hide the fact that he was here with Jiraiya. Oh. Ho ho. This is good, very good. Jiraiya giggled lecherously as he gazed on the naked women on the other side. Naruto glared at his back fiercely, making the tiger hand seal chains of water rose up and wrapped around Jiraiya, viciously yanking him back into the water. Can't you stop being a pervert for just a moment and relax? Naruto dryly asked him as his head came out of the water. Jiraiya looked genuinely offended at the question. What? That's just not possible. Being a pervert runs in my blood, Jiraiya proclaimed graciously, even pumping a fist to prove his point, as if that's something to be proud of. Naruto grumbled as he got up, wrapping his towel around his waist. If he stayed any longer, he would faint from dizziness. He would hit the simulation later tonight, so right now he had nothing to do. As he walked towards his apartment, he absently wondered, I wonder what kind of training Sasuke is going through. Elsewhere, Sasuke sneezed, causing to slip into the water with his hand still alight with lightning, shocking him. XXXXXXX. Naruto panted as the simulation got over. His opponent lay beaten before him. It wasn't tough, but it wasn't easy either. A wave of satisfaction passed over him as he went through the fight. In his head this time he had managed to inflict most of the bruises onto his opponent instead of himself. His opponent was crafty and his fighting style was something Naruto had never seen. He fought almost like he was dancing, weaving around in circular patterns. His hands were almost always on the ground and kicks were inverted. The force behind increased with each maneuver. However, Naruto was able to find the weakness of this style as offensive. It was only evasion tactics were used by his opponent to escape his attacks. There weren't many blocks, so the upper body's only way to not get hit is to continuously keep moving in an acrobatic way. Naruto, however, was able to land in a few attacks before getting annoyed. His opponent's patterns were too erratic to find an opening and exploit it at the same time, so Naruto himself improvised an opponent with a style like that can be dealt with many ways, but the option that stood out the most to Naruto was the use of brute force. Up until now Naruto had only attacked the opponent. However, Naruto enhanced his fist with his chakra and punched the ground hard. The force behind it was not what Naruto expected it to be. A few cracks spread around the impact area, but the force was enough to make his opponent stumbled just for a moment, just what Naruto needed. In a flash step he appeared before the attacker and slammed his fist straight into the stomach. The human body isn't strong enough to withstand the amount of force that Naruto put in the punch, added with the fact that the last punch was enhanced by the blazing hands and his opponent was out for the count. Naruto flashed into his apartment groaning and looking forward to a hot shower after the session. He was to start his summoning training from Monday, so that was something to look forward to. He took off all his clothes and grabbed a towel from the rack. Entering the bathroom and closing it, he sighed in relief as the hot water poured over him, washing all the grime and dirt from his body as well as soothing his muscles. He stood in there for over 20 minutes, after which he turned off the shower, wiping the water off him and tying it at the waist. Exiting the bathroom, he shut the door and paused for a moment before turning around, eyes narrowing. After a moment he sighed and relaxed. He proceeded to get dressed and eat dinner before retiring to sleep. He failed to take notice of the crow perched on the lamppost outside his apartment, an ominous Sharingan in its eye socket. XXXXXXX, Yashu ready to learn the awesomeness that is summoning? Jiraiya questioned loudly, grinning like he knew something Naruto didn't. Naruto just stared at him in a deadpan. Jiraiya began to feel uncomfortable under the deadpan, coughing into his fist in order to maintain his dignity. Alright, summoning is a pretty simple jutsu with a little amount technicalities. The chakra requirements for each summon differ greatly. Take me for example. If I put a large amount of chakra in the jutsu, I am likely to get a bigger and a stronger summon like a battle toad than when I put in a small amount of chakra, which is when I get a messenger toad. You will have to adjust accordingly to your summons, he explained. Naruto had to admit that whenever Jiraiya was serious, like it was actually possible to see how intelligent he was. Nodding to Jiraiya, Naruto bit his left thumb, allowing blood to come out. He then went through the hand seals and slammed his hand on the ground, pumping a little more than a quarter amount of his chakra, Kuchiyose no Jutsu, while the sealing array spread out from beneath his hands. Nothing else happened. Naruto rose an eyebrow in confusion. Jiraiya noticed it and smirked, while not shouting out the name of your jutsus is admirable and very useful as a habit. This one is a special case, you have to verbally pronounce it. Naruto rolled his eyes at that and exclaimed, Kuchiyose no Jutsu. In a large puff of smoke, it revealed that Naruto had managed to summon Takeshi, the boss of foxes. The large summon easily towered over the entire forest they were in, providing a great view to Naruto, who stood upon the fox's head. Jiraiya was gaping at the gigantic summon that Naruto had managed to summon on his first try. Kami, I didn't know that the foxes were this powerful. This guy could easily tower over Gamabunta, and that guy's size is no joke at all. How the hell did Naruto manage to summon him on his first try? And judging by the giant sword, this guy's easily skilled in Kenjutsu. Naruto really did land a treasure with the fox contract, Jiraiya thought in awe as continued gazing. The summoned Takeshi blinked when he didn't find any threat in front of him, so he addressed his summoner, Naruto-san. His voice snapped Naruto from his mental dance of victory. Ah, Takeshi-san, I was practicing the summoning jutsu to get used to using it in the future. Takeshi gave a sound of realization. I see. In that case, allow me to give you a little advice. Whenever you use the Kuchiyose no Jutsu, state what type of summon do you want to come to your aid. Battle summons are always on standby, so you don't need to state this for battle summons, but I have to say it is nothing short of impressive for you to manage to summon me at your age, he complimented Naruto. Naruto blushed at the praise and rubbed the back of his head, chuckling sheepishly. Thank you, Takeshi-san, and please just Naruto is fine. Takeshi chuckled. Very well Naruto, it is, and don't hesitate to call me if things get difficult for you. Naruto, he dispelled himself after that. Returning to the realm of the foxes, Naruto easily landed in a crouch beside a stunned Jiraiya. What the hell was that brat? Jiraiya almost yelled with wide eyes. Naruto gave him an innocent look. What do you mean? Jiraiya pointed a finger at him. Don't give me that look. How the hell did you summon the boss of foxes in your first try? Even I didn't manage to summon the toad boss on the first try. Naruto gave him a confused look. All you have to do is pump the chakra, and based on the amount you get the summon right. I pumped a significant amount in the jutsu right now. Jiraiya had calmed a little from Naruto's explanation, but was a little curious too. Just how much did you put into it? Naruto shrugged. A little over a quarter of my chakra. Jiraiya nodded absent-mindedly, but then he really registered what Naruto said and whipped around to stare at him. Is he for real? A little over a quarter. Most people his age would have had chakra exhaustion trying to summon the boss, and they would still fail, but then again his reserves are steadily being increased by the seal, so that's that. He thought speculatively, well brat, since you have shown that you can already summon the boss, we'll try to reduce the amount to see what you can get. Who knows, you might even get a personal summon of your own. Jiraiya suggested, mentally smirking when he saw Naruto's eyes lighting up at the words, personal summon. Naruto grinned at the thought of having a fox partner that would be so cool. He ignored Kurama's grumbles of, I'm right here, and cut his thumb, flashing through the hand signs and slamming his hand on the ground. Kuchiyose no Jutsu. A burst of smoke revealed that he had managed to summon a white fox with black markings on its upper body standing up to Naruto's waist. It had a white tail swaying lazily behind it while it peered up to Naruto with curious green eyes. Who are you? Its tone, a soft tenor, held a hint of curiosity mixed with cautiousness. Naruto grinned and pointed towards himself with his thumb. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the newest summoner of the Kitsune. Nice to meet you. He watched as the fox's eyes brightened up and almost laughed when the fox introduced itself in a similar manner, pointing towards itself with its opposable thumbs. You are the newest summoner. This is awesome. My name is Raiden, the second son of the boss of the Kitsune Inn. The most awesome Kitsune ever. Pleased to meet you, man. Naruto had to stop himself from glomping the fox because his voice was just so damn cute. Naruto laughed at Raiden's introduction and said, pleased to meet you too, Raiden. You are actually the second summon I've summoned, you know. Raiden frowned. The second? Who's the first? Naruto smiled proudly. Why, your father, of course. Raiden's eyes widened. You managed to summon my father? You must be really strong then. Naruto just closed his eyes and nodded, enjoying the moment and completely ignoring Jiraiya, who was gaping at the both of them. Kami, he's just like Naruto, he thought as he observed them converse. Raiden seemed come to some realization as he tugged at Naruto's lower, gaining a curious look from the boy. Naruto, do you know what this means, you summoning me? His voice seemed to grow with excitement as he voiced his question. Naruto raised a confused eyebrow. No, what does this mean? Raiden shook his head with wonder. It is a requirement to summon the boss of any summoning clan after you sign the contract. Naruto, however, whomever you summon next becomes the summoner's personal summon, he finished with a significant amount of glee in his voice. Naruto also started grinning, and at the end of his explanation he engulfed the fox in a hug, burying his head in his fur. Which means you are my personal summons now. We are going to have so much fun together, Raiden. The fox also laughed in happiness, and it was then that Naruto remembered something. Oh Raiden, I almost forgot, this is my godfather Jiraiya. He introduced the smirking man sitting behind him. Finally remembered me, huh? Naruto, you are the Toad Sage. Raiden's whisper had the unmistakable feeling of awe. Jiraiya grinned and exclaimed, indeed I am. Raiden began to shake in excitement. Kami-sama, I can't believe you have such cool company. Naruto, this is the first time I've met a summoner of the Toad clan, let alone a sage. Jiraiya was basking in pride that even the summons he hadn't heard of before seemed to know who he was, but that feeling of pride quickly shattered when Naruto spoke. Seriously, he's not that cool, Raiden, he's a pervert. Jiraiya shouted in defense, sounding extremely offended. Wrong, I'm a super pervert. However, Raiden shook his head, amused by the antics of the large man. I'll remember that in the future. It is nice to meet you, Jiraiya-sama. Turning to Naruto, he poked him in the chest. Naruto, don't you forget about me, summon me whenever you can, okay, even if you just want to hang out or talk, I've been told I'm a great listener. Naruto smiled and nodded, rubbing Raiden's head. Raiden then dispelled himself back to the summoning realm. XXXXXXX. The next 2 weeks were spent like the first week, since Naruto already had an excellent grasp on his summoning, so they spent the next 2 weeks speeding up his taijutsu and adding jutsu to his arsenal. Naruto had learned 4 more jutsu, 1 jutsu for each of his affinity, and had improved his fighting speed considerably. For lightning, he had learnt Raiten Raiko Kosen no Jutsu, lightning style lightning beam technique, a B rank jutsu. He had found this jutsu in the Nidame's library, a beam of lightning twice as wide as his arm. If it hits the target will experience a fantastic amount of pain and will be heavily stunned, not to mention unconscious from the pain. Even if it's a near miss, the effects will be of some effect due to small bolts of lightning escaping. While he won't be using this against Neji, it was still a very useful technique for live capture. For fire, he had learnt Kaiten Meneminai high fire style invisible fire, a B rank technique Tobirama had created with the help of someone named Uchiha Kagami. After molding chakra, Naruto would expel a single colorless beam of gas from his mouth. However, upon getting in contact with a target, the gas will spontaneously combust, and the strength of the resulting explosion will depend on how much chakra Naruto put into it. For air, he learnt the Fuuten Repusho wind style gale wind palm, a C rank technique created by someone in the Senju clan. After forming the needed hand seals, the user basically had to send an open palm thrust towards his opponent, which is capable of causing severe injury. Naruto can also use this in conjunction with a thrown weapon to increase its power. For water, he learnt not a jutsu, but the secret behind creating water out of thin air. It was what Tobirama was known for throughout the entire shinobi world. Usually condensation is used to derive water from vapors. However, Tobirama did not have the luxury of creating vapor in the middle of a battlefield and then condensing it to form water. Therefore, he would cleverly saturate the air around him with his chakra without losing control of it, so that whenever he was in need of water and no water body was near, he would simply mold the chakra saturated air into water, thus negating the disadvantage that water could not be used without water bodies. What was amazing basically meant turning a battlefield into a geographical advantage with your chakra saturating the air. Tobirama could literally use it to do anything. This is what I could come up a bit of BS, so please bear with me. For Fuinjutsu, he completed the chakra suppressing seal he was working on with Jiraiya. He made it so that upon application the chakra of the target would be completely locked, which meant they were completely helpless unless they had something to outrun him without chakra. Another thing he came up with was slapping resistance seals on his opponents. Simple but very effective, something he would use against Neji. All in all, with the help of his shadow clones, Naruto spent almost a week to entirely master the first 3 techniques, meaning using them with the minimum amount of hand seals. He was still working on Tobirama's chakra saturation technique, using it discreetly without letting your enemy know. However, it's useless against a censor. It was the last remaining week of the month, and Jiraiya had said that the last week was fully for Naruto train himself. That was good, since Naruto, with his nigh limitless spamming of shadow clones, had the chance to test his learnings in a battle simulation. It was the second day of the last week, and Naruto was taking a water break, his t-shirt and jacket having been discarded for a while to avoid them from getting drenched in his sweat. So what do you think of my training, Raiden? He asked after taking a sip of water. Raiden watched his summoner sitting some distance away. Well, it's definitely intense. You sure work hard for all your genius, Naruto, he dryly commented. When he was first summoned, he was Delighted when Naruto asked him to give him some company while he trained, he had then proceeded to watch with wide eyes as Naruto summoned an army of around 500 shadow clones for an all-out battle against them. Raiden had asked just out of curiosity that how much chakra had Naruto just spent making the clones. "I'd say a full 3/4 of my total reserves," Naruto had replied. After a moment Raiden had dumbly nodded and watched as Naruto proceeded to decimate his army. He had paid close attention to what Naruto had said and was doing some mental calculations. If Naruto spent a whole 3/4 of his chakra, that meant he would be close to light chakra exhaustion if he spent any more. But Naruto had explained it to him that whenever shadow clones are dispelled, the chakra returns to the original along with the memories of that clone. Raiden observed that Naruto had started with taijutsu, destroying a dozen clones at first, then he used an elemental jutsu, whether it be fire or air or water or lightning, to destroy another group. He would then switch back to taijutsu, then use a jutsu again. It was a cycle. Raiden realized after intense observation Naruto never used any jutsu if he didn't have sufficient chakra to not collapse into exhaustion. But the funny thing that Raiden realized was that he couldn't understand whether Naruto was losing chakra or gaining it back. If it was simply taijutsu, Naruto would be gaining all the chakra back without any expenditure of his remaining reserves, but since he occasionally used a jutsu, it was hard to determine in the end. He just presented Naruto with his theory and asked his opinion for it. Naruto had thought for a whole 5 minutes and then replied, "I'll put a pin on it, but I'm not thinking about it now." Turns out Naruto was mentally exhausted as well, because he gained the memories of 500 clones in just 2 hours, so he won't be exerting anymore today. Raiden was surprised he had remained conscious after all that stress. Naruto chuckled. "You say it like geniuses don't have to work hard." To his surprise, Raiden nodded, completely supporting his point. Naruto corrected him right then. "Raiden," he said, softly, sitting beside the fox so that his head was on Naruto's thigh, "that is a belief which isn't right. People misunderstand what genius actually means. They believe that someone who achieves something great without appearing to work hard is hailed as a genius, but that's not true. Genius is just a great capacity for hard work. Take me for example. I have excellent chakra control, which allows me to grasp jutsus very quickly, but learning jutsus and mastering them are two totally different things. It is my genius that allows me to grasp concepts so quickly and easily." He stroked Raiden's head tenderly, having the fox's undivided attention. "But only through hard work can I master them completely. That is what genius is. Genius is the beginning of something great, but it is hard work that sees you through the finish. Genius is nothing without hard work." Raiden gazed at Naruto with wide eyes, who just looked at him with a small smile on his face. The fox could only shake his head in awe as he began to see Naruto in a new light. "I always thought that geniuses never have to work hard. But I never looked it from your point of view." He mumbled, his head resting on Naruto's thigh. Naruto was wise beyond his years, that was for sure. "Why, you got some genius you were competing against?" Naruto inquired. Raiden just sighed and took comfort in Naruto's scratches behind his ears. "My elder brother Toshi is a part of the trackers of the Kitsune, and he is regarded a genius in almost every way. He already has gained 2 tails and is close to achieving the 3rd. My family always says I should be more like him." He grumbled. "He sounds interesting. Trust me, he's a douchebag." Raiden replied as they collapsed into a peaceful silence. While Naruto wanted to say something, he kept quiet, not wanting to interfere in what was clearly a family matter. Raiden, on the other hand, was thinking about what Naruto had said. If what he said was true, did Toshi really work that hard to be where he was? Was he just seeing the tip of the iceberg? More importantly, if hard work was the key, was he not Working hard enough, the questions plagued his mind for a while as Naruto kept scratching his ear. So lost in their thoughts they were that they didn't even notice the presence behind them. The sunset looks really beautiful from here, a female voice commented from behind them. Their reactions were instantaneous. Raiden was on his hind legs on an instant, taking the offensive stance of the Kitsune fighting style, a snarl displaying his sharp teeth. Naruto himself had whipped two of his kunai into his hands in an instant, coating them in wind chakra and getting into his usual offensive stance. Muscles tensed for any action. Only when he got a good look at the speaker did he relax. Raiden, relax, she's a friend. He sighed. Raiden looked at his partner before relaxing, turning his eyes onto the girl. Temari looked at both of them with something skin to amusement. She inspected the fox, then Naruto. Based on what she had seen from the last 5 minutes, they seemed to be pretty close. She had also gotten a good look at the bare upper body of Naruto, both front and back, and she had to admit he was definitely hotter than most of the males she had seen. She marveled at how defined his muscles were for his age. His chest muscles were clearly developed for someone his age, not to mention his abs. The perfectly chiseled six-pack caused her to blush deeply, imagining not so straight thoughts about her and Naruto being in an intimate position, being embraced by his powerful arms. "How can I help you today, Temari?" The voice broke her out of her thoughts, and she desperately tried to regain control of her blush. Naruto and Raiden, who now was a little taller than Naruto's shoulder, on his hind legs, looked at her quizzically. Raiden turned to Naruto and looked at his face as if looking for something. He smirked when his nose picked up traces of arousal from both Naruto and Temari, if he was smelling correctly. "Naruto, is she your girlfriend?" he bluntly asked, not even hiding his smirk when both of them turned to him. Temari looked at him with slight anger, her blush not receding at all. Naruto looked at him with wide eyes of disbelief and a slightly open mouth. Temari regained her wits faster than Naruto, who still looked agape at his partner's suggestion. She almost swung her fan at Raiden. "Why you?" That was as far as she got when she stopped when Naruto got in front of the fox, holding a palm up and a small smile on his face. "It was a joke, Temari. He's a bit of a joker." Turning his face so that he faced Raiden and Temari couldn't see him, he gave a death glare to Raiden. The fox would have been intimidated greatly if not for the slight blush on Naruto's face. "Go back." Naruto mouthed. Raiden winked at him and mouthed back, "All the best." Before going back home, Naruto barely resisted from bashing the fox's head. He took a deep breath and turned back to Temari, whose eyes were a bit lower than his. He became acutely aware for the first time that he was naked above his waist. He tried to salvage the situation with some light flirting. "You see something you like?" he saw as Temari's eyes snapped to his and had to hide his smirk at the embarrassment swimming in her eyes. He then saw her take a deep breath herself and calm down. She then smirked and replied in the same light flirting tone, "Don't mind if I do, and it's quite a sight." She kept her smirk from widening when she saw him look away. Naruto decided to address the issue. "So any reason why you are here?" He walked towards his t-shirt and jacket. He quickly got dressed and faced her, arms folded. She put one hand her hip, her smirk turning into a smile. "I just wanted to say nice job in the prelims. You gave the dog boy quite the beating." Naruto smirked and shrugged. "I had something to settle with him, that's all, and your fight was something to see as well. I feel bad for my fellow Konoha nin." He complimented, sitting down. He was surprised when Temari walked and sat down in front of him as well, a little closer than what was appropriate. "But I'm not complaining," he mentally smirked. She shrugged. "Thank you for the compliment, but I believe it was just an unlucky matchup for her." Naruto nodded in agreement, having come to the same conclusion as before. He thought If he should ask her what was the Jinchuriki of Suna doing in a foreign village, especially during something as important as Chunin exams, but refrained, he could ask her later. Temari looked at Naruto closely. He was quite relaxed, but his position was such that he would be able to react instantaneously if she were to attack him now. Speaking of which, say, would you care for a spar? She asked, causing Naruto to raise an eyebrow. He gestured to himself, as you can see I have just finished today's training, so I'm quite tired. He watched her give a silent, ah, but the disappointment was clear. He had to give her points, though she was quite bold in her attempt at trying to learn what his trump cards were. Too bad. But, her head lifted up, I wouldn't mind a short taijutsu spar. His smirk told her exactly that he knew why she asked for such a request. He hadn't said it, but he already knew why she was there. No point in hiding now, though. You are irritatingly smart, she grumbled, causing him to chuckle. He got up and held out a hand for her to get up. She looked at it for a moment and scoffed, but grabbed it nonetheless, allowing him to pull her up. Naruto looked down at the hand he held and just felt it for a moment. It was a bit smaller than his own, yet it fit perfectly in his own. He heard a small cough and looked up to see Temari's blushing face in a scowl. He immediately let go of it, a blush creeping up his face. He realized how creepy he must have looked. He cleared his throat and gestured behind him. Shall we? That's how the next 4 days went. Naruto would summon hundreds of clones for an all-out battle to improve his application of newly learnt skills and techniques, fight for over 2 hours, and then relax. Temari would come by sometime in the evening and they would spar. Naruto usually limited the spars with taijutsu so as to not accidentally reveal some of his tricks. Temari had caught on as well and didn't protest at all, preferring to keep her tricks a secret as well. They would make small talk after the spar and then Naruto would offer to escort her back, but she would playfully refuse every time. Naruto always thought that she was being observed, which is why she refused every time she didn't want to be seen getting too friendly with a Konoha nin. Today was Saturday, and so Naruto planned to hit the simulation room one last time before the Chunin finals. He had already completed till the 5th level, each time more difficult than the last, but every level gave him ideas on where to improve, which he practiced all week and apply it onto the next level. So this is why Naruto was at the apartment right now, sitting on the floor of his bedroom and looking at the 30 kunai in front of him. He had already imprinted the seals on the handle of the tri-pronged kunai. One was the jutsu shiki for the Hiraishin and the other was the seal he had developed so that the kunai could be stuck on the surface of water as well, allowing him to use them in the areas where water bodies were. You seem to be thinking something about last night, Naruto, Kurama commented from within. Naruto kept gazing at the kunai as he replied, last night. I can't figure out why they are doing this. Flashback late last night. Naruto was sitting on top of his father's head, idly wondering on how the villagers would react to his reveal. I can think of 2 things: either they would start worshipping me, or the villagers who have some morals left in them would feel guilty enough to commit suicide based on the reason that they tortured the son of their beloved Yondaime for years. What do you think, Kurama? A chuckle sounded from within his mind. You know how the villagers are, Naruto. They would probably try to suck up to you after knowing just who you are, but I wouldn't mind witnessing the second option. What about you? Which one do you prefer? Naruto sighed at Kurama's insinuation. I don't prefer either one. I would actually prefer if they just treated me like any other villager, but that won't be happening anytime soon, considering I'm the heir to 2 major clans of Konoha. Lord, if I make Chunin, Kurama huffed. You humans confuse me terribly. An excellent opportunity for you to crush them beneath your heel for what they have done to you, and you are considering letting them go. I would have made a meal out of them if I were you. Naruto chuckled. I don't see what's wrong in being the better man, Kurama. Kurama was about to say something when he sensed an influx of chakra about 2 miles away along. With negative feelings, Naruto, can you sense that? Naruto raised an eyebrow but spread out his senses nonetheless, sitting up straight when he too sensed the amount of chakra being molded. Just who was molding a Chunin level amount of chakra at this time in the night, making a half ram seal? He used a series of body flickers to get where the chakra signatures were. When he reached there, he was horrified what he witnessed. He saw the prelims Proctor Gecko Hayate locked in a battle with the sand Jonin Baki, if Naruto remembered correctly, and was losing badly. He had numerous injuries on his person. If that blade of wind cut him, Hayate could kiss his life goodbye. He immediately acted. First priority was to get Hayate to the Hokage Tower. Baki held a blade of wind in his right hand, the other hand holding the sword of the proctor. He had to admit Hayate was exceptionally skilled at kenjutsu and had almost gotten him, but his sickness slowed him down terribly, allowing Baki to gain the upper hand. Try stopping this blade of wind. He was about to shove it into Hayate's chest when a blur grabbed Hayate and dodged, making Baki miss completely. Baki had just enough time to turn to his left, where he had seen the blur go, to witness Hayate disappearing in a blue flash. He cursed under his breath, damn it, he escaped. Kage-sama won't like this. He vanished in a wind shunshin to inform his leader. The thought of the flash completely missed him. Naruto appeared in the Hokage's office, surprised to see the his Gigi still working at this time of the night. Anbu surrounded him in an instant, the only reason not skewering him because he still held Hayate in a fireman's carry. Hiruzen immediately stood up. Tora, get Hayate to the medical wing of this tower immediately. The Anbu stepped forward, took Hayate from Naruto and vanished. Hiruzen turned his attention to Naruto and spoke in a commanding voice. Report. Naruto straightened up and narrated what happened at the end of his report. Hiruzen sighed heavily and sat down. I didn't know it was this bad, Naruto asked in slight confusion. What do you mean, Hokage-sama? Hiruzen folded his hands and rested his chin on it. Naruto, on your suspicions, I assigned Gecko Hayate to keep a watch on Yakushi Kabuto. He was to report me any unusual activity that concerned the target. It seems that tonight is the first time he witnessed something significant, but was discovered and was likely going to be killed in order to keep the information from being discovered. He looked Naruto in the eye. It is most likely that Konoha is facing the possibility of an invasion from Suna. Naruto folded his arms. I didn't know Suna had enough manpower to take on the strongest of the 5 on its own. In fact, from the books that I've read, Suna is the weakest of the 5. Hiruzen shook his head. I know the Kage well enough to understand that he's not stupid enough to make such a bold move, which means he has an ally. He had a suspicion as to who it was, but that was for him to deal with. Naruto nodded. That would surely be the case, but we can rule out the possibility of Kumo Iwa and Kiri attacking. Kiri is still wrapped up in a civil war. Iwa is still recovering from the defeat in the last war. Kumo wouldn't want to break the peace treaty you had established over the Hyuga just yet, which leaves Hiruzen filled in the blanks. There's a new up-and-coming hidden village whose genin have participated in the exams. Otogakure, it is possible, but we don't know for sure. Naruto, you must keep this meeting a secret. Not a word is to be let out, do you understand? Hi Hokage-sama. Dismissed. Flashback end. Why don't you ask your vixen? She might have an answer, Kurama suggested, both half seriously and half innocently. Naruto absently nodded until he registered what Kurama said. What do you mean by that? Temari isn't my vixen. He corrected him in a sputter. Just what was the kitsune trying to say? Kurama laughed. I'm the only being in this world, Naruto, who you can't fool. I've seen the way you look at her. You want to just grab her and, shut up, he shouted to the being inside him, his face a deep shade of red. He shook his head violently to shake off the train of thoughts Kurama had started. He couldn't imagine himself pinning her to a wall. He banged his head on the floor to clear it. Why did you suggest it? These thoughts are hard to get rid of, you know. Kurama the bastard just laughed heartily. Naruto decided to eat at Ichiraku tonight just because he felt too lazy to cook dinner. Kurama grumbled from within, saying that he always made his clones cook. Naruto easily blocked him out. Gathering and sealing the kunai up in a scroll, he put the scroll in his closet and stepped outside his building, leisurely walking in the direction of the ramen bar. He was surprised to see Temari about 100 meters from him, looking rather annoyed. She seemed to be searching for someone, and Naruto had an inkling as to who she was searching for. Naruto observed her looking around before catching his mop of blonde hair and marching in his direction, scowl firmly etched onto her face in anger rolling off her in waves. He sighed and steeled himself, for he knew what was about to come. Temari reached him quickly and stopped in front of him, hands on her hips. The anger was visible in her eyes. Where were you today? You missed our spar. Naruto didn't know if he should feel afraid of her or amusement about whether how cute she looked when she was angry, so he just held up his hands in defense. I know, but I have a legitimate reason for missing it. Temari folded her arms, then let's hear it. Naruto put his arms in his pocket and thought on how to tell her about his simulation fight this night. You see, he grinned at the blush that came on Temari's face. Since Monday is the day of the Chunin finals, my sensei wanted to have one last fight to test my skills, so he told me to rest the whole day to be in top condition for our fight. The lie came out smoother than what he thought, and it was partially true. Level 6 was no joke, and Naruto wanted to be in peak form for it. Naruto got an idea. How about, as an apology, I take you out for dinner? He didn't even stutter this time, he thought proudly. Temari thought that it was a lie, but she couldn't fault for his sensei having to evaluate his student one last time before the exams, so she believed it. She blinked at the sudden question and a smirk spread on her face. She took a step closer to him. Is this another date, Naruto? Naruto smirked as well, internally jumping in joy, and took a step forward himself. Their faces were inches from each other, and he could vaguely feel the air she was exhaling. It was a unique sweet and salty flavor. Only if you want it to be, he whispered huskily. He vaguely remembered that they were in the middle of a market. He, however, didn't expect Temari to lean forward so that her lips were a hair's breadth away from his own. Oh, I do, she returned. She was surprised when Naruto suddenly backed away, grinning playfully before she could feel hurt about her advances being rejected. An arm was draped across her shoulder, pulling her close. She yelped and steadied herself against what she felt to be Naruto's upper body. Then I really hope you don't mind if we go to Ichiraku. If I had known, I would have planned earlier. Naruto tried to play it smooth. It was a risky move, pulling Temari into a side hug. He had expected to be bashed in the head by her fan, but when she didn't, he relaxed and simultaneously celebrated inside his mind. She likes me. Kurama felt nauseous at how much joy was filled in that single thought. For a being of hatred such as himself, joy was his kryptonite, so he just tried to ignore it as much as he could. Such sappiness didn't suit him. Naruto kept his arm around Temari's shoulder and started walking in the direction of the ramen bar. Temari had to adjust her arms, so she just put one hand on his side. I really don't mind, she coolly replied, but she was barely keeping from letting a goofy smile spread on her face. She knew she liked Naruto to the point of having an intense crush on him, but being in such close Physical contact with him only after knowing him for only a short time was almost overwhelming. The trip was short, lasting only 5 minutes. Just when they were within 50 meters of the bar, Naruto removed his arm from her shoulders, instead enveloping her hand in his own, giving it a small squeeze. He gave a warm smile to Temari, who blushed lightly but returned the smile and squeezed back. They entered the ramen bar and Ayame was the first to spot them, and then she spotted them holding hands. And smiling, she promptly squealed in happiness, increasing the blush on Naruto and Temari's faces, but neither let go of each other's hands. Tucci came running out of the back in response to his daughter's squeal. When he saw the reason for her squeal, he himself grinned in parental pride. Naruto, so you finally made it official, I see, he commented. Naruto and Temari blushed even more at this, but Naruto was the one who spoke. We haven't actually, but I will in the near future, he said with a wink towards Temari, managing to somewhat reduce his blush. Temari, however, just barely kept from hitting him for embarrassing her. The only reason she didn't because of what Naruto said. Ayame clasped her hands together and sighed dreamily. Oh, you two look so cute together. Naruto and Temari slid onto the seat side by side. They gave their orders, but when they were served they were surprised by Tucci's announcement. Today's meal is on the house. Think of it as a congratulatory gift from us, he added, a wink in Naruto's directions. Naruto and Temari tried to deny that they weren't in a relationship yet, sounded in both of their minds, but Tucci easily waved their sputters away. Trust me, he said, adults know it when two people are meant to be together or not. That sealed it. Naruto and Temari and both reached the peak of embarrassment after hearing that statement, but there was nothing they could do until they finished their meals, deliberately avoiding meeting each other's eyes. They quietly finished their meals and got out of there. Temari was the first one to break the silence between them. Those folks are weird, they kept teasing us all the time, she grumbled in annoyance. Naruto sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. Don't be like that, they are some of the very few people in the village that care about me. That sparked Temari's interest. She didn't know Naruto only had a small amount of people close to him. What do you mean when you say some of the very few? It was a question of curiosity, so Naruto couldn't fault her for that, but the memories of years of loneliness resurfaced, and some of that sadness must have shown on his face, for Temari hastily backtracked. You don't have to answer that if you don't want to. Naruto waved away her apology. It's okay, you were just curious, but if you don't mind, I'd like to keep the answers to myself. His tone was soft, but the request was clear in his voice. Temari nodded but wondered just what had happened to Naruto for him to get so sad so early in his life. She couldn't help but compare Naruto and Gaara in that aspect, both of them shunned by the village. In some way she felt for him, just like she felt for Gaara. Gaara had been chosen by their father to bear that particular burden of a Biju. Because of that, everyone in the village had ostracized Gaara in the extreme. Their father felt that Gaara was too dangerous, which is why he hired assassins to kill him. That was the last straw for Gaara. He became cold, so cold that the slightest provocation would cause him to kill someone without batting an eyebrow. She tried to show him that she still cared for him as his older sister, but the distrust was so much deep-rooted into him that he distanced himself even from her. However, Naruto wasn't like that. He was willing to trust others like her, but another problem lay in front of her. If tried to comfort him, it would just be a lie, for they would be standing on the opposite sides of a war just 2 days later. So she just held his hand, trying to give what little comfort she could. Naruto was surprised when he felt a warm hand holding his own. He saw Temari smiling at him, and he smiled in return, knowing that she was trying to comfort him. He turned his eyes back forward and saw an alley coming up. He felt extremely bad for what he was about to do, but as a Shinobi of Konoha. The village came before everything, even personal feelings, so he pulled her into the alleyway, earning a surprised yelp from her. However, she was well trained, her reflexes were fast, but nowhere near his own. He immediately grabbed her right hand with his left, pinning it above her head. Just as her left reached for her fan, he grabbed it with his right and forcefully pinned it. Alongside her other hand, he positioned himself carefully but swiftly, putting his legs slightly in between of her two legs so that his privates would be protected. He kept his head at enough distance so that she couldn't headbutt him and break his nose. All in all, Temari had nowhere to go no matter how much she thrashed. He raised right leg a little, then gently stamped it on the ground, erecting a special privacy barrier around them. This was one of his father's creation. You can hear the sound from outside, but the sound from within the barrier won't be heard from outside. Also, a pulse of chakra within the barrier won't be able to be felt from outside, which meant no pulses of chakra could be sent to signal for help. Tricky business to use it with his feet, but thanks to his excellent chakra control, Naruto managed. Temari was surprised just how swiftly he was able to outmatch her reflexes and pin her to a wall. She felt hurt inside, a feeling of betrayal that was overshadowed by the boiling rage. She even felt slight fear with the way they were positioned. She turned furious eyes onto him but froze when a wave of killing intent passed over her. Looking up into his eyes, she felt afraid when all she saw was a freezing coldness absent of the complete warmth they were filled with from earlier. The killing intent was not a problem though, as she just brushed it aside. Gaara repeatedly used it on them, so the effect was null. She tried to project her rage on him. What are you doing, you son of a? What is Suna planning? That question stopped her cold eyes widening. She suddenly had an idea of what this was all about. What? Naruto narrowed his eyes, freezing her with just his stare. She wasn't even thrashing in his arms now. I don't like repeating myself, so pay attention. What is Suna planning to do? Temari tried, was so frozen with his stare, the stare that promised a lot of pain. If she didn't answer, she hastily sent out a pulse of chakra, hoping someone would sense it and come to her help. It's useless, he coldly informed her. I've put up a barrier around us. No one would be able to sense that pulse of chakra. In fact, no one would be able to sense anything, let alone hear. Her hopes of getting helped crashed and shattered. She also noticed that the killing intent had increased substantially, causing her to shake a little. I can easily deduce that Gaara is an unstable Jinchuriki. Yes, I know that, he said in response to her wide-eyed look. No village would dare send an unstable Jinchuriki into another village. I also witnessed your sensei. He sneered at the word, attacking a fellow Konoha nin with the intent to kill, possibly to prevent some important information from being discovered by us. So I'll ask again, what is Suna planning to do? Temari couldn't believe that Naruto knew about what Gaara was, add on to the fact he had apparently witnessed Baki-sensei attacking a Konoha nin, and she had been captured by Naruto for information on the invasion. They were already on the cusp of being discovered, so she couldn't see many options. Sighing with resignation, she admitted, I'm sure you know of the new village Otogakure. Upon seeing his nod, she continued, a while before the Chunin exams, our father the Kazekage was approached by the leader of Otogakure, a man known as Orochimaru. Naruto did not allow Temari to see his shock at that piece of news. He just nodded Temari to continue. I don't know what they talked about, but father began planning for an invasion a while after their meeting. He informed us that Otogakure would be aiding us during the invasion to cripple Konoha. It was his plan let Gaara loose during the invasion. Since Gaara has full control of his Biju, he would be set free to destroy the village in his unleashed form. Is that right? Temari nodded, knowing that the invasion had practically failed now that she had divulged the information. Naruto released a sigh. I suspected as much. Temari tried to hide the quiver in her voice. But why did you question me yourself instead of handing me over to the Hokage? Naruto removed the cold gaze from her, unconsciously making her relax. He looked back at her with a worried gaze. I don't think you would have liked being subjected to the interrogation department. Trust me, they aren't nice. Temari wholeheartedly agreed with that. She didn't even want to imagine what they would have done to get the information out of her. She looked up, and it was then she realized their positions, her arms pinned to the wall, Naruto's legs in between hers and bodies pressed to each other's. Oh, and don't forget that their lips were once again separated by mere inches. A blush of massive proportions came onto her face as she locked gazes with Naruto, who realized the same thing as her. His face also matched the same shade of red as hers as he locked his gaze with her. An awkward silence descended upon them, which Temari broke after several moments. Naruto, she whispered, trying to think of something to say, but Naruto was on a different track from hers. This was his chance, his moment, and he was in absolutely no way wasting it. Not to mention, if he did waste this chance, Jiraiya would beat him to within an inch of his life, and then some. So he was going to seize it with both of his hands. SSSHHH. He shushed her softly and leant forward, gently capturing her lips. It was the most pleasurable feeling Naruto had ever experienced. Her lips were soft, lingering with the taste of the ramen she ate earlier, which made her taste all the better. Temari went wide-eyed for a moment, but she closed her eyes in pleasure and slowly returned the kiss, molding her lips. With Naruto, she knew it was wrong of her. They were enemies on the opposite sides of a war now. They shouldn't be kissing like this, but she couldn't help herself. She had, ever since that chaste kiss from that day, wanted to see for herself how Naruto's lips tasted like. Naruto felt like he was on cloud nine. He decided to take it a little further and bit her lower lip, causing her to gasp. He took advantage of it and pushed his tongue into her mouth, exploring it. He didn't know why, but he wanted to taste more of her, feel more of her, so he released her hands and put them around her waist, pulling her flush against him. Temari was stunned when she felt something wet entering her mouth. In exploring it slowly, it took her a moment to realize that it was Naruto's tongue, but instincts were faster than her thinking, so even before she decided what to do, she was already massaging her tongue against Naruto. She couldn't even begin to describe the pleasure she was feeling when Naruto released her hands. Hers automatically went around his neck, pulling him close and further deepening their kiss. She could feel how warm Naruto was since they both had practically molded their bodies together. They separated for a moment to take a breath, a string of saliva connecting their mouths before Naruto could even begin to think whether to do it again or not. Temari had already connected their mouths, again kissing him with more fervor than the previous kiss. Her tongue aggressively invaded his mouth, exploring it and massaging his own tongue with more force than what his tongue did to hers. Her one hand went up to his head, running through his hair. Naruto did not even think, he just enthusiastically returned her actions. His hands began to wander. First they explored her back, then they explored her sides, each action gaining a pleased moan or sigh from Temari's mouth. He slid his hands lower, letting the primal part of his brain take control. His left hand wrapped around her waist again, while his right slipped lower and gently squeezed her butt. Temari felt like she was in heaven with all the pleasure she was feeling. In the back of her mind, she wondered whether Naruto was just this good, or was it the euphoria of the first kiss. Either way, she wasn't complaining. She was about to break their kiss when one of Naruto's hands gently squeezed her butt. Pleasure racked through her body and she released a loud moan of approval and pleasure, Naruto taking it as a sign to continue, gently squeezed her other cheek, being rewarded with another moan. Suddenly he didn't know why he decided that Temari was standing a bit lower than what he liked, so he bent a little, taking hold of her inner thighs from behind and hefted her up, pushing her against the wall, causing her to give out a surprised yelp, but she didn't break their kiss. Instead, her arms tightened around his neck while her legs wrapped around him, locking behind his back, their bodies pressing against each other even more. Temari's dress slid up from her thighs a little, exposing a bit of her thighs and skin for Naruto to feel. Naruto repositioned both of his hands on her clothed butt and squeezed, gaining moans of approval from Temari. They kept kissing like that for 5 more minutes, with Naruto occasionally and simultaneously squeezing both of her butt cheeks and gaining moans of pleasure, after which Naruto finally heard the rational part of his brain that was screaming, "You are going too fast, you idiot, stop." Temari too finally felt, amidst all the pleasure she was feeling, that they were going too far too fast, and was about to break their kiss and leave forcibly if she had to, but she didn't need to. Naruto broke their kiss first, looking at her with reluctance. No words needed to be said by either of them. Naruto gently released her, her legs coming to rest on the ground and his hands coming to rest on her waist while hers moved to his shoulders. Both of them were breathing heavily, tasting each other's breath, trying to come down from the high. "I think we can both agree not to mention this to anyone," Naruto found his voice first. Temari silently nodded as both of them took a step away from each other, both feeling the lack of touch. Temari turned and walked away from Naruto, straightening her dress and smoothing out wrinkles when Naruto stopped her with his voice, "On the day of the finals, I'll see you on the other side," he said in a whisper, but each word was clearly heard by her. A lone tear slipped from her right eye, which she furiously wiped away. She did not care whether he saw her wiping it away or not. "Good night," she hastily whispered, and in a blink of an eye she was gone. Naruto was still trying to get his thoughts in order. Absently he raised his foot and stomped softly on the ground, muttering, "Kai," under his breath, releasing the barrier. Only then he gave a reply to the empty surroundings, "Goodbye, Sabaku no Temari." He flashed away. After that he had a simulation to demolish. He realized that he displayed lust on the surface, but deep inside he knew it. He didn't know how or why, nor did he care. He just knew it. Temari was the one for him. He felt genuine feelings towards her. He didn't know how to describe them. He knew that it was far past the stage. All he knew was that if he got the chance to hold her again, he would be grabbing it and he would not let go of her that time. Unfortunately, that was the first and the last moment he would ever have with her. For in just 2 days they would be on the opposite sides of a war, trying to kill each other, and Naruto knew that he won't be able to do it. He won't be able to kill Temari if she came before him. He had lost her, and the chances of being with her again were virtually impossible. Or so he thought. And how was it, man? I sure was extremely nervous while writing out the kissing scene. I might have overdone it, for they are just 13 and 14-year-old teens, but I know the boundaries, and if anything is good, it's worth overdoing. Or so I think in some cases anyways. Leave your thoughts in reviews, and I will be answering some reviews from the previous chapter. Oh, I almost forgot. Omake Jiraiya considered himself as the biggest pervert in the world, and he was damn proud of the fact he was also one, the legendary Sannin, and perhaps the only remaining sage in the world. He was also a damn good teacher, judging from the notable students he had taught. The 3 war orphans from the village hidden in rain. They must have changed their village by now for the good. Then there was the Yondaime Hokage. The man was in a league all of his own, and Jiraiya couldn't have been prouder of the shinobi that his student had become, but alas, he died too early even by shinobi standard. Then there was his latest student, Uzumaki Naruto. Jiraiya had seen many young prodigies in his life. Hell, Konoha had no shortage of them. Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, Namikaze, Minato, Hatake, Kakashi, his own teammate Orochimaru, but he had never seen one like Naruto. The boy was unbelievably skilled and powerful for someone of his age. He had impressive chakra reserves, excellent chakra control, intelligence to rival his father, all the makings of a prodigy. So Jiraiya promised himself that he would make Naruto a greater shinobi than even his father, but there was one thing that Jiraiya had failed to pass on to all his students: the art of perversion. Jiraiya had been a pervert since his genin days and had never given up the habit. When he had taken on Minato as an apprentice, Jiraiya had believed that he had finally found the perfect student to pass his perversion onto. Minato certainly had the looks for it. Unlike Jiraiya, and he already had loads of fangirls after him just for that, so it killed Jiraiya on the inside when his student acted all polite and modest and refused to take advantage of it. No matter how much he tried to persuade Minato, the guy had an unshakable will and was already fixated on that petite redhead of his. Not that Jiraiya had any problems with it, in fact he thought that Minato had landed an excellent catch. It's just that he couldn't get any research material out of that couple no matter how hard he tried. It was with these sullen thoughts that Jiraiya wandered around the village, not even noticing how people were whispering with awe that the famed Toad Sage was walking among them right now. So into his thoughts he was that when he actually looked around him, he found himself walking in a fairly empty Konoha street. Very few people were in the street, and they weren't even wandering, instead just gossiping on doorsteps. Jiraiya sighed, hopping onto a roof as he surveyed the village. His thoughts shifted to his meeting with his sensei from last night. Naruto had just saved one of their jonin from being killed by the jonin sensei of the Suna team. Sensei had instructed him to remain in the village for the time being, since he was convinced that they would be attacked on the day of the finals. That caused his thoughts to shift on to Naruto. A small smile came onto his face. He had no doubt that the kid would thrash the Hyuga in his match, but immediately getting in the middle of an invasion right after his fight, Jiraiya could not say or think anything. For certain, a movement was caught in his peripheral vision, causing him to turn to left. His eyes widened with glee upon seeing the sight, and it was all he could do from hooting and shouting in joy. There was his student in an alleyway across from him, locking lips with the pretty blonde genin from Suna. Not just any genin, Jiraiya thought, because he was pretty sure that she was the daughter of the Kazekage. Naruto, the son of the Yondaime Hokage, was kissing Sabaku no Temari, the daughter of the Yondaime Kazekage. He didn't know whether it was fate or not, but he could care less about it. He wasted no time in whipping out his research notebook, hastily writing into it, "Kinky." He giggled quietly to not alert them of his presence, with a lecherous look on his face after he saw their positions. Naruto had Temari's arms pinned over her head, and both of his legs were in between the female blonde's legs. "Oh ho hoo, this is good, go my student go." He mentally cheered his student on. His joy at finding his student making out in an alleyway increased even further when Naruto released her hands and wrapped them around Temari's waist, pulling her flush against him. Temari wrapped her own arms around his neck, deepening the kiss further. This is the ultimate jackpot. He is all over her. And it's not just a simple kiss, they were eating each other's mouths. He might be my best student yet. And I haven't even begun teaching him about that. Jiraiya kept his giggled to himself as he gleefully wrote down God knows what in his notebook, not taking his eyes off the couple for a second. He almost yelled, broke his cover when he yelled in joy when he saw Naruto grabbing Temari's butt. Earning a pleased moan from her that did it for him, he kept his notebook aside and just watched them. With great pleasure. He knew he would remember this forever. He is getting bold, that's for sure. He is doing it as if he has previous experience, but Sensei didn't mention any previous relationships, but judging from her moans, she seems to have no problem with him doing that. I'll just jot this down Later right now I will see to the end of this." A trickle of blood fell from his nose as he continued watching them without any shame. He almost resorted to dancing on that rooftop when Naruto picked Temari up, her legs going on either side of him and locking behind his back as the kiss intensified even more. "He is really really good. I haven't seen something as good as this in years. Oh. My next book will be breaking records." He kept watching, nodding in equal parts of appreciation and glee as Naruto squeezed her butt, earning pleasurable moans back to back. At this rate he might even get his cherry popped tonight. He was almost disappointed when the steamy makeout session came to an end, but that feeling was overridden by the immense pride and satisfaction he was feeling for his godson for landing such a girl for himself. He frowned, however, when they seemed to separate with solemn faces. Temari left, but not before shedding a tear at something Naruto said. Naruto didn't make her cry, that he was sure of, because the boy had the same feeling of sadness around him as the girl. It must have been something serious for them to get like that after a session such as that. He thought no one should look that sad after a hot makeout such as that. Jiraiya knew he wouldn't, for he would jump at the chance, but perhaps his reasoning was flawed, for he hadn't had his first kiss in all 50 years of his life. Oh well, time to cheer, or maybe embarrass his godson by letting him know of his audience. He finally let the giggle he had been holding in for so long loose. Naruto didn't disappoint him. His keen sense of hearing immediately picked up the giggles that he knew were aimed at him. Jiraiya was laughing on the inside when Naruto's face changed to that of horror. The amusement must have shone through his eyes, for Naruto's face instantly went red in embarrassment and anger. Mainly embarrassment though. Arrow SENNIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIII. Still be addled by pleasure, for Jiraiya dodged like he wasn't even trying. Jiraiya laughed as he prepared to flicker away. "Thanks for the research material, brat." He was gone after that. Naruto fumed as he spread out his senses and easily locked onto Jiraiya. He couldn't believe that his first kiss, more like a makeout session Kurama so helpfully reminded him, was witnessed by Jiraiya. What was worse was that the man had made research material out of it for his porn books. Like hell he was going to let that happen. Things like that, no matter how awesome and pleasurable, were supposed to remain private. Naruto flashed straight to his parents' home. He needed something to calm down, something to focus on. His mind was in a haze, with all his rational thoughts and logic buried beneath a storm of emotions. He could make no sense out of this. Was the first time he was feeling something like this, and his gut instinct was understandably confused. Fortunately he had Kurama to talk some sense into him. "Naruto, calm down, take it slowly, step by step," he rumbled in a calm manner, trying to work the panic out of Naruto's system by pushing some of his yang chakra through. He could feel Naruto trying to think this through logically, as he had done with every situation before. Naruto registered Kurama's shouts, and upon hearing the annoyance in his voice, he forcefully shook his head. He took deep breaths, letting each one out slowly. It took him over 5 minutes to calm down enough so he could listen to Kurama. He slowly sat down in the living room sofa right in front of his parents' portrait. He put his chin on top of his joint hands and listened. "All right, I'm calm now. Sorry about that, I just didn't know what to do," he said in a neutral tone with only a hint of confusion in it. Kurama scoffed. "As you should be. I really don't see what's there to panic about. You should be jumping in ecstasy instead, having finally had your first kiss with a girl." Naruto frowned a bit. "Maybe you're right. However, even if I kissed her, she is going to be my enemy on the day of the finals. I don't know what I would do as a shinobi of the leaf. It is my sworn duty to destroy the enemies of the leaf. However, I know that I won't be able to bring myself to kill Temari, and I can't Even imagine the treatment a prisoner of Konoha gets. Kurama raised an eyebrow. What you need to do is slow down. It is not up to you to decide what happens to them. That's the job of the Hokage. Your job is to simply stop them from completing their mission by any means necessary, Naruto thought. About it, weighing Kurama's words intensely, he was right. He simply had to stop the sand from achieving their goal. He figured that he might have to take some lives on the day of the finals, but he could choose to spare some. He got up, his keen mind slowly working out the various possibilities and scenarios as he made his way to the simulation. He already knew that Gaara was the biggest part of the opposition's plan, so he would have to neutralize him by any means if he could stop Gaara. There is no other trump card that he could think of that Suna can fall back on. He could choose to spare Temari, as she can't do anything on her own. Her other brother was easy to handle as well. Based on his observations, Kankuro was a skilled puppeteer, but he was also a bit of an idiot. Both were a very small part of the entire invasion. The pawns on the chessboard. He removed his resistance seals and set the simulation to level 6. He stepped inside the room and activated the simulation with the seal sequence. As his opponent formed in front of him, he settled into his stance, eyes steely. As soon as the command was given, he dashed forward in a flash step. I will figure out what to do. XXXXXXX. The fight was tough, easily the toughest that Naruto had ever fought. The bruises and sore muscles were the definite proof of that. He winced as he rolled his shoulder, trying to relax it a bit as he exited the room. He had given it his utmost effort from the beginning, trying to end it as quickly as possible. However, he wasn't surprised at all when he was parried blow for blow, jab for jab. Neither managed to gain the upper hand on the other for a whole of 15 minutes. Naruto could not hit his opponent, but he made sure that his opponent couldn't hit him either. It soon became clear that he won't be able to gain the upper hand if he continued like this, so he activated the blazing hands technique. At first it looked like he had gained a slight advantage, but he was forced onto the defensive when his opponent copied the blazing hands and used it against him just as effectively. Naruto absently fingered the small burnt hole in his jacket as he walked up the basement. The blazing hands had caught him off guard for a moment, which is why there was a burnt hole, but he had managed to put up a successful defense, all the while trying to think up of something that would give him an edge in the fight. The fact that there was no pattern to identify did not help at all. It all came down to this: the only way he was beating this opponent was by catching him off guard and capitalizing on that hard and fast, give the opponent no time to recover or think up of a strategy. However, it had to be something completely new, something totally out of the box. It did not escape his observation that the moves he fought in the previous level did not work on the next, so he waited all the while defending himself from his opponent. It took him the better part of 20 minutes to think up of something that even remotely had a chance of working. Blazing hands was somewhat based on the tree walking exercise. You have to maintain a constant amount of chakra on your hands or feet. However, instead of it being normal chakra, it has to be Katon. Katon was fire, and fire was weak to water, and vice versa. With this in mind, Naruto improvised. Instead of maintaining Katon chakra, he changed the nature to sweeten. It wasn't difficult at all if he didn't count the constant attacking on his person. It was no surprise that the blazing hands technique of his opponent was neutralized, but water nature chakra had no offensive capability in taijutsu, but his goal was something else entirely. He maintained the change for only 10 seconds, after which he switched back to Katon. He smirked when he saw his attacks getting neutralized the same way he neutralized them. His opponent was using Sweeten to counter his blazing hands. This was the chance he was waiting for. Without a moment of waste, he had flipped away and charged back. He used the potential of his danger sense to the maximum, slowing down his perception waiting for the exact moment to strike when his punch towards the stomach was predictably blocked by a fist. He struck. Red lightning danced across the body of his opponent, sending his electrical impulses into overdrive and spasming his muscles. Naruto had gathered a small amount of his Raten chakra in his punch, and since the opponent was using Suiten to counter Blazing Hands, the water only boosted the effect of electricity on his body. Naruto seized his chance. He would have to finish this in one move, otherwise he risked giving his opponent a chance to adapt. He back-flipped, enforcing his right heel with chakra to amplify the damage. His opponent went flying in the air, and Naruto smirked when he heard the telltale sound of a bone cracking, but he didn't stop his movements. He jumped a bit and spun counterclockwise, timing his jump such that his left foot made a painful contact with the opponent's gut, sending him flying back. His back struck the wall hard, his head bumping back as well due to momentum, but Naruto was already flash-stepping forward. As soon as his kick had ended, he had gathered a large amount of lightning in his fist, making tiny sparks go off in random directions. He struck his fist right in the chest where the heart is. It went right through it. Emerging on the other side, the Raten chakra burned away any blood that would have gathered on the fist if it were a real opponent. As it wasn't, the simulation ended, signifying his victory. The sheer amount of lightning in his hand had given him a high amount of piercing power, the power to cut through almost anything. Naruto did not know, but he had unintentionally recreated something similar to the Chidori, the technique that Kakashi was infamous for. No wonder he didn't get back up, he thought as he prepared to flash away. The simulation had ended. After that, his purpose was achieved. He had managed to distract himself from the whirlpool of panic he was going through. Now that his mind was focused enough, he could logically think this through on what he would do on the day of the invasion, and he had decided what he would do. For now, he needed to rest. He had an invasion to prepare for. Naruto was sleeping comfortably, a peaceful smile on his face. The sun peeked over the horizon slowly, and as soon as the first rays of the sun touched his face, his eyes fluttered open. He blinked his eyes several times to clear the sleep out of them. He then put his hands behind his head and just stared at the ceiling, attempting to piece together the facts he knew. Okay, here are the facts. Orochimaru attacked us in the second phase, making it clear that he is after Sasuke for some reason. From what I learned from Temari, the Sand and the Sound are planning a combined invasion on the Leaf on the day of the finals, so it's not just that the Sand and the Sound shinobi will be fighting each other, but the Cage will fight as well. Gigi is up against the Cage and possibly Orochimaru as well. That snake just want to see the Leaf destroyed, given that he was denied the title of the Yondaime by Gigi. The fact that Gigi only cemented the fact that he would never become Hokage by declaring him a missing nin is only the icing on the cake. He wants to see the Leaf utterly destroyed. Naruto frowned heavily at his thoughts. The Leaf was in a very bad situation. He knew that Gigi must have organized his forces accordingly upon learning of the invasion 2 days ago, so he only needed to worry about himself. It was finally time to cut loose. He was ready to show the world who he really is, though it will be amusing to see whether the world is ready to know who I really am. Naruto smirked. He completed his morning rituals and was waiting for his clone to finish making breakfast. Today he would be resting entirely so he could fight in peak condition tomorrow, which means he had ample amount of time to come up with a plan on how to deal with Gaara. He doubted it was simple enough to get close to Gaara. To apply the 5 elements seal for his absolute defense was nothing to laugh at. The clone was grumbling about slave drivers when he served breakfast to Naruto. Naruto proceeded to dispel the clone while he ate the pancakes. He began thinking of ways to beat Gaara. As he slowly ate his breakfast, taijutsu was out of the question if what Gaara did to Lee was anything To go by genjutsu was a useless option to use against a jinchuriki, for the beast inside them would release the illusion for them that left ninjutsu and fuinjutsu. Gaara primarily used sand, which was a glaring weakness for Naruto to exploit. Naruto knew how well Gaara could control his sand, but he doubted he could control it well enough when it got soaked in water. Wet sand was heavy. Fire was only good to use if it was hot enough to turn the sand to glass. He could use lightning, but he preferred. If it didn't come to that, he would douse Gaara in so much water he would be hard-pressed to find enough sand that he could control. Fuinjutsu was something he could use to a great effect. A chakra absorption barrier would effectively trap and drain Gaara of his chakra until he dropped unconscious. But that presented another problem. Kurama had told him that the moment Gaara falls asleep, Shukaku would seize control and get free, so he would have to deal with a biju. Thank God for the fox summons, he thought as he washed his plates. He dried them and went back to his room. Gazing in the mirror, he saw his hair and sighed wistfully. A second later, a clone popped into existence. Already knowing what to do, he picked up a blade and scissors and set about to cutting the original's hair. Tears of regret flowed out from his eyes. Why are you cutting your hair, Prime? It is such fine hair. Naruto turned in confusion. Why are you complaining? The clone scowled. I know what you want to do with your hair, and I say it's idiotic because we would look like idiots. Naruto snorted. Who says you have an option? The clone grumbled as he set to cutting the hair while Naruto remained on guard, ready to dispel the clone in case he tried to shave him bald. 15 minutes later, Naruto gazed at himself in the mirror, smiling as he saw his new hairstyle. He even had his whiskers removed for patches of hair with a pattern that he had hardly looked good on anyone. He had cut his ponytail, causing his hair to fall around and making two jaw-length spiky ear tails on either sides of his head. He experimentally lifted his right hand and spiked his head forwards. He smiled when the hair seemed to actually spike forwards and stay like that. People are going to get a heart attack tomorrow, he smirked. He went into the bathroom and took a quick shower. I have to prepare some back up for Gigi, for he may have to face the Kazekage and Orochimaru at the same time, he thought as he wiped himself dry. What do you have in mind? The sudden deep baritone caused him to blink once. About time you woke up. I was beginning to get worried when you didn't respond to my thinking earlier. Kurama scoffed. You're about 10,000 years too young to worry about me anyways. What do you have in mind? Putting on his clothes, he scoffed in return and replied, I'm only a genin. I can only prepare a few hundred shadow clones, nothing else. Kurama thought for a few moments and said, you know you underestimate your shadow clones. Don't forget you are a decently skilled mortal of your age. He gracefully ignored the snort from his host, and as such shadow clones of your caliber can act as a great support for anyone. If you say so, Naruto absently replied as he dressed up as usual. He looked at his hair in the mirror, noting the way in which it formed a spiky mess on his head. He arranged it so it was spiked forward on top of his head. He wondered what to do about his ear tails. He knew that his father too had jaw-length bangs on either sides of his head. He could replicate that, but he really didn't want his hair sticking around his face if it got wet with water. He could tie the bangs under his headband, but then it would still stick randomly when wet. What to do, what to do, what to do? It's quite rare to see someone like you who never pays attention to irrelevant things. Fussing over your hair, Kurama slyly commented. Naruto scowled. It's a relevant concern. Okay, and when did I ask for your opinion on this anyways? You didn't. I was simply stating a fact. The reply was swiftly delivered. Anyways, I have something that you can try. A bit old style, but you might do some justice to it. 5 minutes later, Naruto was looking over his new hairstyle. You know Kurama, this actually looks good on me. You do have good advice sometimes. The beast snarled in annoyance. You sure have some nerve. Making fun of me like that. Naruto smirked but said nothing further, aggravating the biju within. He had tied his bangs in the middle with bandages and then tied his headband over the bangs. He has Ashura's hairstyle. Search for Naruto. Ashura hairstyle. He grabbed 2 blank scrolls and his sealing supplies. He felt for the marker he had left on the training spot where Jiraiya trained for the last 3 weeks. He was gone in a flash. Naruto appeared in the clearing, spreading out his senses and confirming if he was truly alone or not. When he had confirmed, he sat down and opened one of the scrolls. Taking out his brush and ink, he started writing seals for a prisoner containment scroll. With a slight alteration, in just under a minute he had completed writing down the sealing sequence. He inspected it for any mistakes, then nodded. Upon finding none, standing up, he made a half ram. Around 200 shadow clones popped into existence. Alright, I want you divide into 2 groups of 100. Hi. For a second Naruto feared that the sound of 200 people simultaneously shouting would draw someone's attention. He sensed for any foreign chakra signatures but found none. Nonetheless, he had to do this quickly. It took him just under 10 minutes, but he managed to seal 1 group of clones into the scroll. Normally, a prisoner scroll is made for dead people who have no chakra. Also, it is made only for 1 person, so Naruto had to tweak the seals a bit so that the amount of chakra that was shaped into his 100 shadow clones did not get disturbed in any way. He also tweaked the seals to allow solid 100 constructs to safely get sealed. He exhaled a breath and did the same with the other 100. In 20 minutes he had prepared a backup for himself and Gigi, each backup worth 100 shadow clones. Alright, my work is done for today. Kurama, will my reserves be back to full by tomorrow? Easily, leave it to me. I might even be able to expand them a bit. Naruto nodded, pleased with the development. All that was left is to wait for tomorrow. Temari watched as her sensei paced their room in agitation. She glanced over to the other occupants of the room. Kankuro was cleaning his puppets but kept a wary eye on their sensei, as if unnerved by his recent behavior. Gaara was just simply staring out of the window, arms crossed. No one knew what Gaara was thinking all the time, but it wasn't that hard to guess that he was bloodthirsty all this time. There had been no one who Gaara had managed to kill aside from the second phase of the exams. He was getting restless, and that spelled danger for all of them. Temari thought back to the events of last night and had to vehemently fight off the blush that threatened to cover her entire face in red. That was her first kiss, and it couldn't have been any better. The way they had moved against each other was just mesmerizing, but then the memories of what had happened before their kiss came up, and Temari found it easier to beat back the blush. She had planned to tell her sensei about her being ambushed, but was dumbfounded when Baki told her that they may have already been discovered. There was a loose end untied. Some Konoha shinobi had been spying on Baki's secret meeting with their ally. Baki had almost managed to finish him off, but the shinobi was rescued by someone so fast that all Baki had managed to see was a blonde blur and a blue flash, which meant that Temari didn't need to tell him if they had already been discovered. Baki was getting worried about the next day. The Kazekage had told him that they would be proceeding with the invasion no matter what. So far the Konoha forces had not shown any signs that they knew about the invasion, but he had a bad feeling in his gut, and his entire shinobi career had told him to always trust his gut. He had no choice but to ignore it and follow the orders of his leader. Morning arrived sooner than Naruto thought. He got up thinking about what would happen today. 2 things were sure to happen. He was not just going to beat Neji, no, that would be too light of a punishment for what he did to Hinata. He would show him just how little fate meant. To him he was going to utterly humiliate the Hyuga. The chances of him winning were already in his favor with his lack of a chakra network, but he would put effort for Neji. The other thing was the invasion, something that scared Naruto a bit. So many people could die, and those people would not just be the enemies but his comrades as well. He would do whatever he could to protect his comrades, even if it meant putting himself in the line of fire. He shook his head, wiping that line of thought. Immediately he would fight like a shinobi today, fast, deceptive and ruthless. He already had his plan on how to beat Gaara. Whether they crossed paths in the finals or on the battlefield, Gaara would either lose or die. He personally preferred if it didn't come to the second choice. Getting up, he quickly got ready. He checked and double-checked his hip pouches and holster, nodding when he saw they were fully stocked with what he needed. He put the backup scrolls in the pouches as well, reminding himself to give one of them to Gigi. He tied his headband around his head and tied his hair just like yesterday. He smirked when he saw he looked almost like a mini-me of his father. Today would be marked as the reveal of the legacy of Yondaime Hokage XXXXXXX. The village was in a buzz, looking livelier than usual. Many people noted, however, there was reason to be. Today was the day of the Chunin finals. People chatted happily as they made their way to the stadium, talking about who would win and who they would place their bets on. Of course, most of the buzz was about the last Uchiha. Many people were sure that the last Uchiha would no doubt emerge as the winner of the Chunin exams. It seemed as if the name of Uchiha automatically distinguished them as the strongest. Of course, people had reason to believe that, as the last Uchiha was no other than the younger brother of Uchiha Itachi, the greatest prodigy to come out of the Uchiha clan. So there was a lot of hope placed on youngest Uchiha to perform well. Many other people were rooting for the Hyuga genius Hyuga Neji. The boy was hailed as the prodigy of the Hyuga clan, and there was no doubt as to how powerful the clan was. A prodigy of a powerful clan such as the Hyuga would no doubt be another favorable contender for the title of the winner of the Chunin exams. Naruto smirked as he made his way to the stadium, ensuring he was out of everyone's sight. It was important for him to not be seen by anyone. He wanted his entrance to be one worthy enough for the son of the Yondaime. As he made his way to the stadium, he paid close attention to what the people were saying. Most of them seemed damn sure of Sasuke's victory, while the others were in the favor of the Hyuga. Others were not even mentioned, which suited him just fine. The more he was ignored, more potent would be their guilt. He wanted the people of Konoha to know just who they were tormenting. All this while, as the stadium came in sight, Naruto changed his route to arrive at the back of the stadium. Looking up, he saw the back wall of the stadium looming in front of him. There are still over 5 minutes before the announcements begin, he mused. He sat down to wait, and while he waited, he thought back to what Neji had said during the prelims flashback. Naruto watched in horror as Neji stood over the downed form of Hinata, who was twitching in pain. No one can defy fate. Hinata-sama, fate deemed you to be weak, that is why you lost to me. Flashback end. Naruto frowned as he thought back to those words. The amount of scorn Neji held for his sister was unreal. He whispered, "Why do you believe in fate so much, Neji? Just what happened to you to believe in bullshit such as that?" He was shook out of his thoughts when his keen ears picked up an announcement: "All final contestants please get down in the arena." Naruto took a deep breath and stood up. This is it, he told himself. Looking up, he saw that the top of the wall was about 10 meters above the branch of the tree he was standing on. He made a clone who charged his legs with chakra and jumped easily, vaulting over the wall. XXXXXXX. Shikamaru looked as lazy as usual, but he closely observed his opponents. His opponent, the girl from Sand, looked every bit confident of her victory, but there was a small hint of apprehension in her eyes which darted around the arena anxiously. He didn't bother looking at Shino. The guy was as stoic as a stone and never gave anything away. The glasses and high collar of his jacket only made it difficult to read him. The puppeteer from Sand was just like his sister, but unlike her, there was no anxiousness radiating from him. The last guy from Sand was the one that bothered Shikamaru the most. The redhead was dangerous, no doubt about that. Although his expression was stoic, it was betrayed by the sheer amount of bloodlust he could feel from the guy. He still remembered what happened to Lee in the prelims. Gaara had not hesitated one bit to kill him with his sand. He was a seasoned killer, one that Shikamaru doubted anyone wanted to cross. From the minute twitches that he could see, Shikamaru deduced that he was eager to get on with the fighting. He looked over to Neji, who was Naruto's opponent, regarded as the rookie of the year of his batch. Neji was a proclaimed genius of the Hyuga, who were known for their deadly and unique taijutsu. While a formidable opponent, Shikamaru doubted he would win against Naruto. He knew that Naruto was powerful, but he had the feeling that Naruto had yet to show what he was fully capable of. Speaking of, he looked around trying to find his blonde friend. Him and Sasuke, both of them, were absent from the lineup as well as the audience stands. If they didn't arrive right now. Troublesome, he muttered. The proctor, a different one from the prelims, was standing in front of their lineup, a lazy one from what he could see. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Chunin exam finals. I am Shiranui Genma, the proctor of this stage. The matches will be as follows: Uzumaki Naruto vs Hyuga Neji Uchiha, Sasuke vs Sabaku no Gaara, Aburame Shino vs Sabaku no Kankuro, and Sabaku no Temari vs Nara Shikamaru. Turning his attention to the lineup, Genma continued, "The rules are the same as preliminaries. However, whether you win or lose doesn't matter. Your promotion will be decided on the basis of your skill, your strategy and execution." Sakura looked worried as she tried to spot her two teammates. Ino, who was sitting next to her, said, "Where do you think are your teammates?" Sakura, while she still believed Sasuke would win the finals, she had gained a healthy amount of respect for the blonde Uzumaki ever since she suffered the humiliating defeat at his hands. The ease at which he handled her told her how pathetic she really was. Also, it was evident just how much he was holding back from absolutely thrashing her. Sakura shook her head worryingly. "I don't know. Where are you?" "Sasuke-kun." "Naruto." A sound coming from above the finalists caught hers as well as every person's attention. Arena, the proctor was just about to speak some more when a sound above them caused everyone, including the audience and the cage, to look up. In a puff of smoke, a small object fell right in front of the assembled genin. It was revealed to be a kunai, but not just any kunai, a three-pronged kunai. There was a collective gasp among the audience when they recognized what it was. Genma had wide eyes as he stared at the kunai, being reminded of the only person in the entire nations who used to wield these before he could think anything else. A person appeared in a blue flash. A pin drop. Silence washed over the entire stadium as everyone got a good look at the person. Cage box. Hiruzen stared in awe as the person was revealed to be just who he thought it would be. And Kami, he looked just like his father. "Minato, you would be proud of who he's become." Beside him, Orochimaru was seething. His fists were hidden from view so that no one could see that they were clenched tightly. "Uzumaki. Naruto, it is not possible for anyone to master that jutsu in just a month, which means you knew it well before and you knowingly held back against me. Very bold." But then he smirked. "If you weren't the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, I would have marked you instead of Sasuke-kun to have that jutsu in my arsenal. I would have been unstoppable." Everyone's eyes were at the point of bulging out when they saw the kunai used by their beloved Yondaime being thrown in the arena. Everyone had gasped. collectively and had jumped up on reflex when the person who had likely thrown the kunai had appeared. It couldn't be. It just couldn't be, were the thoughts of everyone. They were filled with disbelief, trying to deny what was right in front of their eyes, but no matter how much they wanted to. It was simply undeniable spiky blonde hair, which was no longer tied in a ponytail but in a style that was painfully reminding them of a similar blonde two-jaw-length spiky bangs, although tied beneath the headband and the bangs themselves tied around the middle. There was no mistaking just who the blonde Uzumaki resembled so much. He was almost a literal copy of Namikaze Minato, with only his hairstyle distinguishing from the famous Hokage. The Yondaime couldn't return from the dead, which left only one conclusion: to think that the demon container was also the son of the Yondaime. The crowd exploded in mutters, exclamations of "Yondaime," mostly drowning any other verbal exclamation. It was something that no one was expecting to see. No one knew that the Yondaime had a legacy, and now that they thought about it, it was right in front of their eyes all the time. Guilt began to creep into every Konoha villager about how they treated the boy who was almost royalty, considering just whose legacy he represented. "Is that Naruto? He looks so hot," Ino cried out as she hungrily looked at Naruto. Then she closely looked at Naruto. While he had only changed his hairstyle, he closely resembled a person that was on the tip of her tongue. Sakura was beside herself as she gazed upon Naruto's new look with a slight blush. He looks almost as handsome as Sasuke-kun, if not more. Arena. Naruto stood in a crouch, right hand grasping the handle of the kunai and eyes on the front facing the genin assembled. He took in the expression of each of them: Shikamaru's narrowed gaze, Shino's raised eyebrows, Kankuro's frown, Temari's appreciative but slightly guarded gaze, Neji's narrowed eyes but otherwise neutral expression. But what put him on guard most was Gaara pulling out the lodged kunai. With a slight jerk, he slowly stood up, maintaining eye contact with Gaara. Gaara's mouth almost twisted into a manic smile, but it was so quick that Naruto would have missed it if he were not looking for it. He stood up to his full height, towering full 4 inches above him without breaking eye contact. Both of them seemed to size each other up. It was as if along with them their Biju were also looking each other through their eyes. A new feeling washed over the assembled group. It was as if at first there was an existing sensation of a contest between themselves. Temari and Kankuro knew that Gaara was the strongest among the three of them, and the genin from Konoha knew Neji was the strongest among them. It was a clash between both the groups, but with Naruto's arrival it seemed that the purpose of the clash went utterly void, for here was a genin whose aura seemed to say that he already knew he was the strongest among them. The feeling was unsettling. "Uzumaki," Gaara whispered. Though it perfectly conveyed his bloodlust, Naruto did not change his expression, prompting Gaara to continue. "Mother cries for your blood." Naruto merely lifted an eyebrow and said, "She's going to have to wait." He then proceeded to stand next to Shikamaru, who turned an annoyed expression to him. "You're a troublesome guy. Have I ever told you that?" Naruto smirked but said nothing. Genma gazed at Naruto for a moment more before turning his gaze and calling out, "Just to be clear, I'll say it one more time. The same rules apply as last time. Opponents continue to fight until one is either knocked out or unable to continue. I also reserve the right to stop the match when I see fit." With that said, the contestants of the first match will step forward. The others will proceed to the contestant stands to wait for their matches. Shikamaru patted Naruto on his shoulders and walked off to sit with the rest of the rookies. When the field cleared, it was just Neji, Naruto and Genma who stood between the two fighters as the two sized each other up. "You should give up, Uzumaki. Fate has already decreed me to be the winner today." Neji broke the silence, informing Naruto as if what he said was fact nothing more. Naruto smirked both at the squeals from the female audience and what he was about to say at him and replied, "Your eyes are said to be great yet they can't even see that fate is not." The proctor of this match, Genma-san, is, Neji's eyes hardened. Everything in life is set by fate as is your defeat, but I can see you do not understand fate. Slipping into his stance, he continued. Allow me to explain by demonstrating it to you. Genma knew an opportunity when he saw it and he swung his hand down in a slicing motion. Hajime, immediately jumping back, he made a half-ram seal. 8 clones popped into existence. Go. He commanded. All of them moved in to engage. Neji did not seemed alarmed at all. He calmly engaged the clones with controlled expertise, slowly but surely dispatching them. Naruto observed that Neji's eyes never once moved in their sockets, always gazing forward as the last of the clones was finished off. Neji was surprised a bit that another batch was already moving in to engage, but no matter, they would not win. Fate had decreed him to be the victor of this match. Stands. What is he doing using Kage Bunshin against Neji? Asuma wondered, confused by Naruto's tactics. Alongside him, Kurenai and Guy also were wondering the same thing. If he knows the Hiraishin, he could have ended the match easily, so why isn't he? With Neji's Byakugan, any type of attack using clones wouldn't work because of his all-around vision. Guy put in his thoughts. Perhaps there is more to this match than just achieving victory that we are not seeing. A few seats away, the head and the heiress of the Hyuga clan watched the match with impassive expressions. Hiyashi paid careful attention to the Uzumaki, who was intently studying Neji's fighting style. There was no doubt about it. Naruto was the son of his old friend the Yondaime. Had he not known that Naruto knew that jutsu that made Namikaze Minato so known, he would have been in favor of Neji's victory, but now he felt like Naruto was setting Neji up for something like a predator playing with its prey. Before finishing it off, he would have told Hanabi about his assurance of Neji's victory, but that was before he realized just who Neji was facing. He wisely chose to keep quiet. Arena. There, Naruto mentally exclaimed as Neji finished off the 4th batch of shadow clones. He waited for Neji to get his breath back as he prepared himself. Setting into his stance, he found out all he needed to fight this match on his terms. Neji finished off the last clone and faced the original, all the while mentally cursing. While it took much longer than he estimated, he was able to finish all of them off. But that wasn't what surprised him. The clones, along with the original, didn't seem to have any chakra network at all. The Hyuga clan's taijutsu was largely based on attacking the tenketsu in the chakra network, cutting off the flow of chakra where they struck. However, the revelation that Naruto did not have a chakra network almost made his taijutsu null and void. It was almost like he was fighting blind. Almost along with learning the locations of the tenketsu, the Hyuga also learn the locations of various pressure points. With the option of striking the tenketsu out, he only had pressure points to rely on. While not as many as the number of the tenketsu, there were enough for him to strike. He turned to the original, watching him settle into a strange stance. He settled into his, knowing that Uzumaki Naruto had given him yet another reason, along with being the son of the Yondaime, to believe that he was a very dangerous opponent. I presume you know that I am not a normal opponent by now. Naruto called out. Neji narrowed his eyes and deactivated them. Indeed you are not, but that doesn't matter. Fate has spoken in my favor today, which is why you will lose. Naruto narrowed his eyes. If you insist on believing so much in fate, then allow me to show just how fragile the concept of fate is. With that he moved. Almost everyone, including most of the Jonin in the stands, was perplexed as one moment Naruto was standing 10 feet away and the next moment a foot was being barely blocked by the Hyuga. Many people thought it was Hiraishin. However, when Neji was sent skidding back from the force of the kick. They realized that Naruto had moved so fast that the momentum had augmented the force behind the kick, causing Neji to go skidding backwards, but Naruto had only started. Neji had barely begun to think when Naruto attacked again. He was shocked at just how fast and ruthlessly he was forced onto the defensive as he tried to block the attacks. Neji had thought that Naruto's fighting style was focused more on the strength of the attacks rather than speed. He was promptly proved when he failed to hide his winces when he felt the force behind each of the attacks. He moved by instinct as he attempted to redirect the force behind Naruto's attacks. The speed behind his attacks was nothing to scoff at as well. While the strikes had impressive force behind them, they seemed to be augmented by the sheer speed that Naruto was using to strike. Son of the Yondaime indeed. Only years of training in the martial art of his family and developing his instincts allowed him to dodge his attacks. Even then he was dodging and blocking by instinct only. That wasn't the only problem. His hands were feeling unusually hot. Neji's thought process resulted in a punch slipping past his guard right into his left cheek, and he found himself flying backwards from the force of it. He prevented from landing on his back by twisting himself midair and landing on his feet. His hand came up to tenderly rub the surprisingly slightly burnt area as he narrowed his eyes, trying to figure out just how was Naruto defying fate. Cage box. Hiraishin was thoroughly impressed when he saw Naruto engaging Neji in taijutsu. Usually it was considered suicidal to engage a Hyuga in taijutsu. But it seemed Naruto had no such qualms. Not just that, but his taijutsu was effective enough to put a Hyuga on the defensive, and it seemed he added his own touch to it. If the small burn on Neji's face was anything to go by, most unpredictable ninja indeed. He pulled out a notepad which he had brought to write points on which each genin qualified for the position. He wrote down something and kept it aside. Your genin is quite impressive and bold, Hokage Dono. He must be very confident to engage a shinobi of the Hyuga clan in taijutsu, Orochimaru commented, playing his role as the supposed Kazekage. Hiraishin chuckled. I'm sure that this is only the beginning. Kazekage Dono, he will surprise us, of that I have no doubt. Mentally though, you don't give me the credit I deserve. Orochimaru. Don't think I don't know that it's you in those robes. Stands. The surprise was evident on the faces of the three jonin. Not every day you see a prodigal Hyuga being bested by the supposed dead last, now revealed to be the son of their late Hokage in taijutsu. Guy was crying, shouting something about Naruto's youth, with Lee vehemently agreeing with him. Kami, is this really what he is capable of? Ino whispered in amazement and slight fear. She was suddenly infinitely grateful that Naruto hadn't gone full force in their spar that day. If he had, she would have really been dead. Naruto, Sakura whispered in awe as she watched her teammate best one of the Hyuga at their own game. It suddenly became clear just how utterly huge the gap between their skills was. She couldn't even begin to see his movements. That's how fast he was. The first attack alone would have taken her out of the fight. A few seats away, Hinata watched with a slight smile as Naruto held his own against her prodigal cousin, Naruto-kun. Kiba, on the other hand, was shocked and almost jealous of the speed and skill Naruto was displaying. It made him think back to his own fight with the blonde, and he ruefully smiled at how easily he was beaten. He had grown up with Naruto, and if there was anything he could say for certain about the blonde, it was that Naruto never gave up. He could say without a doubt that Naruto had trained his ass off to reach where he is now. It sort of inspired him to become the same. After all, if Naruto could do it, why can't he? Arena. Neji hid his wince as he kept his gaze on Naruto. Slowly standing up, he evaluated on whatever he had experienced so far. There is no doubt that he is physically strong, almost on the same level as Lee. I'm willing to bet that he could withstand the amount of force he dishes in his attacks himself as well, and he is fast unbelievably so. Nothing else would be expected of the son of the fastest shinobi to ever live. After all, I never knew that it was possible to have such impossibly fast reflexes. His fighting style is lethal, but in a way I have never seen before. Every fighting style has a focal point, which it is based on. Gai Sensei's Goken is based on strength, Jiyuken is based on precision, but his style seemingly incorporates strength, speed, flexibility and precision. It's as if he can switch to any one of them if one proves to be inadequate against one opponent. Not just that his movements are bizarre, he seems to have mastered the way to perfectly switch from one set of movements to another without hesitation. His hands also feel as if they are on fire, burning any area of contact. Fully standing up, he took deep breaths to center himself. I'll have to avoid his hands. No, pretty much his every blow. Am I getting to you with that fragility of your so-called fate? Naruto asked, and no one missed the sarcasm in his voice. Neji chose to ignore that and instead asked, how did you manage to burn my face? Naruto rose his eyebrow in a way that strongly reminded Neji of himself. He raised his eyebrows that way when his teammates seemed to suggest an utterly stupid idea. So that's how it feels to be on the receiving side of it. He felt quite stupid, to be honest, and was a bit glad that he had a burn on his cheek. Otherwise his blush would have been caught. What idiot reveals the secret of his or her technique? Baka? Naruto asked in a bored tone. Cage box. Hiraishin heartily laughed at the question. It was highly amusing when in his youth his opponents seemed to spare him the thought process of trying to figure out their technique by revealing it on their own. It allowed him to create a counter strategy quite easily. Instead of finishing him off, they seemed to choose to gloat about their techniques. What idiots! A very true question, won't you agree? Kage Dono Orochimaru forced out a chuckle while he couldn't shake off the feeling that the old monkey knew it was him and was openly mocking him. I agree, Hokage Dono. Hiraishin smirked and turned back to watch what was turning out to be a highly entertaining match. So far Naruto had only shown his superior prowess in taijutsu and had yet to show something that qualified him for Chunin. Except for keeping emotions under control, he had to keep his smirk from widening, for he was reminded of a younger Orochimaru bragging about the secret behind the techniques he developed himself. What an idiot! Stan's Kiba shared the amusement with his Hokage, for he was laughing as well. He never knew Naruto had it in him to mock others. Hinata was trying to hide her giggles behind her hand. It would not do if her father caught her laughing at Naruto, calling her cousin an idiot. Sakura and Ino shared no such restraints and were full out giggling. The Jonin had mixed reactions. Asuma had snorted and had to catch his smoking stick from flying onto the head of the person in front of him. Kurenai was stifling her giggles like her student not wanting to offend Guy for laughing at his student. Guy had an entirely different response. Instead of being offended on behalf of his student, tears came from his eyes and he clenched his fist. What a hip response! No doubt you have passed your coolness onto your student, my eternal rival Kakashi. Needless to say, he entirely ignored insult on Neji, choosing to focus on how hip and cool Naruto's response was. Arena. Neji was barely keeping himself from turning red in embarrassment at all the giggles in the stadium that were aimed at him as a result of Naruto's comeback. Naruto was entirely amused by the giggles resounding in the stadium, but chose to keep it to himself. No need to embarrass him any further. Time to continue the fight, this time with a bit of misdirection. Neji was already worn out and trying to reduce the feeling of stupidity in himself, so when Naruto suddenly disappeared from in front of him, he was caught unawares. Naruto grinned as a solid kick connected to Neji's left shoulder sending him flying away from him for the second time in the fight. He twisted and landed on feet but was given no time to recover as he engaged the Uzumaki in taijutsu yet again. He activated his Byakugan this time, watching out for Naruto's no doubt Katon chakra enhanced hand strikes, but for some reason Uzumaki's hands were lacking the chakra that was making them heated, so Neji jumped at the opportunity to block rather than dodge, all the while trying to find an opening. He also deactivated his eyes to conserve chakra. He would endure the punishing force for a short while. Maybe he should taunt him a bit. You are not fighting with your chakra-coated strikes as you were doing before, Uzumaki. He smirked as he saw Naruto narrowing his eyes. It seems this is where fate draws the line for you using that technique. He was shocked, however, when Naruto, instead of getting enraged like he wanted, snorted out loud in a surprising maneuver. Naruto locked himself with Neji, holding him in place as much as Neji tried. He would only move if he managed to overpower him. Yeah. Not happening. Neji grunted as he tried to get out of the lock Uzumaki had put him in, but as much as he struggled, he could not move the limbs of the blonde. His face twisted in a snarl and he locked eyes with Naruto, who had a neutral expression on his face. Whatever he was going to say was thrown out of the window at the blonde's words. Only a pansy like you would call misdirection as an act of fate. He saw it but could do absolutely nothing to stop it. Fuuten Repusho, wind-style gale. Palm, a clone who had appeared beside them without any hand seals, which caused a gasp to resonate through the shinobi part of the crowd, had enough compressed air in his hands to cleanly blow Neji away almost 20 meters. Naruto had released him from the lock at the very last second. While the force was enough to send him flying, it lacked a damaging component, but instead of feeling relief, Neji only felt dread. He had a feeling that Uzumaki had planned something much worse for him. Unlike the previous times, Neji failed to add grace to his landing and as such rolled toughly onto the ground. Remembering that Uzumaki would not likely give him time to recover, he quickly got up to his feet just in time to see 4 shuriken converging on him with deadly accuracy. He jumped to the side to avoid them but was surprised by the blonde yet again, so he decided to switch to long distance attacks. This is good for me, for I might be able to use this window to recover a bit. But that thought was thrown out of the window in the next moment. Naruto had predicted in a split second where Neji would land after he avoided those shurikens, so he had cleverly threw 3 kunai wrapped with explosive tags of his own design to that spot. Neji grit his teeth as the kunai came closer and closer. It seems I'll have to use that. Naruto watched as the kunai almost hit Neji, his eyebrows raised in surprise when Neji suddenly spun so fast that he wasn't even visible anymore and was covered in a dome of his own chakra. Hakesho Katon. Naruto activated his exploding tags just as they reached Neji and watched with a mix of curiosity and fascination that the dome of chakra spinning around Neji completely protected him from the resulting explosion. Stands Hanabi turned to her father. "To-sama, isn't that?" "Yes." Hiyashi replied instantly. His own eyes were narrowed as he clenched his fists. Katon is supposed to be the technique of the main house. How does Neji, a member of the branch house, know it so well? Arena. Neji stopped spinning and couldn't really hide the smugness from his voice as he saw the expression on Naruto's face. He could gloat later. Right now he would capitalize on this small window of opportunity. No need to use the Byakugan, for he knew exactly where to strike. Naruto had immediately created 5 clones to scope out Neji's new technique and find a weakness, but his opponent's words momentarily gave him a pause. "You are now in the field of my divination," Neji ominously announced, not wanting to give Neji the chance of using this technique. Two of them shot forward to engage him, but this time Neji was ready, his hands moving in a blur. 2 palms, 2 clones gone, 4 palms, another 2 gone, 8 palms. The last one tried to shield himself. Futile effort. Even if you have no tenketsu, the physical damage from the strikes alone will send you down. 16 palms. Naruto grunted as the hand slammed into him with considerable speed. 32 palms. 64 palms. Naruto skid back as Neji finished his technique, breathing evenly because he chose to keep his Byakugan deactivated for the majority of the fight. He had more than enough chakra to keep going on. It was easy to ignore the physical pain when you train with people such as Guy-sensei. Naruto had blood dripping from his mouth. He went down on one knee, drawing gasps from the crowd. This was the first time he had taken any damage in this fight, and it was enough to send him on one knee. Looking at Neji, he asked in obvious pain, "I assume you were going for physical damage. If you couldn't find my tenketsu, weren't you?" Neji felt a sense of superiority as he looked down on Naruto. No one remained in fighting condition after getting hit by the 8 trigrams 64 palm technique. You assume correctly. While you were formidable for some time, this is where this ends. Uzumaki, I told you before, fate has decreed that I will win today. Cage box. Orochimaru smiled under the veil, a most formidable technique of the Hyuga clan Hokage Dono. I wonder if this is the end for the young Uzumaki. Hiruzen smiled as he wrote something down on the notepad. Don't worry, Cage Dono, Naruto won't go down this easily. Stands the Jonin had confused looks on their faces. Why did Neji do that? Couldn't he see it? Guy was rubbing his chin. I don't know what Neji was thinking when he did that, but it clearly didn't work the way he might have expected. While the news that Naruto didn't have a chakra network was quite staggering, they wanted to see how Neji would work his way around it. The genin, on the other hand, were different parts. Worried and resigned, Kiba, Hinata, Sakura and Ino wore worried looks as they looked at Naruto. Naruto-kun. Hinata whispered in worry, knowing just how formidable the technique that Neji had used was. Even if Neji didn't have tenketsu to strike, the muscles that were struck would suffer considerable damage. What a technique, Ino whispered in awe as she looked at the kneeling form of Naruto. Naruto had completely dominated the fight from the beginning, but Neji had seemingly turned the tables with just one move. Get up, Naruto, Sakura was chanting in her mind, restraining from saying it out loud. Tenten, on the other hand, just shook her head as if she already knew this was going to happen. While you are good, Naruto, there is no way you can recover from this. Arena, Naruto. Despite being in pain, chuckled Neji, rose an eyebrow. What's so funny? Naruto looked up with mirth swimming in his eyes. And I told you, fate is very fragile. And he burst into smoke. Cheers erupted from the crowd as it was revealed that the Uzumaki had pulled a fast one on everyone, including Neji. The said genin cursed as he activated his Byakugan and looked around. He almost gasped when he found out where Naruto was, but wasn't able to react in time. Naruto burst from the ground behind him, a predatory grin on his face and body already in motion. Neji was able to angle his body so that his left shoulder took the hit instead of his head, but he winced as the already abused shoulder took another hit and he was sent toppling away. Naruto brushed off some of the dirt as Neji let out a small groan of pain and frustration. Standing up, most people don't think to look down at the last second. Am I right? Neji said nothing as he gazed scornfully at the smirking blonde. You made the mistake of deactivating your eyes. If you hadn't, you might have noticed that I substituted with my clone at the last second. Your mistake also allowed me to hide without worry under the ground. Pretty good for misdirection and deception, don't you think? Neji grit his teeth. Even if you had Substituted with your clone, a shadow clone gets dispelled after one hit. Naruto made a sound of mock realization. Oh, that. I reinforced it with chakra. It's really not that difficult, he then smirked in a way that sent shivers down Neji's spine. I've somewhat heard about your defensive technique, the ultimate defense of the Hyuga, isn't it? Neji said nothing, which was more than enough. For an answer, holding up 4 shuriken, he challenged, let's test that so-called ultimate defense. Shall we? Cage box, your genin is very ingenious, Hokage Dono. Hiraishin nodded, pride coursing through him at how well Naruto was handling himself so far. Naruto had demonstrated skills that were already above the qualification level of Chunin. He wondered just how Naruto planned to break the ultimate defense of the Hyuga clan. Stands Kiba Ino and Sakura had shouted in glee when Naruto had popped the real Naruto, kicking Neji away. Hinata had quietly cheered for Naruto while Tenten was in a state of disbelief, while even Lee couldn't get up after Neji's technique. It was a whole another thing to avoid it successfully altogether. Arena, the shuriken whizzed towards Neji, who jumped to the side to avoid them, opting to conserve chakra. He was stupefied, however, when he spotted a giant ball of fire making its way towards him fast. Having no time to jump again, he was forced to resort to his defense, Katon. Neji reached his maximum rotation speed just as the fireball reached him. The fireball crashed into the spinning dome of chakra, taking only 5 seconds to disperse, which was 4 seconds too late for Neji. It was hard to accurately keep track of your surroundings when you are spinning at a really high speed, so one moment Neji was inside the dome, the other moment Naruto was inside with him. Wait, what? This time Neji didn't even have time to be fully surprised as he was punched in the face hard. The sudden application of an external force disrupted the Katon, and Neji was bodily thrown through the fireball. I'm really getting tired of being thrown like that, Neji lamented as he stood up once again, a bit burnt from going through the fireball. Stands Asuma and Kurenai were gawking at the way Naruto broke the defensive technique. One moment he was standing outside the dome, the other moment they all saw him disappearing and appearing instantly inside the dome in a blue flash. Hiraishin, Guy whispered in awe. Even he had not found a way yet to break that defensive technique, but if the Hiraishin could surpass defenses with such amount of ease, it really was a terrifying technique. No wonder the Yondaime was so feared. Cage box, I really have no more words to describe how impressive that genin of yours is, Hokage Dono. To learn and master the Yondaime's most feared technique at such a young age is no small feat, Kazekage complimented. Hiraishin smirked and nodded. That was a masterful use of the Hiraishin. Naruto must have marked Neji at the very first opportunity. Also, to be capable of using 2 elemental natures is very impressive. Orochimaru complimented Hiraishin, accepted the compliment on behalf of Naruto with a nod and a smirk. Arena Neji breathed heavily as he gazed at Naruto. He was down to just a quarter of his chakra reserves, while Naruto had yet to show any signs of fatigue. What he didn't know that Naruto's chakra reserves were so much larger that he had only used a small drop of the entirety yet. How did I break your defense? Naruto helpfully finished it for him. When he saw him nod, he sighed. While I did say before that only idiots revealed their technique, it's no big secret as to the way I appeared inside with you. Reaching behind him, he pulled out his Hiraishin kunai, dangling it in his index finger. I'm sure you know what this is. He looked around discreetly, seeing that he had captured the attention of the entire audience. This is a kunai that was once used by my father. Namikaze Minato. Mutters rose in the crowd in response to the confirmation of their thoughts from before but quickly silenced when Naruto continued. The Hiraishin no Jutsu is a spacetime technique. A combination of ninjutsu and fuinjutsu. Basically this formula here, he showed him his imprinted formula, acts as a beacon for me. Wherever this formula is I can teleport there without any problem. That means the reason I was able to get in there is because you already have a mark on you. Neji had never widened his eyes this much in his entire life. He desperately searched for the place where Naruto had placed his formula and found it beneath his forearm. Never before had he been so outclassed in a fight. How had he failed to notice such a simple thing? Naruto spun the kunai, catching it in a reverse hold. The look on his face was almost as if set in stone. It was the same look the yellow flash gave to his enemies before killing them. I could have ended the fight the moment we engaged in taijutsu. In another scenario, if you would have been my enemy and not a comrade, you were dead the moment I put this mark on you. Silence rang in the entire statement as the cold truth of the words hit each person. It was only now that they realized just how truly dangerous and lethal the Yondaimi's use of this jutsu was. It was basically as if you were marked by death. If you had this mark, there was no escape for you. Then why didn't you? Naruto raised an eyebrow and put the kunai back in his pouch. Tell me something, Neji. Why do you believe in fate so much? What gives you the excuse to claim that everything is fated to be? Neji looked surprised for a moment, but then his eyes hardened. He reached for his headband and removed it. Because of this, he said, pointing to a green seal on his forehead. It was a cross in the middle with hooks on either side of the cross. The birdcage seal is given to the branch house members of the Hyuga clan by the main house members. While it may seem that both the houses are family, it is a lie. The cold reality is that the branch house members only act as servants to the main house. He explained. Naruto didn't attack him when Neji closed his eyes, instead opting to hear his story out. The seal is given to the branch house members to protect our prized bloodline from falling into our enemies' hands after the death of a house member. The seal activates and seals the abilities of Byakugan. By that I mean this seal binds us until death, a destiny from which we cannot escape. Neji told him about the Hyuga incident which happened 8 years ago, how Hinata was almost kidnapped by the ambassador from Kumogakure no Sato, how the village had demanded the death of Hiyashi Hyuga as compensation, how his father was offered instead. Till the end of the explanation, Naruto did not allow one speck of emotion to show on his face. When Neji was finished, then Naruto spoke. You speak that it is fate that the branch family will always remain bound, yet you contradicted your own belief when you tried to kill Hinata in the prelims. You tried to divert from your predestined path. All of this because you hold a grudge against the main family. Neji finally lost control of himself. My father was taken away from me because Hiyashi-sama couldn't take the responsibility for his actions. My father had to give his own life just so Hiyashi-sama could keep on living. Naruto said nothing for a while. Neji thought he had got through the blonde, but was shell-shocked when he heard Naruto's next words. I already planned on winning today, but I'll say it just for you. I won't be losing to a coward who's always blaming all of his problems on some nonsense such as fate. Someone as ignorant as you is in no position to lecture me. Neji shot back. You can never understand what it's like to be burdened with a symbol you can never be rid of. There was a pin-drop silence in the whole stadium. The whole audience felt the impact of the words. Neji couldn't have been more wrong. The senior shinobi feared Naruto would lose it, even the Hokage, but thankfully Naruto kept a tight lid on his emotions. It wouldn't do losing it in the center of a crowd. Naruto sighed wistfully, whispering, You're wrong. I know exactly how it feels. But enough talk, he finished in a strong voice. He made a ram seal and Neji felt that it was Better to be cautious rather than just wait and see what happens. Immediately he jumped back, or tried to anyway. It wasn't as if he was paralyzed, but it felt like his body was stuck in mud, just as you have to struggle to move your limbs when drowned in water or mud. Neji had to struggle to just move his arms. It was as if he was stuck in clay. What the hell is this? Naruto was calmly walking forward now that he had successfully activated his resistance seals while normally used for training. It's somewhat unusual to apply it in combat. You are currently experiencing a level 3 resistance. Fuinjutsu is perhaps the most versatile of the shinobi arts, won't you agree? Cage box. Your genin is just full of surprises. Hokage don't know to make use of seals so efficiently in combat with just his chakra. It's almost as if he is already an expert. Not many choose to study that particular art. Hiruzen chuckled and replied, Naruto is more than just skilled in Fuinjutsu. He is perhaps the most skilled person I have ever seen. Not surprising if you consider just who his father was. The other, Kage, nodded in approval. He definitely qualifies for Chunin. To think he had managed to put a Hiraishin and a resistance seal on his opponent. He had been several steps ahead of his opponent. Right from the beginning of the match, Hiruzen absently nodded, choosing to focus on the match. Taijutsu Ninjutsu Fuinjutsu. Stands. I didn't know Naruto knew Fuinjutsu like that, Ino exclaimed. Sakura smiled, proud of having a teammate like Naruto. Naruto is an expert in them, you know, Kiba hollered. Yosh go Naruto. Tenten was dumbstruck just how many steps Naruto had been ahead of her teammate. The Jonin were beside themselves. Asuma was rubbing his head. You know, he really is quite well versed in sealing for his age. Not many people can apply seals with their chakra just like that. Kurenai nodded, and both of them tried to block out guys shouting of how youthfully Naruto was displaying his skills. Arena Neji stood rooted to his place, and to his horror Naruto came running towards him. With him being unable to do anything about it, he received a painful punch on his right cheek, and the force behind it was enough to send him stumbling to his left. It hurt considering he was experiencing resistance in his movements. Naruto was suddenly in front of him, punching at the same spot again, only this time it hurt a lot more than before. The result was the same. Neji went stumbling to his left, finishing it off. Naruto 540 kicked the side of his head with such force that Neji could have sworn he saw stars in front of his eyes. He was sent onto the ground, and this time there was no getting back up. You might think that it was because of the resistance seal, but no, he had taken way too many hits and his body had finally given up. Neji could do nothing but glare at Naruto as he crouched in front of him. I told you, Naruto stated softly, fate is a fragile concept. Our destiny is never set in stone. Neji, I am not strong because I was fated to be. I chose to work hard to reach where I am now. Hinata calls you Neji ni-san, doesn't she? You really should stop treating her like the way you do. She only wants to unite the branch family with the main family. She looks up to you as her big brother. It is only fitting you treat her like your sister. It's time you stepped up and stopped using fate as an excuse. He then removed the resistance seal from Neji. He stood up and started walking away, letting the medics carry the injured Hyuga away. He smiled as he heard a soft, maybe you're right. Perhaps there was some hope after all. Genma declared loudly, the winner is Uzumaki Naruto. The entire stadium burst into a tremendous applause. Everyone was clapping as hard as they could, even going so far as to stand and start chanting, Namikaze, Namikaze, Namikaze. The chant resonated around in the entire stadium, and within seconds the entire stadium was chanting it as well. Naruto for his part smiled softly. The sight of everyone cheering for him, even if it was a name that he really didn't use, brought a lump to his throat. He was finally acknowledged by everyone. Bowing to the crowd, he turned away and headed to the genin stands. He received many good-natured pats on the back and shook almost everyone's hands on the way. The words, "Great job," and "Congratulations," rang frequently in his ears. He just accepted them all with a smile and continued on his way. When he reached the stands, he took in the reactions. First there was Temari. She was gazing at him with a small smile and nodded at him, mouthing, "Good match," despite what had occurred between them 2 nights ago. They could respect each other as competitors. He nodded back in acknowledgement as he walked by her. Her brother was next. He just scoffed and turned away, but Naruto could spot small beads of sweat. Smirking, he continued. Gaara was staring at him, arms crossed. His expression gave nothing away, but his body twitched every now and then. Naruto spotted the cork on his gourd shaking as if the sand was struggling to come out of it. He didn't wait to see if it would actually come out. Shino gave him a nod of respect, acknowledging his strength. "Good job, Naruto." Naruto nodded back, "Thanks." Naruto didn't need to guess the response of Shikamaru. "Troublesome," the shadow user sighed further. "Slouching if possible. You just had to go and cause a ruckus, didn't you?" Naruto snorted. It was true. The crowd was still chanting his name. He shrugged in mock modesty. "What can I say? I'm just that charismatic and awesome. Would Uchiha Sasuke and Sabaku no Gaara please come down? Cage box. A splendid display of skills, I say, don't you agree?" Kazekage Dono. "Indeed, Hokage Dono, I really didn't expect this match to be this entertaining." Hiruzen smiled as he gazed at the blonde genin, soon to be Chunin. "Well done, Naruto. You performed better than expected, though you could have ended the match far more quickly. You chose to amend Neji's ways by proving him wrong. You just might have gained a friend and a trusted comrade in him." He then frowned. "It seems Naruto's teammate Sasuke-kun still hasn't arrived, and I can't spot Kakashi among the Jonin as well," he thought, looking at where the Jonin senseis were standing. He shook his head slightly in disappointment. "Kakashi, your habits just cost your genin his chance at promotion." He motioned the Jonin that was standing as his guard. "Inform the proctor that Uchiha Sasuke is disqualified due to his lateness." Orochimaru frowned. Beneath the veil, he didn't want the Uchiha to be disqualified, as he wanted to see how much Sasuke had improved. "Hokage Dono, can we not give him 5 more minutes to arrive? I am eager to see my son test his skills against the last Uchiha." Hiruzen kept his face carefully neutral. He knew exactly why the Kazekage wanted to see the last Uchiha in action. "Apologies, Kazekage Dono, but I cannot allow any favoritism towards my shinobi. Last Uchiha or not following the orders of a superior is an important part of being a Chunin. By not showing up on time, Uchiha Sasuke is showing insubordination. I cannot in good conscience allow such a genin such as that to progress to Chunin. He may try again in the next exams after 6 months." Orochimaru frowned. "That won't do. Then perhaps a compromise is in order. It would be rather disappointing if he did not fight today, as many of the visiting nobility came here specifically to see the Uchiha fight. How about disqualifying him and denying him the chance of promotion, but allow him to fight in an exhibition match at the end of the tournament against the winner? That would allow the crowd to see the Uchiha fight but still punish him for insubordination." Hiruzen thought it over a bit. If he disqualified Sasuke, Gaara would be declared the winner according to the matchups. Gaara would then fight the winner of the first match, which was Naruto. While he was a bit worried about letting Naruto fight such a dangerous opponent, he had confidence that Naruto would be safe. Nodding, he said, "That is an acceptable arrangement." Kazekage Dono. Stan's Ino was gaping at the piece of news that was revealed to the whole of Konoha and people from beyond to think that Naruto, the dead last of their batch and the foremost prankster, of Konoha would turn out to be the son of the man Konoha almost worshipped. I never knew, she whispered. She could not believe she missed such a big fact. She was supposed to be from a clan that were masters of the mind, yet she couldn't not see such obvious resemblance. She ought to be ashamed of herself if not for the age. Naruto and Namikaze Minato could be clones of each other. Blonde hair, of almost identical shade, azure eyes that were unique to them. It could not be more obvious than that. Sakura's jaw was almost unhinged. She couldn't believe she never saw the resemblance as well. It was so obvious, and come to think of it, she treated him like crap. The son of the hero who saved Konoha from the Kyuubi treated like crap, not just by her but by the whole village including her mother. She wanted to crawl into a hole and just hide. Kiba couldn't believe it. Well, he could, but had a hard time comprehending it. The person who he thought could never become a competent shinobi in the first place had just beat the known prodigy of the Hyuga, a person who was favored the most to win the Chunin exams, and apparently he had done without breaking a sweat. He ruefully chuckled. I couldn't have been more wrong about him. Akamaru whined in agreement. Tenten was shaking her head in disbelief. She couldn't believe Naruto had beaten her teammate who she believed to be the strongest genin in Konoha, but then again he had the Yondaime's jutsu on his side. Arena Genma frowned but nodded at the message sent from the Hokage. Turning to the crowd, he announced the Kage's decision. Due to not showing up in time for his match, Uchiha Sasuke has been disqualified from the final stage of these exams, he continued despite the booing from the crowd. However, the Hokage has allowed an exhibition match between the winner of the tournament and Uchiha Sasuke in order to satisfy the visiting nobility, but he won't be given the chance to get promoted to Chunin. Therefore, winner by disqualification Sabaku no Gara stands the audience. Even though they were witness to a match such as that of the Hyuga and the Uzumaki, now revealed to be the sole Namikaze, were distraught to hear that the Hokage had chosen to disqualify the last Uchiha. Many were waiting solely to watch that match, so the reason for their displeasure was quite obvious. Their spirits were lifted up a bit, though, when they heard that the Uchiha would be fighting in an exhibition match with the winner of this tournament, everyone began muttering amongst themselves excitedly, just maybe they might get to see a match between Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, the last Uchiha versus the last Namikaze. Up in the area for the competing genin, Naruto was frowning at the latest announcement. A bit of a partial treatment, don't you think? He addressed Shikamaru. Shikamaru frowned as well. Yeah, he is getting a chance to fight, whereas any other genin wouldn't have been considered in the first place. Naruto nodded in agreement and added to the point, not only that, but he will be in peak condition to fight. While we would be worn out from fighting all the opponents, it's more than a bit unfair. Then he added mentally, though that match won't be happening anyways. The invasion would maybe begin as soon as the quarterfinals end. Thank you, Kurama, for expanding my chakra reserves and making sure I am in top form today. He received a snort in response. I care not much for your words. Thank me by making sure you defeat that accursed Tanuki. He is trespassing on my area. Naruto smirked at the command. He planned to do it anyway. Down on the arena, Gaara turned and started walking back to the waiting area. His sand was twitching angrily as his next victim wasn't there. His blood had been pumping to fight the Uchiha who he saw as a strong opponent, to find out he wasn't here. The only reason he hadn't started killing everyone with his sand was that his next match was with the Uzumaki. Uzumaki Naruto was someone worthy, someone who would prove his existence. Genma announced, the next match will be between Aburame Shino and Sabaku no Kankuro. Before he could say anything more, he was interrupted. Proctor, I forfeit. Kankuro's yell was followed by a confused look from Genma and a roar of Disapproval from the crowd. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Kankuro and Temari while Kankuro did not glance at him. Temari cast a nervous and tense look at him. Naruto just turned back to the arena. He did not expect Sasuke of all people to be late to such an event. Maybe Kakashi was counting on to make a dramatic entrance for the last loyal Uchiha. Either way he was disqualified, which meant one thing: his next match was with Gaara, which was a good thing. He could neutralize Gaara before the invasion even began. Of course that was not taking account of people who could likely interfere in the fight. In order for the invasion to succeed, it was critical that Gaara unleash the full form of his tailed beast. He intended to suck Gaara dry of all his chakra, and as soon as he was weakened, slap the 5 elements seal onto him. He just prayed he would be fast enough. Back in the arena, Genma was announcing. Then by default the winner of the match is Aburame Shino, thus we can progress onto the next match. The next match is Nara Shikamaru vs Sabaku no Temari. Naruto glanced towards his right. He smiled when a determined look came over Temari. She pulled out her fan from her sash and swiped. Naruto whistled, impressed that such a large amount of wind was generated from just one swipe. He watched as Temari jumped onto her fan and gracefully glided towards where Genma was standing. She set her fan down with one hand, the other hand resting on her hip, and smirking, fully confident of her victory. Damn, that confidence makes her look so much sexier, Naruto thought with a slight nosebleed. As he imagined some very naughty thoughts. Ignoring the sniggering bastard within him, he wiped the blood off with his sleeve and glanced towards his left. Shikamaru had a panicked look on his face. Oi! Oi, why is it always my match that gets jumped up? He began to back away from the railing. I'm forfeiting as well. I don't care what my troublesome Ka-san says or does to me. I am not. His rant was cut off when a hand was placed on his shoulder. He turned to face Naruto with a quizzical look. What are you? It's okay, Shika, Naruto said, complete with the sympathetic look. Shikamaru gave him a suspicious look, so Naruto did his best not to smile. But there's just one problem, if possible. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes even further. What, you can't forfeit? The next moment he was standing right in front of a smirking Proctor and Temari. He blinked once, trying to figure what the hell just happened and how did he get down here. He turned around and saw the complete look of innocence on Naruto's face. He gave a look of bloody murder at the blonde he called his friend. He had the nerve to use the flying thunder god to send him to the arena. He turned around grumbling that at least he didn't have to walk the distance from the waiting area to the center arena. Naruto smirked. When Shikamaru gave a burning glare at him, he wouldn't have been able to send Shikamaru the arena if a marker wasn't already present. As it happened to be, there indeed was a marker on Temari's skin, right below her left butt cheek. He put it on her while they were kissing in the alley, and he was holding her up by her butt. Her dress had rose up a bit, exposing more skin than what was appropriate for people of their age. A drop of blood trickled from his nose. Happy times. He was brought back from a trip down the gutter by the proctor's call of beginning the match. He smirked when he saw Temari outright assaulting him, but had enough sense not to pursue him in the trees. He smirked as he saw the match progress, with Shikamaru passing time so as to lengthen the limit of his shadow, while Temari was certainly clever enough to engage from long distance. She failed to see that Shikamaru was obviously leading her into a specific position. Sorry Temari, but you weren't in the winning position. In the first place, you aren't ready to beat an opponent of Shikamaru's caliber yet. Naruto's guess about what Shikamaru was trying to do was proved right. While in the beginning of the match it may have seemed that Shikamaru was randomly throwing kunai at her and missing, but Naruto knew that Shika didn't do anything without a purpose. When people are shown various random pieces, they are confused. and fail to see the bigger picture. They make the match drag on for almost an hour, but at the end of the hour Temari was caught in the grasp of Shikamaru's shadow, while it had seemed the kunai were just thrown around randomly. Each of them had acted as a sort of platform for the shadow to jump from. Temari was too late to spot it and finally got caught on the arena. Temari was frozen. She couldn't believe that she was caught like this. Damn it, I was too late to see it. I should have finished him early with a large-scale jutsu. Instead I got caught playing his game. Stands all the high-ranking shinobi were amazed and impressed the level of planning, the number of steps he had thought ahead. This was another shining example of Chunin material. The exams this year were showcasing some real talent. Shikamaru played to his strengths, using his extreme talent for strategies to set a trap for his opponent, a trap that was clever enough not to be noticed by his opponent until it was too late. While he had not dispatched his opponent like Naruto, the skill shown was enough to tell that the lazy Nara was worthy of promotion. Naruto had owned his fight from the start, even though everyone was smart enough not to engage a Hyuga in taijutsu. Naruto knew he was better than Neji. Even when he was confronted with Neji's defensive technique, he proved his smarts as he found a way around it. Overall, both the matches had shown that the genin from Konoha this year were worthy of being promoted. Arena Temari felt the unnerving feeling of not being in control of her own body as it stiffly shuffled forward. It was very awkward to walk with movements not your own. As the gap closed down between them to a mere 5 feet, they locked gazes. Shikamaru's gaze was level, his eyes giving nothing away. Temari's gaze was full of defiance and fierce anger. She was glaring at him with her jade eyes so hard that Shikamaru briefly wondered if he would catch on fire. Raised his hand in the air, his shadow bind on Temari, ensuring that she did the same. She quivered, trying as hard as she could to fight it. She refused to admit defeat to this lazy excuse of a shinobi. I give up. I don't have any chakra left. His lazy voice carried over clearly, and whatever the audience was going to say died in their throat. What was the general reaction all around? Stands. Asuma was shaking his head. That kid has never been motivated for anything ever since I met him. The audience slowly started clapping throughout the stadium. People could appreciate a good battle of minds even if it wasn't as flashy or as big as they wanted it to be. Arena Genma just snorted and announced, winner Sabaku no Temari. Shikamaru released his hold on Temari, who only just managed to catch herself. She stared at the retreating back of the genin and managed to stutter out, "Why?" Shikamaru turned around and answered, shrugging in a way that really made him look like a guy who doesn't want to be bothered for anything. It makes no sense to succumb to chakra exhaustion just for this when I might need my energy later. He turned to go to the audience stands. As he had lost, he won't be fighting any future matches, so there was no reason for him to go back to the waiting area. As he approached the place where he had spotted Choji before his fight, he was slightly surprised to see almost all the rookies and Jonin senseis present talking to Naruto. The blonde was chuckling at one of Lee's no doubt highly youthful statements. Everyone was trying to talk to him, and Naruto was answering all their questions with a patient smile. The guy had become an instant celebrity. He spotted Shikamaru walking up and turned away from the group, choosing to grin in the shadow user's face. Shikamaru gave him a look that froze his two teammates in place, while Sakura just gave a confused look to Naruto. Asuma and Kurenai were smirking, while Lee and Gaia looked as if they would burst with their youthfulness. Any moment. Naruto waved a hand in his direction, grin not falling from his face for even a moment. Go on, you look like you want to say something. Shikamaru didn't bother wasting more energy to reply and merely sighed exhaustedly. Dropping his glare, he dropped down between Ino and Choji Ino's attention immediately switched from Naruto to him, causing him to mutter something about tiresome blondes. Choji, the sweet guy, that he was merely offered a potato chip with a smile. Shikamaru smiled back at his longtime friend and took a few. The crunching sound they made almost soothing to him. Arena Genma looked over to the Hokage, giving a questioning look. The Hokage shook his head and waved him to continue with the matches. Genma nodded and turned to the audience. The quarter final matches are over. We will now proceed to the semifinals. First semifinal match will be Sabaku no Gaara vs Uzumaki Naruto. Audience. The crowd roared in approval of the match as they wanted to see once again the only son of the Yondaime in action. They were not going to see the Uchiha in action until the very end of the final match, but they weren't complaining about seeing Naruto in action in Sasuke's place. Over to where the rookies and their senseis were standing. The atmosphere was completely different in comparison to the rest of the crowd. It was as if someone had flipped a switch. 1 second everyone was talking and joking around, the other second everyone had grim faces. Only Naruto had a completely serious face that was not filled with any fear. No one had forgotten what Gaara had done to Lee back in the prelims. Would the contestants please come down? Gaara appeared in a whirl of sand next to Genma. Naruto took a deep breath and straightened up. He was about to walk down to the arena when he felt a hand rest on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw that it was Asuma's. Naruto. Wow, he was serious. Be careful down there. Kurenai and Guy also nodded seriously around him. Try to finish it as quickly as you can. Naruto smirked. I could finish it in a flash, but I've got a different strategy in mind. With that he walked off. The rest of the rookies mumbling their good luck wishes. He snorted when Shikamaru mumbled a, "You better not die." Ino swatted his head for that arena. Naruto kept his eye on Gaara the entire time he walked to the center of the arena. Gaara had dropped all pretense of being calm and controlled. A grin not unlike that of a psychopathic killer graced his face as Naruto came to stand in front of him. The tension was so thick that it was almost suffocating. Gaara was releasing ungodly amounts of killer amount, his cork already twitching madly as if the sand had a mind of its own instead of being in Gaara's control. Naruto, instead of releasing killing intent of his own, slowly started saturating the air with a moderate amount of chakra. His chakra was very dense in addition to being almost soothing and had a positive feeling to it. Unlike Gaara's, it somewhat eased the tension in the air. Genma nervously watched both of them cage box. Orochimaru smirked behind his veil while he wished to see how Sasuke would do against Gaara. This was a fine arrangement as well. A match between two Jinchuriki would no doubt prove very informative. This should be a very entertaining match. Kage Dono, your son versus the Yondaime Hokage's son. Hiraishin commented with a chuckle, hiding his nervousness about Naruto's safety. But you must understand my concern given what happened to one of my genin in the prelims. The other Kage waved a hand. Worry not, Hokage Dono, your genin has proved himself to be most ingenious and resourceful. However, if worst does come to pass, I'll stop Gaara myself. Hiraishin had to commend Orochimaru on his acting skills. Had he not known it was his former student under those robes, he would have believed that statement wholeheartedly. He turned his attention back to the match. Naruto was up against a Jinchuriki who had full control of his Biju. He was fully confident in Naruto's skills, but he couldn't wave the worry away. Something on the arena caught both the Kages' attention. Arena. Just as Genma was about to give the signal to begin, a sudden whirl of wind and leaves interrupted them and received a frown from Naruto and Gaara as the whirlwind settled down. Naruto had to stop himself from looking thoroughly annoyed. Two figures were standing back to back. Naruto mentally sighed. He really did want to make a dramatic entrance after all. Kakashi and Sasuke were standing right in between Gaara and Naruto. Kakashi looked the same as always while Sasuke had dramatically changed his attire, opting for a darker theme. He wore a black one-piece version of his usual attire with bandages wrapped around his left arm. Sasuke smirked as he came face to face with Gaara. He had trained heavily for the last month, even mastering a lethal jutsu, a jutsu that would secure him his victory. Sorry I'm a bit late for our match, but we can begin now. Gaara had made it very clear back in the prelims that he was very excited to face Sasuke in the finals and couldn't wait for the match, so it came as a shock to Sasuke when Gaara coldly replied, "Move aside. You were in my way." No reply came to his mouth, only snapping out of the shock when he heard Kakashi's voice. "Is that you, Naruto?" Kakashi blinked as he came face to face with a face that looked painfully similar to his late sensei. The dots took a moment to connect, and once they did, his eye went wide. "Is that you, Naruto?" Naruto was already annoyed for the interruption, so his patience was thinner than usual. He snapped back, "Yes, it's me now. Would you mind taking Sasuke to the stands with you? You are interfering with my match." Kakashi blinked and turned to Genma. "We are not late, are we?" Genma gave him his best deadpan look. "You are a bit too late actually. Uchiha Sasuke has been disqualified due to being late for his fight and won't be fighting in any of the matches. For a chance at promotion, he will only fight in an exhibition match at the very end of the tournament." Anger filled Sasuke's features and he snarled in a whisper, "You can't do that." Genma was unimpressed with the glare. "Tell that to the Hokage. It was his decision in the first place. Now get out of my arena." He motioned to them. Sasuke turned his snarl onto Naruto. "Move, Naruto, this is my fight." Naruto fired back in a calm manner. "Your match was in the quarterfinals, Sasuke. This is the semifinals. Get off the field." Sasuke almost made to punch Naruto when Kakashi grabbed his shoulder tightly. "Calm down, Sasuke." Turning to Naruto, he gave an eye smile. The whole month he had felt tremendously guilty for not training Naruto. Seeing this as the semifinals, it was easy to conclude that Naruto had won his first match against Neji. "Congratulations on winning your first fight, Naruto. All the best for this one." With that, he shunshined to the stands with all the rookies and Jonin Sensei's. Genma turned to Naruto and Gaara. "Are you two ready?" Naruto nodded while Gaara made his impatience known. "Just started already. Mother is hungry for his blood." Genma nodded and chopped the air in front of him. "Hajime." Naruto immediately jumped back. Gaara whispered with a crazy expression, "Make me feel alive, Uzumaki." The cork on his gourd flew off with the pressure his sand was putting on it. An enormous amount of sand, almost half of it Naruto estimated, flew out and rushed towards him. Naruto immediately flash-stepped to 20 meters behind Gaara to avoid it. "It's not enough. I'll have to goad him until he unleashes every grain of his goddamn sand." He pulled out 4 of his Hiraishin kunai and flash-stepped back to his previous position to avoid the stab of sand. The only thing he left behind was the kunai lodged in the ground. He repeated the process until the 4 kunai were scattered in a trapezius position around Gaara. "You won't get me like that. Come on, show me what you got." He then flashed to a kunai to escape Gaara's sand. It was a waiting game for him now. Cage box. He is not so forward in this fight as he was in his previous one. Hokage Dono. Hiruzen nodded his head. He might be scouting for Gaara's weakness to form a viable plan. "We'll just have to wait and see." Orochimaru chuckled. "Gaara's defense is absolute, Hokage Dono. He would run out of chakra faster than he would find a weakness." Hiruzen smirked. "We both know what happened to the so-called ultimate defense of the Hyuga Kage Dono." He refrained from chuckling at the silence. that followed stands. The whole audience was leaning forward in their seats, eager to see the famous Hiraishin no Jutsu in action. The rookies were all wondering what the blonde was up to. Ino asked, confused, why is he scattering those kunai? It's not like he's using them to attack Gaara or something. Shikamaru was frowning as well, trying to discern Naruto's strategy. Just what was he up to? If anyone looked at Sasuke, they would think that he was about to burst a blood vessel on his forehead. His jaw was clenched and eyes filled with jealousy and scorn as he looked at Naruto, easily dodging Gaara's attempts. Sharingan fully activated. What is that jutsu? Is that the reason he is so fast? My eyes can't even begin to trace his movements. He looks as if he isn't even beginning to get tired. I should be the one who knows that jutsu so I can use it to kill him. What does he need it for? Just how far ahead of me are you, Naruto? Sasuke was pissed as whatever jutsu Naruto was using to dodge Gaara's sand, he wasn't using any hand signs, so Sasuke had no chance of copying it. Kakashi had pulled his headband up as soon as the match had begun, while he should be saving it for the invasion. He wanted to see Naruto use his sensei's legacy in action. He watched as Naruto put the kunai around Gaara, doing nothing but teleporting from one to another. His eyes narrowed as pieces of a similar tactic came to his mind, but could not piece it together. By his side, Asuma spoke up in a grave tone. Gaara will get mad if Naruto keeps doing this. Getting that kid mad is the last thing he needs to do. Kakashi absently spoke up, eyes keenly observing the match. On second thought, that might be exactly what he might be trying to do. The three other Jonin whipped to stare at him with wide, disbelieving eyes. The genin who had heard the conversation as well turned to stare at him with wide eyes as well. But unlike the Jonin, there was a bit of fear and horror in their eyes. Is he mad or what? Ino almost shrieked, but Kakashi was not worried at all from what he had seen of Naruto up until now. Naruto resembled his father more than his mother, and if Naruto was even half like his father, he had no reason to worry. Arena, he could see it. Gaara was beginning to show signs of irritation at his repeated escape attempts. He had started to flash step around as well, not wanting to give Gaara a pattern to follow his kunai. If he thought Naruto was only using the kunai to escape his grasp, he just might uproot and throw them away. Gaara was gritting his teeth as Uzumaki yet again escaped his grasp. More sand flew from his gourd as he tried cover a larger area with it, cutting Naruto's chances of escape. Why are you escaping, Uzumaki? Face me, now's my chance. Flash stepping to a more cleared part of the arena, he called out, Gaara. Gaara narrowed his eyes, his sand momentarily pausing in its pursuit of Naruto. What is it, Uzumaki? Are you afraid to face me? Is that why you are running away? To his surprise, Naruto snorted out loud. You think those pathetic attacks can get to me? Your sand has yet to even come close to touching me. Come on, Gaara, unleash every drop of your sand. His words had the intended effect on Gaara. More sand flew out of his gourd and he uncrossed his arms. His face split into a truly frightening grin. Naruto internally smirked. Just one more push should do it. Naruto spread his arms out. In your own words, make me feel alive. The last part was whispered with a challenging grin that finally did it for Gaara, an opponent who was asking the same thing he asked from him. This was almost like a rare treat for him. No one asked him to make them feel alive, as he was usually the one to do it with deadly intent. He whispered, Fine, Uzumaki. He commanded all of his sand to come out of the gourd, which was truly a huge amount. It could cover almost one entire half of the arena in ankle-deep sand. He shouted as he spread his own hands, almost laughing. Let's make each other feel alive. Cage box. Hiruzen was intently observing the match, trying to make out Naruto's plan. Naruto was mad if he wanted to fight Gaara at full power, but there was a glint in Naruto's eyes that told him that this was part of a plan. Orochimaru was barely refraining from laughing in joy. He couldn't have asked for a more entertaining match. He doubted that even Sasuke could have given such entertainment to him. He secretly signaled for his people to be ready. The time for the invasion to start was drawing to a close. Stands every rookie and Jonin-sensei watched in horror as Naruto asked Gaara to come at him with full power. He had basically just signed his death warrant. Many thought Sakura almost shrieked, "What is that idiot doing?" Guy nodded grimly. "I have to agree with your student Kakashi. Fighting that genin at full power seems to be an extremely bad idea." Kakashi gave no reply as worry began creeping in him. He could only hope Naruto had a plan to deal with that amount of sand. Sasuke intently watched with his Sharingan active, ready to spot any hand signs that Naruto might weave. He would take any opportunity to copy Naruto's jutsu. Not once did concern rang for his teammate potentially facing his death arena. The crowd gasped at seeing the huge amount of sand rotating behind Gaara in form of a vortex. Gaara was grinning in a way that would have sent many shinobi running in the opposite direction, but not Naruto. Naruto was prepared for this. "Take this, Uzumaki." The vortex rushed towards with the force of a sandstorm. Naruto narrowed his eyes and gathered his chakra. He jumped almost impossibly high, clean above the rushing vortex. 2 Hiraishin kunai in hand, he threw one of them 20 meters behind Gaara. Completing the pattern he was going for. Gaara was so deep into his bloodlust that he failed to take notice of the kunai arranged around him in a pentagon. The other one went 20 meters ahead of the kunai he just threw. As he predicted, the vortex changed direction and headed right for him. When he was still in the jump, he thought he might have heard someone shouting his name, but he could have imagined it just as the vortex was about to hit him. He flashed to the last kunai he threw. Momentarily entering safe zone stand, Sakura could no longer hold her concern for her teammate. Everyone watched in horror as the vortex almost swallowed, at which point Sakura shouted, "Naruto!" She practically melted in relief when Naruto disappeared, reappearing at the kunai he just threw. Looking back, she saw that everyone unconsciously relaxed from the tension. Kakashi didn't know that he was holding his breath until he released it. He had not seen such dangerous maneuvers in a long time. He was used to seeing his sensei do it like that, but Naruto, on the other hand, it was strangely nostalgic, almost like seeing his sensei in action. Arena. Naruto appeared at the kunai in a crouch expression, serious and eyes set on the sand vortex. Gaara turned around and wasted no time in sending the vortex towards Naruto very gleefully, but this time he split it in 4 so that it would converge on Naruto from 4 different directions. Naruto only needed 2 hand seals to make this work. He had already saturated the air with his chakra before, so his chances of success were high. Tiger Bird, Sweeten Mizu Tatsumaki no Jutsu, water-style water tornado technique. Naruto converted the entire amount of chakra he had saturated the air with into water chakra. A giant spinning vortex made of water of his own seemed to suddenly come into existence around him. The 4 smaller vortexes of sand crashed into the vortex from 4 different sides. Naruto was rotating his water vortex at such a high speed that the sand that crashed into it was dispersed almost instantly upon contact, becoming wet and heavy. Cage box. It is very surprising to see that he has a water affinity as well, one strong enough to draw water from thin air. Wasn't the Nidaime known for the same feat? Orochimaru asked in genuine surprise. Not every day he met ninja, let alone a genin who could perform feat like some of the cage. Hiruzen nodded, a relieved smile appearing on his face. He did have a plan after all, he mused. Stands. The crowd was cheering Naruto on. They thought that Naruto would escape using the Hiraishin worse get crushed, but then a tornado of water came into existence around him from seemingly nowhere. It protected Naruto from the sand perfectly. The Jonin were once again wide-eyed, including Kakashi. Kurenai shook her head. He drew water from the air around him. Most water users can't do even half of what he just did. Guy and Lee were shouting, "Such youthfulness," Kakashi pointed out to his peers. And the genin, whose eyes were wide with wonder at the display of power, not just that but that jutsu acted both as a defense and an offense in Naruto's favor. Sand becomes heavy when hit with water, so by hitting Gaara's sand with water, Naruto negated the sheer control Gaara had on his sand, ensuring his safety simultaneously. No doubt Gaara would find wet sand increasingly difficult to control. As Kakashi explained Naruto's move, Sasuke found himself getting increasingly frustrated. Why was Naruto so powerful in comparison to him? Was he hiding this much all along? He had to painfully admit Naruto had dealt with Gaara much more efficiently than he would have. He had nothing but taijutsu speed in the jutsu Kakashi had taught him to deal with Gaara, which really wasn't much compared to what Naruto had. His fire was useless unless it was hot enough to turn sand into glass, which it wasn't. He couldn't even copy Naruto's jutsu for fuck's sake. In addition to the absence of a water affinity, he needed to see all the hand signs to copy a jutsu. Naruto obviously had a very high water affinity to use a jutsu like that too in the absence of water, and with only 2 hand seals. He knew Naruto had a large amount of chakra, but this was just ridiculous. He was still not looking winded. He clenched his fists so tight that blood seeped out. The cursed seal throbbed on his shoulder, but he forcefully pushed its influence back. "I will make your power my own, Naruto, just you wait." Arena. Naruto maintained the vortex for about 5 seconds, after which the sand stopped coming, dispersing the vortex outwards. With a flourish, he smirked at the results. All the sand that he had been attacked by was now wet, saturated with water, and heavy. It won't be as fast as before. Gaara watched in alarm as his sand collided into a water vortex that seemingly came out of nowhere. He realized too late, even with Mother shouting in his head what Naruto had planned, but it was too late. Almost all the sand was wet now, and only a tiny amount was available to him, the only amount he was able to pull back before it was too late. He rotated it in the form of a ring around him to prevent it from getting any more wet. Naruto didn't waste time admiring the effects of his jutsu forming the bird seal. He took a deep breath and let go. Sweet and Misurappa, water-style violent water wave. A jet of water was expelled from his mouth, heading towards Gaara with great force. Gaara looked stunned as the sand automatically formed as a barrier in front of him, taking the brunt of the water. Gaara hadn't felt this helpless in a long time. Uzumaki had a counter for his sand, which was a major part of how he thought he could make his own sand, but that took him some time, which he didn't have. He would have to do it nonetheless. He molded a huge amount of his own chakra sand particles, slowly forming in front of him. He couldn't help but let his excitement grow a little. It was hard to remember just when he had let loose like this the last time. Naruto smirked as the last of the sand fell in front of Gaara. Wet and unusable, he had taken into account that a sand user such as Gaara would be able to form his own sand even if he negated it, which was exactly what Gaara was trying to do now. "Oh no, you don't." Boar Snake Dragon Ram. The kunai finally would come into play. Gaara's choice of standing in one place would cost him dearly. Cage Box. Very clever of him to have negated Gaara's sand. Hokage Dono. I can't help but feel that Naruto-kun is well above the level of a chunin, don't you think? Hiruzen smiled in pride as Naruto used the element of water to completely turn the tables on Gaara. He couldn't help but be reminded of Tobirama sensei. He was pretty much the same. His mastery of water was so unrivaled that he used to turn the battle in his favor in a place where there was no water. Considering that Naruto now had a Jinchuriki on the ropes without resorting to his own Biju chakra, he was starting to feel the same Naruto was well above the level of a Chunin. He doubted any Jonin could have turned the tides like Naruto did. Stands. Holy shit, did you see that? Ino shrieked, pointing at Naruto as if she couldn't believe it. Shikamaru slowly nodded, still trying to make sense of how Naruto did what he just did. He took away Gaara's greatest advantage. Sakura was smiling with happiness. At first she had doubted Naruto could beat Gaara, but Naruto had shown that he could find a way around the impossible arena. Gaara was still concentrating on forming his sand when a light green shield rose up around him. He whipped his head from side to side, trying to figure out how it came into existence without him noticing. Then he felt it. He knew he was draining his chakra, forming his sand, but the chakra drain was much larger than he usually felt. He then noticed the light green barrier was slowly turning into a darker shade. He looked down to his feet, noticing that he was standing in the center of a complex ceiling array shaped like a pentagon. His eyes widened in realization this was a chakra-absorbing barrier. Naruto was smirking as he held up the ram seal. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu Kasei Shoheki Uzumaki Sealing Arts Parasitic Barrier was a success. This pentagonal barrier was designed by the Uzumaki clan to suck the chakra right out of their enemies. The best thing about this barrier was that the users only need to spend an initial amount of chakra to simply build the barrier, not maintain. The barrier maintained itself and grew stronger by sucking the chakra of the people trapped inside. This barrier was designed to be used by 5 people, but Naruto's dad had written in his notes that he was able to use this barrier all by himself with the help of his special kunai. The formula on the kunai acted as a sort of dimensional rift. Instead of sending himself through that rift, Minato sent his chakra to all the 5 points, thus successfully setting up the barrier for Naruto. This was no problem at all. His chakra control was excellent and on a level that he could split his chakra and send it in different direction through a dimensional slipstream without any problem, and he had more than enough chakra to spare. Gaara tried to use whatever sand he had built up, which was only a small amount, to break the barrier. Naruto called out, "It's fruitless. Gaara, this barrier will take more than just physical attacks to break." Cage box. Incredible, simply incredible. Orochimaru breathed out in amazement to be able to use Fuinjutsu like this in conjunction to the Hiraishin. It was a testament to Naruto's genius and the incredible amount of power and skill that he had. Hiruzen was in the same state of awe, though he was able to keep it to himself. Minato was the only one who was capable of using barriers like this for Naruto to replicate this feat. It spoke volumes of his mastery of the art. You have a true gem in your forces, Hokage Dono. Orochimaru complimented, though he was silently lamenting why he could not mark Naruto. Putting his curse seal on a Jinchuriki was something that even he didn't want to test. Hiruzen smiled in pride. That I do. Kage Dono. Stands. The audience was in awe of the power and skill displayed by the last Namikaze. As soon as he had trapped Gaara inside, they had erupted into cheers that could be heard throughout the entire village. Asuma stuttered out, what power! He had only ever seen barriers of this magnitude used by a single person, and that was the Yondaime Kurenai. Simply gaped at the skill being displayed. Guy was shouting something about youthfulness again, so only Lee was listening to him. Everyone had tuned out, both of them. Kakashi gazed in utter pride as he watched Naruto corner Gaara and trap him inside his barrier. Sensei, you would be proud of who Naruto has become, he whispered. He looked over to see the genin reaction. Sakura and Ino were cheering loudly. While Shikamaru and Choji were leaning forward with smiles, Choji's more vibrant than that of Shikamaru's. Interested in seeing what Naruto would do next, he smiled at seeing their reactions. Naruto, you managed to make your comrades believe in you earlier. They may not have found you to be trustworthy, however today you managed to convince them that they can trust you with their lives. Kakashi thought, pride inside him growing by the second he glanced to the side and found himself disappointed. He wondered, not for the first time since arriving to the stadium, whether or not he had made the right choice in choosing to ditch Naruto and train Sasuke for the finals. He was beginning to think he may have been wrong. After all, Sasuke had clenched his jaw, his fists, and was watching Naruto dispatch Gaara with efficiency. He knew he didn't have Naruto's way, had been very professional. First find the weakness, second exploit the weakness and take away the strengths, finally finish him off. He didn't even have words to express just how furious he was, both with Naruto and himself. He was furious with Naruto for being so much stronger than him. He was furious with himself for being so weak compared to Naruto. He wanted to be the strongest. Only when he was strongest would he be able to kill him. His Sharingan flashed. He wanted to copy all the techniques Naruto had to offer and leave him with nothing. Only he deserved to be the strongest, not him. Kakashi shook his head. Perhaps training Sasuke was a bad choice after all. Not surprising considering the number of those type of choices he had made in his life. Sasuke looked like he would sooner kill Naruto and take his techniques for himself than call Naruto a friend and a comrade. Arena. Naruto watched Gaara drop to all fours, no doubt the result of the barrier absorbing his chakra, which was now a dark shade of green. He dropped the barrier. As soon as Gaara looked he would pass out, he ran forward, making sure not to use a flash step. Gaara was breathing heavily, trying not drop in exhaustion. This was the first time he had suffered something like this, and all because of that damn Uzumaki. Rage began to boil inside as mother began screaming in his head, "Kill him, Gaara, kill him, give me his blood, I want his blood." "Yes, mother," Gaara agreed before looking up to glare at Uzumaki. He was about to take mother's power when he was suddenly sent flying, landing in a heap. Naruto had punched him on the nose with enough force to break it and watched with some satisfaction as Gaara was sent flying. He landed about 10 meters from Naruto, and Naruto feared that he had knocked the redhead out, but then Gaara stirred, causing Naruto to relax a bit. Gaara stood up on shaky legs, which Naruto took as a positive sign to initiate the last part of his plan. His fingertips on the right hand lit up in 5 purple kanji characters. Cage box. Orochimaru's eyes widened in panic. He knows that as well. I can't let him put that seal on Gaara. He immediately gave his signal to start the invasion. Arena. Naruto was about run and slam the seal onto Gaara, making sure Shukaku didn't come out to play. Gaara felt something wet on his face. He wiped his hand and took a look at what it was. A scream so chilling erupted from his throat, and Naruto took that as his chance. If he was late he would never be able to put it on Gaara again. "Blood, my blood!" Gaara screamed in pain. He had never seen his own blood before. He wasn't if he even had it, but he knew now, and it hurt so badly to see his blood. His mind snapped in. He only wanted to kill everyone and everything that hurt him, including Uzumaki. Naruto. A roar that was not entirely his own came from him. Naruto was 5 feet from Gaara, fingers outstretched and ready to slap it on him when sand erupted from Gaara, coming from God knows where, in the shape of a hand covered in purple lines shooting towards him. Naruto flashed towards the farthest kunai, escaping from being grabbed by a hair's breadth. Shit! His danger sense rang and he turned his head to the cage box where an explosion took place, and suddenly feathers were falling from above. The invasion had begun and he was too late to stop it. Ant cut. I will release the next part in 2 to 3 days. Bye.